Master, don't look back. I am your good disciple. Junior brother, did you recognize the wrong person? I am your good senior sister. Senior sister, please be quiet. What I want is the feeling of you playing the role of master. It's just that the master you deeply love has become someone else's dual cultivation partner. And in a fit of anger, you found a senior sister who looks like the master. But being in this sect that advocates multiple dual cultivation, you have to be wary of the senior sister secretly putting a green hat on you. So, helplessly, you made a bizarre request to the senior sister, which was to evenly spread the burnt ashes of grass and wood on the ground and then command the senior sister to sit on it and cough lightly. If the ashes are not blown away, you plan to accept the senior sister as your partner. If the ashes are blown away, you plan to propose a breakup to the senior sister. Upon learning of this, the senior sister had no choice but to obediently comply, but due to being too nervous, she accidentally let out a loud fart, directly scattering the ashes all over the place. Junior brother, it's not what you think, I was just too nervous earlier. The flustered and angry senior sister glared at you fiercely. Junior brother, you are making it difficult for me. You know very well that my current cultivation is entirely due to my continuous dual cultivation with the master. Now that I have taken on a disciple, and it perfectly matches my talent and techniques, dual cultivation is only a matter of time. Moreover, the dual cultivation between master and disciple to enhance cultivation has always been a fine tradition of our sect. It's just that you, with your wooden head, are stubbornly rejecting it? You helplessly let out a cold laugh. I know this is the tradition of the sect and your duty as a master, but I just want you to promise that after we become partners, you won't dual cultivate with anyone else, okay? Senior sister Fong Jinglan looked at you in confusion and said, Junior brother, you are being unreasonable. Although you are handsome, it's still not enough for me to stay devoted to you alone. I see that your heart has flaws, and you will inevitably be unable to achieve greater success in the future. Besides, I am about to reach the peak of foundation establishment, and I will soon ask my master for dual cultivation to help me form my core. If I really agree to you, can you help me succeed in forming my core? For a moment, you were left speechless by Fong Jinglan's retort. Alright, since junior brother is unwilling to accept the traditions of the sect, then let's not become partners. Fong Jinglan sighed helplessly, saying, you will only drag me down like this, so let's break up. Listening to your senior sister, you felt a bit reluctant, but also very relieved. Perhaps it wasn't that you couldn't accept the traditions of the sect, but simply that you didn't want others to label you, so you nodded without hesitation, thinking, if that's the case, then let's do it this way. After saying this, you turned and walked towards the main hall without looking back. At first, you were only dating senior sister Fong Jinglan because she resembled your own master a bit. If your master didn't have a partner, would you have sought out a substitute who looked somewhat similar? Thinking about how your master and her partner practiced together every day, you felt immense pain and torment, but you had neither the strength nor any reason to change all of this. At this moment in the Great Hall, the apprenticeship ceremony was nearing its end, with only a stunning young girl standing there all alone, no one daring to take her in. In terms of appearance, this girl was even more beautiful than those female disciples who had found their masters. Unfortunately, she was the princess of the Daong Empire, one of the affiliated countries of the Sunu sect, and the royal family had a quota for a direct disciple every 10 years. This time, the emperor's most beloved daughter, Beiqing, was sent. However, her aptitude was extremely poor, and she had a mixed spiritual root of gold, wood, water, and fire, and she was also a rare Taiyin Rongyang sacred body, meaning that anyone who practiced dual cultivation with her would be completely drained. The peak master sitting in the Great Hall frowned when she saw that no one dared to take in Beiqing. She then scanned the room and finally fixed her gaze on you. Since you had no background and your qualifications were shallow, she decided to forcefully assign Beiqing to you. With this thought, Qin Shiyu pointed at Beiqing, who was standing in the center of the Great Hall, and then looked at you seriously, saying, I command you to take her as your direct disciple. Do you have any objections? Upon hearing this, the other elders and stewards immediately breathed a sigh of relief and then looked at you with glee. At this moment, you were completely bewildered, and then you heard a mechanical voice enter your mind. The apprenticeship system has been activated, rewarding the host with Yin-Yang harmonization true Yin infinite skill and all things harmonization divine chi path. Current task, recruit a disciple that meets the criteria. Reward, 9 pattern golden pill. You are overjoyed and quickly look towards Beiqing in the Great Hall. Target, Beiqing, age, 16, realm, none, physique, Taiyin Rongyang sacred body, unawakened 4 symbols sacred bone, spiritual root, mixed gold, wood, water, fire spiritual roots, fortune, golden great fortune, meets the conditions for accepting a disciple. You secretly rejoice. It seems that Beiqing not only has a special physique but also inherits the dragon energy root bone of the Daong dynasty. After a moment, you calm your emotions and slowly rise. It is your duty to relieve the peak master of worries, and as a subordinate, you cannot refuse. Hearing this, Qin Shiyu nodded in satisfaction. This is very good. Yan Beiqing, hurry up and pay your respects to your master. The excited Yan Beiqing instantly knelt before you. Disciple pays respects to the master. She knows very well that if you also refuse to accept her, she will definitely be sent back, and then someone else will take her place. Thus she would be forever cut off from the path of immortality. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully accepting a disciple, rewarded with a 9-pattern golden pill. Do you want to claim it? You suppressed your inner excitement and did not claim it. If you were to break through to the golden pill in public, it would be hard to explain. So you helped Yan Beiqing up with both hands and left the great hall under the astonished gazes of the crowd. Before long, you brought Yan Beiqing to your Junling Peak. A guarding inner sect disciple, upon seeing you, hurriedly came forward to pay respects, saying, "Disciple Jie Li greets Uncle Master." You looked at Jie Li, whose face resembled a peach blossom, and smiled. It has been several months since you last saw your junior, and she has become quite a bit more beautiful. In my opinion, the title of the most beautiful disciple in this generation of the peak surely belongs to you. Jie Li was very pleased by your praise, but on the surface, she pretended to look resentful. Master, please don't tease your disciple. If I were really that beautiful, why haven't you granted me the opportunity for dual cultivation for so long? I think you just dislike me. You awkwardly chuckled, saying that it's not that Master dislikes you, but if your partner finds out, they might come to Master to settle the score, which wouldn't be good. Although you said it as a joke, Jie Li took it seriously on purpose. How about I call my partner over and have him personally ask Master? By the way, I have already reached the peak of foundation establishment and am preparing to ask Master for the opportunity for dual cultivation to assist my foundation. If I succeed in foundation establishment, I can grant him the opportunity for dual cultivation to help him establish his foundation, and he will definitely be grateful to Master. Not daring to feel jealous. Master, considering that I have managed your internal affairs for 3 years, please agree to my request. I may not have achievements, but I have put in hard work. Hearing this, you had no choice but to use the system to check on Jie Li. Target, Jie Li, age, 28, realm, peak chi refinement, spiritual roots, wood, fire, and earth, luck, blue minor luck, does not meet the conditions for accepting a disciple. You were somewhat disappointed, so you hurriedly changed the subject, pointing to Yan Beiqing beside you. This is Yan Beiqing, my personal disciple. Jie Li was both surprised and envious to see that Yan Beiqing, who had no cultivation, had become a personal disciple. She suppressed her feelings of imbalance and directly opened her arms to block your way. Uncle Master, my request just now was serious. If you are willing to help me, I am willing to offer 500 contribution points as a reward. You frowned slightly, thoughtfully pinching your chin. Jie Li was indeed diligently helping you manage things, and it would be hard to refuse her. Alright, then prepare the foundation establishment pill. 500 contributions will have to do. As that is probably all your possessions, it's better to keep it for yourself. Jie Li was so excited that her whole body was trembling slightly. Thank you, Master Uncle, for your support. If I can successfully establish my foundation, I will never forget your great kindness. Yue Jian waved his hand to stop her and said seriously, remember, within the month of January, you are not allowed to eat any food. You can only eat the grain-resisting pill. In addition, the marrow cleansing pill and the marrow cleansing and hair removal pill must also be used to reduce the body impurities. Remember? Jie Li laughed. I remember. I will definitely wash my hands and come back to receive the immortal destiny of my uncle. In her heart, she thought, so that's how it is. Before, senior uncle refused to bestow the immortal edge because he disliked our bodies for having too many impurities. With this matter settled, Yue Jian allowed Jie Li to take Yan Beiqing to settle down. Looking at the back of his stunningly beautiful disciple, and remembering the tradition of master and disciple in this Xiansu realm, a strong anticipation arose in Yue Jian's heart. The master and disciple system, paired with this Xiansu realm tradition, it's really a happy immortal cultivation plugin. Well, after Qinger finishes learning the basics, we'll cleanse her meridians and remove some of the impurities in her body, then help her embark on the path of cultivation. Other people are afraid of her Taiyin melting yang body. I have the system strike back. I'm not afraid. Chapter 3, Performing the Master and Disciple Tradition with Qinger, must obtain the Love Havoc Dharma treasure. For the next 10 days, Yue Jian went around most of the miscellaneous service courtyards and inner and outer disciple concentration areas to systematically detect and see if there were any disciples who met the conditions for accepting disciples. But sadly, he found none. During this period, Yue Jian also carefully scrutinized the 2 techniques given by the system's newbie gift pack. the yin-yang and harmony mixed true yin infinity technique and the all things harmony divine Qi Dao. The mixed yuan of the yin-yang and harmony mixed yuan true yin unlimited gong is not the traditional meaning of mixed yuan with different attributes of yuan qi, but refers to the yuan of different people. The Yellow Emperor, 3000 and ascending is similar, and for this feat, it only takes 1,000 or so, and you can soar. However, there is a great disadvantage to this feat, that is, because of skin-to-skin contact, a love bond may arise. If the love bond is not harmonious, it is a love barrier, and at the two love gates of the transformation god realm and the ferrying realm, the love barrier will become a love disaster. Within the Jade Slip of Feats, the love tribulation was also elaborated in detail, which gave Yue Jian a new understanding. Through the simulated divine thoughts left behind within the Jade Slip, Yue Jian deeply experienced the terror of the love tribulation. There are 3 ways to solve this problem. One was practicing kung fu. The Jade Brief gave the gong method, but it was somewhat difficult and extremely time-consuming and energy-consuming. Yue Jian did not intend to take this path. The second was to have a special physique that could immunize or weaken the love tribulation, such as the Xian Mer Tong Ming body and the Forgetfulness Sand Heart body. Yue Jian had this method as an alternative in his mind. Simply by accepting one such disciple, he could replicate the storming of his physique. The third is to get the magic weapon that assists in crossing the love calamity, such as the spectrum of separation of love, the mirror of delusion, and the sword of karma and love silk. The Tao of harmony of all things with God and Qi is a wonderful realm that can be used to enhance one's cultivation, soul, mind, and so on, by merging with anything to achieve harmony of God with God, harmony of Qi with Qi, harmony of Tao with Tao, and harmony of intent with intent. The Tao of Qi is a marvelous realm that allows one to achieve harmony with God, harmony with Qi, harmony with Tao, and harmony with intention with anything to enhance one's cultivation, soul, and state of mind. For example, with the sun and moon, with the stars, with mountains and rivers, one can reach the realm of divine Qi and Taoism. Of course, the easiest one was to cultivate by fusing with one's divine Qi and Tao intent. In fact, this part was equivalent to the non-involved dual cultivation technique. Yue Jian compared the 2 gong methods and thought, if you want to walk more steadily and for a longer period of time, you should currently use the all things harmonious divine Qi Dao as your main cultivation method. As for the yin-yang and harmony mixed true yin infinity technique, it could be used as a supplement, and could be practiced appropriately when there was no love affair involved. When there were means to deal with love affairs in the future, then they could make plans. Then we can only temporarily refrain from Qinger and practicing the Tao of Xiansu. Yue Jian thought with regret in his heart. During this period of time, Yue Jian had also explained in detail the Xiansu Qi practicing technique and the most basic Su Nu 9 stanzas of the Su Nu true scripture, as well as some general knowledge of cultivation for Yin Beiqing. At the time of the sermon, Yue Jian also released the teaching images from the shadow retaining stone. Straight away, Yin Beiqing watched as her cheeks blushed, her face flushed, and her heart blushed like a tidal wave, blushing so much that she could hardly contain herself. But she knew that it was the foundation of the great Tao, so she forced herself to stabilize her mind and study carefully. Yue Jian, on the other hand, hadn't been able to collect the system's golden Dan reward. This was because a sudden solo breakthrough was very unusual in the vegetarian nun sect. Therefore, he planned to take some time to go to the sect affairs hall to exchange his contribution points for a dust-reducing pill, and then seek the help of his master Jiang Xingnian to take the opportunity to receive his reward and break through to Jin Dan. Because of that, it makes common sense. Otherwise, Master would definitely ask about how he broke through Jin Dan. Moreover, it was possible that other cultivators within the sect would notice and cause unnecessary trouble. One must know that Yue Jian also had life and death enemies within the clan. On this day, Yue Jian finally gave Yin Beiqing a lecture on the cultivation knowledge that should be mastered before entering the gate. At the end, Yue Jian said, Xinger, you now have 3 choices. 1. Cultivate the Xiansu refining Qi technique on your own, and consider the Xiansu way when your treatment reaches a bottleneck. Generally, cultivators with better qualifications will choose so. Certain geniuses can even hold out until the foundation is complete, and then borrow the help of their Taoist couple to use the power of the Yuan Shou to form a Dan in one fell swoop. Yin Beiqing wanted to show off and let his master know how hard he had been working these days, so he picked up the conversation. Disciple has read about it in the books given by master. The last Yuan Hui's supreme genius, He Xianfu, who ascended to immortality, had been autonomously cultivating until she reached the Jin Dan great perfection, and only then, with the help of her master, LV Dongbin, did she break through to Yuanin in one fell swoop. Afterwards, Lu Dongbin will be with the disciples of, summarize the insights and create the great locked square closed scripture for the benefit of the cultivation world. Yue Jian nodded approvingly and said with a change in tone, but Qinger, you're a 4-system miscellaneous spirit root, making it difficult to get started, slow to cultivate, and with a low ceiling. you've been cultivating on your own for 10 years, and even if the spirit stones and chi gathering pills keep coming, you'll only be able to reach the 3rd or 4th level of chi refining. Beiqing only felt a million guilty apologies, feeling sorry for his master teacher for being such a waste of time. If he spent 10 years and still only practiced chi at the 4th level, what should he do about his master's merit assessment? One must know that the other pro-disciples started off at the great circle of chi refining, so she immediately said firmly, "Master, disciple will not choose this path." Yue Jian nodded and continued, "Secondly, you go and make yourself a Tao couple and let him help you. With the power of Yuan Shou, you will be initiated into the chi practicing stage, but you're a Taiyin melting yang body, so it might be hard to find a Taoist mate. Perhaps some of the miscellaneous disciples below the 3rd level of chi cultivation, who have no hope for the immortal path, will look at your stunning beauty and marry you as a Taoist, but he will definitely fall in realm because of this. In less than a month, he will become a wasted man." Beiqing was bitter inwardly, thinking, all the other masters can help the disciple, and with this damn physique of mine, it would be too hard for my master to help me like that. Alas, but then he heard Yue Jian say again, "Thirdly, for the master to help you quickly raise your cultivation level." Beiqing heard Yue Jian say that he was willing to help himself, like hearing immortal music. Her heart stirred as she looked at her master teacher, who was as handsome as an exiled immortal and as a jewel forest. She naturally wanted very much to cultivate with her master and embark on the immortal path as soon as possible, but thinking about her special physique, her heart was filled with contradictions, so he mumbled, "Disciple, since I would love for master teacher to help me, but with this physique of mine, I'm afraid I'll even involve master teacher. The other elder deacons of transmission don't want a disciple, and the master accepts me, which is already a great favor. I don't dare to ask for too much." Yue Jian had recently been comprehending the system feats and understood the horror of the love tribulation, and the magic treasure to assist the love tribulation had yet to have any brow, so his heart was filled with helplessness and regret. He now dare not with this beautiful disciple, Lin Xian Su Wei, because he knew that he was too deeply influenced by the secular world in his previous life. His mortal heart was not dead, his moral heart was flawed, and he was narrow-minded and possessive. If one were to have skin-to-skin contact with Qinger once, the odds were that a love affair would arise. In the future, this would become a love affair for himself. Therefore, he had long ago realized in his heart that before he had stormed to replicate to a physique that was immune to the love calamity, or obtained a magic treasure that assisted in the love calamity, he would no longer newly dabble in the word love. Thus, Yue Jian waved his hand, interrupting Beiqing's words and said, "You're thinking wrong. Master will pass on the foundation of another system of gong. The name of this gong is the Tao of harmony of all things with God and Qi. God harmonizes with God, Tao harmonizes with Tao, and Qi harmonizes with Qi. There is no physical contact whatsoever." Beiqing was both happy to have a solution in his heart, but was also a bit lost. Even the master is unwilling to touch himself. So she said wanly, "All right, all at master's discretion." With a finger attached to divine thoughts, Yue Jian pointed at the center of Beiqing's white as jade brow. That was the basic heart method of the all things harmonizing divine Qi Tao for people to harmonize their gods, Qi, Tao, and intentions. Then said, "For the next month, you can't eat any more food, and can only eat the pure grain pill to fulfill your hunger. Master will cleanse your marrow and reduce the impurities in your body. The less impurities in the body, the better it is to open up the meridians and facilitate cultivation." Immediately, Yue Jian ordered Jie Li to go to the clan's workshop market to purchase a marrow cleansing pill, as well as 10 copies of the marrow cleansing and hair removal bathing medicinal liquid. Marrow cleansing pill. You can't take it continuously, otherwise it will damage the meridians. That night, Beiqing followed Yue Jian's instructions and came to the bathing room before consuming the marrow cleansing pill. She gently untied her dress. Her skin was like condensed fat, and she seemed to emit fluorescent light. Slim, rounded straight lines are perfectly matched with graceful, supple curves, harmonizing to the extreme. Beiqing was ready, and only then did he consume the marrow cleansing pill. Soon, she felt numbness and tingling of blood and flesh all over her body. Above her snow-white and tender skin, black oil-like dirt gradually seeped out, emitting a strong smell. Beiqing was secretly surprised in his heart. So, this body of mine, it's so dirty. No wonder. The other elder deacons are unwilling to take the initiative to accept me. No wonder. Even the master is unwilling, as other masters and disciples, to help me cultivate. She kept scooping up the clear water of the spirit spring in the bath with a ladle and rinsed her body. This went on for half an hour before no new dirt seeped out. Beiqing let out a fierce sigh of relief, only feeling that his entire body was relaxed and incomparably energized. Then, she took the paddle and lay down into the bathtub that had already been prepared with the medicinal broth to wash her marrow and hair. An hour later, Beiqing came out of the bathtub and looked at her even more polished and jade-like body in the mirror, thinking narcissistically in her heart, I thought that I was already beautiful to the extreme, and that it would be impossible for me to improve any further. I didn't realize that just washing my marrow and removing my hair would make me even more beautiful. If master can be like other masters and disciples. Thinking so, she couldn't help but have her cheeks flushed with haze, adding to her delicate beauty. Early in the morning of this day, the sky was clear and the sky was blue. The fresh breeze brought with it a gust of fragrance emanating from the spiritual flowers and fruits, refreshing one's mind. Yue Jian, who had been studying the systemic gongfu all things harmonious divine Qi Dao for the night, didn't feel tired in the slightest. He walked out of the study and rose up into the air, flying his sword towards the Dan Dao peak directly under the sect, where he intended to exchange for a dustfall pill as a front for receiving the 9 stripes golden pill. Coincidentally, before the Dan Dao peak pill pavilion, Yue Jian happened to meet Fong Jinglan, who had almost become a Taoist couple in the first place. She was accompanied by a male practitioner with an intimate demeanor. That male cultivator Yue Jian was very familiar with, as this person was none other than his enemy Xue Gang, the newly promoted elder of the third main peak, Ape Fight Peak. 3 years ago, at the second level of the compassionate killing immortal grave mystic realm, Yue Jian obtained a heavenly thunder bamboo. This bamboo can automatically absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth and turn it into heavenly thunder to release it, which is extremely lethal to all Jindan stage cultivators. As for Yue Jian, he was originally a thunder and fire dual system spiritual root, and this heavenly thunder bamboo was just right for him to build a main battle spiritual weapon. However, it was snatched by Xue Barge and 3 others who joined forces and almost killed Yue Jian. Xue barged that thunder bamboo, exchanged it for a lot of resources, and soon formed a Jindan with the help of his master. Although that was only the lowest grade lower grade unmarked golden Dan, commonly known as a false Dan, it was still an early stage golden Dan. This makes Yue Jian hate his teeth, want to take revenge cannot, strength does not allow. As for this lower realm, why is there a secret realm of immortal graves? That's because every time there is an alternation of Yuanhui, 1 Yuanhui equals 129,600 years, the boundary wall will loosen or even crack, and the pressure of the heavenly Tao will of this realm on the cultivators of the other realm will be weakened to the extreme. Therefore, during that particular period, the immortal demons and demons of the immortal realm were able to descend to the lower realms with ease. This is a catastrophe for the lower world. On the other hand, the immortals, devils, and demons that came from the lower realm fought with each other, resulting in many immortals, devils, and demons dying in the lower realm. Some naturally formed relics in secret realms, some left behind places of inheritance before they fell. There were even fragments of the immortal realm that broke through the boundary wall and fell down, forming a cave secret realm. At this moment, Xue Gang also noticed Yue Jian. He was instantly happy and deliberately wrapped his arms around Fong Jinglan's slender waist and asked loudly, "Senior sister Fong, is he the one you dumped and almost became your Dao couple?" Fong Jinglan glanced at Yue Jian and nodded in silence. Xue Gang turned his head to forcefully stare at Yue Jian and said disdainfully, "Senior nephew Yu, haven't you always wanted to seek revenge on this seat? I think it's better to forget about it. You're just a loser. I can rob you once, I can rob you twice. See, this time I even robbed you of your Dao couple. The name of master nephew and master sister, that's each on their own. Within the sect, generations were generally ranked by realm. However, between Dao couples, most of them are referred to as senior brothers and sisters, senior sisters and junior brothers. Those who are more closely related are referred to by their actual relationship." As Xue Gang said this, he looked at Fong Jinglan again and smiled. "Senior sister, are you satisfied with these 10 days we've spent together?" Fong Jinglan nodded cooperatively and said, "Very well. Elder brother is a Jindan cultivator and has helped me very much. It has made my foundation establishment perfection already extreme, and this time, I will definitely succeed in breaking through the Jindan." From this, it could be seen that Fong Jinglan had come here with the intention of exchanging the resources for conjugation as well. As if Yue Jian didn't see Fong Jinglan, he glared at Xue Barge and said morosely, "In January, a battle to the death at the Dao Theory Peak. Do you dare?" 3 years ago, he almost killed himself and snatched the Heavenly Thunder Bamboo's revenge, as well as today's humiliating revenge. Yue Jian wanted to avenge it in the shortest possible time. The systematic 9 lines Golden Dan was his backbone, and to Fong Jinglan, he as well has no more half-love, only as if she is a just. The Discourse Peak, a place to settle grudges within the vegetarian women's sect, can be fought to the death. When Xue Gang saw that Yue Jian actually took the initiative to initiate the life and death debate, he only thought that Yue Jian was being provoked by his indolence, so he immediately agreed and said viciously, "Good, very good, this is your own way of seeking death. However, it's also your honor to die in this seat's hands." He glanced sideways at Fong Jinglan again and said sorrowfully, "Senior sister, at that time, if senior brother kills him, You won't be heartbroken, right? Fong Jinglan pursed her lips and shook her head. She paused, but after all, she was still a little too impatient to do so, pointing at the tip of Yue Jian's nose and chiding. Senior brother you're too impulsive. Why don't you apologize sincerely to senior brother Xue, beg for forgiveness, and cancel the life and death discourse? Yue Jian opened her fingers and snorted coldly. You stay out of this. At this moment, there were already many cultivators from the clan gathered around, discussing. This senior brother Yu is really brave, daring to challenge Jindan at Foundation establishment. This is the first time I've heard of such a thing. What bravery! This is impulsive and reckless. Foundation versus Jindan. You'll die for sure. It's not necessarily so. Perhaps senior brother Yu is certain that he will be able to form a Dan within a month? Even if he has conjured the Dan, he's only at the beginning of the Golden Dan. The realm is not even stable. How can he fight against Master Xue who has been conjugating for nearly 3 years? At that moment, a female cultivator walked over. Her soft skin color is like snow under the moon. Icy skin and jade bones. 2 fine eyebrows fly into the temples. The feeling of loneliness and severity jumped out, giving a kind of ethereal cold temperament that can be seen from afar but not played with. Noble and cold to the extreme. The gazes of the crowd were instantly drawn to her. Ah, it's the third sequence of alternative holy maidens. Senior Uncle Bai Lingshuang Bai. It looks like Senior Uncle Bai is going to intervene in this matter. That's strange. How could Uncle Bai care about such idle matters? Bai Lingshuang walked to the front and didn't even look at Xuebarge and Fong Jinglan. Instead, he addressed Yue Jian directly and said in a tone that could not be refused. You're good. Become a follower of this seat, and this seat will grant you immortal fate and help you to crystallize the Dan. Yue Jian looked at Bai Lingshuang's stunningly beautiful face, tall, slender and graceful figure. He couldn't help but instinctively feel his heart surge and subconsciously wanted to agree. Chapter 4, The Sequence of the Absolute Beauty of the Holy Virgin, Promise of Immortal Fate. Xue broke to see the Holy Woman sequence. White Lingshuang actually wanted Yue Jian promised immortal destiny. He couldn't help but blush. In his opinion, Yue Jian would definitely agree. Not to mention the many conveniences and benefits that could be brought about by following Bai Lingshuang. Just the immortal fate that she bestowed, allowing one to have that chance to kiss her. That was something that any male cultivator would find hard to resist. One must know that Bai Lingshuang was recognized as one of the 4 great Jindan beauties of the vegetarian nun sect. Furthermore, she did not yet have a Taoist partner and had not heard of her practicing with anyone other than her master. Xue Gang also thought that after Yue Jian became a follower of Bai Lingshuang, even if he won in the life and death discussion, he wouldn't dare to really kill him. Otherwise, there will be reprisals. It was well known that the Holy Son and Holy Daughter sequence of the vegetarian women's sect were all amazingly talented people. One must have formed a superior grade Jindan or extreme grade Jindan before the age of 40 in order to be qualified to enter the alternative Holy Sons and Daughters sequence. If one can stand out from the crowd of sequences, he or she is the contemporary Holy Son and Holy Daughter. The Holy Daughter was the next generation of patriarchs, the Holy Son was the next generation of grand elders. The vegetarian women's sect has always had a woman as the patriarch, a man as the grand elder. As for the Golden Dan of the Golden Dan realm, there were 4 grades: no tattoo, 1 tattoo, and 2 tattoos are lower grade Jindan, 3, 4, and 5 tattoos are middle grade Jindan, 6, 7, and 8 tattoos are upper grade Jindan, and 9 tattoos, extreme grade Jindan. Yue Jian was slightly stunned when he heard Bai Lingshuang's words. To be honest, he was subconsciously ticked off. His heart was moved by Bai Lingshuang's nearly immaculate, ice-clear beauty, but it involves love affairs, and he knows the horrors of love affairs. As for myself, I am really not firm enough in this respect, not free and open-minded enough, and I don't have the kind of transcendental state of mind that says put it down. Once he had skin-to-skin contact with this stunning saintess sequence, the odds were that he himself would be moved to true love. Therefore, Yue Jian had already decided in his mind that before he obtained a body immune to love tribulation or a magic treasure that assisted in love tribulation, he would dabble less in the word love. And at this moment, Yue Jian was also puzzled in his mind. Why would Bai Lingshuang find herself? Simply because he, a foundation establishment, dared to launch a life and death argument to Jindan? That's not enough reason. Perhaps. What Yue Jian didn't know was that he had once worked as a copyist and adapted a poem from his previous life, Kinyuankan, Snow, which caught Bai Lingshuang's eye. Moreover, with the help of the Kinyuankan, Snow, Bai Lingshuang realized a divine ability 1,000 miles of ice. As such, Bai Lingshuang had always secretly remembered this favor, and was also very kind to Yue Jian. In Bai Lingshuang's opinion, this time, Yue Jian's challenge to Xuechong was a 9 deaths in 1 life, so she intends to help, before she does that extremely evil thing for that old undead master, to return the favor that she remembered in her heart. Her old undead Yuaning elder ancestor master had always forbidden her to duel cultivate with others. She was allowed to keep her Yuanshu until she reached the Foundation Establishment Great Circle before she allowed that old undead to help her and form the Seven Stripes Golden Dan. And this time, Bai Lingshuang was deliberately going against her master's orders, because she had promised her master to help him accomplish that one extremely evil plan. From the bottom of her heart, she wanted to rebel against her master now. Nay, her master tricked her into taking the 100 insects and 100 herbs pill. No one knows the prescription and no one can cure it except the master. At this point, Yue Jian weighed the pros and cons and finally decided to politely reject Bai Lingshuang's good intentions. Just when everyone thought that Yue Jian would be grateful and agree, they only saw Yue Jian salute Bai Lingshuang and said in an unassuming manner, "Senior uncle's kind intentions. Disciple appreciates it, but disciple, for the time being, doesn't want to get involved in the competition for the Holy Maiden, so I hope that senior uncle understands. It's not that he actually doesn't want to get involved in the competition. This was because he wasn't trying to actually conjure a Dan, but rather, he only needed to receive the extreme 9 stripes golden Dan that the system rewarded him with. Putting aside other factors, if one were to agree to Bai Lingshuang, then it would become a case of Bai Lingshuang helping him to form the 9 lines golden Dan. Then one would owe her a heavenly favor for no reason. This favor, Yue Jian only wanted to owe his master Jiang Xingmian. In addition, Yue Jian himself was only 38 years old now. At that time, after receiving the 9 stripes golden pill, he would also become an alternative Saint Sun sequence. Bai Lingshuang didn't even expect that she would be rejected. She frowned lightly and hid her embarrassment with a cold grunt, saying nothing as she turned and walked away. She looked cold and arrogant on the outside, but she was extremely fragile on the inside, as she had been made to almost collapse her Taoist heart by her own master. She laughed bitterly in her mind. I, Bai Lingfeng, am an ominous person, the most miserable female cultivator of the vegetable woman sect. I'd better finish myself off and be done with it. I won't be held by that old bastard anymore. I should have died when I was 5 years old. What's the use of living all these extra years? Stepping onto the path of immortality and achieving the golden Dan? Yue Jian looked at Bai Lingshuang's back and subconsciously detected it with the system. Target, Bai Lingshuang. Age, 32. Realm, early Jindan stage. 5th level of Jindan. Spiritual roots, ice and water single system dual nature heavenly spiritual roots. Talent, earth level lower grade sword enlightenment. Earth level upper grade ice related enlightenment. Luck, black luck. Not eligible for apprenticeship, because she has a master. Yue Jian frowned slightly, secretly surprised in his heart. This Bai Lingshuang's hallowed holy maiden sequence would be black robbed of luck. What kind of bad luck has she encountered? Although he was a bit worried for Bai Lingshuang, he didn't really want to meddle. The crowd of onlooker cultivators, seeing that Bai Lingshuang was unexpectedly denied immortal destiny, they couldn't help but strangle their wrists and sigh, unable to understand. To actually refuse Uncle Bai, how ungrateful. Although Senior White is only the 3rd sequence, she is the youngest of all the Holy Maiden sequences, and is the one with a great possibility of winning. Moreover, Uncle Bai's master is said to be the oldest qualified Yuaning ancestor in my vegetarian nun sect, second only to the Patriarch and the Grand Elder in status, a 32-year-old early-stage 7-striped Jindan and an ice and water single lineage dual nature heavenly spirit root, and still one of the 4 great Jindan beauties of our clan. This Yue Jian. How was he able to resist the temptation of this immortal destiny? It was said that Bai Lingshuang flew back to his master's dojo, the Jade K Cave on Jade K Peak, with his sword. In the middle of the secret room, an old man with crane hair and withered body was inspecting the medicinal herbs that Bai Lingshuang had exchanged back from the pill pavilion. He was none other than Bai Lingfeng's master, Bai Jing. His lifespan was coming to an end and his Yuaning was already old, so even his physical body followed suit with old age and decay. Bai Jing nodded with a smile. Not bad. The herbs are all here. I will begin refining the fetal god pill. If this Dan is accomplished, Master will make you pregnant. When you take the fetal god pill at the moment of delivery, you will not give birth to the baby, as Zhang Guolao, who ascended to immortality in the last Yuan Hui, did, and remain in the mother's body. You can then guide the baby and cultivate in your belly to the 2nd level of qi refining and open up the sea of consciousness. At that time, you will help my teacher's divine soul to enter the infant's sea of consciousness and take over the body. Got it? When a Yuaning cultivator's lifespan is exhausted, it is not the death of the physical body, but the death of the Yuaning. This kind of reclaiming was not a metamorphic reclaiming, but rather a divine soul detaching itself from the metamorphic and physical body and performing a divine soul reclaiming. This was fundamentally different from the physical body death of a sufficient longevity Yuaning cultivator taking over others. Therefore, for this kind of taking over, one must choose a body with a similar bloodline that can fit the divine soul. Secondly, the target of seizing the body must be a cultivator who is above the 2nd level of qi refining and has opened up the sea of sense, because the seizing of the body is done in the sea of consciousness. Thirdly, the sea of consciousness was the home ground of the seized cultivator. and it was very difficult to successfully seize a seized cultivator even if it was a Yuaning divine soul. If not, wouldn't the Yuaning cultivator be able to easily break the shackles of 1,000 years of longevity, and be able to relive for a second life? Therefore, Xue Gang wanted Bai Lingshuang to conceive his own son to reach the condition of bloodline similarity, and used a secret method to guide the fetus to cultivate into fetal cultivation, reaching the second level of qi refining. Then let Bai Lingshuang rely on mother and son to help him take over the body. Bai Lingshuang had known that this was the case, and she forced down the almost unstoppable resistance in her heart, and said coldly with an expressionless face, "Understood." In fact, what she didn't know was that the truth was 10 times more brutal and evil than she knew. Xue Gang listened to his apprentice's tone of morose coldness and questioned in a stern voice, "Is it possible that, in your heart, you are resisting? Could it be that you are unwilling to bear a son for your master?" Chapter 5, Finding a beautiful elder to help with the Dan. Listening to the old, undead master's stern questioning, Bai Lingshuang bit her crimson lips, a pair of pink fists clenched, knuckles white, resisting speechlessly. After a moment of silence, Xue Gang sighed and said, "Disciple, you must know that without your master, you would have died when you were 5 years old. It was master who saved you from your father and first mother, raised you, and led you into the immortal path. Master's lifespan has ended, and he relies on the longevity pill to sustain his life. I just want to live another life. Don't you want to repay my kindness and truly help me?" Bai Lingshuang sneered, "You tricked me into taking the 100 insects and 100 herbs pill. Do I have a choice if I don't help you? Still talking about sincere or not? Back then, I'm afraid you saved me just to make plans for today." Xue Gang was silent, and said in his heart, "How can my intention be more than that? In order to live another life, the old man has been painstakingly working for more than 100 years. You are already the 4th generation of stove tripods." But on his lips, he said, "Don't worry, disciple. After master succeeds in taking over the body, you will then give birth to master. Then, you will be my master's mother. The master will definitely, for you, completely remove the poison of that 100 insects and 100 herbs pill. Let's say that Yue Jian entered the pill pavilion and spent 3,000 points of contribution value to exchange for a dust-reducing pill. Looking at his jade card, there were only more than 600 points of contribution value left. Yue Jian couldn't help but feel a heartache in his heart. However, thinking that as long as he became an alternative Holy Sun sequence, he would be tilted with a large amount of resources, in his heart this made him feel better. Not long after, Yue Jian arrived at the elder's courtyard of the scripture pavilion and found his master Jiang Xingmian. Although Jiang Xingmian was nearly 100 years old, his appearance was like that of a young girl at the age of 28. For Jindan cultivators with a lifespan of 500 or 600 years, less than 100 years old would have been considered a young girl, and the cultivators of the vegetarian women's sect have a way of residing in the face. Almost all cultivators, as long as they are in a position to do so, will take the residence pill before the age of 20. Yue Jian looked at wearing a neon dress, arm wrapped in silk ribbon, beautiful and incomparable master. Unconsciously in the heart of the comparison, heartily think, the beauty of the master, never in that white Lingshuang below. Sifu wasn't one of the 4 great Jindan beauties, that was just because it was too low-key. She was another type of beauty, gentle to the extreme, full of intellectual beauty, radiating a strong aura of books. This was the aura of a supreme talented woman that was extremely rare in the cultivation world. Yue Jian had always imagined that the Xiuxian version of Lin Daiyu and the optimized version of Wang Yuyan should be like the master. Before Jiang Xingmian's cultivation, she was originally a first miss of a scholarly family in the mortal world, and her father was a great scholar of the Great Yong Empire. As a result, she was raised by her family to love books. After entering the vegetarian women's sect, she still loved books. When she was still an outer disciple, Jiang Xingmian worked in the scripture cabinet. For the following decades, she hadn't changed places until she broke through Jindan and became the elder of the miscellaneous books area on the first floor of the scripture pavilion. The reason why Jiang Xingmian had accepted Yue Jian as her personal disciple was still because Yue Jian had copied many poems from her previous life, which made her extremely fond of them. At that time, Yue Jian was only at the 3rd level of qi refining. If not for this, Yue Jian would not have been able to reach the foundation establishment perfection realm in his 30s. All thanks to the help of this stunningly beautiful master teacher. After meeting the salute, Jiang Xingmian put down a volume of books in his hand, smiled in a light and elegant manner, and asked, "Jianer, today you came to find your master, but do you want me to help you stabilize your realm and prepare for the Jiedan?" Yue Jian shook his head and said, "It's not about making preparations. I want to ask master to directly assist me in conjugating the Dan." Jiang Xingmian was not surprised. She was as light as a chrysanthemum. Her temperament was like an orchid. Yue Jian had never seen an expression of surprise or anger on her face. She was always so calm and collected. "Janelle, are you sure you're fully prepared?" "Don't worry, master, I guarantee that nothing will go wrong, and I will become a golden Dan this time. Alright then, Master will have to speak with your senior uncle, Jiang Xingmian said, taking out a summoning jade talisman. Yue Jian heard her mention senior, and knew that she was referring to senior's Taoist partner. He couldn't help but feel a sourness in his heart. He knew that his master's Taoist partner was named Feng Yandao, late Jin Dan stage, extremely elegant looking, good at painting, and his master could be said to share a common hobby. Moreover, Feng Yandao was also the chief follower of the first alternative Saint Sun sequence. He only heard General Xingmian use a jade talisman to transmit his voice. Senior Feng, I have to help my disciple Yue Jian to crystallize the Dan. So, don't come looking for me for the next few days. There was silence on the jade talisman's side for a while, and a cool voice came out. Got it. Jiang Xingmian collected the jade talisman and smiled warmly. Jianer, let's go then. Together, the master and disciple duo flew to Jiedan Peak with their imperial swords. The Jiedan Peak, which was manned by a Yuaning ancestor, because to form a Jindan, one has to undergo a Jindan robbery. Therefore, dual cultivation had to take place outdoors, and as such, Jiedan Peak was devoid of any other disciples as well as idlers, except for the Yuaning ancestor who was sitting at the center. Moreover, the capping of the nodal platform, which is shrouded by a formation, prevents prying eyes to ensure privacy. The Yuaning elder ancestor sitting in this time was a female cultivator named Lu Yunshu. Outside the formation, Jiang Xingmian led Yue Jian and paid his respects to Lu Yunshu. A trace of reminiscence flashed in Lu Yunshu's eyes as he smiled warmly and said, Senior nephew Jiang, this seat still remembers that 30 years ago, when your master assisted you in forming the Dan, it happened to be this seat that was on duty. Alas, it seems like yesterday. It's really true that cultivation has no years. In the blink of an eye, you've even helped your disciple to achieve Dan. It seems that you, a disciple, have brought up well. Jiang Xingmian humbly said, Senior uncle is being overly complimentary. When Yue Jian heard her mention the matter of master ancestor helping master to form a Dan, a strong feeling of jealousy actually arose in his heart. He knew that it was his own problem, his own narrow-mindedness and strong possessiveness. Yue Jian also knew that the master ancestor had an important place in master's heart. Although master had never mentioned the matter of avenging master ancestor, Yue Jian had seen several times the information that master had collected on the enemy of master's killer, Xian Yuan Sec's Yellow Dragon Peak Master Xiong Jinyu. That was why Yue Jian felt that it was inappropriate for him to dabble in the word love. Just one master Jiang Xingmian had often put himself in pain. If one were to get involved with other female cultivators, who might have a master or a disciple, if you can't accept it, how can you survive the love disaster in the future? At this time, I only heard Lu Yunshu ask again. This time, when you assisted your disciple, did you also cultivate with the yin-yang inner and outer dual circumferential qi traveling technique? Remember, in your lineage of hidden scriptures, most cultivators use this technique to cultivate. Yue Jian, as a deacon of transmission, naturally knew the yin-yang inner and outer dual circumference qi walking technique. That was somewhat similar to the systematic emperor and the gong method, the Tao of all things and harmonious divine qi. That is, the body does not make any contact. Male and female practitioners sit face to face on their knees, forming a yin and yang qi field inside and outside the body, and carrying out the circulation of true qi between the inner and outer circumferences, so as to achieve the effect of refining and transforming qi. This was much lower end than the system's Tao of the harmony of all things and the divine qi, because the system's gong method, in addition to qi, also fused God, Tao, and intent. At this time, listening to Lu Yunshu say this, Yue Jian heart actually gave birth to a strong hope. Only hope that the master and the master ancestor, the master and her Tao couple, are only together cultivated the inside and outside double circumference skyline qi skill, and never. I only heard Jiang Xingmian say with a slight blush, No, this disciple of mine, who is not of the hidden scripture pavilion lineage, does not know this path. Lu Yunshu teased with a smile and joked, Understand. I see that you, this ninny, must have had true feelings for this disciple of yours at that time. You don't need to blush. My vegetable woman sect is all about releasing the nature. What is the point of a long life if you don't have to repress it in order to seek it? So, feel free to do whatever you want, whenever you want, without harming others. This, then, is the Tao of nature. Jiang Xingmian nodded his head to be taught and thanked. Disciple, thank you for your master's enlightenment. Yue Jian held his master's soft razor-like jade hand and walked into the formation. It's a rite of passage to hold hands. It is called Xinyeryu, where the hands are held together, the steps are in unison, and the eyes are intertwined with each other in a loving manner. It was a bit like the Western wedding in the previous life, the groom holding the bride in that position, but more immortal and beautiful than that. Yue Jian couldn't help but ask expectantly, Senior, is it true that you, senior ancestor and Uncle Feng, Both cultivate the inner and outer dual circumference chi traveling technique? Never physically touched each other? Chapter 6, Master and Disciple resisting the thunderbolt together. Hearing the disciple ask so bluntly, Jiang Xingnian feigned a reproachful blank look at him. There was a pause before she gave a slight nod and said matter-of-factly, "Aha." Yue Jian's heart was ecstatic that this most helpless, painful and tormenting thing that he had ever done was actually non-existent. I can't believe I've been torturing myself for over 20 years. Ridiculous, really ridiculous. Yue Jian suppressed his excitement and asked again, Master, at that time, why did you not wear disciple that spell? But, Jiang Xingnian smiled flirtatiously, her autumn wave spreading love as she glanced at Yue Jian and said, in fact, Master Lu is right. It was Master who admired your literary talent, and after that, he took a liking to you and moved to true love. Yue Jian's heart was incomparably joyful as he held his master Jiang Xingnian's hand and arrived in front of the conjugation platform. However, they did not immediately walk up to the nodal stage, but instead flew up to a higher altar on the side. Right above the altar was a portrait of the 9 specters vegetable lady. The vegetable maiden reclined on the clouds in a very casual and unrestrained manner. She held a couple of cloak ribbons in her arm, flying against the wind, misty as an immortal. A head of hair, longer than her height, rested from the back of her head and swirled down her body in a casual, spontaneous manner. A sheet of silk, set up in front of her. She is drumming in the air. Master and disciple held hands and solemnly bowed down. This was a ritual that the disciples of the vegetarian women's sect, before every double cultivation, had to complete. Then the two of them flew down. When they were still in the air, their gazes mingled, lovingly and tenderly. It slowly descended to the center of the nodal platform. This table is built entirely of black and white jade, with a yin and yang doublefish taiji figure inlaid on the surface. Pisces are intertwined and entwined. You are in me and I am in you. Nearly 2 days later, Yue Jian had infinitely refined and compressed his entire body's essence, forming a grape-sized golden dan on top of the Dantian Foundation building Dao platform. But Yue Jian wasn't overly excited. This was because even if the conjugation of the dan failed, he would still receive the 9 stripes golden dan that the system rewarded him with the moment he failed. And at this moment, he had actually succeeded in conjugating the dan on his own. Thus, Yue Jian's consciousness entered the system to receive the 9 stripes gold pill. Buzz. Immediately, 2 golden pills appeared on top of his foundation establishment Dao platform. This made Yue Jian not expect it at all. He had thought that by receiving the 9 stripes gold dan, he would have replaced his low-grade gold dan. I didn't expect that the 2 golden dawn would appear at the same time. Meanwhile, the sky darkened steeply. In the sky, the rolling robberies clouds gathered at first, tumbling and rolling, thunderstorms brewing, electric light flashes, powerful. Jiang Xingnian was shocked in his heart. This is the Jindan tribulation? How could it be so vast? Jianer, just what grade of Jindan has been formed? Although she was shocked and not afraid, her heart secretly rejoiced instead. This was because the stronger the thunderbolt was, it meant that the grade of the Jindan was higher. No, I must share the power of this thunderbolt to the maximum extent possible. For Jianer, without hesitation, Jiang Xingnian made a decision in his mind. For the transits of the Dao of Xiansu, the Aider was able to share the burden for the transits. Because the thunderbolt can't tell the difference. It will just default to one person. If not, if someone were to go and help a transiting person to block the tribulation, it would only multiply the power of the thunderbolt, harming others and themselves. Thus, Jiang Xingnian's divine sense transmission said, Jianer, I'll protect you. Yue Jian hurriedly said, Master, don't. A disciple's calamity deserves to be suffered by a disciple. At this moment, the robbing cloud was bright, and a lightning bolt like a dragon, from the center of the robbing cloud, split straight down, crackle, boom. The thunderbolt struck Yue Jian squarely in the back, blasting his back to a charred black color. Electric snakes filled the conductor and instantly enveloped the 2 men's bodies. This first thunderbolt, Yue Jian's body suffered 40%, while Jiang Xingnian's body also suffered 10% due to the electric snake conduction. There was also 50% of the Yin thunder force, which passed through Yue Jian's body and went straight into the Dantian space, blasting towards the Jindan. Buzz. The 2 Jindans were struck by the lightning power at the same time. The 9 lines golden dan was fine, while the golden dan that Yue Jian had formed himself was instantly shattered. The essence contained therein transformed into a golden cloud that enveloped the high-speed rotating 9-line golden dan. Thus, a vortex was formed, and the golden cloud followed suit, with the 9 stripes golden dan as the center, forming a cloud spin. One must know that without the 9 stripes golden dan, the golden dan thunder tribulation should not have been this powerful. Therefore, Yue Jian's lower grade Jindan could not withstand it at all. While at this time, Jiang Xingnian will be his own essence, unreservedly ferry into Yue Jian meridians. Let him call. Yue Jian's spirit was greatly shaken, and his mind moved. Congeal. the speed of the 9 lines of gold dam rotation immediately intensified. Actually will be accompanied by the rotation of the gold cloud, swept and absorbed. 9 stripes, soon to become 10. When the entire golden cloud was absorbed, the 10-stripe golden dan, in fact, became 11 stripe. Yue Jian was almost stunned. One must know that a 9 stripes golden dan would already be an extreme golden dan, and as recorded in history, there have only been 2 occurrences of the 10-stripe superlative golden dan. As for the 2 super-grade Jin dan, one of them was a pig demon who, by chance, had realized the method of simmering battle and had gone on a rampage to harvest thousands of demonic beasts in the 100,000 mountains. As a result, he formed the 10 stripes golden dan. After he assumed his form, he walked out of the 100,000 mountains and set up the Canopy Devil cult, which went on a rampage of harvesting and wreaking havoc in the 9 states. The people who were taken by his method of boiling battle, all of them were left with only a skin and bones and died. The havoc set off by Canopy quickly swept through the entire Xiansu realm. As for himself, he quickly broke through the harmonization realm. Luckily, when he was crossing the threshold, he was detected by the Righteous Alliance. After sacrificing dozens of void-returning and harmonization cultivators, he was exterminated. However, the Canopy Devil cult has been extinguished and exists to this day. They were all male cultivators or male demonic beasts, and they all practiced the method of simmering battle. The other 10-striped Jindan in history was Lu Dongbin, the pure Yangzi of the last Yuan Hui. He was born with a pure Yang sacred body. As for Yue Jian's Jindan, it had become an 11-striped Jindan, 1 stripe more than both Tianpeng and Lu Dongbin. How could he not be shocked? At this time, Zhang Xingmian once again used his divine sense to transmit his voice. Jianer, let my master carry it. Don't worry, my master is in the middle Jindan stage at the 9th level of the Chengdan realm. This 40 to 50% of the power of the thunderbolt can't hurt me yet. Yue Jian said. No, that would scorch you to a crisp. Master, Zhang Xingmian said. What's wrong with that? It'll be back as good as new in a few days. Yue Jian said. It's better for disciple to come. When disciple is really unable to bear it, then master will carry it for me. Crackle. Boom. Soon, the second thunderbolt struck down. Chapter 7, Master and Disciple continue to carry the thunderbolt. When the Jiedan robbery clouds gathered in the sky above the Jiedan peak, most of the cultivators within a 1,000-mile radius of the clan noticed it, all of them shocked. Is it really a Jindan thunderbolt? I've never seen such a powerful Jindan tribulation before. Just which absolute demon is it that is forming Dan? I remember 10 years ago, when the first Saint Sun sequence Qin Shuyang formed the 8 stripes golden Dan, that calamity cloud was also much smaller than this one. At the Holy Maiden peak, the previous Holy Maiden, Meng Xinjia, who had already managed to ascend to the throne, flew up into the sky and stood at the edge of the sky, looking out at the robbery's clouds over the Jiedan peak. Suddenly, as if talking to herself, she said, "This must be the super-grade Jindan thunder tribulation." The weird thing about her voice was that it was a pale male voice. What was even more bizarre was that her same mouth uttered a second sentence in a clear female voice. Peach Kernel Old Ghost, shut the hell up. If you want to communicate with little auntie, do you still need to speak? What a pants-off fart, the old male voice said. Isn't the old Immortal shocked in his heart? Which is why he subconsciously opened his mouth to speak. Quickly hand over control of your body, completely to old Immortal. Let old Immortal me cast my heavenly eyes and look through the formation to see who, exactly, has accomplished the superlative golden Dan. The female voice said, yes, but little auntie warns you, you old devil don't have delusions of grandeur and occupy the flesh body in this way. The old male voice said, after so many years, you ninny still don't trust the old Immortal? It's been said that this body of yours is only suitable for hosting a soul, not for taking over a body. Moreover, the old man doesn't want to be a woman. It turned out that there was still an immortal residual soul living in Dream Goddess Zhao's body, a double soul in one body. That immortal was named Wan Shuang, a true immortal in the immortal realm levels, heavenly immortal, true immortal, golden immortal, Tai, Dala, emperor, great emperor. He came to the Xiansu realm at the time of the last Yuanhui cataclysm, taking advantage of the cracks that appeared in the loosening of the boundary wall. The goal is to get the Kenwood branches. The Jianmu divine tree originally grew in the field of Du Guang in the ancient times of this realm. A dozen Yuanhui ago, Emperor Lizhong of the immortal world wanted to make Jianmu into a timeship, so as to travel the long river of time, and by doing so, prove to be a great emperor. So he took advantage of the Yuanhui havoc, led a group of his men, came down to the world, broke the innate formation, and cut down to the Jianmu. But that Jianmu had a spirit, and although it was cut down, it was very resistant to being taken away by Emperor Lizhong. So the spirit of Kenwood released its full weight. It is important to realize that every leaf of the Kenwood is a small world, and it With 99,999,999 leaves, the weight of so many small worlds, added together, was such that even an emperor would not be able to take it away. Therefore, the emperor just cut down some of its branches and took them away, returning in defeat. And the chopped down Jianmu, because of the innate formation, so formed a secret realm. This is the Jianmu secret realm that has been preserved to this day, also called Duguang secret realm. This secret realm opens once in an armor, that is, once in 60 years. At that time, Immortal Wanshuang entered the Jianmu secret realm and was killed in the secret realm by other immortals who had come down with the same purpose. Luckily, his immortal soul vanished, escaped the secret realm, and was hosted in a peach kernel in his own cave space. Tens of thousands of years later, he cultivated into a ghost immortal and finally came across a body suitable for hosting a soul. A young girl who came to pick mushrooms near a peach kernel. That little girl was a rare cultivating in fury body, so he possessed the little girl. He also named the little girl Mengshenjiao, guided her to worship the vegetarian women's sect, embarked on the path of immortality, and pushed her all the way across the world to ascend to the position of the vegetarian women's sect's holy maiden. As soon as the current patriarch reached the great perfection of Yuaning, he would step down from his position. Then he would cross the boundary sea and head to the east extreme region to break through to the god of transformation, because to transform into a god, one must have the first glimpse of the laws of heaven and earth, and must survive the 4 tribulations of the heart demon. The East Pole domain, however, was the closest to the place where the sun and moon rose, and was full of violet qi containing the laws of heaven and earth. This is what is often referred to as the purple qi coming from the east. Thus, the east extreme region was more suitable for breaking through the transformation god and for cultivation above the transformation god realm. In other words, cultivators above the god transformation realm generally did not exist in the Kyushu domain, unless a great event occurs in the Kyushu domain, such as a clan crisis, a world catastrophe, or the opening of an important secret realm, and so on. The east extreme domain's mighty cultivators above the realm of the transfigured god returned to the Kyushu domain. The Patriarch could vacate the position of Patriarch due to a variety of reasons such as a breakthrough, a fall, the expiration of a 300-year term of office, or self-requested retirement. Then Dream Goddess Jiao, who was the contemporary saint daughter, would take over the position of Patriarch. At this moment, Dream Goddess Jiao's body was handed over to the Wanshuang immortal soul to dominate. He immediately performed the Heaven's Eye Pass, and through the anti-peeping formation of the Jiedan Peak, he clearly saw Yue Jian and Zhang Xingmian, who were on the Jiedan platform, cultivating for their double cultivation and transiting through the tribulation. He immediately perceived it with his gaze, and was instantly ecstatic in his heart, all excited. This Yue Jian, perfectly suited to Lao Fu's divine soul, is a superior flesh body for taking over. The key is that the superlative golden pill, with a high probability, can help me to recultivate and ascend, returning to the immortal realm. Ha ha ha, stepping through iron shoes and finding no place. It's not hard to come by. Moreover, as long as I obtain his flesh, 2 years later, old me will be able to break into the Jianmu mysterious realm once more. And this time, there won't be any more immortal demons and demons from the immortal realm, restraining each other. The Jianmu mysterious realm opened once every 60 years, and there were still more than 2 years until the next opening. This was a great event for the entire cultivation world. Thus, the divine souls of the 10,000 creation immortal souls and the dream goddess Jiao communicated wordlessly. 10,000 creation immortal soul, Nachan, you can finally be relieved. That person who crossed the tribulation is just right for old me to take over. Dream goddess Jiao was overjoyed. Good, then seize the body as soon as possible. You bad old ghost, you're almost disgusting auntie. Although, the 10,000 creation immortal soul helped her cultivate all the way, it also made her very uncomfortable. She also wanted to cultivate like the other disciples and enjoy the joy of it. But the 10,000 creation immortal soul resisted it 10,000 times, because he was parasitized in this body, and all the 5 senses. He could feel them clearly. He is a true immortal of the immortal world. How could he let someone do something to defile himself? It wasn't like he was a broken sleeve. Therefore, Dream Goddess Jiao had so far cultivated alone. The 10,000 creation immortal soul said, in this way, you find an opportunity to form an immortal bond with him. Old immortal, I will take the opportunity to enter his sea of consciousness to seize his body. Because his immortal soul did not belong to this realm, it had to exist in a carrier all the time, otherwise, it would be suppressed or even exterminated by the will of the heavenly Tao. Therefore, only in special scenarios could his immortal soul be transferred from Dream Goddess Jiao's body to Yue Jian's body, and enter the sea of consciousness to seize his body without being directly exposed to the air. At the same time, the vegetable woman sect's contemporary saint son, the 6 alternative saint son sequences, the 9 alternative saint daughter sequences, the many elders and deans, and so on, all paid attention to the movements at Jiedan Peak. Jiedan Peak, outside the formation. Lu Yunchu, the Yuaning elder ancestor who was sitting on this peak, looked at the sky's vast Jindan robberies clouds. His heart was both shocked and excitedly nervous at the same time. I really didn't expect that little disciple of Master Zhang's nephew to be able to form a superlative golden dan, but be sure to carry the lightning tribulation. Let my vegetarian girl sect accomplish a supreme genius. It was at this moment that Patriarch Fong Fiantong and Grand Elder Gao Qifan flew in with their swords at the same time. The three men have met and saluted. Fong Fiantong asked slightly more eagerly, who is crossing the tribulation? Which peak? How old is he? Who is his master? Patriarch Fong Chin Tong, back when she was still the Holy Maiden sequence, was recognized as the first beauty of the Vegetable Maiden sect. Now she was over 300 years old, but she still looked as if she was a young woman in her 20s. As a late-stage Yuaning cultivator with a lifespan of around 1200 years, she was indeed considered young. Lu Yunshu matter-of-factly reported, back to the Patriarch. This person's name is Yue Jian, since young into the clan, now for Fengxiang Peak Transmission Deacon, 38 years old. His teacher is the Hidden Scripture Pavilion 1 layer of the Elders Su Xingnian, Jindan Middle Stage Cultivation. Fong Fantong was overjoyed to actually achieve a super-grade Jindan before the age of 40. Good, very good. His master's cultivation in the middle Jindan stage will most likely be able to help him successfully cross the threshold. Grand Elder Gao Qifan said, Patriarch, in my opinion, we should immediately blockade 100 miles of this peak, declare to the outside world that he is only a top-grade Jindan, and that the power was doubled due to outsiders interfering with the thunderbolt. Before he finished speaking, Fong Rianton understood what he meant and immediately interrupted. No need to hide it. It's time for him to go through the calamity, and he'll always have to face it himself. On the other hand, the super-grade Golden Dan will also be an unprecedented living signboard for my vegetarian girl sect. At that time, it will surely attract some geniuses to worship my vegetarian girl sect. You must know that my vegetable woman sect has actually long been disreputable. Named the ancient three sacred grounds, its true strength is already far inferior to the Xian Nu sect and Xian Yuan sect. Because of this, the Xian Yuan sect will be unscrupulous to force my Su Nu sect to engage in some kind of merger of the three sects, and to force my Su Nu sect's female cultivators to be the stove tripod. Even the upstart sects such as the Yin Yang sect, Hui Chan sect, and the Acacia sect have long since disregarded my vegetarian nun sect. It's all because my vegetable woman sect is too weak. So, it's time to let the world know what the ancient first sect steps are. The inheritance of the vegetarian woman sect, apart from majoring in the vegetarian woman's true sutra, was not prominent in regards to fighting and discussing the Tao, instead favoring music and medical arts. The Xian Nu sect, on the other hand, places great importance on the way of killing. Under the same realm, generally speaking, cultivators of the vegetable woman sect were far weaker than cultivators of the Xian woman sect. The Xian Yuan sect, dominated by male cultivators, favors picking up, and the mortal world of Kyushu is also male-dominated in favor of women. So, this is very suitable for the Regulus sect. It had to be said that the male cultivator's ability to rule, cultivate, and fight was higher than the female cultivators. Therefore, the Xian Yuan sect had developed to the present day, and its strength had long surpassed that of the vegetable woman sect and the Xian woman sect, and was truly the number one sect in the 9 states. The vegetarian women's sect, nominally occupying more than 10 countries in the 2 states of Yongliang, millions of miles of land, but the Xian Yuan sect and the Xian women's sect, but dared to blatantly enter the vegetarian women's sect's sphere of influence to collect disciples. The vegetable woman's sect, on the other hand, didn't dare to go to the Jizhou and Qingzhou occupied by the Xuanwu sect, and the Yuzhou, Yangzhou, and Shuzhou occupied by the Xian Yuan sect to take in disciples. The biggest threat was because the contemporary patriarch of the Xian Yuan sect, Yang Dingtian, was extremely ambitious and had formally proposed the merger of the 3 sects. The reason was that more than 50,000 years had passed in this one session, and the Xian Su realm had yet to have a single cultivator who had ascended to immortality. The Xian Yuan sect believed that this was due to the change in the environment of heaven and earth in the Xian Su realm. Therefore, it proposed to merge the sects to gather the strength of the 3 ancient sects to revolutionize the cultivation system. This was naturally just an excuse for the annexation of the vegetarian women's sect and the Xian women's sect. If the 3 sects are really merged, naturally the Xian Yuan sect will be the main one, while the female cultivators of the Su Nu sect and the Xian Nu sect can only be reduced to being Xian Yuan sect's cauldrons. It was important to know that almost all the cultivators of the Xian Yuan sect were thinking about the number of 3,000 of their ancestor. Huang Di, where does get that 3,000 for everyone to go to? On top of that, some of the newer sects, such as the Acacia sect, Yin Yang sect, and Huichan sect, had also long since stopped taking the vegetable girl sect seriously. With the secret support of the Xian Yuan sect, They sent out a large number of Qi refining stage disciples to support the mundane countries under their control, attacking more than 10 vassal countries of the vegetarian women's sect, and continually nibbling away at the vegetarian women's sect's sphere of influence. The Righteous Alliance had long had an agreement that cultivators above the foundation establishment level were absolutely not allowed to participate in the strife of the secular world. Therefore, the vegetarian women's sect had no better way other than to also send Qi refining disciples to support the vassal states. The disciples of the vegetarian women's sect were not good at fighting in the first place, so this led to the gradual compression of the vassal states. At this time, 7 thunderbolts had already descended. Within the formation, Yue Jian's entire body was scorched black, almost at its limit. Jiang Xingnian no longer allowed Yue Jian to be capricious and forcefully shielded him. Jianer, next, leave it to the master. You only need to resist the lightning power that penetrates your body and directly blasts the Jindan. Chapter 8. Beautiful Master protecting his disciple underneath his body to carry the thunder tribulation. Boom! The 8th thunderbolt blasted down, right on top of Jiang Xingnian's glossy jade-like back. At this time, Jiang Xingnian minimized the possibility of electric snake conduction. That way, she could withstand more lightning power. Apart from the thunder force that penetrated her body and blasted directly at Yue Jian's Jindan, the rest, she carried almost all of it. Buzz! Under the lightning strike, only countless shimmering fragments of words could be seen erupting from Jiang Xingnian's body, like fireworks exploding. Her body, on the other hand, hadn't even suffered the slightest damage. This was something that even Jiang Xingnian himself did not expect, that the vast and righteous energy that he had cultivated over decades of reading, writing, painting, and lecturing would actually be able to withstand the power of the thunderbolt. 30 years ago, when she herself crossed the Jindan tribulation, she hadn't yet cultivated the vast Qi, so she naturally didn't know about it. This lightning tribulation, Jiang Xingnian had endured a full 50% of it. There were only a few tiny electric snakes that conducted to Yue Jian's body, which were almost negligible, and the 50% of the thunder force that directly blasted towards Yue Jian's Jindan was borne alive by his powerful 11-grain Jindan, without any damage at all. At this moment, Yue Jian, who was facing the sky, also saw the miraculous scene of thousands of words erupting from his master's body. He couldn't help but communicate with his divine thoughts. Master, what is this? Why is it that disciple has never known that you have such a means of resisting the lightning tribulation? Jiang Xingnian snapped. In these 20 years or so, which time didn't you leave after cultivating with your master? How many times have you properly accompanied your master to talk? Jane Yu. He thought about it for a moment, and it was true. In the past, because of his master's Taoist couple, he suffered pain in his heart. He didn't dare to chat with his master for fear that he would talk about her Taoist and stab himself in the heart. Yue Jian mumbled. Master, disciple, disciple. Jiang Xingnian, alright, concentrate on crossing the threshold. Soon, the 9th and 10th thunderbolts, successively blasted down. All were shared and borne by the master and disciple. Outside the formation, Patriarch Fong Chin Tong and the other 3 were surprised and delighted to the extreme. There are already 10 thunder tribulations. It's definitely a super-grade Jindan, and the apocalypse clouds have not dispersed. They are still brewing. Could it be that there will be an 11th thunder tribulation? It's too unbelievable. 11 lines of super-grade Jindan. Unprecedented. How on earth did he do it? Fong Chin Tong said with a straight face. No one is allowed to ask how exactly he did it, for it is, without a doubt, the result of some great chance that he has gotten. If you ask him, you're forcing him, and you mustn't. Grand Elder Gao Qifan and Yuaning ancestor Lu Yunshu said yes in unison. Finally, the 11th thunderbolt blasted down. Then the thundercloud dispersed. At this point, Fong Chin Tong had changed her mind. She still wanted to hide a bit more, because, before, she didn't know that it was an 11 stripe, and only thought that it was at most a 10-stripe Jindan, just like Tianping and Lu Dongbin, and the 11 lines golden Dan was too shocking for her to change her mind. Since you have to hide, well, hide more. Thus, Fong Chin Tong said, Grand Elder, this seat has reconsidered. It's better to just do what you said and announce to the public that Yue Jian is a 9-stripe extreme golden Dan. The reason why 11 thunderbolts were blasted down was because her master and disciple had not reached the fusion state in their dual cultivation and were judged by the thunderbolts to have become 2 people, and his master's father even went to help fend off the lightning tribulation in this situation, causing it to skyrocket in power and blast down 2 more. Gao Qifan nodded, just as it should be, and within the formation, on the nodal stage, Yue Jian said from the bottom of his heart, with deep affection, Master, thank you. If it wasn't for you, disciple definitely wouldn't have been able to cross this Jindan tribulation. Jiang Xingnian frowned slightly and said, it's just that, your 11 lines of golden pills, which are unique from ancient times, will definitely cause an uproar. However, you don't need to worry too much. I'm sure the Patriarch and the Grand Elder should have some arrangements. Yue Jian nodded, brewing for a moment and taking this opportunity to say, Master, disciple has another unfavorable request. Jiang Xingmian smiled dotingly. Jainer you say, Yue Jian said, disciple would like to ask Master to dissolve the Dao couple relationship with Master Fong, because the disciple will surely become an alternative saint sequence, and Master Fong is the chief follower of the first sequence of saint sequences. In the future, there will be irreconcilable disputes between the disciple and the master. Before Yue Jian could finish, Jiang Xingmian nodded. Good. In her opinion, since the disciple had asked for it, then no matter what the reason was, granting it was the way to go. The reason, it doesn't matter. The master and disciple duo ended their cultivation and joined hands. Walking out of the formation, he was meeting the extremely excited Fong Chin Tong trio. Yue Jian couldn't help but light up when he saw the patriarch. In his heart, he praised, truly worthy of being the #1 beauty of my vegetarian non-sect back then. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Only to see Fong Chin Tong wearing the patriarch's Dharma robe, which was a cloud fey moonflower rune brocade robe, lined with a plain cloud makeup flower satin centerpiece, appearing graceful and gorgeous, noble and elegant. Her bright and stunning face couldn't hide the color of excitement and thrill. The phoenix eyes were glowing and slightly stern, revealing shrewdness and wisdom. Jiang Xingmian led Yue Jian after he paid his respects. Fong Fiantong had said that she would only announce the 9 stripes golden pill. The master and disciple naturally agreed very much. After that, Fong Fantong looked at Yue Jian as if she was looking at the most precious treasure, and said, Yue Jian, this seat would like to accept you as a personal disciple and cultivate you to the best of my ability. What do you think? Most of the disciples of the vegetable woman sect knew that Fong Chin Tong's 2 former personal disciples had both fallen in the final duel of her saintly maiden competition that year, and since then, she had never received a personal disciple. Yue Jian gave Jiang Xingmian an intimate glance with his afterglow and politely refused. Patriarch, disciple already has a personal master. Fong Fiantong waved her hand to stop and said, 1 disciple and 2 masters is no more usual. It's not a problem. As in the case of ancestor Su Nu and ancestor Xian Nu, aren't they both teachers of Xian Yuan? Her gaze moved to Jiang Xingmian and she added, Senior nephew Jiang, what's your opinion? Shouldn't it be more for the disciple's future? Jiang Xingmian bowed to Fong Jiantong and said frankly, Patriarch, senior nephew is just this 1 disciple. Also only 1 Jainer, just master nephew this 1 master. Fong Fengjiantong was double rejected. Her afterglow noticed that this master and disciple holding hands together tightened. She was not angry in the slightest. Fong Fantong looked at Jiang Xingmian and laughed. Good, very good. You, this ninny, have the heart of a naked child. No wonder you can teach such a disciple. Then what do you think about this? This seat accepts you as a personal disciple. In that case, your disciple is this seat's disciple and grandson? And this seat will likewise do everything in its power to cultivate them. Jiang Xingmian instantly remembered his fallen master, Lu Chongqing, and couldn't help but feel a pain in his heart. One must know that at that time, Lu Chongqing was capable of escaping alone with the cave Xian true scripture. It was just that in that case, he would have fallen into the hands of the Xian Yuan sect and been reduced to a cauldron. However, very quickly, Jiang Xingmian adjusted his emotions and remained calm. Not humble, not sad, not happy. Ying bowed down. Disciple Jiang Xingmian, pay my respects to master. She thought that Fong Chin Tong was right, and that Jainer's future would definitely be brighter when she became the Patriarch's apprentice grandson. Jane Yu, Patriarch, this becomes my master ancestor. Thus, Yue Jian, who was very much in the eye of the beholder, followed suit and bowed down. Apprentice grandson Yue Jian, greetings to master ancestor. Fong Fantong was overjoyed and personally helped the 2 up. Good, very good. She immediately took out a few items from her storage ring and suspended them in front of her. Xingmian apprentice, it is said that you have a weak nature and have never once struck out in 50 years, so I'm afraid that you don't have any offensive means. Jiang Xingmian didn't retort, but only thought in his heart, just because a disciple has never made a move doesn't mean that he doesn't have the means to attack. Only to hear Fong Fantong continue, this floating thunder bead is a lower grade treasure artifact. Inside, it forms a world of its own. It can automatically gather thunder power and release 10 thunderstorms that are several times more powerful than today's thunderbolt. Even for a late Yuaning cultivator, if he took a hard hit, he would be seriously injured. The other 3 pieces of the 3 treasures of the study, the pen, the inkstone and the ruler, are all spiritual weapons, and you will know it with a little perception. In addition, within this jade tablet is the anonymous 100,000 points of sect contribution value. As she said that, she gently waved her hand, and the silver-colored floating thunder bead, as well as the 3 spiritual artifacts and the contribution value jade plaque, arrived in front of Jiang Xingmian. Artifacts, by rank, are categorized into magic artifacts, spirit artifacts, treasure artifacts, magic treasures, and immortal artifacts. It was extremely extravagant for the Jindan stage to use a treasure weapon. Jiang Xingmian sincerely thanked him. Disciple thanks master for his generous gift. After sensing, she knew that the pen was an airborne talisman pen, without the need for talisman paper or ink. It only needed to be injected with true essence to draw a talisman in the air and cast it out instantly. That ink slab, it can refine the talisman ink. That ruler, a wood system Rui ruler, had a body of 3 feet, and as long as it was injected with enough wood system true essence, it could instantly skyrocket 10,000 times its length. As for Jiang Xingmian, she was originally a water and wood dual spirit root, and this Rui ruler was very suitable for her. It had to be said that Fong Fianton was really generous. That 100,000 contribution value alone was worth more than 100,000 spirit stones. Within the sect, for private transactions between disciples, 10 contribution points required 12 lower grade spirit stones. Fong Fantong pointed at another sword and said, "This flying sword, named the Rainbow Transforming Sword, is also a lower grade treasure weapon. The sword can be transformed into a rainbow and fly away, as long as one is not caught at the time of initiation. Even a transformation god cultivator will never be able to catch up without the aid of flying gear." In addition to the Rainbow Transforming Sword, Fong Fiantong also bestowed Yue Jian with 100,000 contribution values, plus 3 spiritual weapons. One of the spiritual weapons was the spiritual plant bag, an extremely high-grade spiritual weapon, with a 10-foot square of spiritual soil in the bag, in which spiritual plants could be planted and carried around. And right now, the spiritual soil in the spiritual plant bag was planted with 7 harmonies lotus seeds, condensed dew grass, neon grass, and so on. This was simply a mobile mini medicinal garden. Its value was definitely not lower than a lower grade treasure weapon. The second is the Forbidden God hairpin, a top grade spiritual artifact, inserted in the head, can hide from the divine sense of the Jindan cultivator's probing, but visible to the naked eye, and cannot be truly invisible. The third one was the Thunder Fire Wooden Sword, a top-grade spiritual artifact, which just fit Yue Jian's attribute of thunder and fire dual spiritual roots. Chapter 9 Despicable Couple. Even want to spread the master and disciple training to keep the shadow. Yue Jian took the reward and was not as bland as Jiang Xingmian. His heart was ecstatic, subconsciously slipped and knelt forward, came to Fong Fiantong's body, and bowed his head. Apprentice grandson kowtowed to thank Master Ancestor for his generous gift, wishing Master Ancestor to ascend into immortality, life with the heavens, enjoying immortality blessings forever, proving to be a great emperor. Fong Fiantong was instantly amused. This disciple grandson of yours, he doesn't even have half the arrogance of a supreme genius. However, Master Ancestor likes your true nature. With that, she took out another spirit stone pouch from her storage ring and stuffed it to Yue Jian. Apprentice son, here are 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. Take it to the press box. 1,000 top-grade spirit stones was 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones and 100,000 lower-grade spirit stones. Yue Jian was once again overjoyed, smiling so much that the corners of his mouth were grinning to his ears. Master Ancestor, in the future, this life of the disciple grandson will be your old man's law. You tell me to go east, I will never go west. You tell me to beat the dog, I will never whisk the chicken. Fong Fantong gave Jiang Xingmian a derisive look, as if to say, it's not that master is biased, it's that the apprentice grandson has a sweeter mouth than you. The disciple, Jiang Xingmian couldn't help but smile, since he didn't think so. Fong Fiantong put away his smile and said with a straight face, Jianer, in the next 2 months, the sect will examine your heel, and Master Ancestor believes that there won't be any problems. At that time, the clan will enthrone you as the 7th sequence of alternate sacred sons and don the entire clan. You can't disgrace Master Ancestor in the next Saint Son contest. You must know that Master Ancestor I will never show the slightest bit of favoritism towards you. Yue Jian certainly knew that his roots would not be a problem. The events before being picked up by his adoptive parents were no longer testable, and the Yu family, where his adoptive parents were from, was a proper small cultivation family. Generally there is no problem with heel visits as long as they have not become associated with demons or hostile forces. So Yue Jian patted his chest and said, Master Ancestor, feel free to rest assured, as long as you, Master Ancestor, want your apprentice grandson to win the next Saint Son, then the apprentice grandson will surely do so, because the apprentice grandson must never disobey the order of the Master Ancestor. After that, Fong Fiantong explained the arrangements to the master and disciple for a long time before they dispersed. At this moment, all the identity jade tags of the vegetarian nun-sex disciples had received the fake news about Yue Jian, who had achieved the 9 stripes golden dan, holy maiden mansion. Dream goddess Zhao's old voice heatedly laughed, 9 lines? You guys can fool the world, but you can't fool old Immortal. This 11-stripe super grade golden pill is the old Immortal's. Nay San, Summon him to the Holy Maiden house as soon as possible and wait for an opportunity to seize his body. Dream Goddess Jiao communicated with him wordlessly. Good. We'll summon him tomorrow. As the Holy Maiden, her status was equivalent to that of an imperial crown prince in the mundane realm. Summoning a disciple who had formed an extreme Jindan was a matter of course, and it was not in the least bit abrupt. The 10,000 creation immortal soul was overjoyed. That's good. Tomorrow, you will be relieved. Neezy, old immortal me. I can also re-enter the immortal cultivation path. However, just an hour after they had conferred, Dream Goddess Jiao received a summons from Patriarch Fong Fantong. Fong Fiantong ordered Meng Xinjiao to immediately travel to the Xuanwu sect to congratulate the Xuanwu sect's Grand Elder on her 700th birthday, and to bring about an alliance as much as possible to fight against the Xian Yuan sect, whose ambitions had skyrocketed. Dream Goddess Jiao had no choice but to shelve her plan to help Wanshuang immortal soul seize Yue Jian. Fong Xiantong simply didn't expect that he had, unintentionally, saved his disciple's grandson once. The first sequence house of the Holy Sun, Qin Shuyan's heart gave birth to a strong jealousy. A 38-year-old extreme Jindan. If you are allowed to grow, you will definitely be the biggest obstacle to this seat's ascension. Aha, isn't this the disciple of this seat's chief follower? The Sealing Words Dao Dao couple? Very well, that's something that can be put to good use. With this in mind, he immediately took out a transmission jade talisman and sent a message to Feng Yendao. Third Holy Maiden Sequence Mansion. Bai Lingshuang leisurely sighed. It turns out, his talent is better than mine. Before I do that evil thing for my master, I have to be myself for a while. Be the real me. Zhongling Peak. Jie Li, who was planning to soak in the marrow cleansing and hair removal. In her heart, although she was happy and proud of Yue Jian, but more than anything else, she was suffering from a sense of loss. The immortal fate that senior uncle promised me when he achieved the extreme Jindan. Does it still count? Well, whether or not Uncle Shifu will honor it, I must prepare myself. With a clench of her teeth, she planned to spend more than 200 contribution values to exchange for some top-grade spirit flowers. Soak in a flower petal bath every day until the master ancestor clarified whether or not to honor it. In the precincts of 8 Fight Peak, Xue Gang and Feng Jinglan were finishing their cultivation in their cave, and soon learned about Yue Jian's formation of the 9 Lines Golden Dan. Xue Gang was instantly shocked. His face turned pale and he sat down disheveledly. He knew very well what the extreme Golden Dan meant. Moreover, he knew how strong Yue Jian's dual system of thunder and fire, and how powerful his attacks were. When he was in the compassionate killing immortal grave mystic realm, he had a great round of foundation establishment, and he was at a disadvantage against Yue Jian, who was in the late stage of foundation establishment. If it wasn't for the fact that he had 2 more helpers, he would never have been able to snatch Yue Jian Tian Lei Bamboo. Therefore, Xue Gang concluded that he, the unstriped Golden Dan who had been conjugated for 3 years, would definitely not be able to do anything to Yue Jian, who had first conjugated the 9 striped Golden Dan, and the position of the 9 Lines Golden Dan within the clan was even more unshakable by him. The life and death discourse has been decided. Then, for today's solution, we can only leave the sect and take refuge for a while. It's just that I'm afraid he'll seek out my Xue family. Alas, we can only take one step at a time. I only hope that Yue Jian will not jeopardize my family. As for Feng Jinglan, she instantly felt that Xue Chang's tattoo-less Jindan Dao couple didn't smell good anymore, and her intestines were repentant. What chance have I, in fact, missed? A 38-year-old 9-stripe extreme Jindan genius who once wanted to be with me for the rest of my life. Oh, I can't believe I turned it down. I'm so stupid. Really, I alone know. Jiang Xingmian and Yue Jian flew back to Jiang Xingmian's cave, which was on top of a small peak near the scripture pavilion, named Book and Sword Flying Immortal Academy. The name of the compound was changed by Jiang Xingmian in recent years. Yue Jian didn't know why his master changed this name, and although he was curious, he didn't ask, because he was originally afraid of zapping his heart when he heard the name in connection with Feng Yendao. As the two walked side by side through the gate, Jiang Xingmian casually asked, Jianer, now that you've broken through the Jindan, do you plan to take a trip home? Yue Jian nodded his head after a little bit of searching. It's because I want to go home to meet my adoptive parents-in-law. Disciple intends to go back after being enshrined in the Holy Sun sequence. The honor of returning to his hometown in fine clothes. Yue Jian naturally wanted it. Moreover, the Yu family was only a small cultivation family, and he himself had received quite a few resources from his master ancestor, so there should be some more after he was ordained into the Holy Sun sequence at that time. Therefore, Yue Jian wanted to send some resources home to his adoptive parents, in addition to think of a way for his little sister, Yue Lingshuang. Although it was difficult to cultivate the 10 system miscellaneous spirit roots, it was not impossible to cultivate them. The two of them walked into the large hall in the front yard and sat down next to each other. Jiang Xingmian immediately took out a transmission jade talisman and sent a message to Feng Yendao. Senior brother Feng, I'm sure you've already seen that my disciple achieved the extreme golden Dan? Feng Yandao's clear and cold voice came from the Jade Talisman. See, congratulations, senior sister. Jiang Xingmian said. Jianer will definitely become the alternative Saint Sun sequence. And you, senior brother, are the chief follower of the first sequence of alternative Saint Suns? Therefore, let's end our relationship as Dao couples. Feng Yandao was silent for a while and said, wait for me. I'll come over face to face and make things clear with you. Soon, Feng Yandao arrived at the Book and Sword Flying Immortal Academy. The three of them took their seats in the middle of the hall in the front yard. Feng Yandao changed his usual elegance, looked at Jiang Xingmian with hatred, and scolded in a stern voice. You've been a Taoist couple with me for 50 years, yet you only cultivate the inner and outer dual circumference of Qi technique with me. I thought how noble and elegant you were, yet you are intertwined and entwined with disciples, practicing the way of Xiansu. Do you know how hard it is in my heart to look at the lingering stone images of your cultivation? This has, almost, planted a heart demon in my heart. Yue Jian was furious and instantly wanted to break into a rage, but he was stopped by Jiang Xingmian. Feng Yandao's words revealed a message that he had secretly installed a shadow retaining stone in the middle of Jiang Xingmian's cultivation hall. Moreover, he had the images of Jiang Xingmian and Yue Jian when they were practicing in his hands. Jiang Xingmian wasn't angry in the slightest and smiled lightly. Senior brother Feng, this isn't like something you would say at all. Then it can only mean that you are deliberately provoking Jane. Because, you can't possibly provoke me. Jane's child has achieved the extreme golden Dan and is about to become a holy sun sequence, and will definitely be a formidable rival of the first sequence in the future. Therefore, you want to get rid of him before he is enthroned and before he grows up. So, you want to provoke him to launch a life and death argument against you. You're a late-stage Jin Dan. It's not easy to kill him. A first-time Jin Dan? Feng Yandao hid his anger and laughed. Senior sister, you are still so icy smart. Since you've recognized it, then, elder brother, I'll be straightforward. In my hand, I really do have the retained shadow stone of your cultivation of the Tao of Xiansu. Yue Jian, if you don't take the initiative to initiate a life and death discourse against me, then, senior sister, don't blame senior brother for being despicable and spreading your stay throughout the entire 9 states, including the mortal realm. Don't you often go to the mundane world to give lectures? And among the gentry, you are honored as the fairy of Confucianism? Then let all those talented men of the Shi take a good look at how the icy clean great Confucian fairy in their hearts is wintry. Yue Jian was furious in his heart, and had already listed Feng Yandao as a must-kill list. He did not hide his killing intent and said morosely, half a month, you and I. Before Yue Jian could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Master Jiang Xingmian again. Jenner, from this moment onwards, shut up, this is Master's order. Yue Jian was stunned. He only heard Jiang Xingmian smile faintly to Feng Yandao. Elder brother, in fact, even if you spread those lingering shadows, all over the 9 states, I don't care. Everyone's watching, so what? I am still me. Cultivation won't be reduced by a single point because of this, and life expectancy won't be shortened by a year because of this, but you were trying to murder Jane's life, so, I had to deal with you. Now, you and I will go to the Tao discussion peak and discuss the Tao in life and death. How? Feng Yandao was surprised in a million ways and teased as he pulled out his ears with his fingers. Did I hear you right? You, a middle Jindan stage who hasn't put up a fight once in decades, a coward who doesn't even dare to mention his revenge for killing his master, come to challenge me, a late Jindan stage who's been through hundreds of battles? Jiang Xingmian still maintained his smile. Just tell me, going or not? Feng Yandao thought for a moment and stood up. Of course I'll go, then please. Feng Yandao thought to himself that by killing Jiang Xingmian, Yue Jian would be more likely to challenge himself regardless. Otherwise, he would have a heart demon due to his unavenged hatred. Jiang Xingmian stood up and accompanied Feng Yandao. Heading out, Yue Jian took a few steps forward and pulled Jiang Xingmian's wrist, his eyes showing genuine concern. In order to reassure Yue Jian, Jiang Xingmian's divine sense transmitted. Forgot the treasure weapon your master ancestor gave you? Even if I'm not defeated, if my master reveals his identity as a disciple of the Patriarch, he won't dare to kill me. In fact, Jiang Xingmian had no intention of using the floating thunder pearl at all, much less preserving his life as a disciple of the Patriarch. She only wanted to kill Feng Yandao. Soon, the three of them flew with their swords to one of the vacant discourse peaks. The discourse peak, not one, but more than 100 peaks in this region, were all discourse peaks. The elder on duty registered and ordered Yue Jian to leave. Opening the formation, it enveloped the entire Dao discourse peak, leaving only Jiang Xingmian and Feng Yandao within the formation. 3 bells rang out, which meant that there were Jindan cultivators, who were discussing the Dao at the Dao discussion peak. This quickly attracted a number of nearby sect members, who came to watch the battle. Quite a few cultivators took out their photo stones and prepared to keep a photo. It was important to know that the battle of the Dao between Jindan cultivators could potentially serve as an inspiration for the cultivation path of lower-ranked cultivators. Over the top of the mountain, the former Daoists faced each other in the air. Jiang Xingnian held a long sword and said without the slightest delay, "Senior brother, in these decades, I've only condensed one sword. With this sword, if you don't die, then it's me who dies." Chapter 10, The Intimate Past Between Master and Disciple. Feng Yandao unfolded his own talisman painting scroll, holding the brush in his hand, and said disdainfully, "Then please, senior sister, quickly use your sword to see if you can cut me with one sword." With that, he was already drawing on top of the scroll. The way of talisman painting cultivated by Feng Yandao was amazing. For example, if he drew a dragon on top of a scroll with unique runes, if he reached the realm of the true meaning of the Tao of painting, then the true intent of the Tao of painting would materialize into a runic dragon, controlled by his divine sense, and attack the opponent. This was actually similar to sword intent, and at this moment, Feng Yandao was rapidly drawing a sword formation. Jiang Xingnian remained unperturbed and had no intention of grabbing the lead as he continued. "Senior sister, this sword's reputation is something that senior brother has actually seen quite often. That is the name of senior sister's cave. Book sword flying immortal." Jiang Xingnian and Feng Yandao stood opposite each other in the air at the top of the Dao Discourse Peak. Within a few breaths, Feng Yandao injected his true essence into the talismanic brush and drew 108 flying swords on top of that talismanic painting scroll. He waved his sleeve robe, his true essence bulging, and flicked it above that scroll. Drumming, he said, "Big Dipper sword formation. Go, chop this." Outside of the formation, Yue Jian watched as his heart tightened, and couldn't help but drink urgently. "Master, come out of the floating thunder bead." However, he saw Jiang Xingnian unperturbed, swinging out a sword lightly, the tip of the sword pointing forward. Immediately, the sword's light flourished, and countless golden glittering words swarmed out from the tip of that sword, growing against the wind. A single word, gathered but not scattered, forms a piece of writing, like a chain of order. Buzz. In the blink of an eye, all of Feng Yandao's 108 flying swords were plunged into the sea of textbooks and quickly annihilated. "No way. This is absolutely impossible. How can a woman in the district raise a hoary spirit?" Feng Yandao's pupils contracted, his heart incomparably terrified. You can't run away because of the formation boundaries. Immediately, he no longer cared about the loss of his true essence and input the talisman pen without reservation, quickly drawing on top of the scroll. Instantly, a screen of rolling hills and a raging sea jumped onto the paper. Then, he struck his chest with a palm, and his essence blood spewed out, spilling on top of the mountain and sea scroll. Mountain and sea. Town. Feng Yandao roared. Buzz. That mountain and sea painting turned into golden light and rushed up into the sky. Boom! Mountains and seas materialized, suppressing down from the void. The sound of the situation is astonishing. However, the tip of Jiang Xingnian's sword was like a faucet, and the words made up of vast qi were still gushing out. There is a vastness in heaven and earth, and righteousness resonates together. The vast qi of the surrounding thousands of miles actually converged from all directions and merged into each and every word, causing those words to become crazily larger. Only a small portion of it met the mountain and sea town that was suppressing down. It then held it up, preventing it from coming down. Instead, it continuously lifted the mountain and sea upwards. There are even a small number of texts that have manifested themselves. There was the word fire, transformed into a blazing flame, blazing and sweeping towards Feng Yandao. There was the character entangled, the strokes transformed into ropes, like a python, firmly entangling Feng Yandao. There was the word kill, transformed into swords and knives, either slashing or stabbing, attacking Feng Yandao in unison. Feng Yandao roared in horror. "Senior sister, I know I'm wrong. Nian in." Before he finished shouting, he was instantly engulfed and annihilated by the vast sea of written books. Buzz. In the blink of an eye, all the words and figurations, all together, crumbled and dispersed into gas. Along with the annihilation, Feng Yandao's entire body, as well as his paintbrush, scrolls, and so on, all disappeared. In the void, only Jiang Xingnian standing with his sword, his sleeves fluttering in the wind, the tip of the sword pointing forward, like a fairy on the ground, not like a person in the red dust. "I have a sword." The book sword flying fairy. Outside the formation, the onlooker cultivators were all shocked. Mid-Jindan stage, killing late Jindan stage in seconds. This is too powerful. I said that she is invincible within her clan's Jindan. Do you all have any objections? Come and argue if you don't. A woman raising a Haoran. This is too incredible. Aren't all those great scholars with sons the ones who can raise hoarfrosts? I know her, the elder of the miscellaneous books section on the first floor of the scripture cabinet. From time to time, she goes to the mundane world to lecture and write books. Quite a few people used to say that she wasn't doing her job. She is known in the mundane world as the Ru Fairy. Even Yue Jian was stunned. He never dreamed that his master teacher, who had never put up a fight before, would be so powerful with a single shot. The formation closed and Yue Jian flew over, so excited that he hugged Jiang Xingmian. Master, you are simply my idol, my goddess. The disciple adores you so much, Jiang Xingmian sincerely said. Jianer, in fact, Master was able to cultivate the vast qi. It is because, there is you. Yue Jian was stunned and puzzled. Because of me? Master, are you teasing disciple? Jiang Xingmian shook his head and continued. Not to mention those poems you wrote, from which my master has benefited greatly. The mere fact that you pop up from time to time without a second thought elevates the mind of the master. The master organized it into a doctrine and promoted it to the mundane world. Naturally, it raised Haoran. Remember? You had a poem 1,000 saints have passed through the shadows, but conscience is my teacher. When I asked you what you understood, you elaborated on it in 3 ways. The heart is the reason, knowledge and action, and conscience. Master then spent 3 years to perfect it, and then preached in the mundane world, going so far as to form a school of thought. You also said that everyone can be equal, and that the world can be without a ruler. As a result, my master wrote the treatise on no monarchs, which was banned in the mundane realm by all the major imperial courts, but formed a monarchless kingdom called the Minting Kingdom in the borderlands of Lianzhou. They choose their chiefs by election, as you say. Now that this country has been established for 10 years, the people are living in peace and prosperity. This country honors the master as the mother of the nation and has erected countless temples. You also said that in the mundane world, productivity is the fundamental driving force of social development. Therefore, among the several vassal states, the master promoted some cheap runic plows, drought-resistant water-pumping formation charts, and so on. He also compiled a book, The Spectrum of Non-Consuming Rune Formation Rune Farming Tools, which was widely welcomed by the people. These, then, are the truths that I, a woman, have cultivated the spirit of vastness. Yue Jian touched his nose and was quite embarrassed. He had a bull ****** real talent, but he was just copying the classics from his previous life to pretend. I hadn't thought that I would make my master's father into a great Confucian fairy. That's pretty mindless. So he said, Master, all of this was actually realized by you yourself. At that time, I also just casually said it and forgot about it after saying it. And even my disciple himself didn't understand the profound truth of it, but only vaguely felt it. Well, by the way, Master, when we were in dual cultivation, why did disciple never feel the vast qi in you? Jiang Xingmian said, that's because it is not appropriate for the most righteous qi to be tainted with lust. After a moment of silence, Jiang Xingmian suddenly said, Jianer, after this battle, Master has a clearer understanding of his own battle power. Therefore, my master has decided that he will make an appointment to fight Xiongjian Yue, the Xian Yuan Sect's Yellow Dragon Peak Master, in the near future to avenge your master's ancestor. Yue Jian was shocked in his heart and asked worriedly, Master, that Xiongjian Yue, what realm is he in nowadays? Jiang Xingmian's eyes were filled with thick battle intent as he said, same as more than 20 years ago, still Jindan perfection, yet to break through to Yuaning. Yue Jian tightly gripped his master's hand and bitterly advised, Master, just hold on a little longer, okay? When I grow up, I will avenge my master's death. You know, cultivators of the Xian Yuan sect, the same realm battle power is generally far stronger than my vegetarian nun sect. And master, you are still 2 middle realms lower than that. Jiang Xingmian said decisively, Master has endured for more than 20 years, and does not want to endure any longer. The vengeance of killing my master is not shared. How can I not go without it? Back then, if it wasn't for me, your master ancestor wouldn't have fallen. At that time, he was fully capable of escaping alone with the Dongxian true scripture. But then, I would have fallen into the hands of the Xian Yuan sect. Your master ancestor was unwilling to abandon me, so he promised the other party a one-on-one Dao fight to decide where the Dongxian true scripture belongs. I watched your master ancestor, by that Xiongjian Yue to perform the yellow dragon fist, bombarded the corpse without bones. It was the first time that Yue Jian saw the color of hatred on his master's face. He knew that the yellow dragon fist of the Xian Yuan sect was a self-created fist technique created by the ancient emperor Xian Yuan Huangdi after he had cut his teeth with the holy beast Bai Zhe. It was a middle grade of the heaven grade, and it was extremely powerful and domineering. Although Master Jiang Xingmian was powerful, he was only in the middle stage of Jindan, and against that Jindan perfection who majored in yellow dragon fist, the chances of winning were really not great. But seeing that Master's mind was made up, he said, Master, disciple begs you to wait for another 2 years. If after 2 years, Master, you still decide to take revenge, disciple will never stop you again. What Yue Jian was thinking was that by virtue of the system, within 2 years, his strength and realm would definitely rise greatly. At that time, he would make an appointment to fight that Xiongjian Yue in advance to avenge his master. Lu Chongqing. Jiang Xingmian looked at Yue Jian, who was very worried and even a bit terrified. He was a bit unable to argue, and with a sigh in his heart, he said, "Alright then, master will rely on you. It will be for a period of 2 years. Yue Jian was so happy in his heart that he immediately relaxed, tightly hugging Jiang Xingmian's delicate body, secretly swearing in his heart, "Xiongjian Yue, within 2 years, I will kill you." Over the next few days, the image of Jiang Xingmian's shadow retaining stone that killed Feng Yendao in seconds went viral within the sect. Patriarch Feng Fianton looked at it and was pleasantly surprised beyond words. What a surprise! What a surprise! Taking her as a disciple was because of Jane, but I didn't realize that this disciple of mine is, herself, an unprecedented supreme genius. As the saying goes, a master teacher produces a master student, and the ancients are true to their word. The first female Confucian saint in history has actually become my disciple. Ha ha ha. This seed has really made a fortune. In the first Saint Sun sequence mansion, Qin Shuyan was shocked and furious when he saw that his chief follower was easily killed in seconds. This is hiding too deep. It is impossible for the followers under this seat, or even this seat itself, to receive that sword from her. It's not even an exaggeration to say that she's invincible in the clan's Jindan, and this seat's master, who is a Yuaning elder, is explicitly not allowed to participate in the competition for the sacred sun sequence. If we allow that 9 stripes extreme Jindan brat to grow, he will definitely become the greatest threat to this seat's competition for the next Saint Sun. It must be resolved as soon as possible. Qin Shuyan thought about it for a while and decided that in order to do it within the clan and without leaving any traces, he could only ask his Taoist partner Qin Xiaoya to do it. Only he knew that Qin Xiaoya secretly practiced compulsion and was a powerful compulsion cultivator. 100 years ago, when Qin Xiaoya was still an outer disciple, she was discovered by Qin Shuyang. He bestowed her with immortal destiny and used the Xian Su Wei to help her cultivation skyrocket, then helped her build her foundation, and after that, he helped her form a dan. Eventually, they became a formal couple. Qin Xiaoya was extremely slim and graceful looking, and was also one of the 4 great Jin Dan beauties of the vegetarian woman sect. She didn't have a personal master and had never taken on an apprentice. Thus, Qin Shuyan was the only one who knew Qin Xiaoya's secret. Moreover, Qin Shuyan used his power and connections to help Qin Xiaoya become a spiritual plantation elder directly under the sect. Some parasites are in need of specific spiritual medicines, spiritual fruits, and spiritual flowers as food. Immediately, Qin Shuyan used a summoning jade talisman to summon Qin Xiaoya over. He gathered Qin Xiaoya into his arms and sat diagonally on his lap as he said bluntly, "Senior sister, I want you to assassinate that extreme 9 lines golden Dan Yue Jian without leaving any traces. Kill him, or destroy him. Can you do it?" Qin Xiaoya frowned slightly and said, "Jin Dan cultivators, their divine sense is already quite sensitive. The moment one is hit by a compulsion, one will most likely notice it. To do so without leaving a trace. Unless," Qin Shuyang asked anxiously. "Unless what?" Qin Xiaoya said, "Unless the eggs of imperceptible parasites, such as the eggs of my innate parasites, the spirit-devouring golden cicada, are placed in his body. After a period of time, when the eggs hatch, that will be the child Yuan devouring compass, which will devour his true essence and slowly eat away his Jindan, reducing him to an invalid." Qin Shuyang rejoiced. "Let's use this method. You start as soon as possible." Qin Xiaoya grumbled, "Senior brother, how easy is it to unknowingly lower the insect eggs into his body? Unless senior sister forms an immortal bond with him and takes the opportunity to ferry the bug eggs into his body while performing the Xian Su Dao. Elder brother, are you willing to give it up?" Chapter 11, helping Jie Li's nephew to build a top-grade Taoist foundation. When Qin Shuyang heard that his senior sister was actually going to use this method, of course he couldn't let it go. Although the Xian Su cultivation world was more casual for the sake of the Dao, but which one is genuinely willing to wear a hat? Qin Shuyang's smile froze and his face became extremely ugly as he said without hesitation, "Forget it, then this seat will think of another way." It had to be said that Qin Shuyang had true feelings for Qin Xiaoya. He simply couldn't stand that Qin Xiaoya went to practice the Xian Su Wei with someone else. This was also the biggest reason why Qin Xiaoya did not have any personal disciples. As a result, Jiang Xingmian became a sensation, and his popularity was so great that he vaguely overshadowed the fake news of Yue Jian's formation of the extreme 9 stripes golden Dan. As a result, quite a few late Jin Dan and even Yuaning elders came to pursue Jiang Xingmian as a Taoist couple, but they were all rebuffed by her without leaving any room for doubt. On this day, Yue Jian returned to his Zhongling courtyard after practicing with his master. In the middle of his study, he studied the systematic Gong method, the Tao of all harmonious divine qi. After Jie Li offered Yue Jian the spiritual tea, she came to refill the water from time to time, always dangling in front of his eyes. Yue Jian finally realized that this was a reminder that it was time to cash in on the immortal fate. so he asked, Jie Li, is the foundation building pill ready? Jie Li was overjoyed, smiling like a flower, and busily said, it was ready long ago. Disciple waiting for the immortal destiny promised by your uncle, waiting for almost whitehead. That's fine then, early tomorrow morning, senior uncle will help you build your foundation. Jie Li was very excited. Tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, he was also a foundation cultivator. She thought to herself, 9-stripe extreme golden pill, helping a chi refining perfection to build a foundation. As long as that chi refining perfection cultivator didn't have too many problems of his own, it would be almost 100% successful. Early the next morning, Jie Li made it a point to dress up beautifully. In fact, she was originally very beautiful, cheerful and enthusiastic, with an intoxicating smile and a pair of shallow pear swirls that were extremely flavorful. This, coupled with the continuous month-long marrow cleansing and hair removal, had left her skin as white as jade, smooth and tender. In the past few days, she had taken a bath with spiritual flowers again, and a faint fragrance naturally emanated from her delicate body. Jie Li tied a light red ribbon above her jade neck. She had been working as a housekeeper for Yue Jian for 3 years and had a delicate mind. Therefore, she understood that some small embellishments might be able to add some beautiful moods. Jie Li walked out of the room, and Taoist couple Jie Li was already waiting outside the door. He brought up a jar of homebrewed top-grade spirit peach wine, which was a gift he was going to give to Yue Jian, as well as a token of appreciation. Jie Li habitually stretched out his hand, wanting to hold Jie Li and walk out of the courtyard door. Jie Li frowned slightly. Don't do that today. Get your scent on it. I'm afraid that senior uncle won't like it. Jie Li smiled awkwardly and retracted his hand to scratch the back of his head. Elder sister, I wish you a good luck in opening the Extreme Dao Dantian in one fell swoop and building the Extreme Dao Foundation with the help of your senior uncle today. Jie Li smiled sweetly. Elder brother, I'm borrowing your advice. She knew that it would be impossible to build a 9-Zhang-9 Extreme Daoji, but who wouldn't want to figure out a lucky streak? Elder brother, you've been refining chi for a long time. As long as I succeed in building my foundation, I will be able to help you build your foundation once I have stabilized my realm. Jie Li joyfully said, when the time comes, I'll be grateful to senior sister. In fact, he was very sour in his heart, but it can't be helped for the sake of cultivation. Who called himself poorly qualified and without a personal teacher? Without the help of a high-ranking cultivator, even if they had the foundation establishment pill on their own, their chances of successfully establishing the foundation would only be 30%. But if the foundation building fails, then next time, there is less than a 20% chance. Soon, the two of them went from the mountainside to the top of the mountain. An outer disciple passed the message and told them to go directly outside the cultivation hall. The place of cultivation, as an important place for the various caves of the vegetarian women's sect, was naturally repaired in a grand and atmospheric manner. That said, in the world of cultivation, the last thing that was lacking was building materials and manpower. When Jie Li and the two of them arrived, they only saw that Yue Jian was already standing on top of the steps outside of the main hall, jade-like, like an exiled immortal descending to the earth. Jie Li respectfully said, Senior uncle, this is the top-grade spirit peach wine that my disciple has brewed himself. I hope that senior uncle won't mind. Yue Jian nodded and smiled. You have a heart. Gesturing to Ren Ailing, another inner disciple who took care of the Bell Spirit courtyard, he picked it up. Then he reached out his hand to Jie Li. At the bottom of the steps, Jie Li gently lifted the hem of her skirt with her left hand and greeted her with her right hand distantly, smiling as she walked up the steps one step at a time. Yue Jian held on to Jie Li's delicate hand, and looked at each other with a warm smile. This is the etiquette of a Shin lovingly and the respect it deserves. At this time, Yue Jian noticed Jie Li's tangled and lost expression, and a trace of strangeness arose in his heart. He didn't intend to use the Xian Su Wei to help Jie Li build her foundation, because he knew that he, once he had skin-to-skin contact, would give birth to a love affair, and he would have to face this love disaster in the future. And right now, one had no eyebrows at all regarding the special physique that was immune to love tribulation, with the magic treasure that assisted in love tribulation. Thus, he intended to use the Tao of all harmonious divine Qi to help Jie Li build her foundation. But this way, the less people know the better. He naturally will not tell Qi Nilu. If he wants to misunderstand, let him misunderstand. Yue Jian and Jie Li entered the door of the hall, and the shielding array was instantly opened. Above the shadow wall, a portrait of a vegetarian woman hangs. After the customary respectful salute, he turned to the shadow wall. One could only see that in the large hall, there were clusters of spiritual flowers, beautiful purples and red flowers, and a fragrance. Potted plants of spiritual flowers form a long corridor of flowers that winds and haunts, leading to a cultivation platform decorated with pearls and celluloid. In the jade-inlaid bath, the warm spiritual spring emitted dense water mist, like a dream. A bronze mirror, distributed in clever locations around the bed and couch. Even above the high canopy, a large bronze mirror was mounted, parallel to the bed. And this copper mirror is engraved with runes and doesn't get muddy just because it sticks to the moisture. To be honest, this was the first time that Yue Jian used the cultivation hall of his cave. This was because before this, he had never practiced with anyone on Bell Spirit Peak. So far, he had only cultivated with his own master, all in his master's cave. Yue Jian looked at this indoor scenery, and his heart was also very comfortable. Laughing, he said, "Did you set it all up?" Jilei was originally equivalent to the housekeeper of this Zhong Ling Yuan. She nodded and said, "Aha, do you like it, senior uncle?" Yue Jian smiled and praised, "You put your heart into it. It's very good, but I don't remember that expense. You financed the setup all by yourself?" Jilei's heart rejoiced as she received recognition and nodded. This is what a disciple should do. Yue Jian thought in her heart that she had to give her the spirit stone back. It wasn't easy for small cultivators like them who didn't have a personal master. The two of them came together in front of the cultivation platform. Jilei then wanted to wait on Yue Jian to broaden his clothes. Yue Jian stopped immediately and said seriously, "Jilei, today I will help you build your foundation, not the Xian Su way, rather, another gong method." Jilei was surprised and asked, "What kung fu?" "You should know the inner and outer dual circumference qi traveling technique. This gong method of mine is similar to it, but its grade is much higher," Yue Jian said confidently. Jilei sniffed and was greatly disappointed. "It seems that senior uncle still dislikes me." However, she had no other channels to get help from a high-ranking cultivator, so she reluctantly said, Okay. Yue Jian solemnly said, "But you, it's best if you don't divulge this feat and bring me unnecessary trouble. If you succeed in building the foundation, you can tell the public that I helped you with the Xian Su way." "Good." Disciple keeps in mind the order of senior uncle. Yue Jian attached a finger with a divine idea and pointed it at Jilei's brow. That was the Tao of harmony of all things and divine qi, a mind method where human beings were in harmony with God. Qi was in harmony with qi, Tao was in harmony with Tao, and intent was in harmony with intent. Of course, what Jilei needed to do was simple. Just give up her conscious resistance and try her best to cooperate. It was completely led by Yue Jian. Yue Jian running the heart method, soon with Jilei the same frequency, so the divine sense and her divine sense mingling, guide their own essence, ferry into the body of Jilei. Yie Lu paced back and forth outside the temple door, waiting anxiously, just like a husband in the mundane world outside the maternity ward, waiting for his wife to give birth. It wasn't until late at night that he waited for Jilei to come out of the temple door alone. At this time, Jilei's breath and temperament had changed greatly. It becomes brighter, full of light, confident and triumphant. Yie Lu quickly greeted him. "Congratulations, senior sister." Jilei nodded with a smile and said excitedly, "Senior uncle is really powerful. It's truly worthy of being an extreme golden pill. Originally, I thought that I would be very satisfied if I could build a 3-foot lower grade Tao platform. Guess what? It's my senior uncle who keeps refining his essence and transforming his qi, together with the essence and qi in his 9 stripes golden pill, which has hardened my Tao platform, raising it to a little more than 6 zheng, and reaching the top grade Tao foundation, below 3 feet. It is a lower grade Daoji, 3 to 6 zheng. For the middle grade Daoji, 6 to 9 zhang are the top grade Daoji, 9 zhang to 9 zhang 9, for the very best Daoji." Yie Lu felt happy for his senior sister, but at the same time, he felt heartbroken and lost, and smiled forcibly and said, "More than 6 zhang, it's very good." However, I heard Jilei say triumphantly, "Well, it's really an inch long and an inch strong." Yie Lu only felt a tug in his heart and asked weakly, "Senior sister, are you talking about the height of the dais?" Jilei swore with her Taoist heart to keep Yue Jian's kung fu a secret, so she deliberately tried to make Yie Lu misunderstand. Therefore, she blankly glanced at Yie Lu with a wry smile and said, "Senior brother, I promised that I would help you build your foundation, but after helping you build your foundation, let's part ways." Yie Lu only felt that his heart was like a needle sticking out of his heart, and said dryly, Why? Could it be that I am not good enough for you? When we were together, it was always me who obeyed you." Jilei squared her shoulders and said, "It has nothing to do with any of that. You're nice, really, but I realize today that it's not good for us to practice together." Her cultivation of that Tao of harmony of all things and divine qi with Yue Jian today seemed to have opened up a new world for her. Clean, pure, and effective. The Xian Su way. On the other hand, although in terms of true essence, raising cultivation was fast, it would be mixed with things that were not conducive to cultivation. Yie Lu, I only heard Jilei continue. "Let's put it this way. This time, my own refined essence and qi is at least tens of times more than what you and I had once. This has nothing to do with cultivation, nor does it have anything to do with gong methods. Got it?" Yie Lu hung his head, and after a long silence, Yie Lu gathered his courage and said, Sifu. I think we'll go back and cultivate the Tao of Xiansu once more, okay? Chapter 12, First Cultivation with the absolutely beautiful disciple Yan Beiqing. When Jie Li heard Jie Li's request to cultivate the Tao of Xiansu together, she refused without hesitation. Don't even think about it. I still have my senior uncle's breath on me, so it's good to keep it for one more day. Yi Lu. I want to yell out 30 years east, 30 years west, but the point is that I don't have the stamina for it. I only heard Jie Li say again, by the way, senior uncle promised me, when he is enthroned as the Saint Sun sequence and moves to the sequence house, he will bring me with him. At that time, I will be the housekeeper of the Saint Sun sequence mansion, so I will only help you build your foundation. That last time, don't ask for anything else. Yi Lu couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Alas, it's really the avenue that is merciless. However, senior sister is still willing to help me build my foundation. It's already much better than most Taoists. I shouldn't ask for too much. After Jie Li reluctantly left the cultivation hall, Yue Jian was still soaking in the spiritual spring pool in the hall. Although he did not contact Jie Li to line the Xiansu way, but the spiritual spring is prepared in advance. Not bubble waste. Another inner disciple, Ran A Ling, walked in shyly. Yue Jian asked amiably, Ling, you have something to do? Ran A Ling is very slim, timid and introverted, and innocent. She summoned up her courage and blushingly said, Senior uncle, I don't know if you still remember, but disciple came to the Bell Spirit Academy. In fact, half a year earlier than senior sister Jie Li. Yue Jian nodded in recognition. Tough on you. If you need spirit stones, pills or anything else, just say so. Senior uncle has recently made a fortune, so it's not bad. Ran A Ling gently paused and bit her lip. Uncle, I didn't mean it like that. Your usual reward is completely enough for disciple to cultivate. Then you, senior uncle, don't be so thick-skinned. Disciple also wants senior uncle to help me. Disciple nowadays, Yuanshu hasn't even been refined yet. Yue Jian said, I'll pass on a piece of my mind to you, so that you can independently refine your essence and transform your qi. But you're at the 9th level of qi refining now. You haven't reached the grand completion yet, and you haven't encountered a bottleneck yet. Retaining the Yuan Shou is the best policy. Ran A Ling blushed in shame. If senior uncle just helps me, won't disciple immediately have a great circle? If you help me next time, won't disciple build the foundation? Jane Yu. I only heard Ran A Ling continue. Senior uncle, when you had senior sister Jie Li take the marrow cleansing pill, disciple also took it. When she soaked in the marrow cleansing and hair removal medicinal bath, disciple also soaked in it. You see, Yue Jian stood up, the upper half of his body exposed to the water, and took out the spirit plant bag from his storage ring. Spirit plant bag is not able to put the storage ring for a long time, because of the formation on it, to interoperate with the outside world of heaven and earth. It was also put in briefly for a bit at this point because he was soaking. Yue Jian plucked a 7 haze lotus seed inside the spiritual plant bag and threw it to Ran A Ling, saying, Isn't it easy to have a great round of qi refining? You eat it, refine the medicinal power, and you'll soon be in a great circle. This 7 harmonies lotus seed, for mortals, can be born dead, flesh and bones. For low-ranking cultivators, it can harden a small realm. If exchanged for contribution points, 1,200 contribution points would be required. For a qi refining minor cultivator, it could be said to be of great value. When Ran A Ling received the 7 haze lotus seed, it was both joyful and disappointing. The heart suffers. Could it be that the senior uncle does not like my type, so he would rather be dispatched with spiritual medicine? If that's the case, wouldn't I have no chance in the future? It was at this moment that I only heard Yue Jian say, Once you've reached the great circle of qi refining and consolidated for a while, I'll help you build your foundation. Ran A Ling has heard the immortal music, heart-stirring, sincerely thanked, panicked and exited the temple. For the next few days, Yue Jian was in the transmission hall, preaching to the inner and outer disciples within the area. Due to his breakthrough to Jing Dan and the fact that he hadn't yet been enthroned in the Holy Sun sequence, he had been promoted to the rank of transmission elder. The obligations that should be fulfilled must still be fulfilled. On this day, it came to the day of the life and death discussion with Xuebarge. Yue Jian went to the Tao Discourse Peak to wait, and instead of waiting for Xuebarge, he waited for Fong Jinglan. Nowadays, Fong Jinglan, with the help of her master, had also formed a golden dan, but that was merely a 2-stripe lower-grade Jin Dan. Yue Jian treated her as if she was nothing, not even sweeping her a glance. Fong Jinglan sighed and was the first to speak. Senior brother Yu, I came here today because I was afraid that you would wait in vain. That Xue trespasser, when he learned that you had formed the 9 stripes golden dan, he reported to the sect and entered the world to experience the red dust calamity, and has left the sect. Yue Jian cursed in his heart. A mere pseudo-dan cultivator. What red dust robbery? This excuse is truly laughable. However, he was not too angry. That Xue trespasser, although he escaped with his life, had become a lost dog. If he dares to return to the clan, he will be killed immediately. I only heard Fong Jinglan add, although Xue Bao ran away. Senior sister knows that he came from the direct lineage of a not-so-small immortal cultivation family, the Xue family of Turnip Cloud Mountain in the southwest of Great Yong. Yue Jian said, very well, the monk can't run away from the temple. After I am enthroned as the Holy Sun, I will go directly to his Xue family. I don't believe that I can't force him out. He never recognized anything less than family. If you can't find your enemy, you can make his family members feel pain and anger. Isn't it also revenge? That way, one's own thoughts, which are enlightened, will be favorable to the practice. Yue Jian was about to turn around and leave when he heard Fong Jinglan say, senior brother, it was senior sister who was wrong. Can we renew our relationship? Yue Jian only felt amused and said with a scornful face, what do you think? When Fong Jinglan saw Yue Jian's expression, she naturally knew the answer, and with a great deal of regret in her heart, she added, senior brother, you will definitely be enthroned in the sacred sun sequence. Then let senior sister be your follower, okay? Yue Jian now only thinks that she is just a person, so he correctly said, I didn't feel anything when you and I broke up. It wasn't even a breakup because neither of us had become true Tao couples yet at that point. I don't really care if you find a Taoist couple right away, but the couple you found is my enemy, and together with him, you humiliated me in public. I have not classified you as a foe together, but I am already very mindful of old feelings, so don't expect too much. Saying this, Yue Jian utilized his sword and left, leaving only Fong Jinglan standing in the air, messing up in the wind, *******. In his mind, have I already become? It's still true, how can I not be cheap? 9 lines of the very best gold Dan, also a lifetime of a pair of people I do not want. Have to go with the fake Dan garbage. Oh, I am indeed cheap. On the following day, after Yue Jian returned from his master's cave, he was intercepted at the gate by Yan Beiqing, a pro-disciple. Yan Beiqing said with incomparable anticipation, Master, it's been 1 month since my disciple took the marrow cleansing pill and soaked in the marrow cleansing and hair removal medicinal bath. After a pause, she then lowered her head in guilt and blamed herself. This month, disciple bitterly cultivated the vegetable maiden alchemy technique. Although she has found a sense of qi, how can she not condense the qi whirlpool? Looking at his stunningly beautiful disciple, Yue Jian was also looking forward to it in his heart, expecting Yan Beiqing, what kind of cultivation he would bring back to himself, so he nodded his head and said, then today, Master will help you truly embark on the path of cultivation. Yan Beiqing's heart stirred. Thank you, Master. In the middle of the great hall of cultivation, Yue Jian guided Yan Beiqing, cultivating the Tao of harmony of all things and divine qi, due to the unity of God, intent, qi, and Tao. Yan Beiqing's Taiyin melting yang body still exerted its terrifying attributes, greatly sucking in Yue Jian's true essence and origin, etc. After just 1 incense stick, Qinger easily condensed her qi whirlpool with Yue Jian's help, and just in this short period of time, Yue Jian's 11 lines of Jin Dan True Yuan was depleted by 10%. But Yue Jian didn't care because he had a system that boosted the cultivation of his disciples and was able to get something back. Ding! Your eldest disciple, Yan Beiqing, has broken through to the first level of qi refining, a randomized blitz back. You have broken through from the first level of the early Jindan realm of the Jindan realm to the second level of the Jindan realm. Jindan realm, the initial stage is the Jindan realm. In the middle stage, a strand of soul will needs to be separated and integrated into the Jindan, thus revitalizing the Jindan. In the future, the autonomous consciousness of the newborn will be developed from this wisp of divine soul will. The later stage is the Dan transformation realm, which is the gradual development of the inner part of the golden Dan into a Yuan fetus, resulting in cracks appearing on the surface of the golden Dan. At this moment, Yue Jian was overjoyed in his heart. Half an incense burner's time is equivalent to the effect of other people cultivating for months or even years to reach the second level of the gathering Dan realm. What a bargain! And because of the feedback, his Jin Dan true essence was full again. He was about to renew his efforts, using his true essence to help Qinger punch open the acupoints around her body, opening up her meridians and the sea of consciousness. Suddenly, Yue Jian felt his massive amount of Jin Dan true essence rapidly consumed, from the intersection of Qinger's Rin and Duo chakra, all the way down the Run and Duo chakra, split into 2 upward impacts. One acupoint after another was quickly flushed open. The huge amount of true essence was directly absorbed by Qinger's skull. Yan Beiqing naturally felt it as well, and although she was very comfortable, she was worried about her master. So, she worriedly said, Master, like this, will it damage you? Yue Jian said, there's no harm in concentrating on your cultivation. No need to worry about master. Yan Beiqing was infinitely moved in his heart. Master, being too good to me. In the future, I must repay and honor Master. Within a short period of time, Yue Jian's 11 lines of golden dan was actually depleted of 30% of its true essence. It's horrible, but it was at this moment that bone lines flashed on the surface of Qing'er's skull. The white light penetrated through the skin and flesh, and a tiger's head silhouette appeared around her head. Then, the void above her head opened up, and a golden yuan qi erupted from it, like an enlightenment, directly into Qing'er's skull. Yue Jian was shocked in his heart. Could this be the great young imperial qi? Ding, you have helped your disciple Yan Beiqing, awakening the white tiger skull of the 4 elephant sacred bones. You gained a randomized blast back. The white tiger skull, awakening the talent aptitude, white tiger roar, first level, tiger devourer enslavement, first level, buzz. Flickering runes also appeared on Yue Jian's skull, forming a tiger's head silhouette around his head just like Yan Beiqing. Haruna was incredibly nervous. She didn't expect that at all. It could still be like this, so she once again asked urgently, Master, what is this? Yue Jian didn't have the heart to say, don't ask. Continue to concentrate on your cultivation. Don't act like a curious baby. As soon as Qing'er spoke, she would destroy the state of divine qi and Daoyi fusion. Soon enough, Yue Jian's Jindan true essence was again absorbed by the small arm bones of Qing'er's arms. Ding, you have helped your disciple Yan Beiqing, awakening the green dragon claw bone of the 4 elephant sacred bones. You gained a randomized blast back. The green dragon claw bone, first level, awakening the natural aptitude, the green dragon probing claw, first level. Ding, you have helped disciple Yan Beiqing, awakening the Xuanwu spine of the 4 elephant sacred bones. You gained a randomized blast back. The Xuanwu spine, awakening the natural aptitude, the Xuanwu water shield, first level. Ding, you have helped disciple Yan Beiqing, awakening the vermilion bird wing bone of the 4 elephant sacred bones. You gained a randomized blast back. The vermilion bird wing bone, awakening the natural aptitude, the southern brightness flame, first level. At this time, the master and disciple manifested winged shadows on their backs. The two of them shared the same mind. Their wings lightly waved, and they flew up relative to each other, suspended in the air of the great hall, aesthetically pleasing to the extreme. Master, Qing'er isn't dreaming, is she? Yan Beiqing was so surprised and excited that his spirit was almost disoriented. Like a dream. Soon, Yan Beiqing's entire body's acupoints were easily flushed open, and the meridians around his body, all of them, were clear. Buzz. The sea of consciousness in the brain opens up. Ding, your disciple Yan Beiqing breaks through to the second level of qi refining, a random blitz return. You gain 10 months of cultivation. Yue Jian's true essence, which he had lost earlier, instantly returned to its full state. So, keep practicing. He couldn't help but think in his mind, with the system returning, then, theoretically speaking, in Qing'er, just like Lu Dongbin and He Shengu, can live and cultivate forever. Moreover, we are more pure, unlike the 2 Lu He, who are mixed with endless lust. Well, but that way Haruna's foundation will never be firmly established. So, let her break through the 3rd level of qi refining and leave it at that. She must be allowed to settle down on her own and consolidate her realm before it's too late. Ding, your disciple, Yan Beiqing, has broken through to the 3rd level of qi refining, a randomized blitz returns, and you have broken through from the 2nd level of the early Jindan period of Jindan to the 3rd level of the Jindan period. Yan Beiqing only felt happiness to the extreme. This cultivation, it's also too good and too easy. It was at this moment that I heard Yue Jian say, Qing'er, let's call it a day. Master, father, Yan Beiqing pouted. She still wanted to progress and raise her realm again. Yue Jian said seriously, Qing'er, you need to know the truth of wanting to be fast but not fast enough. You went from no cultivation at all, rising to the 3rd level of qi refining, and you also awakened the 4 elephant sacred bones. You must settle down and consolidate your realm. Yan Beiqing was slightly disappointed in her heart, but she also knew that she should be content. Thus, with a thought, Yue Jian burned a jade slip of the system-issued textbook, the 4 elephant sacred method, and handed it over to Yan Beiqing. Qing'er, for the next period of time, in addition to consolidating your realm, you will be cultivating this 4 elephant sacred law. You will first memorize and understand the first weight of the Gongfu. At that time, Master will then take you to cultivate together. Yes, Master. Chapter 13, Befriending Bai Lingshuang. Senior sister is a potential disciple. That night, Yue Jian was about to go out and head to Master Jiang Xingnian's book and sword flying Immortal Academy. Instead, he encountered the 3rd holy maiden sequence, Bai Lingfeng, who came to visit. Today, Bai Lingshuang actually wore a fiery red cicada-winged gauze dress, forming a strong contrasting beauty with her cold appearance and temperament. So Yue Jian used a jade talisman to send a message to his master. Master, I have a visitor on my side, so I'll go to your place later. Wait for me. Jiang Xingnian said warmly. Jianer, can you leave the time tonight? For Master herself? Master is writing an article in the mundane world about refuting emphasizing agriculture and suppressing commerce. Yue Jian was slightly disappointed in his heart. Alright, disciple honors the master's order. Watching Yue Jian reveal that natural heartfelt tenderness when he was transmitting with his master, Bai Lingshuang was envious to the extreme in her heart. If only my master was as good as this. Yue Jian welcomed Bai Lingshuang into the main hall of the front courtyard, and an outer disciple served spiritual tea. Yue Jian subconsciously detected her with her system, discovered that the column of chakra was still black robbery luck. He couldn't help but feel a trace of sympathy in his heart, but more than that, he was wary and asked bluntly, Senior Sister Bai, visiting the humble abode. This is, Bai Lingshuang, who had long been repressed and was not good with words, said, Senior brother Yue, last time, when I said that my offer to form an immortal bond with you was not on a whim, do you remember that you once wrote a song called Kinyuankan? Snow? Of course Yue Jian didn't remember, because when he was in the chi refining stage, he didn't know how many famous poems and nouns from his previous life he had copied in order to attract the attention of high-ranking cultivators, but he still smiled and nodded, of course I remember. Yongliang scenery, 1,000 miles of ice, 10,000 miles of snowdrifting, look at the holy sect inside and outside, but the remaining mang, black water up and down, suddenly lost monstrous, mountain dancing silver snake, the original wax elephants, and want to try with the 9 heavens to compare high. Bai Lingshuang quickly merged into that mood, plucking up his heart and his bravado. Senior brother Yue, senior sister loves this word. Once, because of this word, senior sister entered a state of epiphany, resonating with the laws of heaven and earth, and realized a divine ability named 1,000 miles of ice. If senior brother is interested in observing, senior sister I would like to perform at once for you. Yue Jian was surprised in his heart. This Bai Lingshuang, her enlightenment is really heaven-defying. To actually resonate with the laws of heaven and earth because of a single lyric, this is only at the Jindan stage. In the future, when she transforms into a god, as long as she passes the heart demon tribulation, won't it be easy? Ugh, why is my enlightenment so low? What I write, mere words, become meaning in the eyes of others. Oh, it's still ironic. With regards to observing the avatar, Yue Jian was of course extremely interested, so he adjusted his emotions and said with great interest, then I'll be grateful to senior sister for letting senior brother get a glimpse of the might of the laws of heaven and earth. Soon, the two of them flew with their swords and arrived at a mountain peak with no spirit veins and no cultivators living there. Bai Lingshuang said, Senior brother, fly up into the sky and observe from afar, for fear of accidentally injuring you. Yue Jian followed the good advice and became more expectant. Is the power so great? He flew into the distant air and looked down, only to see Bai Lingshuang standing proudly on top of the mountain, pointing at the sky with her sword. Also do not see her pinch, just like jade white wrist gently turn to the sky to pull up a sword flower. At that moment, the powerful sword chi, centered on Bai Lingshuang, spread out like ripples. In the blink of an eye, sword intent and sword momentum were formed, resonating with heaven and earth. Buzz, clang, 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 clang. At that moment, the yuan chi of heaven and earth came together, and the endless ice cream created something out of nothing, spreading from the inside out at great speed. It instantly spread to the entire mountain peak. For a moment, the entire peak of the flowers, plants and trees, rocks and soil, all were frozen, all into ice sculpture. The flowers and jade trees are beautiful, the moonlight is refracted and the light is strange, and in the center of that ice seal, Bai Lingshuang was dressed in red, dazzling and dazzling, truly a woman of the absolute generation. A thick cold aura rose up, as if freezing the void. Even Yue Jian, who was far away, could clearly feel the overpowering coldness. Bai Lingshuang put away her sword and flew to Yue Jian's body, calmly saying, Senior brother, this is the divine ability that was realized with your words. Yue Jian stretched out his thumbs and praised from the bottom of his heart. Senior sister, you're marvelous. A thought arose in his mind. If only I could take senior sister Bai as a disciple, I'll be able to make up for my shortcomings in enlightenment by storming her talent law. The system showed that Bai Lingshuang didn't meet the conditions for accepting disciples simply because she had a master. Bai Lingshuang stroked her hair around her ears and said coolly, thanks to you. However, this divine ability can only be performed on the ground, and is somewhat flashy. Yue Jian said, Senior sister is too modest. In fact, it does not lie in how powerful and practical this divine ability is. The important thing is that you, senior sister, have had an epiphany and have resonated with the laws of heaven and earth. Bai Lingshuang's heart was more agreeable to Yue Jian's words, but she didn't say anything. She brewed for a while and said, Senior brother, senior sister will be straightforward. Elder sister is very fond of you, and would like to make an immortal bond with you, for a while. How about it? Is senior brother willing? Yue Jian did not hesitate and immediately nodded his head. senior brother is naturally willing. He wanted to see if he could have the opportunity to take Bai Lingshuang as a disciple, but the prerequisite was to get acquainted and gain the other party's trust. It's just a matter of forming an immortal bond. It doesn't have to be the Xiansu way, the system's emperor-level technique. The Tao of all things harmonious and divine Qi should be able to form an immortal bond as well. Isn't there a word for that? God's longtime friend? This is actually purer, cleaner. In the middle of the Bell Spirit Academy's cultivation hall, Yue Jian and Bai Lingshuang paid their respects to the 9 Sephirotic vegetable maiden and held hands as they walked to the front of the cultivation platform. Bai Lingshuang took out a red silk ribbon and actually blindfolded herself. Yue Jian was surprised. Senior sister, what are you doing? Bai Lingshuang smiled ruefully. Well, get used to it. Yue Jian saw the red silk blindfolded white senior sister, who seemed even more charming and mysterious and unattainable. However, he felt very curious and couldn't help but ask, Senior sister, why do you have such a strange habit? Bai Lingshuang suddenly had a strong desire to talk. She was too repressed, too miserable, and wanted very much to talk to someone. Yue Jian, on the other hand, was the only person she had a good feeling about, so she said quietly, Senior brother, do you have the patience to listen to senior sister's story? Yue Jian pulled Bai Lingshuang's hand and sat side by side on the cultivation platform. Gently taking her fragrant shoulders, he let her lean slightly against him. Then, he said, Elder sister, speak, I'm listening. After I say that, you must never tell anyone. Well, I'll keep your secret. You swear. I, Yue Jian, swear by the heart of the Tao. Bai Lingshuang's face showed a hint of pain as she began her narration. I was born into a bureaucratic family, but as a concubine's daughter. From a young age, the first mother has treated my aunt and me with all kinds of abuse. When I was 5, my aunt was caught in an illicit affair with someone. Father and first mother drowned auntie in a pigsty. The first mother therefore thought that I was not my father's seed, and wanted to bury me alive. A wild seed. Father, though a beast, had so little compassion as to forbid the first mother to take my life. So my first mother locked me in the same pigsty where she dipped my mother to death and fed me pig food. After half a year of this, my father's last vestige of compassion dwindled. He acquiesced to his first mother, and carried the piggy bank out into the hot sun to tan me alive. I was exposed to the sun for 3 days and was on the verge of death. An old immortal passed by with a sword and saved me. He raised me and guided me into the path of immortality. His surname is also Bai. His name is Bai Jing. He became my master, and before the Jindan stage, he was actually very kind to me, on traces regardless of heart, no matter what purpose he harbored. During that one period, I spent the happiest time of my life. When I formed the Dan, it was my master who helped me form the Dan with the Xiansu way. After that, I would not see his shapely and withered body, hence the blindfolded red silk. Master is more than 1200 years old. His lifespan was already depleted, but he is sustaining himself with longevity pills and life-extending elixirs to linger on. He tricked me into taking the 100 insects and 100 herbs pill, forcing me to conceive his son in the future, and to use the fetal god pill to go into labor without giving birth. Let me use the method of fetal cultivation to make that baby reach the second level of qi refining, help his divine soul to detach from his body to seize his body with his yuaning and live a new life. Yue Jian was appalled and his whole body went numb as he listened. This was too beastly and evil. A trace of pity arose in his heart, only to hear Bai Lingshuang calmly say, Senior brother, would you think that I am dirty? Chapter 14, Old Immortals want to force Sister White to get pregnant. As Yue Jian listened to Bai Lingshuang's heartbreaking question, he couldn't help but take a deep breath and hugged her tighter, pitying her in his heart and sincerely comforting her. That's not your fault. That old bastard. He's a demon. A sudden irrational impulse arose in him and he said, Senior sister, I would like to help you. My master ancestor is. Bai Lingshuang covered Yue Jian's mouth so that he couldn't speak. Fool, what part of me deserves your help? Besides, that 100 insects and 100 herbs pill, only the person who made the pill, that old undead, knows the prescription. No one can help me. Besides, he saved my life. It was karma. I should have returned his life. Though, I'd rather he hadn't saved me in the first place and let me die under the hot sun when I was 5 years old. As the two of them talked, Senior Sister Bai naturally began the actions of the Tao of Xiansu, coming to kiss Yue Jian's lips. A trace of disappointment and regret arose in Yue Jian's heart. He had experienced the simulated divine idea of that love calamity in the jade slip of the Gongfu, and he had no eyebrows at all for the magic treasure that assisted in the love calamity. To be honest, for the sake of the Tao's longevity, he was a bit afraid to dabble in a new love right now. For the time being, it would be fine to have his master. Thus, with great perseverance, he restrained his instinctive desire and stopped it right away, saying sincerely, Senior sister, tying the immortal fate doesn't have to be like this. I have a method. Would senior sister like to try it? Bai Lingshuang already hated this. he just wanted to return Yue Jian's favor. So, with great interest, she asked, "How was it?" Yue Jian said, "Before, I swore by my Dao heart in order to keep your secret for senior sister. And with this gong method of mine, I also hope that senior sister will swear with her Dao heart that she will never divulge it." "Okay, I swear on my Dao heart." After Bai Lingshuang finished her oath, Yue Jian pointed a finger on top of Bai Lingshuang's crystal flawless forehead. Thus, the two of them practiced together according to the method of the Tao of harmony of all things and divine qi. Pure, clean, fitting, resonant. In just 2 hours, both of them truly felt the growth of their cultivation, and most importantly, as if it came from the depths of their souls, pulling each other's hearts very, very close. After practicing, Yue Jian sent Bai Lingshuang to the gate of the Bell Spirit Courtyard. Bai Lingshuang was reluctant to leave. "Senior brother, you go back. I'm leaving." With that, the imperial sword flew away, flooding a red haze. Yue Jian detected her with her system and was surprised to find that her qi had changed from the original Black Robber's luck to Grey Doom. So the fortunes are improving? Could it be because of the bond with me? After Yue Jian went back, he felt inexplicably frustrated in his heart, and was quite fidgety. That Beiqing, it's just so evil. Yue Jian, on the other hand, had already subconsciously viewed Bai Lingshuang as his potential disciple. As long as he took her in, he would be able to blitz replicate her enlightenment. Thus, he was eager to rescue Bai Lingshuang from the quagmire and help her out of her misery and from her master. It suddenly occurred to him, didn't he have the avatar of Tiger Devourer enslavement? As long as we purify that Bai Shi into a ghost, won't we know the formula of the 100 insects and 100 herbs pill? Yue Jian's first thought was to ask his senior ancestor, Fong Chin Tong, to take action, but remembering that he had sworn with his Dao heart that he would never tell anyone else about Bai Lingshuang. Moreover, he didn't know if his own master ancestor would sanction the behavior of that old undead master teacher, Bai Lingshuang, because in a way, that was the old immortal's own personal matter that didn't affect the clan's interests much, so Yue Jian planned to take care of it himself. In the past few days, he had tested the power of the divine abilities carried by the 4 phases sacred bone many times in unoccupied mountain peaks. He thought that with the addition of senior sister Bai, he should be able to take care of an old Yuaning immortal with a depleted lifespan. It was because after a very well-fitted Tao of divine qi, he could manage to connect with senior sister Bai, mind to mind. Yue Jian searched for a while and first flew towards the weaponry Dao peak directly under the sect, planning to first use his contribution points to exchange for a formation-breaking spirit weapon, then based on the changes in senior sister Bai's qi fortune, to determine whether he should make a move or not. And let's say that Bai Lingshuang returned to her own cave, only to see the contemporary holy son, Li Haotian, with a gloomy face, waiting in the front hall of her holy maiden sequence mansion. When Li Haotian saw Bai Lingshuang return, he immediately rose with an open mind and questioned sternly, "Senior sister Bai, you have repeatedly refused this seat's invitation to become a Taoist couple, saying that you wouldn't cultivate with anyone other than a master and disciple. But this seat has been reported by the followers under my command that you went to Zhongling Peak, a small peak under Fengxiang Peak, to visit the Elder of Transmission, Yue Jian, and came out only a few hours later. Say, are you with that Yue Jian?" Bai Lingshuang's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a cold light as she drank. "What qualifications do you have to question me?" Li Haotian rationalized. "Because, you lied to me." Bai Lingshuang laughed and said, "Yes, I lied to you. That was just to leave a face for you, so that you could have a good step to take. Since you want to hear the truth, there's no harm in telling you. I don't like you, so I don't want to be your Taoist couple. My heart is pleased with Yue Jian, so I'm willing to cultivate with him. Is that answer satisfactory to you?" What she said about practicing together, that was only literally true. She did not have the slightest physical contact with Yue Jian when they practiced, but in Li Haotian's ears, it naturally meant something else. He could think with his toes that it must be the Xian Su Wei. Li Haotian was furious in his heart, and with a cold snort, he whisked his sleeves away. "Yue Jian, this seat would like to see what virtues and abilities you have that would make senior sister Bai reject me in favor of you." Soon after Li Haotian left, Bai Lingshuang received a summons from the old undead master, in the form of a transmission jade talisman. Her heart was in her mouth and she let out a long sigh and had to go. In the secret room of the Jade K cave mansion, when Bai Jing saw Bai Lingshuang and sensed that she was in a different mood, he grimaced and snapped, "How dare you disobey your master's orders? Do you still want this month's antidote?" Bai Lingshuang teased, "The antidote is yours to give as you like. Don't think that you can really hold me all the time. I'm telling you unequivocally that I'll still be there tomorrow, the day after, and beyond, whenever I get the chance. So what if you don't give the antidote? So what if you die?" Bai Jing sensed that Bai Lingshuang did have a death wish, so he eased up. "As a person who has embarked on the path of immortality, don't move and die. Master knows that inside you are unwilling to help Master with that. But think about it, it was only 10 years or so, a blink of an eye. So think of it as just a robbery. If you want to live forever, who doesn't have to go through the trials and tribulations? Do you know what it means to go through the heart of the world? As for you, it shouldn't be difficult to break through to Yuaning, and with a lifespan of over 1,000 years, how can you give it up because of more than 10 years? You had resonated with the laws of heaven and earth at the early stage of your Jindan, and in the future you will likely break through to transformation. That would give you a lifespan of over 2,000 years. That's why you should treasure it. Needless to say, the reason why Bai Lingshuang didn't cut herself off was precisely because of this. Immortal cultivators, which one doesn't value his life? Which one doesn't want to live forever? Seeing Bai Shijian's expression relatively soften, Bai Lingfang added, "Fetal god pill. Master has already refined it, so it's time to get you pregnant." As he said that, he took 2 steps forward and came to hug Bai Lingfang. Bai Lingshuang retreated 2 steps back, her heart in a heavenly battle. In the end, she decided that the old undead was right and considered it a robbery. It's a long, long way to go to help him do that evil thing. So, she retreated to the edge of the bed and sat down, took out the red silk to cover her eyes and tied it up, and lay down without any expression. A pair of jade-like calves, but hanging outside the edge of the bed. Old Immortal walked over and stuffed an elixir into Bai Lingfang's mouth, saying, "With this elixir, you are guaranteed to conceive a boy. This time, it's not cultivation. Never refine essence and transform chi. Just lie down." Bai Lingshuang didn't resist and swallowed it woodenly. The old undead untied the belt of Bai Lingxiang's fire-red cicada wing skirt. Bai Lingshuang didn't have any expression, lying there quietly like an iceberg snow peak. The old undead took off his clothes, revealing his withered body. He prepared himself, but realized that the storage ring he wore on his hand was a bit choked and cold. This little bit of discomfort, although to a normal person that was nothing, to his extremely decrepit and dying body, the impact was great. He then removed the storage ring and placed it on top of a few cases to prepare once again. It was a while before he felt it was feasible. Only then did he come forward and was about to. Chapter 15, Old Immortal's flesh destroyed. Yuaning wants to escape. Bai Shijian was about to kneel on the bed. At that exact moment, the cave formation boundary, surprisingly, let out a loud buzz sound. Bai Shijian's brewing emotions dissipated at once. He was shocked and furious in his heart. Who on earth is it that dares to trespass into this Seat's cave? It turned out that Yue Jian had gone to the artifact Dao Peak and spent more than 50,000 contribution points to exchange for a top-grade spiritual artifact formation-breaking talisman light cone. This spirit weapon can break formation boundaries, illusion formations, concealment formations, etc. below the top grade of the Xin level. After that, Yue Jian took the forbidden god hairpin gifted by the senior ancestor, inserted it into his hair bun, and flew on his sword to the outside of the sacred maiden's third sequence peak where senior sister Bai's cave was located. He was hidden among the bushes, using the forbidden god hairpin to hide from divine sense probing. After a short while, he saw senior sister Bai royal sword walking away. Yue Jian had already decided to save Bai Lingshuang in his heart, so he tested her again with the system, mainly to see if there was any change in her fortune, so that he could conclude his decision, whether it was correct or not. Sure enough, the system showed that Bai Lingshuang's chi luck, from gray robbing luck, had changed to white universal luck. The chi is improving, which means that one's decision should be correct, and this trip should be auspicious. Otherwise, if the other party's aura didn't change and remained a gray doom, or even became worse becoming a black robber's luck, then it would mean that one's decision was wrong, and that this trip would be more than a little vicious. That way, Yue Jian would give up on his decision. After all, his own safety was naturally more important than Bai Lingshuang's fate. Now, since it was determined to be auspicious, Yue Jian simply followed Bai Lingfang from afar until he came to the outside of Jade K Peak where Bai Shijian was located. He had been calculating for a while, and there was nothing better to do. Yue Jian learned from Bai Lingshuang that the old white ghost was trying to keep his secret, so this Jade K Peak, he was usually the only one without any other disciples. He then came to the place of the boundary outside the Jade K cave and sacrificed the formation-breaking charm light cone. That cone of runic light was like a half-opened umbrella, with the runes on its surface illuminating and shining brightly, forming a multiplied cone of runic light that spun rapidly. Yue Jian held the spinning rune light cone in front of him, charging towards the boundary like a mundane warrior charging with a gun. Buzz, like breaking through a curtain of water, Yue Jian very easily rushed into the boundary, and the hole in the boundary behind him broke and instantly closed. At the same time, he only felt an extremely powerful divine sense pressure that came in a wild surge. Although Yue Jian was prepared, he was still pressed to the ground and could barely move. He was horrified in his heart. I'm too big. I forgot about the section on divine sense pressure. In fact, he had never felt the divine sense pressure of a Yuaning cultivator before. and as the saying goes, a newborn calf is not afraid of tigers, which is why he dared to come. If he had known earlier, even if the system showed his fortune and deduced it to be auspicious, he was afraid that he would not dare to come. As for Yue Jian's forbidden god hairpin, it was only a top-grade spiritual weapon that could avoid the divine sense of a Jindan cultivator, but not the divine sense of a Yuaning cultivator. Immediately, Yue Jian cast his divine ability and the white tiger roared. He didn't know if he could counter the divine sense pressure. Only his skull lit up with runes and the light came through his skin. A tiger head silhouette, emerging from his skull, grew against the wind and instantly skyrocketed 1,000 times. God's majestic and dominating tiger head. Yue Jian only felt that the invisible pressure was immediately suppressed by the tiger's might, and immediately dissipated into nothingness, and the tiger-headed phantom opened its huge mouth. Ow! Roar! The roaring sound that carried the might of a holy beast violently erupted out, the sonic impact containing the gung-gold chi, like a hurricane, like a torrent, toward the source of the pressure, spread out in a fan shape. Buzz! The cave building in front of them was reduced to pieces in an instant. The building debris was blown away. At this moment, the secret room where Bai Lingshuang and Bai Lingshuang were located bore the brunt of it. Coincidentally, when Bai Lingshuang used his hand as the fifth girl to prepare himself earlier, he removed the storage ring because it was cool and choked. This wave of white tiger roar actually swept that storage ring amongst the building debris and blew it away together. After all, Yue Jian was only at the early Jindan stage at this time, and was simply incapable of maintaining the power of his divine ability for a long time. As a result, the tiger head shadow phantom, after roaring for a while, also quickly dimmed and disappeared into thin air. Not far away, two figures emerged, rising up into the air and standing at attention. One person was none other than Bai Lingshuang, disheveled but at least clothed. Her face showed shock. She couldn't believe that Yue Jian would appear here. The other person, although Yue Jian does not recognize, but do not need to think also know, must be that Yuaning old ghost undoubtedly. He was seen to be completely naked, with crane hair and a withered form. Look at this situation. This old man is about to practice the Xian Su Wei with Sister Bai. Bai Lingshuang was shocked and furious, a mere early Jindan stage, but he was able to perform such a divine ability. This son, he must have received a heavenly fortune. That tiger head shadow is a bloodline phantom, but although he was shocked, he didn't ask many questions and only wanted to kill the other party instantly and die. Bai Lingshuang subconsciously wanted to take out a vestment from his storage ring to cover his shame first, but he soon realized that the storage ring was not in his hand at all. He then remembered that he had removed the storage ring earlier when he used the 5 girls preparation. Bai Lingshuang is over 1200 years old, so naturally he's not afraid to be shy. It was a good thing that in his violet mansion space, he was warming his main battle medium-grade treasure weapon, the Ice Spirit Cold Light Flying Sword formation. 12 flying swords immediately appeared around his body between the movements of his mind. Those swords emitted a chilling white light, and wherever the light of the swords reached, the cold aura flourished. Shoo shoo shoo. Without the slightest hesitation, the flying sword formation was immediately activated, taking different routes and attacking towards Yue Jian. Where those flying swords passed through, the mist instantly condensed and turned into ice, bursting away. The whole space was white. Yue Jian didn't even have time to dodge. He didn't even think about it and instantly cast Xuanwu Water Shield. The Xuanwu spine behind Yue Jian's back lit up with runes, and a turtle shell-like water-based True Yuan Dharma shield instantly skyrocketed and expanded out, enveloping his body. Within it, Bai Lingshuang was once again shocked. This isn't an ordinary artifact. This is a bloodline divine ability. Actually another divine ability. Although he was shocked, he didn't care too much about it. He knew that defensive divine ability would never be able to block his flying sword. One must know that this sword formation of his was a mid-grade treasure artifact called the Ice Spirit Cold Light Sword formation, not to mention being directly stabbed by the sword. Even if he was irradiated by the sword's light, with the physical body of an early Jindan stage, he would definitely be attacked by the cold light and frozen into an ice sculpture. Boom! In an instant, the 12 Ice Spirit Cold Light flying swords stabbed above the Xuanwu Water Shield. The Xuanwu Water Shield was immediately broken, and the flying swords were only slightly stalled, still attacking Yue Jian's body. But at the same time, another water shield, like ripples, spread out to block the flying sword swarm. It turned out that the Xuanwu water shield was not one weight, but multiple. It can be continuously stimulated until it exhausts the true essence and the origin energy in the Xuanwu spine. The flying sword lost the momentum of its first impact and was actually managed to be resisted. However, the cold sword light had already shone through the Xuanwu water shield and irradiated Yue Jian's body. Yue Jian only felt like a knife cut. Cold gas invasion into the body directly attacked the internal organs. He knew that without any other response, he would soon be frozen into an ice sculpture and left for dead. So, Nanmingli fire, out. At that moment, where his shoulder blades were behind him, 2 vermilion bird wing bone runes lit up, and a pair of wing silhouettes burning with crimson flames materialized. The icy coldness was instantly swept away. Nanmingli fire. Originally pure white. Nothing cannot be burned. But at this time, Yue Jian, only the early stage of Jindan. The true essence is not enough to cast the real Nanmingli fire. Moreover, he had only comprehended the first level of this southern brightness flame divine ability. That's why that flame will be reddish in color. Fire, divided into mortal fire, spirit fire, true fire, immortal fire, holy fire, and innate true fire. Nanmingli fire belongs to the extreme holy fire. At this moment, the pseudo-Nanmingli fire that Yue Jian had inspired by injecting his true essence into the vermilion bird's wings was at most at the level of a lower-grade true fire. Impossible. Xue Gang was once again shocked. A small Jindan actually possessed 3 different attribute divine abilities. This is unbelievable. As for Bai Lingshuang, who was on the side, she was also shocked. It was a long story, but in reality, it was only 2 breaths of time from the time Xue Gang had sent out the Ice Spirit Cold Light Sword formation until now. Seeing this, Bai Lingshuang crossed her heart and no longer hesitated. A freezing spell was instantly sent out, hitting Xue Gang squarely. Xue Gang only felt his body stiffen. Shocked and angry, this rebellious disciple is simply treasonous. How dare he strike out at me? His master, don't you want the 100 insects and 100 herbs antidote anymore? It seems that the kid who came to attack is the one who double cultivated with her. The adversary has already told that brat about me. That's why that brat ventured to come for that adversary. Xue Gang's mind raced, thinking a lot in an instant. But at this point in time, no amount of thinking is going to help. After instantly firing a freezing spell, Bai Lingshuang didn't pause for a second, immediately summoning the cold iron sword from her storage ring and stabbing out with it. Pust. Since Xue Gang was naked, he had no vestments to protect his body, thus the long sword penetrated through the body almost unhindered, stabbing through Xue Gang's back and the tip of the sword penetrating through his front chest. Since Bai Lingshuang had started attacking his master, he hadn't wanted to live. She knew that Yue Jian had come to save herself. She felt that her mind was so close, so pure and clean when she merged with Yue Jian's divine qi and Taoist intent. Therefore, she didn't want Yue Jian to die in the hands of an old undead. She, herself, will die with the old undead, because in her thoughts, killing the old undead, she herself would die without the 100 insects and 100 herbs pill antidote. At this time, Bai Lingshuang's sneak attack was successful, and with a stab of the sword, her true essence madly surged into the spirit sword, inspiring endless sword-ons to wreak havoc and cut through Xue Gang's body. Xue Gang's physical body, which was already decaying due to the depletion of his lifespan, were able to withstand this kind of destruction from the inside out at this time? In an instant, Xue Gang's body turned into pieces of broken flesh, spilling blood into the air. At the same time, the 12 ice spirit cold light swords, losing control, fell down. Sinful disciple. Xue Gang's Yuaning roared with unwillingness and was about to instantly flee. If the Yuaning escaped, it was possible to spend a large price to regather heaven and earth vital energy and form a new physical body. However, the newly formed physical body would still be pale and old, as his Yuaning was already pale. But at this very moment, Yue Jian, who had prepared for this, reappeared with a tiger head shadow. The tiger is enslaved and devoured. He had actually prepared to use this divine ability in advance because of his telepathic communication the moment Bai Lingshuang launched her attack, because he knew that the Yuaning realm cultivator's Yuaning, the moment it detached from the physical body, was able to instantly move out of a distance of 100 miles. Xue Gang's Yuaning, who was preparing to instantly move, was instantly lurched, only to feel a powerful suction force, pulling himself to involuntarily drift. Shu, Chapter 16, Shocked. Senior sister Bai is actually his daughter and granddaughter. When Xue Gang's Yuaning was about to instantly escape, he only felt an irresistible suction force coming from him. Soon, Xue Gang's Yuaning was sucked into the mouth of the tiger-headed phantom. The devouring of a tiger devourer's slavery was ineffective against a divine soul protected by a physical body, unless it was devoured along with the physical body. As for the Yuaning, it was still an energy body even if it was powerful, so it couldn't block the tiger devourer's divine ability to devour it at all. Xue Gang's divine soul was swallowed into his mouth by the tiger-headed phantom. Then, thousands of runes lit up, densely packed, and instantly surged into that divine soul, quickly refining it into a ghost. Not long after, the tiger head Dharma phase spat out by Xue Gang, then turned into a ray of light and returned to Yue Jian's skull. At this moment, Xue Gang looked exactly the same as he did before, when his physical body was not destroyed. But of course, Yue Jian knew that he was merely a ghost, and that seemingly physical body was nothing more than a ghost illusion. Yue Jian's mind moved slightly, and with a single suck of his mouth, he sucked Xue Gang into his mouth like a gas and moved it to the sea of consciousness. Bai Lingshuang was stunned when she saw it. She flew over and looked at Yue Jian with complicated eyes. You, senior brother you, are you here for me? Yue Jian reached out and touched the side of Bai Lingshuang's face and smiled gently. Senior sister Bai, it's alright now. The old immortal has been killed by us, and you are no longer under his control. Senior sister, Bai Lingshuang smiled ruefully, thought for a moment, and said, Senior brother you, for this last part of my life, can you stay with me all the time? We'll cultivate together. Your divine Qi Dao. Yue Jian smiled brightly and said, Senior sister Bai, what are you talking about? If I didn't have the solution to that 100 insects and 100 herbs pill, how would I act rashly? That's not saving sister, it's harming sister. You know that tiger demons can turn people into devils, right? And that divine ability of mine is similar and more advanced. Senior sister, you wait a bit, until senior brother digests the dead old man's memories. The reason why his tiger devourer enslavement was more advanced than the ordinary tiger demon's devourer demonic techniques, it was because a white tiger dharma refined ghost would maintain the ghost's abilities from the ghost's life. For example, Bai Jing was a Yuaning that was refined along with his divine soul. The devourer also has the full strength of a disembodied Yuaning. It can defend a sword, perform some of its arts, and exert divine pressure. When Bai Lingshuang heard this, her heart was happy and a little afflicted, and she nodded expectantly. Yue Jian quickly digested Bai Jing's memories, and he couldn't help but change his face drastically. His heart complex. It was both shocking and disgusting at the same time, and he was even more incomparably sympathetic and compassionate towards Bai Lingshuang. Seeing his unusual appearance, Bai Lingshuang asked worriedly, What's wrong? Yue Jian forced down his mind and said with a fake smile, It's nothing. Senior brother, I found the 100 insects and 100 herbs pill formula. I was surprised at the complexity of the formula. As he said that, a finger attached to a divine thought pointed at Bai Lingshuang's brow. Senior sister, with the formula, you can go to the Dan Dao Peak by yourself and ask the alchemist to configure an antidote that will completely detoxify the poison. Bai Lingshuang was overjoyed, and her heart was incredibly relaxed. She smiled sweetly, like a blossoming flower. This formula, with my symptoms when I was poisoned, it should be correct. Relieved, finally relieved, she was about to claim her thanks, only to hear Yue Jian continue. As for the aftermath, I will report to the Patriarch myself. Regarding the reason for killing him, I'll have another statement that won't involve senior sister's hidden secrets. Of course, we'll have to match confessions as well. Let's say that you were the one who discovered a secret story about Bai Jing more than 100 years ago. This is what I know to be true. From within the memories of Bai Jing, after hearing what Yue Jian said, Bai Lingshuang's mind was a bit messed up, but she trusted Yue Jian and said, I'll listen to you. Yue Jian detected a strong memory of Bai Jing's, that he had removed his storage ring when he used the 5 girls to prepare because it was cold and choked. If not for that, how could it be so easy to kill an old Yuaning monster? Yue Jian was secretly happy in his heart. This was too damn coincidental. If the other party's storage ring is in his hand, who will die? It is not yet known. So, he flew over to the remnants of the building over there, turning it over with his true essence while probing with his divine sense. It took a while to find the storage ring. He willed his hand. A true essence wrapped around the storage ring mixed in the residue, ingested it back into his hand, and said, Senior sister, I'll take this storage ring first. I'll divide half of my possessions to you after organizing it. In addition, that ice spirit cold lightsword formation also belongs to you. Is that okay? With such an allocation, Yue Jian was not coveting Bai Jing's property, but rather, in the storage ring, there were quite a few secret clues that Bai Lingshuang shouldn't know about. If she saw something in the storage ring and became suspicious and investigated the truth, it would be a devastating blow to her Dao heart. Bai Lingshuang shook her head, sincerely and fondly. Senior brother, this time, thanks to you, I was able to save senior sister me from that filthy, evil, miserable fate. Therefore, the items in the storage ring all belong to you. Senior brother, senior sister will have to have that set of sword formations. It's already enough. Yue Jian didn't push back, as it was best for senior sister Bai not to touch the things in the storage ring. The big deal was that in the future, he would take more of the spirit stones and magic artifacts that were not problematic to her. At that moment the two separated and went their separate ways. Yue Jian flew towards the main peak of the vegetarian lady. As he flew through the air with his sword, Yue Jian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Through Bai Jing's memories, Yue Jian knew, senior sister Bai, not only was that Bai Jing's disciple, but she was also Bai Jing's daughter, granddaughter, and great-granddaughter at the same time. He was so thunderstruck outwardly by this information that he couldn't believe it. It turned out that more than 1,000 years ago, before Bai Jing worshipped the vegetarian women's sect, he had left behind children in the mundane world and passed them down from generation to generation. More than 100 years ago, Bai Jing knew that his lifespan was about to end, so he looked up the books and found out about the evil method of seizing the body in the fetus that had a similar bloodline. Thus, he found his offspring in the mundane world and captured dozens of women with spiritual roots to focus on captivity. He got all those women pregnant and gave birth to daughters to raise. Daughters with spiritual roots are selected and impregnated again. In this way, it will get closer and closer to his own bloodline. Finally, there was the fourth generation of the furnace cauldron, Bai Lingshuang. That was an ice and water single lineage dual nature heavenly spirit root, which caused Bai Jian to be ecstatic. So he gave Bai Lingshuang, who was still a baby, to that official family for adoption. Order them how they must be. In other words, Bai Lingshuang's childhood was all acted out by Bai Jian, who ordered his adoptive parents to act it out. Then, he showed up to save Bai Lingshuang when she was at her most desperate and became that light in her life. The purpose was to make Bai Lingshuang grateful for her saving and recreating grace, so that at the critical moment, this grace would become a bargaining chip for Bai Lingshuang's compromise. Yue Jian felt very chilled thinking about it. If that demon really succeeded, then he would not only be elder sister Bai's father, grandfather, old grandfather, and family ancestor, he would also be senior sister Bai's husband and son. Yue Jian couldn't help but feel like throwing up. There's really no bottom line for the sake of immortality. He swore in his heart that he would rot the secret in his stomach. Otherwise, senior sister Bai would definitely not be able to accept it. If she knew the brutal truth of the matter, even if her Dao heart didn't immediately collapse, she would definitely plant a heart demon. Therefore, Yue Jian's not telling Bai Lingshuang this secret was the best protection for her. Because of Bai Lingshuang's birth, Yue Jian naturally remembered his own birth. My real mother, who exactly is she? With my current insight into my mother's battle scene at that time, I guess she should have been a Jindan stage cultivator at that time. And my real father, who is he? At that time, the adoptive parents had examined the flying boat that carried Yue Jian and landed on automatic cruise, and found no information about Yue Jian's birth. The flying boat was just an ordinary flying boat with no markings. There was nothing within it except for Yue Jian, who was swaddled in a makeshift crib. The only clue was that Yue Jian, who had just been born, was impressed by the storage artifact her mother used, which was a small colorful conch. Yue Jian's mood was a bit heavy, so he turned his attention to the harvest. In the storage ring, there were more than 150,000 top-grade spirit stones, more than 820,000 middle-grade spirit stones, and instead, there were fewer lower-grade spirit stones, only more than 30,000 of them. If all of them were converted into lower-grade spirit stones, it would be more than $23 million. In addition, there were many other spiritual plants and spiritual objects such as the Earth Mother's spiritual liquid, the Dragon Blood Fire Date, and the Judy Snow Lotus. There were more than 300 bottles of various pills such as the Infant Cultivation Pill, the Interpretation Cloud Pill, and the Creation Pill. 5 pieces of lower-grade treasure weapons, namely the Fire Cloud Flying Boat, Linglong Cave, Moon Prancing Frosty Sword, Heavenly Silkworm Purple Gold Robe, and Flowing Cloud Floating Dust. More than 10 pieces of spiritual weapons, hundreds of talismans. This is the accumulation of hundreds of years of yuaning old monsters. It's really bountiful. Looking at the harvest, Yue Jian was naturally in a much better mood. And once again, he was secretly glad and a little scared. If that old ghost storage ring was in his hand when the war started, he would only need to wear that lower-grade treasure artifact vestment, Heavenly Silkworm Purple Gold Robe. And even if senior sister by sneak attacked, she might not be able to cause him to die. Yue Jian arrived at the main peak of the Vegetarian Maiden, and after informing himself, he was introduced to the front hall of the Vegetarian Maiden Palace to meet his master ancestor. Fong Chin Tong, Jianer, why did you think of coming to see Master Ancestor today? Did you run out of spirit stones? Or do you miss Master Ancestor? Fong Chin Tong, accompanied by 2 maids, drifted from the back of the hall, smiling lovingly and teasingly. Although she was over 300 years old, as a late Yuaning cultivator, she had a lifespan of around 1200 years, so she looked like a noble and elegant beautiful young woman in her 20s. Therefore, her loving smile, which appeared on her queenly face, was somewhat charming and ambiguous, rhyming. Yue Jian bowed and said with a smile, the disciple grandson thinks about Master Ancestor's goodness every day. It's just that Master Ancestor has a lot of work to do, so it's inconvenient for the apprentice grandson to disturb him before he doesn't come to see him often. Today, the apprentice grandson has come to report something important. Fong Chin Tong in the main seat at the head of the hall, sat down lazily, waved his hand casually and said, Yuan, tell me. Yue Jian's attitude became serious and he said calmly, Master Ancestor, this matter has to do with one of my clan's first infant ancestors, Bai Jian. A year ago, Bai Jing was impatient due to the exhaustion of his lifespan, causing him to harbor a heart demon during a cultivation session. He confided a secret to his personal disciple, the third sequence of sacred maidens, Bai Lingshuang. More than 100 years ago, Bai Jing had two personal female disciples in the early Yuaning stage. At that time, both of these female disciples were already clan elders, and Bai Jing invited them to join him, to break into the secret realm of the North Xian Immortal Mansion. In the secret realm, Bai Jing poisoned them and secretly sold them to Yang Dingtian, the Xian Yuan sect's patriarch, to be used as stoves, in exchange for a Tian Yuan fruit that could increase their lifespan by 100 years. After Bai Jing returned to the sect, what he reported to the sect was that these two disciples, by mistake, entered a mysterious teleportation array in the Immortal Mansion and were nowhere to be found. When Fong Chin Tong heard this, her face appeared angry and cold as ice, because she remembered this matter. At that time, she had just taken over the position of Patriarch from the Holy Maiden, not long ago. However, Fong Chin Tong did not interrupt Yue Jian's narration, only to hear Yue Jian continue. After Bai Jing came to his senses, he forced Bai Lingshuang to eat the 100 insects and 100 herbs pill as a way to ensure that Bai Lingshuang would keep his secret for him. A while ago, my disciple grandson formed an immortal bond with senior sister Bai. Therefore, senior sister Bai told me this secret to me. So, I joined forces with senior sister Bai and killed Bai Jing. Fong Chin Tong was instantly shocked beyond belief. Simply unbelievable. Jianer, are you saying that you, a junior in the early Jindan stage, killed Bai Jing, who was in the late Yuaning stage? Yue Jian touched his tall nose and emphasized, Master Ancestor, it was my disciple grandson and senior sister Bai Lingshuang, who combined their efforts to kill him, and the fatal blow, it was still senior sister Bai's sneak attack that got him. Thus, Yue Jian took the real battle scene and told him about it, and Fong Chin Tong's attention was immediately drawn to another direction. She waved her hand and said, the aftermath of Bai Jing's fall will be taken care of by your master ancestor me. There is no need for you to pay any more attention to it. Master Ancestor wants to take a look at you right now. The said vermilion bird bloodline, Nanmingli fire. Saying that, she looked at Yue Jian with great anticipation. Just as, the way a leprechaun looked at the Tang monk. Yue Jian could see the covetousness in his master ancestor's beautiful eyes, but it wasn't the kind of covetousness that wanted to eat him. At that moment, Yue Jian came to the center of the hall, and with a thought, a stream of true essence was injected into the vermilion bird wing bone. Buzz. The runes lit up with a great deal of light. The vermilion bird twin wings Dharma shadow, burning with crimson flames, materialized. Fong Chin Tong's heart stirred, and after a little searching, said, Jianer, Master Ancestor would like to form an immortal bond with you, and borrow the power of this vermilion bird origin of yours to condense and stimulate the bloodline. Is that okay? Chapter 17, The First Cultivation with the Absolutely Beautiful Sovereign Master Ancestor. It turned out that Fong Chin Tong was a member of the Phoenix Mountain cultivation family. The Fong family, outside the secret boundaries of the immortal volcano fragment. Legend has it that at the time of the alternation of the last Genesis, a female golden immortal descended from the immortal realm to refine and collect the entire secret realm of the shards of the immortal volcano. At the critical moment of refining, she was attacked by other immortal powerhouses from the lower realms, and when she was about to fall, that golden immortal escaped by casting the escape of blood and fire without hesitating to fall out of the realm. She transformed into a drop of essence blood, rushed like a lost dog, panicked, and without selectivity merged into a pregnant woman's body and successfully seized her body. It is the taking of a pregnant woman, not the taking of a fetus. A few months later, the pregnant woman who had fallen two great realms to the heavenly immortal realm gave birth to a daughter named Fong Linfan. She left her daughter to be raised by the husband's family of the body's original owner, and returned to the immortal realm herself, taking advantage of the fact that the cracks in the boundary wall had not yet healed. After Fong Linfan reached adulthood, he awakened his bloodline phoenix and settled on a mountain peak outside the secret realm of the immortal volcano fragment, naming it Phoenix Mountain. Fong Linfan is the first generation of the Fong family's oldest ancestor. However, after she entered the secret realm of the immortal volcano when she was at the Yuaning realm, she never came out again. Subsequently, the Fong family are all women as the head of the family. Women are inferior to men, only to recruit flunkies, not married. Nowadays, the Fong family, occasionally there will be people with thin phoenix blood, but the return of the ancestor to awaken the bloodline phantom is extremely rare. Fong Chin Tong is a person with thin phoenix blood, but has not awakened the bloodline phantom. In Fong Chin Tong's thoughts, the phoenix and the vermilion bird can be said to be from the same family. Perhaps Yue Jian's vermilion bird wingbone origin would be beneficial to his own thin phoenix blood. At this moment, when Yue Jian heard that his master ancestor had invited him to double cultivation, to use the power of his vermilion bird wingbone origin to condense and stimulate his bloodline, he could not help but feel stirred in his heart, and a heart almost popped out of his throat. One must know that this patriarchal master ancestor of his own was recognized as the first beauty of the vegetable woman sect back then. Nowadays, The people of the sect no longer mention this, not because the master ancestor is no longer beautiful, but her position as patriarch has overshadowed the rest. Yue Jian looked at the noble and elegant master ancestor, only to see her bright and stunning face, not hiding the color of anticipation. The temptation was so great that it was really hard for people to refuse. Without hesitation, Yue Jian bowed and said, "It would be an honor for my disciple and grandson to serve master ancestor." Fong Chin Tong smiled in relief and instructed the two maids, "Go, get ready. This seat's cultivation hall has not been used for more than 30 years. The maid bowed and led the way. Two of her male personal disciples had fallen in the final duel of the Holy Maiden sequence competition 180 years ago, and since then, she had never received any personal disciples. Her Taoist partner, Ho Jigua, a former Yuaning ancestor, had reached the grand completion of Yuaning more than 30 years ago, and had sensed the opportunity to transform into a god. So he crossed the realm sea and went to the east extreme region to break through to the spirit of transformation. As such, Fong Chin Tong had never practiced with anyone in the past 30 years or so, and would not be able to use the cultivation hall. During this period, countless elite male cultivation disciples wanted to obtain the Fong Chin Tong immortal fate. Instead, Fong Chin Tong used the incident as an incentive. As long as a male cultivator of Jin Dan or above challenges to win over someone of equal status in the Xianyuan sect, she grants the immortal fate. As a result, quite a few of the vegetable woman sect's disciples, who had made appointments to fight against their counterpart cultivators from the Xianyuan sect, had all ended up in failure. The most famous one is the contemporary saint son of the vegetable woman sect, Li Haotian, who asked the saint son of the Xianyuan sect, Beiqing, for a duel at the Lotus Peak of Ziwashan Mountain, and was defeated by him in more than 10 moves. This had a great impact on Li Haotian's Taoist heart. Originally gentle as jade, easygoing as a modest gentleman like him, he steeply became violent and ruthless, cold and brutal, and that Beiqing, with the momentum of the great victory, achieved the invincible Tao heart, actually in just a few years, the baby success. Therefore, for more than 30 years, there was no one who had obtained the immortal fate bestowed by Patriarch Fong Chin Tong. It could be seen that the true strength of the vegetable woman sect was already far inferior to the Xianyuan sect. It was only holding the name of one of the three ancient sects. Not long after, two maids returned and said that the cultivation hall was ready. Fong Chin Tong stood up and took the initiative to extend her soft razor-like jade hand to Yue Jian. Yue Jian stepped forward without haste and held the hand of his master ancestor, smiling at each other. And moi, the two of them flew up on the ground, crossed the wide corridor at the back of the hall, flew out the door, and both of them descended in front of the cultivation hall. Yue Jian instantly sensed the rich fire elemental spiritual qi in the hall. He was originally a dual spirit root of thunder and fire, so he felt very comfortable. Entering the cultivation hall, the shielding array immediately activated. The two of them had worshipped the portrait of the vegetarian lady according to the system, and turned around the wall of illumination. Yue Jian only saw that in the hall. It was mostly decorated with demonic birds and birds' feathers, which were colorful and gorgeous. Quite a few fire demon pills, combined into a piece of decoration, embellished it, on top of another exquisite candlestick. What was burning was not a candle, but mostly a spirit fire, and there were even two lower-grade true flames, which were the stone marrow true flame and the red cloud true flame. The spirit flame and the true flame emitted a brilliant light, making the entire hall seem magical and dreamy. And the great hall canopy is actually a set of illusionary array, evolution of the red sun rising, sunrise sky scene. Too aesthetic, too extravagant, too atmospheric. No wonder, there was such a rich fire element aura. Fong Chin Tong smiled gently and said, "Jianer, do you like this cultivation hall of Master Ancestor?" Yue Jian heartily praised. It simply exceeds the imagination of the apprentice grandson. The apprentice grandson is a dual spirit root of thunder and fire, so I am very fond of this fire-themed scene. Fong Chin Tong revealed a charming smile. It's good if you like it, then you can come whenever you want in the future. Yue Jian knew what Master Ancestor meant, but he understood that his Tao heart was flawed, and as long as there was a skin-to-skin relationship, the probability of having a love affair would be high. Then there would be an additional love calamity in the future. Moreover, Master Ancestor still has a Taoist couple, so such a love disaster should be very dangerous. Yue Jian struggled for a while before collecting his mind. It was decided that it would be better to cultivate the Tao of harmony of all things and divine qi with Master Ancestor. That as well. He could use his own vermilion bird origin to condense his bloodline for Master Ancestor. At this time, he was extremely eager to obtain a magic treasure that could dissolve the love barrier and cut the threads of love. Soon, the two held hands and came to the cultivation platform in the middle of the main hall. It was a large piece of red diamond fire jade, with a brilliant red countertop, yet smooth as a mirror, and the canopy illusion formation in this area actually reflected the image below. Back up. This was similar to the cultivation hall of his own Zhongling Peak, where Jie Li had arranged the copper mirror. Yue Jian asked curiously, "Senior ancestor, senior uncle, is he also a fire cultivator?" When he said senior uncle, he naturally meant Fong Chin Tong's Taoist partner Ho Jiga. Fong Chin Tong's beautiful eyes were filled with a trace of longing and smiled. He, has a dual system of wood and fire, but fire is the main focus. Otherwise, how could he adapt to this pure fire environment? She said, took out a jade lock yin and yang dan, half contained in the mouth, to be jointly refined with Yue Jian, line that Xian Su Wei. Chapter 18, Cultivating with Disciple Qinger. Another breakthrough. Seeing that Master Ancestor was about to start practicing the Xian Su Wei with himself, with great perseverance, Yue Jian restrained his instinctive desire and immediately stopped it. Master Ancestor, don't be like this. Apprentice son has a method that can better condense your bloodline. However, Master Ancestor, you have to promise your apprentice son to keep it a secret. Fong Chin Tong came to be interested and said with a doting smile, "Okay, Master Ancestor will keep your secret. You tell me." Yue Jian attached a finger with a divine idea and pointed it at Fong Chin Tong's brow. Fong Chin Tong, after a little bit of enlightenment, felt that this gong method is also very much in line with the Great Tao. The key is clean and pure, will not be like the Xian Su Wei, mixed with some other negative things. So said, "Okay, according to you this gong method." In her heart, a trace of loss was inexplicably born, and she secretly said, "So many years have passed, could it be that my charm has faded? Or, Jane's determination, stronger than I imagined?" Soon, the two of them, God, Qi, Tao, and intent, reached a marvelous realm of intermingling. Yue Jian transmitted the pseudo-Nanmingli fire, which was burned up by his true essence under the power of the vermilion bird's wingbone origin, across the air into his master ancestor's body. Fong Chin Tong immediately determined that the vermilion bird origin was indeed extremely beneficial to her own thin phoenix blood. She was able to foresee that as long as she persistently practiced the Tao of divine Qi with this disciple grandson, she herself would one day be able to have her bloodline return to its ancestor and awaken the phoenix bloodline phantasm. And at the same time, the contemporary saint's son, Li Haotian, actually came to the front of the vegetable maiden palace to seek an audience with the Patriarch. Fong Chin Tong. He said that he wanted to report on the plan to form a Qi practicing support army. The Holy Son, Li Haotian, came to the front of the vegetable maiden palace to seek an audience with the Patriarch, intending to report on the Qi practicing support army plan. For a long time, multiple parties had agreed that cultivators of foundation establishment and above should never participate in wars between mundane nations. As for the southern and southeastern part of the vegetarian woman sex power, the Yin-Yang sect, Huichan sect, and Harmony sect, with the support of the Xian Yuan sect, sent out a large number of Qi practicing stage disciples to lead their vassal states and continuously attack the vassal states of the vegetarian lady sect. As such, Patriarch Fong Chin Tong planned to form a Qi practicing support army to defend against it, leaving this to Saint's son Li Haotian. At this moment, Li Haotian begged for an audience, while the deacon on duty said, "Please also ask the Saint's son to come back another day. Lord Patriarch is not available today." Li Haotian frowned and subconsciously asked, "Do you know what the Patriarch is busy with?" The deacon said in all seriousness, "No comment." Li Haotian was furious in his heart, but on the surface, he didn't move, took out a spirit stone bag from his storage ring, wrapped it in true essence, and quickly stuffed it into the lapel of that deacon with lightning speed. That deacon's divine sense probed in, his heart rejoiced, and he immediately transmitted his voice with his divine sense. "Patriarch is practicing the Xian Su Wei with someone." Li Haotian was shocked and jealous, and also asked with his divine sense, "The same who?" The deacon said, "Feng Xiang Peak Transmission Elder, Zhongling Peak Yue Jian." Li Haotian clenched his fists and roared in his heart, "It's him, it's that kid again. It's just as well that senior sister Bai favors him. Why would even the Patriarch grant him the immortal edge? Could it be that it's just because of his extreme 9 lines golden pill?" Brainstorming the image of the high and mighty Patriarch, practicing the Tao of Xian Su with that kid who was a mere new realm Jindan, was simply unimaginable. Li Haotian was burning with jealousy, and he had already started to kill Yue Jian. One must know that before Yue Jian was 40 years old, he formed the extreme golden Dan and would inevitably become a sacred sun sequence, and until the Grand Elder abdicated, he, the Holy Son, would theoretically succeed him. But at the same time, new saints will emerge from the competition of the saintly sequence. The new saint's son is qualified to challenge the upcoming saint's son. If they win, then the new saint's son will take over as the Grand Elder across the board. While the chances of winning are slim, they are not impossible. Therefore, Yue Jian was considered a potential threat to Li Haotian. Li Haotian suppressed his emotions and continued to ask, "Didn't the sovereign have a promise that one must defeat the corresponding status cultivator of the Xian Yuan sect in order to receive the immortal fate bestowed by the sovereign?" The deacon said. That being said, that Yue Jian is the disciple grandson of Lord Sovereign. Li Haotian was almost stunned. That is to say, this kid's pro-disciple, Jiang Xingmian, who crossed the border to kill Feng Yendao with his Haoren Jingqi a while ago, has actually become the sovereign's pro-disciple? Suddenly, a plan came to his mind. Then, this seed will go after the Jiang Xingmian and become her Dao couple. In this way, not only will I be able to draw closer to the sovereign, but also, it will be more convenient to count on that brat. After Li Haotian returned to the Sacred Sun's mansion, he immediately sent people to collect Jiang Xingmian's intelligence. He soon learned that Jiang Xingmian's favorite thing was to collect orphan Confucian texts from the mundane world and then collect them in the miscellaneous books section on the first floor of the scripture pavilion. Li Haotian was overjoyed, and immediately sent 2 of his followers, and his disciples, to travel together to various parts of the mortal realm to collect orphan tomes. He's going to use it as a knockout. Yue Jian and his master ancestor had been practicing the Tao of divine qi until the early hours of the following morning, during which time, there was not the slightest physical contact, pure, clean, and mindful. Although Yue Jian's cultivation level was still at the 3rd level of the early Golden Dan Gathering realm, he could clearly feel that he would soon be able to break through to the 4th level of the Gathering realm. As for Fong Chin Tong, she truly felt that her thin phoenix bloodline was much more active. She was looking forward to her own bloodline returning to its ancestor and awakening the phoenix bloodline phallic phase after a long period of cultivation with Yue Jian. Yue Jian rose to take his leave. Fong Chin Tong told him to take it easy. After dressing up, he took out a jade slip from his storage ring and handed it to Yue Jian. Jianer, this is a set of fire sword techniques cultivated by Master Ancestor. Me, at the Jindan stage, called the Yingying Fire Red Xia sword technique, Earth grade medium grade. You take it back, comprehend it well, and if there is anything you don't understand, come and ask me for advice. Yue Jian bowed and received it. Thank you, Master Ancestor, for your gift. Yue Jian returned to the Bell Spirit Courtyard and was sitting in the water pavilion in the backyard, comprehending the fire red Xia sword given to him by his Master Ancestor. However, he had a poor talent for swordsmanship and an average level of enlightenment, so he didn't gain much. This was because this set of sword techniques, which favored the combination of sword intent and sword momentum with fire arts, was not as simple as mere sword moves and sword chi. But Yue Jian wasn't frustrated either, as he knew that his strengths didn't lie in this area. At this moment, a pair of softly raised jade hands, from behind, hitched onto Yue Jian's shoulders and gently pressed and pinched. Yue Jian naturally knew that it was his own personal disciple, Yan Beiqing, who had come. Master, is it comfortable? Comfortable is comfortable, but Qinger, don't waste your time on such trivial matters. How is your realm consolidation going? It turned out that after Yan Beiqing's cultivation had greatly increased with the help of his master, it was only natural for master and disciple to get along with each other in a cordial manner. As long as Yue Jian had nothing else to do at the Bell Spirit Courtyard, Yan Beiqing always looked for an opportunity to come and express his filial piety. That said, just one cultivation of the Tao of Divine Qi had allowed her to rise from a mortal with no cultivation to the 3rd level of Qi cultivation, and she had also awakened the 4 elephant sacred bones. How could this make Yan Beiqing not be grateful? In addition, she didn't even know that the 4 elephant sacred bone was her own. She only thought that it was passed on to her by her master, Yue Jian, through that emperor-level non-involved dual cultivation method. Otherwise, why would the companion 4 phases of the sacred law have been prepared long ago? Yue Jian knew that she misunderstood, but did not explain, because Yue Jian himself couldn't explain it. He couldn't say that he had a system that was a disciple of his own storm return. At this moment, Yan Beiqing felt that it was the right time to hear his master ask about his cultivation, so she stopped her massaging hands, and a hint of anticipation flashed in her springy, beautiful eyes as she said, Master, disciple has already stabilized his realm. Can I still ask master to help disciple raise his cultivation again, please? Disciple perceives that only with a high cultivation level can a disciple comprehend the divine abilities in the 4 elephant sacred laws. Yue Jian hesitated in his heart, frowning in dark thought. Will there be any hidden dangers in pulling up seedlings so much? The state of mind, for example, doesn't have a process of gradual progression from weak to strong. You know, the lower ranks cultivate body, qi, and strength, the higher ranks cultivate mind, God, and Tao. In the midst of the conflict, he only heard Qinger's petulant soft words begging, Master, just promise Qinger. Qinger heard from senior sister Renal Ling that the clan will be forming a Qi practicing support army in the near future, and as I, Great Yong, am at war with Great E in the south, Qinger would like to join this Qi practicing support army and take the position of commander. Also, Qinger knows that when Master was accepting disciples, the other transmission elders and deacons were all waiting to see the jokes on you. Master, disciple wants to rise to prominence and hit them hard in the face for you. Master, Yue Jian finally couldn't argue with her. and intimately scraped her high, smooth and tender nose, dotingly smiling. You really can't do anything about it. Qinger was overjoyed and immediately got up, pulling Yue Jian's hand and dragging it in the direction of the cultivation hall. It was still the god, Qi, Dao, and intent of the Dao of divine Qi, mingling and assisting each other. However, Yan Beiqing's that physique, in this state, was still able to absorb Yue Jian's true essence and origin. Luckily, Yue Jian had the system strike back, otherwise he really couldn't carry it. This time around, Yan Beiqing once again rose wildly by 3 realms, reaching the 6th level of Qi cultivation. As for Yue Jian this time, he had also risen from the 3rd level of the early Jindan stage of Jindan to the 4th level of Jindan. In the evening, the sun is setting, the evening sun is darkening, and the moon is over the trees. Bai Lingshuang came with her sword and descended in front of the Bell Spirit courtyard. Last time, Yue Jian had given her a cave token that could pass through the formations of this courtyard. Therefore, she did not need to be informed and entered the courtyard directly. Yue Jian had planned to go to Master Jiang Xingmian's place tonight, but when he saw her coming, he had no choice but to stop. In the middle of the front hall, he greeted Bai Lingshuang. When the moment detects her with the system. Target, Bai Lingshuang. Age, 32. Realm, early Jindan stage. 5th level of Jindan realm. Spiritual root, ice and water single spiritual root. Talent, earth level lower grade sword enlightenment. Earth level upper grade ice related enlightenment. Luck, blue minor luck. Meet the conditions for acceptance of an apprentice. Yue Jian was both surprised and delighted. Senior sister Bai's Qi had been transformed from Grey Doom to a small blue Qi. Chapter 19, Accepting White Lingfang as an apprentice blitz copying enlightenment. He detected the way senior sister Bai looked at him, full of gratitude, and a kind of friendship that was as pure as it was dear. Thus, he asked with concern, Senior sister Bai, the antidote pills, are they ready? A relaxed smile blossomed on Bai Lingshuang's cold, snow-like face. The poison of that 100 insects and 100 herbs pill has been completely relieved. Senior brother, thank you. Yue Jian smiled brightly, heartily happy for her. He suddenly remembered that he hadn't yet shared the spoils of the old white ghost. So with a thought, he moved the moon-prancing frosty sword and the flowing cloud floating dust from the lower-grade treasure weapons. Linglong Cave, once captive to Bai's many stoves. Whether there will be traces of Yue Jian does not know. Anyway, not to Bai Lingshuang, it will be fine. The fire cloud flying boat, too, had carried those stoves. And the heavenly silkworm violet gold robe was something Yue Jian himself wanted very much. Then, Yue Jian took out 6 more spiritual artifacts along with half of the spirit stones, pills, talismans, spiritual plants and spiritual objects. Senior sister Bai, these are almost half of old man Bai's possessions in his storage ring. For you. Bai Lingshuang waved her hands back and forth, a blush spreading across her face like snow under the moon. Senior brother, senior sister did not come here to ask for these. Elder sister is thinking, cultivate that divine Qi Dao technique with you for a long time. Is that okay? Yue Jian immediately laid down a soundproof boundary and said sincerely, Senior sister, why don't you worship me as your teacher? It's a secret, not open to the public. Bai Lingshuang was stunned and thought she had heard wrong. Senior brother, what did you say? I said that I hope senior sister will secretly worship me. Even though senior brother I am not as good as you in terms of realm and status right now, but there are really good things that can be passed on to you. Yue Jian said seriously. Since the system had decided that she had met the conditions to be taken as a disciple, Yue Jian certainly wanted to take her, because it's good for both. For both. You know, there are rewards for taking in disciples. Moreover, the system will issue teaching materials according to the disciple's situation. Yue Jian saw that Bai Lingshuang was having some difficulty understanding, so he added, Senior sister, you secretly worshipped me as your teacher, and outsiders don't know about it. As long as you worship me, I'll have a suitable technique for you in addition to the advanced version of the divine Qi Dao technique. Moreover, you can back out at any time. Seeing that Yue Jian spoke sincerely, although she could not understand it, out of gratitude, trust, and pure friendship, Bai Lingshuang nodded her head and said, Then, alright then. Yue Jian was overjoyed, and immediately pulled Bai Lingshuang, coming into the private formation of the cultivation hall, and performed the ritual of paying homage to his master. Ding! Congratulations to the host, accepting Bai Lingshuang as his disciple. Reward top-grade treasure weapon, Taiyin Moonlight Mirror, can absorb moonlight, triggered by ice true essence, in the form of light, launching a ranged icy cold attack. Teaching materials issued, Tianijin Shuiji Decanter Technique, lower grade of heavenly level, Ice Cloud Sword Technique, upper grade of earthly level. Host can choose one of them. Blitz copy Bai Lingshuang's talent, top level sword path enlightenment, top level ice related enlightenment, not recommended, not suitable for host. Yue Jian was ecstatic in his heart. Consciousness chose expectantly. I'll go with earth level lower grade sword Dao enlightenment. Ding! Copying successful. Triggering a blitz. You have gained a heavenly lower grade Sword Dao enlightenment. Buzz. At that moment, Yue Jian only felt that countless Sword Dao insights and sensations appeared directly in his mind, as if they were his own. Yue Jian was thrilled beyond words. This was equivalent to making up for a large piece of his shortcomings. Regarding the reward for accepting a disciple, Yue Jian was planning to bestow that superior grade treasure weapon, the Taiyin Lunar Mirror, to Bai Lingshuang. Bai Lingshuang excused herself from wanting the white old man's loot, just as compensation. Anyway, that thing had to be stimulated with ice-based true essence, and it wasn't like he could use it himself. At that moment, Yue Jian spread his hands out and moved the Taiyin Moonflower Mirror out from the system space. Frost Child, this is a gift of worship from your master. Be sure to accept it. As a matter of fact, Bai Lingshuang was 6 years younger than Yue Jian, so calling the phrase Frost Child did not seem awkward. Bai Lingshuang probed with her divine sense and instantly knew that this was a top-grade treasure weapon. She was shocked beyond words, her red lips slightly open. Master, this is too expensive. Yue Jian laughed indifferently. Master can't use it anyway. Will he put it to sleep in his storage ring? Here, just take it. Only then did Bai Lingshuang accept it, loving this object to the core. One must know that in the entire vegetarian nun sect, there were only 2 top-grade treasure artifacts and 1 extreme-grade treasure artifact. Extremely high-grade treasure weapon Sunu series, top-grade treasure weapon White Water Sword in Du Guangqin. Moreover, the grade of the treasure weapon was only one aspect. The most important thing was whether it was suitable for you or not. And Bai Lingshuang felt that Taiyin Lunar Mirror was simply too good for her. Her excitement had not yet subsided when she saw Yue Jian take out 2 more jade slips. Frosty. One of them is the Heavenly One True Waters Decapitation skill, a heaven-grade lower-grade technique. The other is the Ice Cloud Sword technique, an Ice and Water Earth-grade upper-grade sword technique. What Yue Jian gave, naturally, was a burned version of the jade slip, and he himself still had a backup. Bai Lingshuang was both shocked and excited in her heart. Could it be that Master had once obtained some kind of relic left behind by an ice powerhouse? No wonder. He had to take me as his disciple. This is an extraordinary legacy. Although he was curious, but it was a matter of chance. Yue Jian didn't say anything, so Bai Lingshuang naturally wouldn't ask, and his heart was filled with gratitude and respect. Master Teacher, thank you. You are the true ray of light in my disciple's life. Bai Lingshuang looked at Yue Jian's eyes with deep affection and said sincerely, 2 hours of cultivation of the divine Qi Dao technique. Perhaps it was because Bai Lingshuang's thoughts had been enlightened. She had directly broken through from the early Jindan stage, the 5th level of Jindan, to the 6th level of Jindan. As for Yue Jian, there was already a boost, and with the addition of blitz sharing, he actually went from the 4th level of Judean to the 7th level of Judean. Early the next morning, Bai Lingshuang had just left. Jie Li then took the opportunity to enter the report. Senior Uncle, yesterday night, a holy maiden house stewardship disciple sent you a post. Because you were practicing with Master by yesterday, it was inconvenient for the disciple to disturb you, so I reported to you at this time. Yue Jian was puzzled in his mind. I have nothing to do with the holy maiden Mengxinjia. What is she doing sending me a post? Yue Jian pulled out the post from the post seal, and saw that it was Dream Goddess Jiao, who had asked herself to attend the Zither and Sword Exchange meeting with the Xian New Sex Visitor Group, organized by the Holy Maiden Mansion. 3 days later, the Dao of the Zither was the strength of the Vegetarian Lady sect, while the Dao of the Sword was the strength of the Xian Lady sect. Yue Jian pondered in his heart, why would I be invited? Previously, I didn't show any talent in the Dao of Zither and Sword. Could it be that it's simply because of the false news of my extreme 9 stripes gold pill? No matter what, it was a matter of clan business, so Yue Jian had to go. It turned out that Dream Goddess Jiao had previously been assigned by the Patriarch to take the opportunity of Xian Nu Sect's Grand Elder's 700th birthday to pay a visit, wanting to facilitate an alliance against the Xian Yuan sect, whose ambitions had skyrocketed. The Xian Nu sect has this intention, but it has not yet been determined. Thus, the Holy Maiden of the Xian Nu sect, leading dozens of Jindan cultivators, came with Mengxinjia to return to the Vegetarian Nu sect. Yue Jian naturally did not know that the real intention of Dream Goddess Jiao's invitation was naturally not because of the Sword Dao exchange, but rather, the 10,000 creation immortal soul that resided in her body was trying to take over her body. So, he didn't care. When he saw Jie Li, he casually asked, Senior nephew Jie Li, have you helped your Taoist couple build the foundation? Chapter 20, The Holy Maiden takes her first immortal fate as a reward. Jie Li couldn't help but blush as she listened to Yue Jian ask about her helping her Dao couple build their foundation, and replied somewhat coyly, a few days ago, has helped him build his foundation. Yue Jian asked again, what grade? Jie Li had a faint look of disgust on her face. Disciple has already done his best to help him. He has also only constructed an inferior Dao platform. Senior uncle, disciple has already dissolved his relationship with him, as a Daoist couple. Yue Jian asked curiously. Oh, why? Disliking his poor cultivation base and low ceiling? Jie Li said matter-of-factly. That's not true. It's because of you, senior uncle. Last time when I practiced the divine Qi Dao technique with you, senior uncle, to help me build my foundation, I realized that with him, the effect, it's too bad, no comparison, no harm, disciple only wants, from time to time, to be able to cultivate the divine Qi Dao technique with you, senior uncle, and that's already enough. After this cultivation, Yue Jian gave Jie Li a spirit stone bag. Jie Li subconsciously took it, her divine sense probed in, and she exclaimed, Senior uncle, this is a full 10,000 spirit stones, the open box in the mansion can't even use this much. Yue Jian said boldly, the rest is your cultivation resources, take it if it's given to you. Nowadays, senior uncle, I'm not poor. Jie Li was ecstatic. It was important to know that even the early Jindan cultivators who hadn't accumulated and had just broken through not long ago were rarely able to take out 10,000 spirit stones. 3 days later, Yue Jian attended the sacred maiden's residence to receive the Xian new sex visitors at the Sword and Qin Exchange. The venue was not located inside the Holy Maiden's mansion. Rather, it was on top of the platform at the top of the Holy Maiden Peak. The cultivators of the Vegetable Woman sect and the Xian Woman sect sat in two directions, east and west, in a circle. Yue Jian's position was actually arranged to sit on the left side of the Holy Maiden Dream Goddess Jiao, which caused the dissatisfaction of Dream Goddess Jiao's many followers, as well as other guest cultivators. Yue Jian's remaining light surveyed Meng Shenzhou, only to see that she was very bold and wild, flamboyant and wanton. A skeletonized gold picket line translucent gauze dress with very little fabric. It exposed her hot and sexy devil body, almost to the fullest. If there is nothing fixed strength of mortals, see her cannot hold on the spot spray nosebleed, are very likely. The first of the four great beauties of Jindan was true to her name. Of course, the title of the head came more from her position than her looks. As a matter of fact, which of the four great beauties of the vegetarian women's sex Jindan is not a top-notch stunner? Simply from the posture and temperament, it is really difficult to distinguish between high and low. Each has its own unique characteristics. Yue Jian habitually detected her with the system. When he saw the information given by the system, Yue Jian was shocked in his heart, because, instead of one, there are two copies of the information. Target, Yumakami Jiao. Age, 87. Realm, late Jindan stage. 9th level of Dan transformation. Spiritual roots, Earth Darkness dual spiritual roots. Physique, cultivated in fury body. Chakra, white universal luck. Not eligible for apprenticeship, because she has a master. Target, mantras Immortal soul. Age, more than 157,000 years. Realm, a remnant of the true spirit after the destruction of the Yuan Shen, then suppressed by the heavenly Tao, only equivalent to the Yuaning perfection soul. Luck, Grey Doom, not eligible for apprenticeship. Looking at the information detected by the system, Yue Jian was shocked in his heart. This is the legendary one body and two souls, or rather, it's the son of luck who has old grandpa's golden finger. But why? One is a white pooch and the other a Grey Doom? That immortal soul, what on earth is he stumped on? Yue Jian couldn't think of it, and he wouldn't knock his head against the wall to think about it. Regarding the Wanshuang immortal soul being suppressed into a Yuaning perfection divine soul, Yue Jian was able to understand, because, above the Yuaning, that would no longer be a divine soul, but a Yuanshan. As for Dream Goddess Jiao's profile, it clearly favored the devil cultivation talent. However, it had never been heard that she had shown a devil cultivation attribute. I think that it should be that immortal soul that used some secret method to cover it up. At this point, the exchange has long since begun. It is mainly carried out in the form of performances and presentations. The vegetarian women's sect mostly performs the Tao of the Zither, the Xian women's sect mostly performs the Tao of the Sword. It should be known that back then, the previous generations of disciples of the Xian new sect, based on the Xian new inheritance, compiled the Xian Tian 9 swords canon, which included 9 different sets of sword techniques, ranging from the top grade of the earth level to the very best grade of the heaven level. The disciples of the Xian new sect can learn it by spending enough contribution points. As for the inheritance of the vegetarian lady sect, the highest level, apart from the vegetarian lady's true scripture, was the 9 spectral songs canon, whose true meaning of the Qin Dao gave rise to a lot of song scores, all of which were collectively referred to as the vegetarian lady's strings. This was also something that could be learned in the vegetarian lady sect by spending contribution points. There is a poem that says, Chang's osmanthus has become a ghostly hate, and Sui's strings have a lot of leftover sorrows. However, the Tao of the Zither required even more talent and enlightenment. In today's vegetable woman sect, there were very few cultivators who had comprehended the true meaning of the Zither Tao. This led to the vegetable woman sect becoming the weakest of the 3 ancient sects. Yun Xiaoxiao, the sacred maiden of the Xian sect, gradually felt bored. And after a cultivator of the Su sect finished demonstrating her zither skills, she stopped a Xian sect senior disciple who was about to get off the field and got up to say, "Senior sister Dream, as I see it, why don't both sides spar at the same realm, point to point, and set the prize money yourself?" "How?" Yue Jian naturally raised his eyes to survey her, only to see that Yun Xiaoxiao's temperament was stern and sharp, just like a sheathed sword. She was tall, but not curvy, her entire body straight as a gun, flat chest, clean and unencumbered. Yue Jian, however, did not think that she was necessarily a princess of peace. You know, there are a lot of vestments and robes that are moldable. It's not clear that there's anything going on inside people's homes. Yue Jian naturally wouldn't use his divine sense to probe out of curiosity. It was important to know that almost all of the vestments were resistant to divine sense penetration. He habitually detects with the system. Target, Yun Xiaoxiao, age, 68, realm, late Jindan stage, 7th level of Dan transformation. Spiritual roots, double spiritual roots of wind and thunder. Talent, earth grade upper grade sword Dao talent. Luck, purple luck, not eligible for apprenticeship. At this time, Dream Goddess Jiao heard Yun Xiaoxiao say so, and couldn't help but enchantingly laugh. Good, the Lord follows the guest, just as the senior sister said. The next step was to spar with each other. The so-called same realm, refers to the middle realm can be the same. For example, in the Jindan realm, the early Jindan realm versus the Jindan realm, the middle Chengdan realm versus the Chengdan realm. It's not precise to the first few levels. Of course, a low realm person could challenge a high realm person if one's brain hadn't been kicked silly by a demonic beast. In more than 10 battles, the vegetarian women's sect only won. The Xian sect's crowd of cultivators were high and proud. The cultivators of the vegetable woman sect, on the other hand, were discouraged and ashamed of themselves. There was no one who dared to go down again. Yue Jian didn't intend to make a move because he felt that it wasn't much fun. The point was, he didn't see any bets given by the other cultivator that had something he was moved by. Dream Goddess Jiao's face seemed to be a bit untenable, so she stood up and incentivized. From now on, whichever of you comes down to challenge or answer the battle, win or lose, will be rewarded with 1,000 contribution points. If you win, this seat will grant either an immortal edge or 10,000 contribution points as a reward. As she said that, seemingly intentionally or unintentionally, she glanced at Yue Jian. At that moment, many of the male cultivators of the vegetable woman sect became excited and thrilled. To know, the holy maiden Mengxianjiao, is the vegetarian women's sect Jindan one of the 4 great beauties, but also has that high status aura added, which male cultivator cannot be touched by the heart. Furthermore, she had no personal master, no personal disciples, and had never heard of her cultivating the Xian Su way with anyone. So, some male cultivators went down enthusiastically, but it was discouraging to lose all of them. It had to be said that at the same realm, the cultivators of the vegetable woman sect were simply no match for the sword cultivators of the Xian woman sect. At this time, the remaining sun was like blood, the sunset was falling in the west, and the sky was getting late. A Xian sect sword cultivator who had already won 3 matches in a row returned to his site's camp. Yun Xiaoxiao, the sacred maiden of the Xian sect, personally came down and said aloud, "Senior sister Dream, let the two of us, you and I, cut the finale. How about it? I'll use the white ape sword technique of the 9 swords of the Xian heaven. Of course, only enough jade slips for one person to comprehend. You can bet on any set of earth grade medium grade feats, techniques, or sword techniques." Chapter 21 Dragon Claw Hands grasps the holy maiden of the Xian sect. When Dream Goddess Jiao heard Yun Xiaoxiao challenge herself, she couldn't help but laugh chirpily. "Senior sister Yun, senior sister doesn't think she's a match for you, so she won't make a fool of herself. Besides, in senior sister's hands, there is no inheritance above the middle grade of the earth level that can be spread out." It was not that she was afraid of Yun Xiaoxiao, but she simply did not want to win against Yun Xiaoxiao and undermine people's face. Her main goal in organizing this exchange was to befriend Yun Xiaoxiao and facilitate an alliance. Secondly, it was naturally for Yue Jian. The 10,000 creation immortal soul in her body wanted to take over Yue Jian and possess his 11-line superlative golden Dan. Yun Xiaoxiao saw that Mengxianjiao actually didn't answer the battle, and was pleased in her heart, but also felt spoiled. Thus, she swept her gaze from the faces of the vegetal maiden sect's cultivators one by one and said aloud, "Which fellow Taoist is willing to come down and teach? This seat will suppress the realm to a middle realm lower than that." All the cultivators of the vegetable woman sect were indignant in their hearts. Arrogant, deception. Do you really think that there is no one in my vegetarian girl sect? But what was suffocating was that no one really dared to go down and fight. Dream Goddess Jiao, on the other hand, looked at Yue Jian with a smile on her face. When Yue Jian saw this, he could not help but feel a stirring in his heart. He had heard a little about that white ape sword technique, It was the lowest grade sword skill in the 9 swords of Xian Tian, an earth grade middle grade. However, it was also the sword skill that the disciples of the Xian Nu sect had practiced the most, not only because it wanted a low contribution value, but mainly because it required an even lower sword diagnosis. It is said that in the 9 swords of Xian Tian, the only heaven-level extreme sword skill Xian Ji Xian sword skill is colorless and nameless, no gas and no image sword Dao origin true meaning. Xian Nu Zone Ben Yuan Hui so far no one has been enlightened. The white ape sword technique is said to have been created by the ancient Zhou Tian Xian maiden when she was not ascending, and when she traveled to the land of cloud and dream, she saw the white cloud cave in the mountain, which was surrounded by the immortal energy, and so she went to the cave for a short time. The white ape in the cave is a demonic beast in the realm of transformed form, calling himself Lord Yuan, who worships Xian Nu with reverence, picking flowers and offering fruits all day long to make offerings. Seeing that he was careful and prudent in practicing and cultivating the way, Xian Nu broke a branch to make a sword and passed on the sword skill to him. This is the white ape sword technique, seemingly simple but actually deep, all-encompassing, ever-changing, unfathomable, and heavenly. Later, Yuan Gong became a generation of sword cultivator and ascended to immortality. When cracks appeared in the boundary wall at the alternation of the Yuan Council, Lord Yuan also returned to the lower realm to protect the Xian Nu sect from the scourge of the immortals and demons that descended from the immortal realm. The disciples of the Xian Nu sect thus learned that after his ascension, Yuan Gong remained under the banner of the Xian Nu emperor. He was appointed as the White Cloud Cave monarch, and he was given the order to hold the secretary of the 9 heavens. At that time, many of the old ancestors of the Xian Nu sect had all participated in the 9 heavens secretary. Therefore, the sword techniques included in the grand canon of the 9 swords of the Xian heaven were partially originated from the immortal world. Therefore, Yue Jian was very interested in that white ape sword technique, because it went from simple to deep. It could just make up for his shortcomings of having a poor foundation in the way of the sword. Thus, Yue Jian stood up and flew off the field. After the salute, Yue Jian used his divine sense to burn a synopsis of the ice cloud sword technique, wrapped it with his true essence, and sent it to Yun Xiaoxiao. With this, senior brother is betting on senior sister's white ape sword technique. I wonder if it's possible. Also, senior sister doesn't have to suppress her realm. You and I can just fight fairly. At that moment, the group of cultivators were in an uproar. Vegetarian sect side. This senior brother has he lost his mind? The sacred maiden of the Xian Nu sect, even if she suppresses the same realm as him, he has no chance of winning, and letting people not have to suppress their realms. Isn't this looking for abuse? Could it be that he feels that the face of my vegetable woman sect today has not been lost enough? In my opinion, senior brother Yu is adoring the other party's saint daughter and is willing to be a licking dog. In the name of a betting match, he is actually giving that ice cloud sword technique as a gift to the other party. On the side of the Xian Nu sect, this brat is simply looking for death. Under senior sister's sword, he's just an ant-like fellow. Senior sister, this brat doesn't deserve your sword at all. Let senior brother teach him a good lesson on your behalf. Let him know that even though we're in the same 3 ancient sects, how great is the gap in their true strength. The bull ***** ice cloud sword technique. Can it be worth as much as 10% of my clan's white ape sword technique? This kid is playing with his heart. No matter how ugly his defeat is, he can always brag later that he had competed on the same stage as the holy maiden of the Xian Nu sect. That's just raising his own identity. However, he saw Yun Xiaoxiao's stern eyes, sweeping across the room, signaling the crowd not to clamor. Only then did the crowd of cultivators gradually shut up. Yun Xiaoxiao took the jade slip, placed it on his forehead, and his divine sense probed it, and his expression couldn't help but change, and he immediately said, "Senior brother, this is an earth-grade upper-grade sword skill. Wouldn't you lose out by betting on my mid-grade white ape sword technique?" The Xian Nu sect's crowd of cultivators were shocked beyond words. There were even those who had previously said bull ***** about the ice cloud sword technique, only to feel a fiery pain on their face. An earth-grade upper-grade sword skill. There were definitely no more than 10 sets circulating in the world, other than those included in the 9 swords of the Xian heaven. Yue Jian was about to say that it was fine, so he would use his earth-grade upper-grade and bet on her earth-grade middle-grade. But Jin Xiaoxiao spoke extremely fast, and then said, "In this case, I will bet on this ice cloud sword skill of yours with the earth-grade extreme evil beheading sword skill of the 9 swords of Xian Tian." In her opinion, she wouldn't lose anyway. The value of one's bet was higher than the other parties in order to show one's own bravado, as well as the bravado of the Xian Nu sect. That said, she was the holy maiden of the Xian Nu sect, a genius cultivator in the late Jindan stage, and she still couldn't take down a pre-Jindan stage of the district's Sunu sect? Then she could really go to the mundane world and buy a block of tofu and crash it to death. Anyway, it was the other party who had asked for himself, without the need to suppress his realm. Yue Jian was conflicted in his mind for a moment. the value of that evil beheading sword technique was obviously much higher than the white ape sword technique. However, his original intention was really to have the white ape sword technique, which went from shallow to deep. Thus, he inquired, I also hope that senior sister will briefly introduce that evil slaying sword technique. Yun Xiaozhao proudly said, this sword skill originated from the immortal realm. For that year, when the White Ape Lord returned to the lower realm at the time of the alternation of the Yuanhui after his ascension, taking out the 9 heavenly secret handed down by the Xian new ancestor to the old ancestors for their enlightenment. Among them, the secret talisman of the Supreme Jiao Tian Xian Nu for cutting evil is of the first order. This talisman can act on behalf of the heavenly Tao of the immortal realm, and take charge of the thunder law. Wherever there are evils, the divine power will sweep away all evils and purge them. A number of senior ancestors of the Mahayana realm of my vegetarian nun sect have jointly comprehended this talisman and adapted it into this sword skill for cutting evil based on the heavenly Tao of the lower realm. It is the origin of the sword Tao, combined with the thunder law. This seat is the main cultivation of the evil cutting sword technique. Yue Jian's heart was moved, because he was a dual system of thunder and fire. This evil beheading sword technique, it was too suitable for himself. Thus, Yue Jian arched his hand in a salute and said in an unassuming manner, alright then, this is the evil beheading sword technique. Senior sister is a guest from afar, so please issue it first. Yun Xiaozhao naturally didn't have the face to seize the lead, so he said, this seat is 2 middle realms higher than you, senior brother, so I'll let you have 2 styles. Begin. With that, she took a defensive sword stance. Yue Jian was no longer humble. His purpose was the sword skill of severing evil. It wasn't like he was actually discussing his friends. His mind moved, the green dragon probed his claws. I grab. Yue Jian didn't even intend to use any thunder and fire techniques as well as flying swords or anything. That said, even though he was an 11-stripe extreme Jin Dan, he was only a mere early-stage Jin Dan, and relying on his cultivation's attack, he definitely could not injure Yin Xiaozhao, who was in the late stage of Jin Dan. Therefore, he used his strongest means as soon as he came up, only to see him raise his left hand to grab in the air. Boom! A dragon claw phantom shadow, abruptly probed out, instantly skyrocketed 10,000 times. Lightning then locked Yun Xiaozhao in all directions, fast to the extreme. Chapter 22 The immortal fate given by the holy maiden is not right. Yue Jian Xinglong Tan Claw aptitude show, actually will be gullible, has not yet reacted to the cloud Xiaozhao, grasped in the phantom dragon claw, cannot break free. The group of cultivators were shocked beyond words. How did this happen? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Senior sister Yun, how could she lose? This is a divine power. That kid is using a divine power. Senior sister Yun, to be defeated in seconds. This is too unbelievable, isn't it? At this moment, there was no one more excited than the 10,000 creation immortal soul in dream goddess Jiao's body. He was ecstatic in his heart. This divine ability of his comes from his arm bones. This flesh body, unexpectedly, has a pair of dragon claw bones. Great, an unexpected blessing. Jiao, later on, you'll ask him to double cultivate. Just in time, didn't you say before that the victor, you promise immortal destiny? When this is done, immediately, at once, make an appointment with him. Dream goddess Jiao's divine sense communicated. Do you need to say it, you dead old man? I don't know myself? Shut up for little auntie. Less noisy. Wait, when auntie cultivates with him, you took his body. Does this not make you an old ghost cultivating with auntie? You're really going to disgust me to death. Wan Shuang said, once old immortal me succeeds in taking over the body, it will end immediately. That said, old immortal I'm over 150,000 years old and have long been bad with women. At this moment, the one who was most stifled was of course Yin Xiaozhao in the claws of the green dragon. She was firmly controlled, and she couldn't cast her sword path, nor could she pinch and cast a powerful technique. An instantaneous technique couldn't get herself out of the situation at all. She regretted it in her heart. Why did I have to be so big-headed that I had to let him make the first move? If I had raised my sword and taken the lead at the beginning, how could it have been so? Yue Jian, on the other hand, sensed Yun Xiaozhao's struggle. She was stubborn and surprisingly had not yet admitted defeat. Although the green dragon probing claw divine ability was strong, but now it was only the first level. It could not be maintained for long. However, it was not possible to really exert force and pinch Yun Xiaozhao to burst. Thus, he took out from his storage ring the trophies obtained from the white old man, the lower grade treasure weapon, the flowing cloud floating dust, and held it in his right hand, controlling it with his divine sense, and stimulating the dust filaments to skyrocket out. Wow! Thousands of dust filaments, like streaming clouds, swept toward Yun Xiaozhao. Dragon claw phantom, timely dissipation, flowing clouds floating dust seamless relay, rolled Yun Xiaozhao, immediately wrapped her into a large cocoon. In this way, the opponent no longer has any chance of flipping. Senior sister, I'm sorry. Yue Jian suppressed his complacency and said as calmly as possible. Yun Xiaoxiao unwillingly transmitted his voice with divine sense. Let go of me. Count it as a win for you. Yue Jian then retrieved the floating dust. Yun Xiaoxiao's face was unsightly as he merged a blank jade slip and the sword decapitation technique jade slip together, and used his divine sense to burn it, and set up a prohibition that it could only be comprehended by one person. Of course, the first one who practiced it was allowed to teach others if they had comprehended enough, but the effect of a second transference will generally be very, very poor. This was because the sword techniques above the earth level focused on the true intent of the sword path. An average person, who could comprehend 50% of it, would already be very good. 50% of what is comprehended is lost by another 1 or 2% in order to express it. The person being transmuted will also lose 1 or 2% of their understanding and comprehension. Thus, Yun Xiaoxiao was not afraid of Yue Jian spreading the word in a big way. She took the burned jade slip, threw it to Yue Jian, and with an exasperated wave of her hand, drank. Let's go. Saying that, he took the lead in the sword, actually heading towards the main mountain gate of the vegetarian nun sect, not even giving a greeting to Meng Xinjiao. Dream Goddess Jiao said anxiously, Senior Sister Yun, where are you going? Yun Xiaoxiao hovered in the air and said in a bad mood, where else can I go? Of course it is to return to my Xian Nu sect. Do you think that I still have the face to continue to be a guest in your vegetable woman sect? Yue Jian only felt amused in his heart. This Xian Nu sect holy maiden is too competitive and has too much self-esteem. Dream Goddess Jiao knew Yun Xiaoxiao's temperament, and decided to leave. Even a 9-headed dragon couldn't pull it back. So she said, Yun's senior sister, proceed. This is a little bit of a small token of appreciation from my vegetarian nun sect to you. With that, she used her true essence, wrapping a storage ring, and transported it towards Yun Xiaoxiao. Yun Xiaoxiao did not hesitate to swing out a sword chi. Accurately that storage ring hit back in front of the dream god Jiao, underlings defeated, which still have the face to receive gifts. After speaking, the imperial sword made a hover and was about to fly away. Dream goddess Jiao was anxious. Wait, senior sister Yun, then the matter of the alliance between our two sects? Yun Xiaoxiao impatiently said, public is public, private is private. It doesn't matter. I'll go back and report to my sect master as it is. With that, she looked at Yue Jian and added, Yue Jian, right. This seat remembers you. If you and I have a smooth alliance between the two sects, on the day we finalize the alliance, do you dare to discuss life and death with me? Yue Jian thought to himself, this woman's desire to win is too strong, so strong that she can't afford to lose. So he said in a loud voice, Senior sister initiated the challenge. Senior brother, I will definitely answer. Yun Xiaoxiao was overjoyed. That's good. At that time, I will definitely use your blood to wash away my shame today. You wait. After speaking, she flew away with her sword without looking back. The rest of the Xian Nu sect members naturally followed. Dream Goddess Jiao raised her head and looked out until the Xian Nu sect people disappeared from sight. Then she turned her head and waved her hand. Yue Jian stays. The rest of you, disperse. Everyone immediately focused their gazes on Yue Jian. The holy maiden had left her alone. What was there not to understand? That must be the holy maiden's way of honoring her previous reward. The holy maiden's first immortal destiny. It's going to be given to Yue Jian like this? The crowd of male cultivators, especially the followers of Dream Goddess Jiao, lost their hearts to the extreme. They were envious and jealous of Yue Jian and hated him with a passion, but they didn't dare to openly disobey the holy maiden's intention. Not long after, Yue Jian was led to the holy maiden mansion's main hall by Meng Xinjiao. She laughed with a feral grin, not the least bit euphemistic. Yue Jian, let's go. Go cultivate with this seat. Earlier, this seat said that as long as one is victorious, this seat will grant the immortal edge. Now, it will be honored to you. Through the system, Yue Jian knew that Dream Goddess Jiao's body still hosted an immortal realm soul, so the mind was alert. For so many years, she has been cultivating alone. Why did she just suddenly want to grant me immortal destiny? Could it be, it's that immortal soul, hitting me? So, he once again took the system and tested Dream God Jiao. The main thing to look at is their chi. With or without changes, the Dream God Jiao chi luck, surprisingly, changed from white poo luck to gray doom, and the mantra's immortal soul, from gray doom, turned into black robberies. Yue Jian searched in his mind. Could it be that, because they decided to assassinate me and put it into practice, their chi luck is getting worse and worse? In that case, it seems that they were unlucky for assassinating me. Then, for me, it's mostly auspicious. Therefore, Yue Jian decided to take the trick. He arched his hand and saluted. Thank you, holy maiden, for granting me immortal destiny, to be able to be with senior sister. It is indeed the honor of senior sister. The unemotional Xian Sui, Yue Jian is not a wimp, because, One would never fall in love with someone who is trying to harm one, and that would not be a love disaster in one's future. Dream Goddess Jiao Xiao laughed repeatedly, and immediately came to pull Yue Jian, holding his hand, and headed towards the cultivation hall at the back. Yue Jian faked a smile, showing an appropriate bit of excited anticipation. In his heart, he was wary to the extreme. Soon, the two arrived in the cultivation hall. This hall is extremely simple and has no decorations. It was in the middle of the main hall that a black jade cultivation table was placed. Yue Jian confirmed that Dream Goddess Jiao had really been cultivating alone before. In a single thought, he figured out the key. It was most likely the 10,000 creation immortal souls that prevented Dream Goddess Jiao from practicing the Xin Sui. Then, why now has he agreed to let Dream Goddess Jiao and I? As he was thinking, he suddenly felt something was wrong. A Jilei aura actually came from Dream Goddess Jiao's body and merged into her own body, quickly appearing in her sea of consciousness. Chapter 23, The Holy Virgin is willing to be a slave girl. In Yue Jian's sea of consciousness, the 10,000 creation immortal soul looked at Yue Jian's divine soul, as greedy and eager as a hungry wolf looking at a blood meal. Jie, it's your great fortune to become old immortal's flesh. Stand still and don't struggle. It's not painful at all. It's quick. Wantran laughed excitedly. Yue Jian said disdainfully, I think you, old man, are here to give away your head. Shuang saw Yue Jian was not surprised and afraid at all, and could not help but be stunned for a moment, but quickly recovered and said, I know that you're an 11-stripe superlative Jindan, and I also know that you have a dragon claw bone, but these won't help your divine soul in the slightest. Come on, blend in with the old fairy. With that, the 10,000 creation immortal soul opened its huge mouth and sucked and devoured furiously. Yue Jian immediately felt a suction force that acted on top of his divine soul, pulling him to quickly shoot and float towards the mouth of the 10,000 creation immortal soul. Though he was shocked, he thought, the green dragon claw bone is ineffective against the divine soul. So what about the white tiger skull? Tiger devourer enslavement, but it's specifically for the divine soul class. Without much thought, Yue Jian's mind moved. Tiger devourer slave. Out. Ow. A tiger's roar resounded throughout the sea of consciousness. Mantran was shocked. What is this? Only to see a large tiger head phantom appear out of thin air in the void of the sea. Impossible. The white tiger and green dragon divine abilities. He even possesses them at the same time. Wantran's heart was shocked, and he immediately intended to flee. But it's too late. He only felt an irresistible devouring force that instantly took his divine soul and ingested it into the white tiger's mouth. Buzz. At that moment, thousands and thousands of densely packed runes lit up, frantically integrating into the 10,000 creation divine soul. It was quickly refined into a devourer. While this was happening, Yue Jian didn't have the time to digest his memories at all. Yue Jian's consciousness began to shift outside. At this point, Dream Goddess Jiao hadn't even defended herself yet. Yue Jian did not hesitate. The green dragon probing claw was cast. Boom! Dream Goddess Jiao never dreamed that the 10,000 creation immortal soul would lose, and lose so quickly. Deng was grabbed by the dragon claw dharma phase at close range, propped up and pinched in the air. Click! Yue Jian was not as inconveniently forceful as he was with the holy maiden of the Xian Nu sect. This time, he had already exerted 70 to 80% of his strength. However, what surprised Yue Jian was that the strength of Dream Goddess Jiao's fleshly body was surprisingly strong. It only pinched her bones and made them click, but did not crush them. Shocked, Dream Goddess Jiao used her divine sense to ask in a chorus, are you Wantran, or Yue Jian? After she asked this, there was actually no need for Yue Jian to answer. Just by looking at Yue Jian's eyes, she knew that Wantran had lost. Thus, without hesitation, she executed the cultivating Yin Fury technique. She didn't need to pinch or chant. The Yin Fury power in his body then surged out crazily from the Jindan, forming a protective barrier and expanding towards it, wanting to hold the dragon claw phantom open. Buzz. Yue Jian only felt an extremely strong and extremely in force, expanding from the inside out, actually holding up his dragon claw dharma phase, gradually loosening it. Roar! He let out a stern roar, and immediately exerted 10% of his strength. The Yin Fiend barrier, which was immediately compressed back, did not disintegrate. Moreover, the Yin Fury power within Dream Goddess Jiao's body was still surging out. Her Yin Fury barrier, surprisingly, was getting stronger and stronger. The green dragon probed its claws, but it was actually a bit strained, and it looked like it was about to crumble. At this time, Dream Goddess Jiao's divine sense transmission said, things have come to this, why do we need to fight to the death? Why don't we reconcile and turn our differences into peace? After all, just now, we were so close. In the future, we can still keep our immortal bond. Yue Jian droned. Get lost. This assassination of oneself can't be. Want to just let it go. That is to think beautiful. Moreover, this is a demonic cultivator. It should have lost the 10,000 creation immortal soul, or it should not be wearing vestments and magic weapons to cover it up, exposing its true attributes. Yue Jian was about to stack a white tiger roar avatar when he heard the system's voice ring out. Ding! Your disciple, Beiqing, has comprehended the first level of the divine ability Green Dragon's Probing Claw. You have gained Blast Sharing, the second level of the Green Dragon's Probing Claw divine ability. Yue Jian was overjoyed in his heart. Good Qinger, it's too timely. I must reward you properly when I turn around. In an instant, the Dragon Claw Dharma became clearer and more cohesive. The grip strength also skyrocketed. Boom! Dream Goddess Jiaoxian Fiend Barrier instantly crumbled, turning into a path of black gas that gushed out from between the fingers of the dragon's claws. However, what shocked Yue Jian was that the dragon's claw had not even pinched Dream Goddess Jiao's body once it had pinched it to the end. The Dream Goddess Jiao actually disappeared strangely from Yue Jian's line of sight. Even Yue Jian's divine sense hadn't been able to detect where exactly Dream Goddess Jiao had gone. Yue Jian immediately thought of the situation when he played the game in his previous life, where the enemy's body was vaporized for a period of time and could not be selected. It was similar to the present. In his heart, he said, is this a dark technique, or the special ability of the cultivating in fiend body? But even divine sense cannot be probed, so it should be the use of a magic weapon such as the Forbidden God Hairpin. It was at this moment that Yue Jian sensed a cold to the core killing intent approaching him. He could not help but be alarmed in his heart, with the trepidation of an archer being targeted by the Lanling King. At that moment, he subconsciously executed the Xuanwu Water Shield. Buzz! The Xuanwu Water Shield immediately surged out with his body as the center. Only a soft wave was heard. Something was pushed out by the water shield. Soon, Dream Goddess Jiao's figure appeared. She was holding a thin, cicada-like sword in a stabbing position. Yue Jian's heart only felt thrilled. If he didn't have the Xuanwu Water Shield avatar, or if he was just a little bit slower, he would probably have been stabbed to death by the invisible and virtualized Mengxingjiao. ***** is so insidious. At this time, Dream Goddess Jiao spoke again. How about calling it quits? With the means you've shown, you can't help me. Yue Jian sneered. Really? Forcing me to use my true bottom card. You're enough to be proud of yourself. With that, he opened his mouth and spat out two ghosts that instantly generalized into entities. None other than Bai Jing and Wanshuang. Wanshuang's immortal soul, at this point, had changed into a devouring ghost, so it was no longer suppressed and rejected by the will of the heavenly Tao. However, it was only the divine soul of a perfect Yuaning, no longer having the slightest immortal soul attribute. As for the devourer Bai Jing, in terms of strength alone, he was a bit stronger than the devourer Wanshuang, because he was a divine soul along with his Yuaning, which was refined into a devourer. He could defend his sword, perform some of his techniques, and exert divine pressure. As for Wanshuang, only divine sense can be intimidated. Under Yue Jian's conscious command, the two ghosts instantly shifted and changed their positions, forming an angle with Yue Jian, and immediately encircled Mengxingjiao. Dream Goddess Jiao was shocked. This is puppetry? No, it's a devourer. Two Yuaning stage devouring ghosts, one of which was freshly baked, was also her Dream Goddess Jiao's former master. Dream Goddess Jiao instantly went numb. It was at this moment that the divine sense pressure of the two devils descended on Dream Goddess Jiao at the same time. Boom! She was immediately crushed to the ground, unable to move. Dream Goddess Jiao knew that she could no longer turn the tables and immediately begged for forgiveness. Senior brother Yu, there are words to be said. I am willing to atone for my sins with 80% of my property. Yue Jian drank and cursed. ********, I actually dared to cooperate with that old ghost to backstab me. Oh, redeeming your sins with your property. How can it be that easy? Dream Goddess Jiao panicked. You, what do you want? Give you two choices. I, offer the blood of my soul and be a slave forever. 2, to be killed by me and refined into devils just like them. After I count to 3, I want to hear your answer. Otherwise, I'll kill you and refine you into a ghost. 1. Yue Jian's current devourer enslavement avatar was only the first level and could only enslave 2 devourers. If Dream Goddess Jiao had to be refined into a devourer, she would have to completely destroy a devourer in order to do so. Dream Goddess Jiao was desperate and pleaded. Wait, listen to me. After losing my soul blood, not only would I have difficulty cultivating, but I would also be probed by cultivators at a higher realm than me that I had lost my soul blood. In that case, my position as the Holy Maiden will definitely be lost, and I will even be expelled from the clan. In that case, I'm not much use to you. How about using the blood contract talisman? Yue Jian thought that she had a point with this statement. So he said, but I do not have a blood contract talisman. Could it be that you do? He had sorted through Bai Jin's loot the other day. Hundreds of talismans, and not a single blood contract talisman. Dream Goddess Jiao was unwilling in her heart, but she felt fortunate that the other party had loosened their lips, which was already a great fortune amongst misfortunes. So he said, although I don't have a blood contract talisman, I can draw it after being possessed by the old Wanchuan ghost. My holy maiden house's talisman drawing room has plenty of materials. There was such a big commotion here, but because of the cultivation hall shielding privacy formation, the people from the outer sect didn't notice. Chapter 24 Blood Contract Talisman controls the Holy Maiden. Yue Jian's consciousness communicated with the Wanchuan ghost and received an affirmative reply. So he made Meng Xinjiao give up her conscious resistance and let the Wanchuan ghost get into his body and temporarily take over Meng Xinjiao's physical body. Getting dressed, together they went to the talisman drawing room. Not long after, Wansheng drew a blood contract talisman to release the ghost from his body. The two devils, still exerting their divine sense pressure on Dream Goddess Jiao, continued to do so. Dream Goddess Jiao was helpless to the extreme and had no way out. Unwillingly, she forced out a repeated stream of essence blood on top of her right thumb, pressed it on top of the rune mark on the blood contract talisman, and swore an oath. I, Dream Goddess Jiao, for the rest of my life, am willing to be Yue Jian's slave, shall not go against the will of the master Yue Jian, shall not have the mind of devouring the master, and shall not subjectively do things that are detrimental to the interests of the master. The following is a list of the most important things to remember. If you violate this oath, you may be cursed by the blood contract, burn your essence and blood, incinerate your soul, and never be allowed to transcend your life. After the oath, the blood contract talisman, transformed into a blood-red curse, transferred into Dream Goddess Jiao's body and integrated into her divine soul. Yue Jian was overjoyed. That being said, accepting a holy maiden of this sect as a slave girl, that was simply not too pleasurable. He habitually used the system to, once again, detect Dream God Jiao. Target, Yumakami Jiao. Age, 87. Realm, late Jindan stage. 9th level of Dan transformation. Spiritual roots, Earth Darkness Dual Spiritual roots. Physique, Cultivating Fury Body. Luck, Grey Doom. Meet the conditions for acceptance of an apprentice. This Dream Goddess Jiao didn't meet the conditions for accepting disciples before because she had a master, and when transformed Wanchuang into a devourer, she met them. It seems that Wanchuang is her master, so Yue Jian ordered, Manyu, worship me. But it's secret, not public. Dream Goddess Jiao was slightly stunned, but quickly and unconditionally carried out her master's orders. She immediately knelt down. Disciple Meng Xinjiao, greetings to master. Ding, congratulations to the host, accepting Dream Goddess Jiao as his disciple. Reward extreme treasure weapon, bell of clearing heart and brightening sexuality, with spirit. Prevents going over the edge and losing one's mind. 1 ring to calm the mind. 2 rings to concentrate the spirit. 3 rings to clear the mind. 4 rings to clarify the nature. Teaching materials issued, Shura Great Devil Scripture, middle grade of heavenly level. Art of shadowing the sky, lower grade of heavenly level, which can conceal the attributes of a devil cultivator. The host can choose one of them and blitz copy Dream Goddess Jiao's talents. Top darkness related gnosis, not recommended. Cultivating in fury body, not recommended. Yue Jian did not immediately give her the feats and treasure weapons. He looked at Meng Xinjiao, who was kneeling on the ground, and walked over. That said, accepting her as a disciple was purely for the sake of gaining system benefits, without the slightest bit of master-disciple love at all. Yue Jian's positioning of this holy maiden in his mind was merely that of a slave girl. For those who wanted to harm his life, no matter for any reason, Yue Jian would never be polite. Continuing the cultivation that was previously interrupted due to the Wanchuang takeover. Boom! Suddenly, Dream Goddess Jiao's golden Dan shell, which already had 9 cracks in it by virtue of the power of Yuanshu, instantly crumbled and turned into a golden cloud, which was absorbed by the Yuanshu inside the golden Dan. Ding! You have assisted disciple Dream God to break through from the 9th level of Dan transformation at the late Jindan stage to Jindan perfection. Randomly storming back, you gained a cultivation boost, breaking through from the 7th level of early Jindan Judean to the 9th level of Judean. Yue Jian was overjoyed in his heart. The Yuanshu of the late Jindan stage was really powerful. Dream Goddess Jia should have been excited and thrilled when she broke through a middle realm, but thinking that now she could only be a slave for the rest of her life, she couldn't be happy. Suddenly, she thought of a possibility that seemed to have some hope for herself. That is, by breaking through the transformation god realm and having her divine soul advance to become a Yuanshan, the curse of that blood contract talisman would inevitably be ineffective against herself. Well, I have to cultivate harder, break through the transformation spirit, and be myself. At this thought, she immediately felt her blood boiling all over her body, like a blazing fire burning, pain into her soul. She boarded and rolled all over the bed in pain. Dream Goddess Jiao immediately realized that she shouldn't have the thought and will to break away from her master, otherwise the curse would immediately take effect. So she cried out in a loud voice, "Master, slave is wrong, slave is wrong, slave will always be your slave girl for life, live as your slave, die as your ghost slave." Yue Jian looked at Dream Goddess Jiao, who was wailing in pain, not sympathizing with pity at all, as he teased. You can't live with what you've done to yourself. You deserve it. It took a while for the blood in Dream Goddess Jiao's body to gradually calm down and return to normal. Yue Jian, however, stood up, lifted his big foot, and stomped hard on the holy maiden. Coldly, he asked, "Say, what kind of bad idea did you have in mind for me just now?" Dream Goddess Jiao humiliatedly said, "Nu will never dare to do it again. Never dare to think about it again." Yue Jian took out the flowing cloud floating dust from his storage ring and jerked it randomly towards her body, and a path of blood filaments was openly presented. "I'm asking you what bad idea you had, not asking if you still dare. Understand?" Dream Goddess Jiao hurriedly said. Nu just thought that if she breaks through the god transformation realm, that blood contract talisman would no longer be able to constrain Nu. Slave would then be able to be herself. Yue Jian smiled coldly and said, That reminds me, at that time, when your yuaning is complete, I will refine you into a ghost. It's still the devils that are the most loyal." Dream Goddess Jiao instantly despaired to the extreme. Her heart was like ashes, but she quickly thought of a way and smiled fawningly. "Master, at that time, Nu will definitely break through to yuaning perfection after you first break through transformation of God. Master, that way, the master can put the brand of the spirit in the slave's soul, even if the slave's divine soul is advanced to become a yuanshan. Master, you can still strengthen the luo seal at any time. In that case, I'll be master's slave forever." Only then did Yue Jian move his big feet away from the holy maiden. However, he did not intend to let the holy maiden off the hook, and coldly said, "For your mistake before, although the blood contract has punished you, this seed has not punished you enough." The holy maiden's eyes showed trepidation when she heard that he still wanted to punish. "I only heard Yue Jian continue. Kneel well." The saintly woman had to obey, rising to her knees. Yue Jian grabbed her hair and pressed her head down hard. Boo, boo, boo. The forehead of the holy maiden constantly knocked against the jade countertop of the cultivation platform. However, Yue Jian realized that she wasn't even hurt at all. One had to admit that this woman's cultivating fiend body was really a bit strong in the flesh. Previously, when she had been whipped with her treasure weapon, the flowing cloud floating dust, only a few threads of blood had appeared, and it could be recovered very quickly as long as she was willing. So, Yue Jian pulled up her hair with his left hand and pulled her body upright, and with his right hand, he utilized his true essence and slapped her left and right. 10% of true power, no damage, 30% true, tiny damage, 40% of her true essence, which caused the holy maiden to whip the corners of her mouth to bleed and her face to swell up. Damn, it's really leathery and durable. Those who don't know will definitely be deceived by her soft and delicate looking body. As a result, Yue Jian utilized 40% of his true elemental power to execute the sun character punch, striking out in a series of strikes. This Ri-Z punch was still something he had learned in his previous life when he joined the university's Wing Chun Kung Fu Club. Slap, 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 and soon the saintly maiden's wildly stunning cheeks were blasted into a pig's head. However, Yue Jian knew that she only needed to heal her injuries with the Yin fiendish chi and she would soon recover. After punishing him enough, Yue Jian was only slightly relieved. Good thing this cultivation hall opened the anti-snooping array. If this scene was seen by the other disciples of the vegetarian women's sect, they were afraid that they would have to be shocked out of their eyes and jaws. The high and mighty holy maiden, the next future patriarch, one of the four great beauties of the vegetarian women's sect's Jindan, was actually humble and lowly to such an extent. It's unimaginable. At the end of the day, Yue Jian used a blank shade slip to burn the cultivating great demon scripture and the sky covering technique and handed them over to Dream Goddess Jiao. Dream Goddess Jiao's heart was shocked beyond words when her divine sense explored the profile. Master, what exactly is the heal? Why would there be a heaven-grade technique that suits me so well? Even the old man Wanshuang, who tailored the newly created cultivating Yin Fiend technique based on my physique and spiritual roots, is only the upper grade of the earth grade. As he was thinking to himself, he saw Yue Jian take out another bell and said, "This is an extremely valuable artifact that possesses an artifact spirit, called the Clear Mind Brightness Bell. It can eliminate the negative state of mind from your cultivation of demonic skills." Meng Shenjiao hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed. "Bastard slave thanks master for the gift." Yue Jian said indifferently, "Cultivate well, and only when you are strong can you be a stronger bitch slave." "Yes, master." "Bastard slave will not let master down." Yue Jian added, "Remember, you are my slave, and all of you belong to this seat. So, don't think of going to make immortal bonds with other people." Dream Goddess Jiao said with a serious face, "Yes, master. All that is slave belongs to master." Chapter 25, Helping Qinger to ascend to the late stage of qi cultivation. Yue Jian left the Sacred Maiden's mansion and first went to the clan's workshop market to purchase some things that could be used in the qi practicing stage for Yin Beiqing. Only then did he return to Zhongling Peak. In the water pavilion in the backyard, Yue Jian sipped his spirit tea, his mind calculating his plans for the near future. Now, with the 2 Yuaning realm devils, I should have the ability to avenge my former master ancestor, Lu Chongqing. It's just that this will expose too much of his strength, and he will be targeted by all parties. Well, it's better to wait and see. Anyway, it's agreed with the master that it'll be for a period of 2 years. I'm about to be enthroned as the 7th sequence of alternate sacred sons, so I'll return to the Yu Clan mountain to visit my foster parents and my little sister. And in the meantime, I'll travel through the mundane world and see if I can find 1 or 2 geniuses that meet the conditions of the system's discipleship. This trip is just the right time to mess with Schwebarge's family. If we can't force it out to suffer death, we must also make him live in agonizing hatred. In addition, based on my intuition, I feel that my real mother should not have fallen, so it's time to investigate in detail. Also, the secrets and the memories of the 2 devils, with some valuable information, should be combed through with a fine-tooth comb. Yue Jian was thinking about many things when he saw Beiqing come with a smile on his face, splitting the flowers and brushing the willows. Master, disciple has comprehended the first level of the 4 elephant sacred techniques Green Dragon Probing Claw Avatar. Yue Jian laughed, knowing that this disciple was just coming to show his treasure in front of himself, so he didn't spare any praise. This understanding of our family's Qinger really doesn't lose out to any genius. The master will have to reward you. Saying that, he threw out a storage pouch that he had bought in the marketplace. Inside, 20,000 spirit stones, 2 sets of top-grade vestments, 2 top-grade magic swords, dozens of bottles of Dan Yang such as the Qi Gathering Dan, Bone Strengthening Dan, Body Strengthening Dan, and more than 100 of low-grade talismans such as the Golden Bell Talisman, Strengthening Talisman, Blistering Wind Talisman and Fireball Talisman. Beiqing took the storage bag, and under his divine sense inspection, he was surprised and delighted. Master, you are too good to your disciple. As she said that, she then naturally pounded Yue Jian's shoulder to express her filial piety. Master, these things you're giving are so many and good, but they're not the rewards that Qinger wants the most. Yue Jian naturally knew what this little ninny had in mind, so he said with a slightly more serious tone, "You've risen too quickly already. Such a foundation is very unstable. It's better to stabilize and solidify the realm again." Beiqing was disappointed in his heart and still tried to fight for it. However, the sect's circular on the formation of the Qi practicing support army has already been issued. 10 days later, there will be a big competition to determine 1,000 chief, 1,000 chiefs, and 100 Shifu chiefs. At that time, the Qi practicing disciples of the affiliated sects would all come to participate. The condition for enrollment, however, was the late stage of Qi cultivation, that is, above the 7th level of Qi cultivation. Qinger was only at the 6th level of Qi practicing and was not even qualified to enroll. Master, just help Qinger. The so-called affiliated sects were some of the smaller sects within the more than 1 million miles of Yonliang Airzhou territory within the suffragette sect's sphere of influence, such as the Misty sect, the Forgetfulness sect, the Bazaar sect, the Bijou sect, and so on. These clans, all of which were communities of interest headed by the Vegetarian sect, were not subordinate. The Vegetarian Women's sect had delineated the permissible range of disciples for each of them, which was equivalent to the alliance of the Northwest Domain's cultivation community. As for these affiliated sects, some of them were not based on the Xian Sui, such as the Forgetfulness sect and the Walker sect, that didn't allow their disciples to dual cultivate, and even forbade them to make couples or engage in sexual intercourse. At this moment, Beiqing shook Yue Jian's shoulders, entangled in begging. Yue Jian was helpless and said, "Master can only help you raise another layer at most." Beiqing was delighted in his heart, but he was not satisfied and pretended to be disappointed. "Just 1 layer. Ha?" Yue Jian seriously said, "This layer? But it is from the 6th level of Qi practicing to the 7th level of Qi practicing. It is equivalent to breaking through from the middle stage of Qi cultivation to the late stage of Qi cultivation. Just have the enrollment qualification. Be content." Only then did Beiqing spread her face and smile, like a rose blooming, delicate and beautiful to the extreme. Soon, the master and disciple duo arrived at the cultivation hall. Now, after Beiqing had gone through the cultivation of the divine Qi Dao skill twice, he and Yue Jian's God, Qi, Dao, and intent were even more in tune with each other, and thus quickly reached a state of intermingling. 1 hour later, ding, your disciple, Beiqing, has broken through from the 6th level of Qi cultivation to the 7th level of Qi cultivation. You receive a storm return of 3 months of cultivation. Beiqing still wanted to raise her cultivation level again, and pouted to Yue Jian, begging to continue her cultivation. Yue Jian, however, said seriously, "Alright, don't be greedy and chew too much. One must know that if the state of mind has not kept up with the cultivation, it's a castle in the air." By uttering this, he was actually warning himself. After the system was activated, In a short period of time, he himself had risen from the foundation establishment perfection to the 9th level of the early Jindan period of gathering Dan, which was really a bit too fast. It was important to know that from the middle Jindan stage into the Dan realm, it was necessary to separate a portion of one's divine soul's will and integrate it into the Jindan development to revitalize the Jindan. This was not something that could be solved by the system returning cultivation. More than that, it was about growing one's divine soul. And Yue Jian had already noticed that the cultivation that the system gave back to him was much to enhance his physical body and true essence, but very little to strengthen his divine soul. Of course, this was also because the disciples' divine souls grew less and gave back less to themselves naturally. Yue Jian intended that the main direction of his cultivation in the future would be the divine soul, and in the Tao of harmony of all things and divine qi, there were heart techniques that specialized in cultivating the divine soul, such as the Great Yin Sun practicing God technique. This skill can be practiced alone or with others. However, the same cultivation is only possible under the specific condition of the sun and the moon shining together. Mono-cultivation, on the other hand, was to reach the same frequency as the sun or the moon, and feel its God, qi, Tao, and intent. But this was still a bit difficult for the current Yue Jian. In fact, this was already equivalent to sensing the laws. In addition, refining the accumulated mixed true yin with the yin-yang and harmonious mixed yuan infinite technique could also strengthen the divine soul. But Yue Jian only has the master in dream god Jiao's at this time. The quantity is too small to be of much use, so it is stored in the acupoints to be nurtured first. In the next few days, Yue Jian mainly went to his master Jiang Xingmian's place, because he truly loved his master. The future love disaster. There must be one, should be in the master teacher here. If there has been peace and harmony, the love affair will not be too difficult. However, if there are negative situations such as love without love, separation, ruthless betrayal, moving away from love, and tainting of pure love, then the difficulty of the love robbery will naturally increase. From Bai Jing's loot, Yue Jian took out a large portion of the earth milk spiritual liquid, dragon blood spiritual date and other heavenly treasures, as well as pills and other filial piety to his master Jiang Xingmian. Jiang Xingmian excused herself for a while, and Yue Jian insisted on giving it, so she took it. Yue Jian also went to the vegetable maiden palace once to fulfill his filial piety to his master ancestor, Fong Chin Tong. Once again, they practiced the divine Qi Dao skill together, and with the vermilion bird origin, they baptized and condensed the thin phoenix emperor bloodline for Fong Chin Tong through the air. This allowed Fong Chin Tong to clearly feel the enhancement of her bloodline, and the news of Yue Jian's second victory over the Xian Nu sect's holy maiden Yin Xiaoxiao and getting the holy maiden Meng Xinjiao's immortal fate went viral and soon swept through the entire Sunu sect. Everyone was shocked. There are even countless male cultivators because of the first immortal destiny of the holy maiden, given to the matter of Yue Jian, and strangled long sighs, chest thumping, near the collapse of the heart of the Tao. Saint Sun first sequence house, Qin Shuyang who got the news sucked in a breath of cool air. That kid, he's so powerful now. If we let him grow again, the position of the next Saint Sun will be his. What else do I have to do? This will never do. He must be assassinated. Then, sacrifice senior sister Cheng, set up a trap to bond with him as an immortal, and take the opportunity to lay parasite eggs inside him? He wasn't at all worried about the question of whether or not he would be able to take Qing Xiaoya if she took the initiative to approach Yue Jian, because, as one of the four great beauties of the Golden Dan Fairy, Qing Xiaoya's stunning beauty could be said to be difficult for any male cultivator to resist. Qin Shuyang was conflicted within himself. He loved his Dao couple Qing Xiaoya, but what he cared more about was his position in the first sequence of Holy Suns, and even more so, the position of the next Holy Sun. He struggled for half a day in his mind as the heavenly being's ward, and in the end, he still summoned Qing Xiaoya to come with a summoning jade talisman. Senior sister, for the sake of the next Saint Sun's position, senior brother has decided that he still wants you to make a move to assassinate that Yue Jian. Otherwise, the further we go, the harder he will be to deal with. Qing Xiaoya gave Qin Shuyang a grudging look and sighed silently. Okay, I'll try to get close to him, and when I'm familiar with it, I'll see what I can do. Qin Shuyang's heart ached as he swept Qing Xiaoya's slender waist into his arms and apologized. Senior sister, it's really hard for you. Elder brother truly can't bear to see you like that. But, that Yue Jian's potential is just too great. I really don't have any other better way. Qing Xiaoya stroked the side of Qin Shuyang's face and softly comforted. Senior brother doesn't have to blame himself. Without senior brother, where would senior sister be today? Elder sister is willing to do anything for you, at all costs. Qin Shuyang heart touched, cannot help but to her cherry lips kissed. Chapter 26, going to condense phoenix blood with master ancestor. Meeting the Holy Sun again. Saint Sun Li Haotian knew that Yue Jian had defeated the Holy Maiden of the Xian Nu sect and had obtained the first immortal destiny of the Holy Maiden of this sect, Meng Xinjiao, and his heart burned with jealousy. wanting to go crazy. He had once confessed his love to Dream Goddess Jiao, but was rejected by Dream Goddess Jiao in an unforgiving and harsh manner, and his status as a holy son was to be lower than the status of a holy maiden, so he didn't dare to say anything. Fortunately, for so many years, the holy maiden has not been married, and even more so, she has never given immortal destiny to anyone, which makes Li Haotian feel better in his heart. However, this time, the holy maiden had bestowed her first immortal fortune to Yue Jian, causing him to be enraged in his heart. Bai Lingshuang rejected me because of him, the Patriarch gave him the immortal edge, the holy maiden gave him the immortal edge again. Is this kid an extreme spirit stone that everyone likes? This brat must be nullified. Otherwise, in the future, if he becomes the next saint's son, it's highly likely that he'll challenge me across sessions and directly seize the position of Grand Elder. After thinking carefully for a while, he still felt that starting with Yue Jian's master Jiang Xingmian was the most sensible strategy. On this day, the system voice rang out. Ding, your disciple, Yan Beiqing, has comprehended the first level of the Southern Brightness Flame Avatar. You gain storm sharing, and the Southern Brightness Flame Avatar is raised to the second level. Yue Jian was overjoyed in his heart. The 4-elephant sacred method is basically the equivalent of a natural aptitude for Qinger, 2 divine abilities at the Qi practicing stage. This is too outrageous and demonic. Yan Beiqing came to Yue Jian to show his treasure as usual. However, this time, Yue Jian did not accommodate her. Let her pampered and begged for half a day. Just do not let go. Urge her to cultivate her mind and promote the growth of her divine soul. In fact, when the realm was high and the physical body was strong, the divine soul would naturally grow with it. However, the state of mind had to keep up in order to do so. As Nanmingli fire rose to the second level, Yue Jian naturally had to go to his master ancestor to do his filial duty. Thus, he used a transmission jade talisman to send a message to Fong Chin Tong. Master ancestor, busy today? Fong Chin Tong's gentle voice came from the jade talisman. It's a bit busy. I'm discussing the details of the alliance with the Xian Nu sect. What's the matter, Jianer? Do you have something to do? Yue Jian said. There's nothing urgent. It's just that my vermilion bird origins bloodline flame has evolved and upgraded, so I'm just giving a report to you. Master ancestor. Fong Chin Tong, then I'm not busy. Master ancestor, so come and meet me at the Vegetable Maiden Palace immediately. Yes, Master ancestor. Yue Jian flew away with his sword and quickly reached the Vegetarian Lady Palace. Only the holy sons and daughters, as well as some elders, came out of the main hall one after another. When the holy maiden Meng Shenjiao saw Yue Jian, she subconsciously wanted to call out master due to the influence of the blood contract talisman on her mind, but immediately realizing that he was in front of people, he stopped his mouth and looked at Yue Jian anxiously. Yue Jian also gave her face and didn't humiliate her on this kind of occasion, as that would only cause the holy maiden's prestige to fall to pieces, which really didn't do any good for herself. He walked over and greeted them one by one. Disciple has met the elders, and has met the holy maiden's senior sister and holy son's senior brother. The holy maiden subconsciously stepped forward in a hurry and personally held Yue Jian's bow with her arched hand, appearing to be approachable but actually with a flattering tone. Senior brother quickly disregarded the salute. Yue simply rose his slightly bowed upper body, and according to the proper etiquette and attitude, respectfully said, "Thank you, holy maiden's senior sister." And Saint Sun Li Haotian's eyelids jumped as he watched. After the holy maiden formed an immortal bond with this brat, she's not at all as puritanical towards him as she used to be, even somewhat pleasing. The gathering to discuss the alliance with the Xian Nu sect has just been discussed, and there are still quite a few matters that have yet to be finalized, so the Patriarch hastily ended it. Could it be that it's also because this kid is coming? Nima, is this kid an extreme treasure weapon? You all like it so much? It's all. Li Haotian was so jealous in his heart that he could hardly contain himself, and he watched Yue Jian walk towards the main hall, only to see that the Patriarch was standing at the entrance of the hall with an expectant smile on his face, stretching out the hand that wielded the supreme power of the vegetable woman sect to Yue Jian. This caused Li Haotian's mind to become even more unbalanced, and he was almost ready to collapse. Sure enough, the Patriarch's hasty ending of the assembly was really to practice the Xian Su way with this kid. Yue Jian quickly followed the master ancestor to the cultivation hall. Still that fantastical to the extreme fire theme scene, Yue Jian was already familiar with it. Holding Fong Chin Tong's hand, he lightly arrived in front of that red diamond fire jade cultivation table. Jianer, you're so kind. As soon as the Nanmingli fire broke through, the first thing that came to mind was Master Ancestor. This time, you will directly stimulate the origin flame, from weak to strong, and master the fire. Master Ancestor will move blood to condense the bloodline while resisting that flame of yours. Good. Thus, the two grandchildren, sitting cross-legged on the cultivation platform, jointly performed the divine Qi Dao technique. Ryoga ended his cultivation. Fong Chin Tong could clearly feel that her thin phoenix bloodline was becoming more and more active and pure. Yue Jian was nearly deflated, and the true essence in the 11 lines golden pill, which was nearly depleted, was all burning under the power of the vermilion bird origin. Xue wasn't his own disciple, so he wouldn't storm back to himself like Harui did, consumed that's really consumed. Moreover, that meticulous control of firepower had exhausted his soul, because if one did not control it well, and the Nanmingli fire raged in Master Ancestor's body, it was very likely to injure her. Yue Jian was lying on the jade platform. Fong Chin Tong took an avian demon tail feather and gently brushed Yue Jian's body. It made him very relaxed and comfortable and cozy, and he even fell asleep without realizing it. Another few days passed, and soon came the day of the Qi Practicing Support Army Grand Competition. The sect planned to form 1,000 Qi Practicing Army. However, there were more than 5,000 Qi Practicing elite disciples who had enrolled in the Vegetarian Nun sect, as well as those from the affiliated sects who had come forward. Almost all of them were at the 9th level of Qi Practicing and the Great Circle. For someone like Yan Beiqing, who was at the 7th level of Qi Cultivation, it was simply a rare thing. The other housekeeping disciple of Zhongling Peak, Ran A Ling, who had already practiced Qi cultivation to a great extent, did not sign up, because she wanted to beg Yue Jian to help her build her foundation in the near future. Early this morning, the morning light was bright, the spiritual mist was curling up, and the air was filled with the fragrance of spiritual flowers and fruits. Underneath the No. 1 peak of the Tao Discourse Peak, more than 5,000 enrolled disciples were lined up in a vast array. Saint Sun Li Haotian, leading a group of elders and deacons, presided over the selection. There were many onlookers from other parties, and Yue Jian was concerned about Yan Beiqing, so he naturally came here to watch the match as well. Yan Beiqing silently stood in the queue that Feng Xianfeng belonged to, a female disciple Shi Qi Yao, who stood next to her with a great circle of Qi cultivation, was none other than the genius who, more than 2 months ago, had paid her respects to the master in the same batch of centralized batch as Yan Beiqing, and was the first to be taken in as a disciple by the first-ranked transmission elder. She was a water system heavenly spirit root, and could be said to be the first genius of Fengxian Peak's Qi practicing disciples. Shi Qi Yao was vaguely jealous of Yan Beiqing's overwhelming looks and struck up a conversation. Ha! Aren't you the Yan Beiqing that no one wanted when my Fengxian Peak concentrated on accepting personal disciples 2 months ago? TSK, a 4-system miscellaneous spirit root and a Taiyin melting yang body. It's actually elevated to the 7th layer. You couldn't have used the power of a royal princess in the mundane realm to take advantage of the yuanshu of many men in a big way to get here, right? Yan Beiqing turned her head to look at Shi Qi Yao, her face as frosty as ice, glaring angrily. What do you care? That said, the secret method taught by the master is a secret and should never be declared. Shi Qi Yao, on the other hand, thought she had hit the nail on the head, so she sneered again. You, Zhongling Peak, is there really no one left? A mere 7th level Qi practitioner dares to join the Qi practitioner support army? Haven't you seen others who are either at the 9th level or at the great perfection of Qi practicing? You must not let other people, especially those from affiliated sects, know that you belong to my Fengxian Peak, otherwise, you're losing the face of my entire Fengxian Peak, and even my vegetarian lady sect. Yan Beiqing coldly said, my ranking will definitely be above yours. Also, don't let me, ever, meet you in the 3rd matchup, otherwise. Shi Qi Yao snorted a laugh. Oh, a joke. Speak with your mouth? If you can really rank above me, I, Shi Qi Yao, will let you shout my name backwards. Yan Beiqing couldn't help but silently recite in his heart. Shi Qi Yao, Yao Qi Shi, to eat? Bah, who wants to pronounce your stinking name backwards? I only heard a female disciple next to me. Gu Fu, say, speaking out of turn, how dare you say that the ranking can be above senior sister Shi? Do you know that if senior sister Shi hadn't wanted to build a superb Dao foundation of more than 9 zhang, she would have done so long ago with the help of her personal master. Senior sister Shi's participation in this Qi practicing support army was not for the contribution value, but only to accumulate more in the battle to ensure extreme foundation building. In my opinion, senior sister Shi can at least take the Bai leader position. Yan Beiqing really didn't want to get into a war of words with these 2 idiots who had only met on one side. Well, at this very moment, an elder flew to the front of the queue and said aloud, the first game, comparing physical strength, will, and speed. All of you, set off from this place and arrive at the top of the No. 5 Discourse Peak, and rank the points according to the order of arrival. Rule, you can't use any talismans, magic weapons or other aids. You can only rely on yourself to advance. Departure. Chapter 27, Fairy Laurel wants to seek guidance from Yue Jian. Qi practicing cultivators, without using talismans and flying spells, could only puff up their yuan qi or fly briefly with special techniques. That elder gave an order. More than 5,000 Qi practicing cultivators moved hurriedly in the direction of the No. 5 Discourse Peak, either running, leaping, or performing body techniques to swipe. For a time, it was boiling and bustling, and the scene was as spectacular as a river of carp. Shi Yao teasingly glanced at Yan Beiqing and said, "We'll go first, senior sister Yan, you can stay behind and eat the dust." He, senior sister Gu, let's go. Shi Yao had just run out a few steps when she saw a stunningly beautiful shadow behind her rise into the air. A pair of huge winged silhouettes emerged behind her, blazing with crimson flames. Just a flick of her wings. Phew! Yan Beiqing transformed into a meteor, dragging out a red trailing flame as he flew towards the top of the No. 5 Dao Discourse Peak. Speeding away, Shi Yao opened her mouth wide, involuntarily stopped in her tracks and froze. What the hell is this? Jeff! The two women only felt a fiery pain on their faces. All of a sudden, almost everyone's gazes were focused on Yan Beiqing's body. It's too solid. Crowd of contestants. What a ing comparison. Isn't it true that you can't use flying spells? Could it be that this is her own strength? The high-ranking cultivators who had gathered around were also shocked. This is a bloodline phantom. I didn't expect that amongst the chi-practicing juniors of my vegetable maiden sect, there would be such a genius demon. Ah, isn't this Yan Beiqing? That no one wanted scrap of material from my Zhongling Peak's centralized intake of personal disciples more than 2 months ago? At that time, wasn't she immortal who hadn't even started cultivating yet? How come this is at the 7th level of chi cultivation? Why, at that time, was there no information on Yan Beiqing? It only said that her physique was the Taiyin melting yang body, similar to that of the moon laurel fairy? The information is wrong for me. I'm so sorry. In the beginning, if this seat had accepted her as a personal disciple, how good it would have been. It's really cheap for that Yue Jian. Among the onlookers, however, there was a female cultivator who was clear and beautiful to the extreme. Listening to the words of the crowd, her eyes flashed with a refined aura as she secretly pondered. This Yan Beiqing, she has a similar physique to me. Why is it that she can cultivate the Xian Su Wei, and in a short period of time, she has risen from immortal to the 7th level of chi practicing? This woman was none other than Fairy Laurel, one of the 4 great beauties of the vegetarian nun sect's Jindan. At the time of the last Yuan Hui alternation, a Fairy Moon Palace female fairy came down to the world and was seriously injured in the Jianmu secret battle, and came to the Vegetable Lady sect to recuperate from her injuries. During this period, she casually planted a laurel seed that she ate as an elixir in the place where she was recuperating from her injuries. This was the laurel seed of the immortal world's top 10 innate spiritual roots, the Taiyin star laurel tree. This laurel sprouted out of the seedling, grew for tens of thousands of years, absorbed the moonlight, and naturally transformed into a laurel fairy more than 100 years ago, belonging to the spirit family, not a demon cultivator. However, she is a Taiyin melting yang sacred body, which is more capable than Yan Beiqing's Taiyin melting yang body. Therefore, she practiced on her own at Yue Peak under the jurisdiction of Hejiao Peak. 57 years ago, the Building Wood Mystery Realm opened. Fairy Laurel obtained a leaf in the Building Wood Mystic Realm. It was a small world. In this Yuan Council, there were only 3 people, like her, who had obtained the Building Wood Tree Leaf. To obtain the Building Wood Tree Leaf, it was not strength that was required, but the recognition of the spirit of building wood. She turned in the leaf small world, to the sect, and received a terrifying 100 million contribution value. Therefore, she didn't lack cultivation resources at all, and her contributions were enough to offset the base contribution value that she had to fulfill every year. As a result, for 57 years, she had never left the clan to do any more missions, and the next time the Jianmu Mystic Realm opened 2 years later, Fairy Laurel still wanted to make another trip, because the Jianmu Secret Realm was the most valuable secret realm in the entire 9-Zhou domain. There is no one, not just because of Kenwood itself. Most importantly, at the turn of every Yuan Hui, there would be immortal demons and demons from the immortal realm, who came down to the world specifically for Jianmu. The immortals, devils and demons who died in the Jianmu Mystery Realm were countless. Therefore, in the Jianmu Mysterious Realm, there were also many immortal corpse mysteries, immortal mansion mysteries, and immortal relic inheritances, with plenty of opportunities. At this moment, as a Jindan cultivator, the surrounding chatter was naturally heard by Fairy Laurel, and thus she learned of Yan Beiqing's situation. Fairy Laurel thought again. Could it be that it is Yan Beiqing's master who has some secret method that can solve the drawbacks of the Taiyin melting young physique? Thus, she intended to observe and watch again. At the same time, the intention to visit Yue Jian for advice arose in her heart. She also wanted to cultivate happily and not be so shaped and alone. Moreover, that would speed up her cultivation. Within a short time, Yan Beiqing flew to the top of the 5th Discourse Peak, easily winning first place and accumulating 1,000 points. She flew to Yue Jian's side and joyfully said, "Master, my disciple didn't disgrace you." Yue Jian gave a thumbs up and encouraged. "Xing'er, you are exceptionally gifted. As long as you are firm in your Tao and continue to work hard, You will definitely be invincible in the same realm in the future and suppress the generation. Beiqing was thrilled to receive the affirmation, but she also knew how difficult it would be to suppress a generation. This claim was nothing more than Master's beautiful vision. Although it's just a vision, I, for sure, will work hard and do my best to reach it. Beiqing secretly made up his mind in his heart. Saint Sun Li Haotian looked at the master and disciple from afar, his eyelids jumping straight up. When this seed is ready, I will definitely be able to marry this kid's master as a Dao couple. At that time, I'm still afraid that I won't be able to pin you down? Poof. On the following day, the second item was carried out. Entering the Jinmu tree leaf small world and hunting the passing vein opening spirit realm demonic beasts, with a limit of 1 hour. The ranking is cumulative according to the level of the demonic beast. At Green Leaf Peak, a small green leaf was offered by an elder, growing against the wind and instantly multiplying 10,000 times. Huge leaves floated low in the air, covering the sky. More than 5,000 Qi practicing cultivators who participated in the selection were all moved onto the leaves under the spells cast by a group of deacons. Buzz. As that leaf-controlling elder's mind moved, all the Qi cultivators, together, disappeared. They entered the designated area in the small world of leaves. During this hour, there were constantly Qi practicing cultivators who encountered threats to their lives being moved out by that elder leaf controller. They would only be able to accumulate 0 points. After an hour, the remaining participating cultivators, all of whom were moved out, stood on the surface of the leaves and handed in their storage bags. Soon, the results came in. First place, under Fengxiang Peak of the Vegetarian Lady Sect, Transmission Elder Yue Jian's personal disciple Beiqing, 1 Tiger Demon of the 9th layer of the Open Spirit, 2 Tiger Demons of the 7th layer, 1 Wolf Demon of the 9th layer, 5 Wolf Demons of the 6th layer, and 17 Wolf Demons of the 5th layer. Accumulation, 147 layers. Awarded 1,000 points. On top of that huge leaf, Beiqing excitedly waved his hand to Yue Jian, who was floating in the air in the distance, sharing his joy with his master. The vermilion bird-winged Dharma phase carrying the Nanmingli fire avatar, coupled with the green dragon's claw-probing avatar, to hunt and kill the open spirit realm demonic beasts that corresponded to the Qi practicing realm. Wasn't it as easy as eating and drinking water? The other participating cultivators were speechless for a good while. This is still a competition. In second place, it turned out to be the personal disciple of the Patriarch of the Vassal Sect 7-Star Sword Sect, a Qi practicing Great Circle Sword cultivator teenager Zhang Jiqiao, who had received 999 points in this game. However, he had only accumulated 71 layers of hunting, less than half of Beiqing's, and Shi Qiyao, who had previously ridiculed Beiqing, had gotten 7th place, which was actually pretty good. At this time, the participating disciples, all of them were still on top of that huge leaf. Zhang Jiqiao actually walked over towards Beiqing and said in a very middle-aged and raw manner, "You're very strong. However, I will defeat you in the third matchup." Beiqing. I only heard Zhang Jiqiao say again, "Do you dare to place a bet with me?" Beiqing was curious. "What's the bet?" Zhang Jiqiao said in a serious manner, "If you lose, you'll be my Taoist partner. If I lose, I'll be your Taoist partner. Fair, right?" Beiqing, get lost. Between the clan alliances within the sphere of influence of the vegetarian women's sect, it was possible for different clans to become Dao couples, but they could not break away from their own clans to join the clan of their Dao couples. Chapter 28. If one claw doesn't work, then 2 claws. On the following day, the participants who ranked in the top 120 in the points of the first 2 matches were to fight against each other to determine 1,000 chiefs, 10 birth chiefs, and 100 sure chiefs, randomly divided into 60 pairs first, 2 against 2. The winner will be promoted to the second level. The loser will continue to play against each other in the first level. The winner of the second level moves up to the third level. The loser stays in the second level and continues to play against the other losers of the level, or the winner of the first level who has moved up. Moving up in this way, the battle rankings will be dished out very fairly. There will be no elimination due to bad luck in meeting a strong person right away. Relying on his vermilion bird wings and green dragon claws, Beiqing had no one under him, and soon won 4 matches in a row, rising to the 5th level, and in the midst of battle, realize, ding, your disciple, Beiqing, has comprehended the first level of the Xuanwu water shield. You have gained storm sharing, and the Xuanwu water shield has risen to the second level of the avatar. Yue Jian listened to the system's broadcast, and his heart rejoiced. And as far as he was concerned, Beiqing's matchup was no longer in doubt. It was very difficult for a Qi practicing stage disciple to break the Xuanwu water shield. Although Beiqing had less Yuan Qi in his body, the key was the power of the Xuanwu spine's origin. The green dragon probing claw was also not something that a Qi practicing stage disciple could carry hard, and the speed of the vermilion wings. It can be said to be both offensive and defensive. plus air control advantage and maneuverability, then the odds are that it's already invincible in the Qi practicing realm. Yan Beiqing was actually up against Shi Qiyao at the 5th level, above the sparring stage. Yan Beiqing looked at Shi Qiyao derisively. Senior sister, sure. I told you before, you mustn't meet me in a sparring match. Looks like you're out of luck. Actually, it wasn't bad luck. It was because of the rules, which would have clearly delineated the power echelon after a few rounds. It had to be said that this Shi Qiyao was indeed considered to be in the first echelon. Shi Qiyao's squinted eyelids jumped, transmitting a cold aura. Don't be so complacent. Don't think that just because you have a pair of winged phantoms, I'm afraid of you. Look at the sword. Before her words fell, she immediately grabbed the lead, and when she struck, she went all out. Shi Qiyao was a water-based heavenly spirit root, and as she swung out her sword, a sword chi surged and surged, impacting out like a torrent. It was precisely the wild wave style of the Bihai tidal wave sword technique that he had majored in. A hint of sneer appeared at the corner of Yan Beiqing's mouth as the vermilion bird-winged phantasm behind her unfurled openly, soaring into the sky in a single flight, lightly avoiding the sword chi. One more hover, and in the blink of an eye, it flew right above Shi Qiyao. The right arm probed down diagonally, the green dragon probing claws, out. Boom! The green dragon claw dharma appeared, condescending and pressing down, unstoppable, enveloping Shi Qiyao and a few feet of land around her. Ah! Shi Qiyao's face showed fear, and when she reacted, it was already difficult to avoid it. Even if he avoided it, he would definitely be in a sorry state, falling completely below and being chased and beaten by that dragon claw phantasm to continue. Thus, she crossed her heart and put the sword into her storage bag. Her right hand rested upwards on the top, her left hand quickly pinched, and the water elemental chi in her body's chi cyclone surged out crazily. In an instant, a water wall technique was formed parallel to the ground above his right palm above his head. Buzz! The dragon claw phantasm was pressing on top of the water wall of the main defense, one on top of the other. The two sides wrestled, surprisingly evenly matched. It had to be said that the strength of the water system heavenly spirit root chi practicing great perfection was still not to be underestimated. As for Yan Beiqing's green dragon probing claw first weight, it was naturally much less powerful than Yue Jian's green dragon probing claw first weight. One was relying almost entirely on the power of origin, the other was the raging true essence of an 11-striped super-grade Jindan superimposed with the power of origin, so of course it was incomparable. Seeing the top, Shi Qiyao was overjoyed in her heart and sneered, flamboyant but not real, looking mighty, but in fact that's all it is. The corner of Yan Beiqing's mouth hooked upward slightly, revealing a faint sneer. Really? If one claw doesn't work, then two claws. With that, she probed her left hand as well, pressing downward in a false manner. Boom! Another dragon claw phantom thunderously pressed straight down. Boom! The wall of water crumbled immediately, and straightaway Shi Qiyao pressed down on top of the battle platform, unable to move. Are you convinced? Yan Beiqing asked triumphantly. Shi Qiyao snorted coldly and didn't answer. Soon, outside the battle stage, the referee deacon standing in the air announced, Yan Beiqing, victory! Quickly stop. Only then did Yan Beiqing withdraw his dragon claw dharma phase, letting go of Shi Qiyao, and said, practicing chi to support the army, you will probably be my subordinate. Don't disobey me because of today's matter. You need to know that the military order is like a mountain. Shi Qiyao snorted coldly once again and turned around. She no longer had the face to stay. Leaving the sparring platform, Shi Qiyao immediately found the presiding elder and reported, disciple sensed the foundation establishment opportunity. Therefore, I have to withdraw from the support army selection. That elder frowned slightly and said, if within 1 month, you fail to build a foundation, then, be severely punished. Shi Qiyao bowed and said, disciple understands. In her thoughts, Yan Beiqing would most likely seize the position of Thousand Chief, and as she was likely to become the chief of Bai, how could her own thoughts flow smoothly when she was subject to her constraints in the support army? So it's better to just quit. Yan Beiqing entered the 6th level and waited for a while for a player to ascend, and it was none other than that 7-star sword sex Zhang Jiqiao, both standing on the sparring stage. Zhang Jiqiao couldn't hide his adoration and said, senior sister, we meet again. How about it? Do you dare to have a bet with me? Yan Beiqing was a bit bored and scolded. Cut the crap. Look at the claws. It wasn't that she really hated the other party. In fact, the average woman would be more or less favorably disposed towards someone who adored her. But Yan Beiqing's situation was special. That physique of hers, it was something that could really kill a person, which in the mundane world, was actually a husband kirker. Therefore, she had long ago cut herself off from the idea of finding a Taoist couple. Before Yan Beiqing's words fell, his right hand explored forward, and the dragon claw dharma strike stormed out, meeting the wind and seeing it grow, immediately locking Zhang Jiqiang in 3 sides in 6 directions. Zhang Jiqia was shocked, seeing that there was no way to avoid it. So he swung out 7 sword chi with unparalleled speed, trying to smash the dragon claw shadow. His 7 sword chi, in terms of the chi practicing realm, were already extremely powerful, having vaguely touched the threshold of sword intent. However, when it chopped on top of that dragon claw phantom, it made a continuous sound like a string breaking. Boo, boo, boo. The sword chi continuously crumbled and dissipated into nothingness. The dragon claw phantom, on the other hand, merely dimmed a little, and clawed at him. That volume, more than 10 times larger than his body, was unstoppable, and it blocked almost all of the area of the sparring platform on his side. But Zhang Jiqia was, after all, a genius of the wind system's heavenly spirit root, and seeing that he could not be defeated, he immediately performed the sundown wind technique, only to see that he instead flew forward, his body light as the wind, incomparably ethereal, and even narrowly escaped from the dragon claws between the fingers. Through and through, Beiqing subconsciously merged his claws in a grip, but he slipped and dodged. His own dragon claw dharma phase, instead, was at the outer gate. Zhang Jiqia was overjoyed, thinking, by me breaking through the dragon claw, you've lost. Without the slightest pause, he chopped out a sword in the air before he even landed. Sword rain wind breath, kill, buzz. This sword actually inspired dozens of wind-bladed sword chi, weaving through the void and abruptly approaching Beiqing's body, his speed fast to the extreme. This sword rain wind breath was the strongest sword Zhang Jiqia was able to instantly launch, and it already had the flavor of sword intent. Chapter 29 Among Women. There is a body of pure yang. Beiqing was also startled when he saw that the sword chi was about to approach him. It was quickly judged that it would be difficult to dodge the entire attack if one were to fly by with the vermilion bird's wings. Then with a thought, the Xuanwu water shield was cast. Buzz! Her Xuanwu spine runes lit up, and a water shield, like a moon halo, instantly spread out. Bobo bobo bobo. A windblade sword chi that attacked the surface of the water shield was all blocked, and the water shield was only much thinner, but not broken. Beiqing's left-hand dragon claw phantasm abruptly grabbed out, abrupt to the extreme, and instantly caught Zhang Jiqia within it. Still not admitting defeat? Zhang Jiqia mumbled, "Senior sister, my heart pleases you, really, As it turned out, Beiqing couldn't help but be irritated when she heard him still say that, so she increased her force. The referee deacon immediately announced, Beiqing, the winner. Let go of him. Beiqing immediately tossed it aside like a broken sack, opened his vermilion bird wings, and turned to fly away. Sister, Zhang Jiqiao cried out under his breath but had nothing to say, secretly thinking, well, I'll have plenty of opportunities when I get to the front line. After that, Beiqing rose to the 9th level, while the selection ended when 10 people rose up to the 8th level. Beiqing had seized the position of Thousand Chief and would be heading to the front line of Great Yang's southern border in 10 days' time under the leadership of the Dao Protector Corps. Perhaps it was because of his thoughts, Beiqing had instantly comprehended the White Tiger roar just as he was declared first in all 3 categories. Ding! Your disciple, Beiqing, has comprehended the first level of the White Tiger Roaring Avatar. You gain Blast Sharing, White Tiger Roaring Avatar 2nd level, in the Roaring Shockwave. A small amount of Gangjin Sword Chi is implied. Yue Jian was overjoyed in his heart. This was a qualitative leap. Before, the first weight was a bit like Zheng Fei's big move in the previous king. Now, it had some killing power now. At this time, the 1,000 chiefs, the 100 chiefs, and the 10,000 chiefs, were all listed on the top of the peak of the Dao. Holy Sun Li Haotian personally lectured, and Yue Jian habitually scanned the crowd with his system, and it really let him find one. A disciple with a special physique. Target, Yi Yuchen. Age, 28. Realm, complete Qi training. Spiritual roots, 3 spiritual roots of gold, water and fire. Physique, pure yang body. Luck, blue minor luck. Not eligible for apprenticeship, because she has a master. Yue Jian was slightly shocked in his heart. Women with pure yang bodies existed, but they were extremely rare. With a brief observation, he knew that this person was a disciple of the affiliated small sect, Lily sect. There are only dozens of disciples in this sect, all of whom are women. Between the disciples, most of them are married to each other, and their sect has a more special cultivation method. Yue Jian searched his mind for a while, intending to operate, because the body of pure yang was a talent that he would love to blitz replicate. According to the memories of the ghost of the devourer, he knew that the pure yang sacred body could be immune to a certain degree of poison, fouls, compulsions and curses, etc., and that the divine soul was able to be stronger by the resources of the pure yang sacred body. Of course, there were advantages in that area, but Yue Jian didn't value it. Thus, Yue Jian flew outside the Lily sect's camp. Only the deacons leading the group were 2 female cultivators in the late stage of foundation establishment. As for the disciples brought along, there were only 4 of them, 3 in the camp, And then there was that Yue Jian, who at this time was still in the queue of the Shishang. The two Foundation establishment female cultivators, seeing Yue Jian come, immediately led the disciples out to welcome them. Senior Yang Yihuan, Wu Yuan, greetings to Senior Shangzong. Yue Jian smiled warmly and returned a flat salute. No need to be polite. Yang Yihuan said respectfully, I don't know Senior, what are your orders? Yue Jian said with a straight face, my name is Yue Jian. I am the sovereign of the vegetarian lady sect, Fong Chin Tong, the only disciple's grandson. I am about to be enthroned as the seventh sequence of alternative saint sons. When Yang Yihuan and Wu Yuan heard Yue Jian say so, they couldn't help but subconsciously glance at each other, their demeanor intimate and their eyes containing affection. A faintly odd look appeared on their faces as they thought to themselves, this person flaunts his identity as soon as he arrives. Is he looking at one of us? Doesn't he know that although the people of the Lily sect, may also prefer male cultivators, we mostly all prefer female cultivators. However, I heard Yue Jian continue, I have no other intention in declaring my identity, I just have an unkind request. Yang Yihuan listened to Yue Jian's unkind invitation, even more skeptical that he was looking at one of the two of them, so he was busy cutting off the conversation. Elder, allow me to report, Senior and Wu Yuan are Dao couples. Yue Jian was stunned and instantly understood that she had misunderstood. Without having lost his smile, he said, my request is not to break you up, but to accept your disciple Yue Jian as a personal disciple. May I ask, who is her master? Yang Yihuan was a little displeased in his heart, but on the surface, he still respectfully said, back to Senior, she is none other than the late generation's personal disciple. Yue Jian was delighted in his heart, so he said, I would like to compensate your sect with 1 million spirit stones. In addition, if your sect has any other conditions, feel free to raise them as well. The Bai Jing loot that Yue Jian had gotten, the spirit stones alone totaled more than 23 million. 1 million spirit stones. Although it was a huge amount of money, he hadn't put much thought into it. It was still cost-effective to use it to storm the pure Yang sacred body. However, the crowd of Lily sect members were shocked to hear such generous conditions. One must know that they were only a small sect, with the highest cultivation level within the sect being only the middle Jindan stage, and the sect's compound only had a second-order spirit vein. This time, sending 4 disciples to participate in the Qi practicing support army was to show support and focus on participation. Secondly, it was also to earn rewards from the vegetarian nun sect. Yang Yihuan and Wu Yuan, both of them were heartbroken. However, Yang Yihuan still said, I know that if Yue Jian can become your personal disciple, that would be a great fortune for her. But it is not convenient for the disciple to make decisions for her, it is better to seek her own advice. Yue Jian nodded with a smile, as long as your clan does not object. When she comes down, I will respect her wishes and never force her. And one of those 3 disciples was none other than Yue Jian's Taoist partner, Wu Tuoling, who was in turn Wu Yuan's adopted daughter. At this time, she was complex, extremely conflicted, and suffering. Senior sister will most likely choose to switch to the vegetarian girl sect for the sake of the Tao, right? That's the sect master's own lineage. But then, I'll have to part with senior sister. Well, for the sake of senior sister, I mustn't show attachment. Within a short time, the Holy Son's admonition ended and the line was dismissed. Beiqing saw that Yue Jian was over here, so he flew over to join him. Master, my disciple has captured the position of Thousand Chief. Yue Jian encouraged her and told her to wait aside. In a flash, Yue Jian turned back. Yue Jian saw that she was tall and fit, similar to the kind of extreme fitness beauty's stature in her previous life, with healthy wheat-colored skin. She looked imposing and heroic, glowing and full of energy. Yang Yihuan immediately guided her to pay her respects to Yue Jian and introduced Yue Jian's identity. You simply said, Yue Jian, this seat has seen your talent and would like to accept you as a personal disciple. If you are willing, this seat will compensate the Lily sect with 1 million spirit stones, and also agree to its reasonable conditions, to break the karma for you. Yue Jian, heart-shocked. This is like the mundane world of a commoner's daughter of a small family, suddenly learned that she is the embrace of the wrong marquis true 1,000 gold general dream. Then look at that amazing talent. With a mere Qi practicing 7th level to win the first genius Yan Beiqing, is precisely Yue Jian disciple? Moreover, that Yan Beiqing was full of admiration and love for Yue Jian. Under the excitement, Yue Jian immediately wanted to worship the master. However, seeing the Taoist couple Wu Zhuoling, her face was full of parting sorrows that she couldn't hide. Thus, she mumbled, disciple is very willing to worship senior as a teacher. But can I ask senior to take my disciple's Taoist partner, Wu Zhuoling, as a disciple as well? Chapter 30, Master, you've got it wrong. I'm a woman. Yue Jian had already tested Wu Zhuoling long ago, and there was no special talent that met the conditions for accepting him as a disciple. However, in order to accept Yue Jian, Yue Jian said, Your Dao couple has not reached the standard of this seat's personal disciple. However, this seat can accept him as an inner disciple. As one of the stewards of this seat Saint Sun Sequence House, Yi Yuqian and Wu Zhuoling were overjoyed and both knelt down to give thanks. Wu Yufan, too, was quite happy for his adopted daughter. This, too, was considered chance. Yue Jian looked at Yang Yihuan and Wu Yuan again and said in a pleasant manner, I don't know you two. What other requests do you have? Yang Yuan's face showed shame and laughed resentfully. Senior gave 1,000,000 spirit stones, so I should have been satisfied. But if there are techniques, arts, swordsmanship, and so on, then, that would be the icing on the cake. Yue Jian casually set up an anti-peeping soundproof boundary, then burned a copy of the Ice Cloud sword technique and 1,000,000 spirit stones, handing it over to Yang Yihuan together. This is an earth-grade upper-grade sword technique. Although it is of the ice and water system, the stone of its mountain can attack jade. I believe it will be beneficial to your clan's sword Dao. Yang Yihuan and Wu Yuan were ecstatic, and immediately fell to their knees and bowed their heads, sincerely thanking them for their kindness. This Ice Cloud sword skill was worth far more than 1,000,000 spirit stones. One must know that there were definitely no more than 10 sets of top-grade sword techniques circulating in the world, other than those included in the 9 swords of the Xian heaven. This is a remarkable legacy. It could be foreseen that if there were no accidents, the Lily Sect's strength in sword Dao would steadily rise over a period of time. It was precisely for this reason that Yue Jian had to set up the anti-peeping soundproof boundary first, which was to prevent the news of the tiny Lily Sect, which possessed an earth-grade upper-grade sword skill, from leaking out and leading to trouble. Everything was handled cleanly first and last, and Yi Yuqian immediately wanted to worship the master. Yue Jian, however, said, you should first thank your original master for teaching you, and break your karma. Of course, you can likewise treat her, in the future, as if she were an elder relative. But you cannot, however, treat her as a master again. Yi Yuqian was a bit embarrassed, but did as he was told. Yue Jian immediately detected her with the system. As expected, the original condition of not meeting the conditions for accepting an apprentice had changed to meet the conditions for accepting an apprentice. Yue Jian was overjoyed, which allowed Yi Yuqian to worship his master. Ding! Congratulations to the host, accepting Yi Yuqian as his disciple. Reward top-grade treasure weapon, 3 fires pure yang gourd, can release the top-grade true fire of the latter day, fire in stone, fire in wood, and fire in the air. Textbook issued, pure yang woji gong, lower heavenly grade. The host can blitz copy Yi Yuqian's talent, pure yang's body. Yue Jian instantly realized for certain. Copy. Ding! You stormed and copied the body of pure yang. You obtained the holy body of pure yang, immune to a certain degree of Yin poison, Yin fury, curses, etc. Your divine soul is nourished by the holy body and gradually grows stronger. You can step on the ground to produce essence, and your true yang is as monstrous as a torrent of water. Unceasingly, Yue Jian was overjoyed. In the future, I will be the nemesis of all feminine means. Moreover, my divine soul can also grow rapidly. With the matter of accepting the disciples over, Yue Jian led his disciples to leave with their farewells. While flying through the air with his sword, he heard a soft voice behind him. Senior brother Yu, please stay. Yue Jian and his disciples hovered in the air and turned back to look, only to see that it was a plain and clear woman. This woman he has not seen, but can detect its pre-Jindan breath, and then look at its beautiful posture and dusty temperament, but also guessed a few points, when the moment detects her with the system. Target, Laurel Fairy, age, 112. Realm, early Jindan stage, 9th level of Jindan. Spiritual roots, Waterwood double spiritual roots. Physique, Taiyin Rongyang sacred body. Indestructible body, inheriting the powerful life force of the innate laurel tree in the moon palace of the immortal world, instantly restoring the ability to recover from physical injuries. Luck, golden great luck. Meet the conditions for acceptance of an apprentice. Yue Jian was overjoyed and immediately moved. So he said, what did senior sister call me for? Seeing that Yue Jian was still carrying Yi Yuqian and Wu Zhuoling on top of his flying sword, Fairy Laurel said, could you please ask your senior brother to land and talk alone? Yue Jian said, of course. So, landed close to an unoccupied peak. Fairy Laurel guided Yue Jian to the edge of a cliff, laid down a boundary and said, senior brother should have heard of it. Senior sister's physique, mine, is similar to that of your personal disciple, Yan Beiqing, only to a different degree. I would like to ask senior brother, Yan Beiqing's ability to ascend to the 7th level of Qi cultivation in a short period of time, was it a solution to the drawbacks of the Taiyin Rongyang body physique? Yue Jian half-truthfully said, exactly. Fairy Laurel Fong asked again, then may I ask senior brother, how was it resolved? Of course, if senior brother helps solve my problem, I am willing to pay senior brother 5 million contribution points. She was recognized by the spirit of the building wood back then and was given a building wood tree leaf small world. which she turned into the clan and was rewarded with 100 million contribution value. Thus, she was the first rich woman of the golden dance stage of the vegetarian nun sect. Yue Jian coughed and lied. There are two reasons for this. 1. Senior brother, I am a pure yang saint body. Secondly, I have a heaven-level technique that, in conjunction with my pure yang sacred body, can circumvent the problems of your kind of physique. Fairy Laurel's clear face slightly reddened, slightly embarrassed. A heaven-level merit law. Ah, priceless. Even if she still had more than 90 million contribution values, it wouldn't be enough to buy a heaven-grade merit technique. Moreover, that had to be combined with the pure yang sacred body for it to be useful. Yue Jian took the opportunity to seduce. If senior sister is willing to worship me as a teacher, not only will I be able to solve your problem, moreover, I will also impart to you a set of the most suitable heaven-grade technique for you. Fairy Laurel was shocked and incredulous. Why would the other party just happen to have a heaven-level technique that suits them? Even if you got some great chance, it can't be such a coincidence. Her face showed a pout and she said unhappily, is senior brother making fun of me? Yue Jian solemnly said, I swear, by the heavenly Tao, with the Tao heart. Fairy Laurel was even more shocked, but she didn't dare to believe it all, because this is too outrageous. Thus, Yue Jian took out the jade sketch of a heaven-grade medium-grade technique that she could not cultivate, the four elephant sacred technique, and handed it to her. This is the technique I passed down to my eldest disciple, Yan Beiqing. Take a look and see if it's heavenly ranked. Fairy Laurel took it and touched it to her glossy white forehead. Seeing that gongfu, it was indeed a heaven-grade middle grade. At this point, she had already believed 9 points. In her heart, she said, could it be that he has obtained a great chance like the Heaven's Path Tibetan Scripture Pavilion or something like that, and that there are celestial level techniques of all lineages? In the past 2 days, ever since she had learned of Yan Beiqing's situation, she had secretly investigated Yue Jian. It was also a good idea to know a little about Yue Jian, but to worship the master, she was still a bit hesitant. So she said, Senior brother Yue, allow me to think about it. Let's add a divine sense imprint to each other's transmission jade talismans. Is that okay? With regards to worshipping a master, Immortal Yue was still quite cautious, because in her thoughts, between master and disciple, it was certain that they would practice the Tao of Xian Su together. Yue Jian was not disappointed and nodded. Of course. Back at Zhongling Peak, Yue Jian called Yi Yuchen alone to his study and burned the Pure Yang Infinite technique with a blank jade slip and handed it over to her. This is the heaven grade lower grade technique that I, the master, have imparted to you. You need to comprehend it on your own, cultivate it properly, and if you encounter any uncertainties, come back to ask for guidance from your master. Yi Yuchen was ecstatic, and immediately plastered his forehead. His face instantly became coy. Master, did you take the wrong one? The disciple is a woman. Ah. This is the Pure Yang Infinite Kung Fu created specifically for men, Yue Jian said with a straight face. There is no mistake. Do you know why Master accepted you as a disciple? Because you are an extremely rare woman with a pure Yang body. Yi Yuchen was shocked. What? I'm a body of pure Yang? Master, are you sure you're not mistaken? As it turned out, although she had become a Taoist couple with Wu Zhuoling, she had not yet practiced with him by adopting the method of lily cultivation. It was because Wu Zhuoqing hadn't reached qi practicing perfection yet. They wanted to refine the Yuanshu together after both of them had practiced qi to perfection, and both of them would build their foundations. Therefore, Yi Yuchen didn't even know that she was a pure Yang body. Yi Yuchen subconsciously gazed down. Full breasts, high and round, even his own toes cannot see. How can this be the body of pure Yang? Yue Jian himself couldn't explain what this was all about. One could only say that there was nothing strange in the world. Above the canonical books, it did also say that the body of pure Yang would also appear in women, just like the Tai Chi diagram representing the heavenly Tao. Isn't there a little bit of yin in the yang? And isn't there so little bit of yang in the yin? This illustrates the truth that nothing is absolute. Everything is possible. So, Yue Jian said, it's good that you believe in Master. Yin and yang are, in fact, interconnected. You can take a good look at the Taiji diagram, the principle of that great path to simplicity. For example, there are records in the ancient texts that there was a heavenly emperor Shadingyi of the immortal realm who had cultivated both the Sun True Sutra and the Taiyin True Sutra in the immortal Terrace mysterious realm. There are many more men who have practiced the Ninein Sutra, and there are also many women who have practiced the Nine Yang Kung Fu. You have to know that, Master. I have spent a great deal of money to poach you from the Lily sect. It can't be for the sake of harming you. Yi Yuchen immediately knelt down. Disciple does not dare to question Master. Yue Jian gave another top-grade foundation establishment pill and said, you should be able to touch the foundation establishment opportunity very soon when you cultivate this pure Yang infinity technique. Yi Yuchen said, but, Disciple has already joined the Qi practicing support army, and it's still a Shishong. Yue Jian said. This is not a problem. Foundation establishment is the big deal. The sect has a plan for this. Yue Jian thought of the agreement with his senior sister, his face slightly red, and added, Disciple. Disciple long ago swore a mountain oath with senior sister Wu, agreeing to build a foundation together. Yue Jian was a bit speechless, and gave another foundation establishment pill, as well as a 7 haze lotus seed, saying, First, give the 7 haze lotus seed to your Taoist partner to eat, and you will be able to immediately perfect your qi practice. Yue Jian was overjoyed. Thank you, Master. Yue Jian didn't intend to help Yue Jian build his foundation with dual cultivation, because he knew that Yue Jian should prefer women. He also had no plans, for the time being, to bestow the 3-flame pure yang gourd to Yue Jian. That said, for a qi-practicing disciple to hold a top-quality treasure weapon, it was a way to take death by harboring a treasure weapon. He intended to show his senior ancestor, Fong Chin Tong, whether the 3 top-grade true flames in it would be helpful in activating his senior ancestor's phoenix bloodline. Meanwhile, Jie Li takes Wu Tuoling to settle down. She had already been informed by Yue Jian that this Wu Zuoling, in the future, would also become a Saint Sun sequence house steward just like herself. She then explained the many matters to Wu Tuoling and quickly familiarized herself with them. In the chat, Wu Zuoling learned, this Jie Li, it is because of Uncle Yu to help build the foundation. Originally can only build on the lower grade Taoist foundation, but to Uncle Yu hard to raise to the upper grade Taoist foundation. There was also a pro-transmission elder sister, Yan Beiqing, with 4 spiritual roots of gold, wood, water, and fire, who had broken through from no cultivation to the 7th level of qi cultivation in just over 2 months due to the help of senior Uncle Yu, and the power to suppress more than 5,009 layers of qi cultivation and the Great Circle, the courage to win the first big competition. Thus, Wu Zuoling had a thought, if, when I have reached the grand completion of qi cultivation, let senior sister beg Uncle Yu to help us build our foundations at the same time. That would definitely raise the Dao foundation grade, right? In fact, Wu Zuoling also liked men. She was an abandoned baby that was picked back by Wu Yuan, and she grew up in the Lily Gate, and she was taught by ear, which is, Jie Li was sworn to secrecy when she practiced the Dao of Divine Qi with Yue Jian. Thus, Wu Tuoling mistakenly thought that Yue Jian was helping them with the Xian Su Dao. At this time, Wu Zuoling imagined that if that really is the case, it is not Uncle Yu and his own sister with the 3 people practicing Xian Su Wei. Her pretty face instantly turned red, as gorgeous and scarlet as the rising sunlight on the sky. Chapter 31, Helping Ren Ailing, Building an Extreme Dao Foundation, The Vegetarian Palace. Fong Chin Tong watched the images of the Qi Practicing Support Army Grand Competition in the retained Shadowstone. The heart was pleasantly surprised. This Xian apprentice grandson of mine is actually so powerful, with both offense and defense, as well as the air control speed advantage. This can definitely be described as practicing Qi invincibility. So, the strategic objectives, shouldn't they change? It's not just about repelling the invading army led by the Dai Empire anymore. At the very least, we should beat up the enemy states and even counterattack them to exterminate 1 or 2 of their smaller states. Well, it has to be well planned. Let's say that Yue Jian had arranged for Yue Jian's cultivation, and he was in the backyard attending to the evil cutting sword technique that he had won from the holy maiden of the Xian Nu sect. However, he saw the cave steward inner disciple Ren Ailing, shyly and timidly brought a cup of spirit tea and said with a red face, Senior uncle, after eating the 7 haze lotus seeds you gave me the other day, disciple has already practiced qi to a great extent. Moreover, I have stabilized my realm and sensed the foundation establishment opportunity. I also ask senior uncle to bestow the immortal fate and help my disciple. Yue Jian nodded and said, all right, you go and get ready in the cultivation hall. I will come after I finish comprehending this running thunder sword style. He also wanted to try to see if cultivating the divine qi Dao technique Pure Yang Sacred Body would have an effect. But theoretically, the essence was all about the intermingling and refining of yin and yang, so he thought that it should also help. Ren Ailing was overjoyed and immediately headed to the cultivation hall. Coming in front of the cultivation platform, she took out the attire that she had long been preparing meticulously from her storage bag and changed into it. Ren Ailing looked at the copper mirror. A light translucent smoke Luoga's short skirt of their own. Also cannot help but blush heartbeat. I only hope that senior uncle will like it. As long as senior uncle likes it, there will be another immortal destiny. Soon, Yue Jian simply arrived at the cultivation hall. Looking at the obedient and coquettish sitting on the side of the stage waiting for Ren Ailing, Yue Jian cannot help but be stunned. That is simply similar to the previous life of lowly pure desire Winda. At this instant, an uncontrollable urge actually arose in his heart. It took a while for Yue Jian to restrain his instinctive desires, and immediately said, Ling, there is no need for this. You quickly go behind the screen and go change into the clan's formal attire. Ren Ailing's cheeks fluttered. Embarrassed and lost in her heart, Could it be that Master Uncle doesn't like? Yue Jian saw that she was in a state of anxiety, so he attached a finger to the divine Qi Dao skill divine idea and pointed it at Ren Aling's brow. We, who are practicing this way, not the Xian Su way, can still help you build your foundation. In just half an afternoon, Ren Aling succeeded in building her foundation. To her surprise beyond words, she had actually built a 9-foot extreme Dao foundation. Yue Jian also determined what was in his heart. Pure Yang sacred body. Even if he cultivated the divine Qi Dao skill, that effect was compared to an ordinary physique. It was simply like a judgment, much more powerful. Ren Aling was so excited and thrilled that she could hardly contain herself. Senior uncle, this great favor, Aling is unable to repay. I wish to follow you forever, for the rest of my life. Yue Jian said blandly. To me, this is just a show of hands. You don't have to care too much. Cultivation life is long and the future is unpredictable, so don't make a lifetime promise without moving. Ren Aling was even more grateful, yet vaguely lost. Soon, the news that Yue Jian had awakened the pure Yang saint body and helped Ren Aling build a 9-foot extreme Dao foundation had sensationalized the entire Zhongling peak, and in various ways, it spread outwards. One must know that even for genius prodisciples, those who could build an extreme Dao foundation were rare. As for Ren Aling, she was only an ordinary inner disciple, yet she had built an extreme Dao foundation. How could this not shock people? Quite a number of Qi practicing perfection inner sect female disciples, and even other peak progenitor female disciples who considered themselves to be of superior appearance, all moved their hearts. He fantasized about how beautiful it would be if he could obtain the immortal fate bestowed by Senior Uncle Yu and build an extreme Dao foundation. Unfortunately, they don't have that access and opportunity. A newly listed independent compound of the Bell Spirit Academy, Spring Spirit Court. Yue Jian sat in the pavilion amongst the spiritual flowers, and clarity arose in his heart. So, Master is a pure Yang sacred body, so he sensed that I am a pure Yang body, and that's why he accepted me as a personal disciple. As for Wu Zhuoling, after eating the 7 haze lotus seeds, she had already managed to reach Qi practicing perfection. She brewed for a while before mumbling her words. Senior sister, why don't you go beg senior uncle for us to build our foundations together at the same time? If I didn't have the help of my senior uncle, senior sister me, I would have built the lower grade Dao foundation at most. Yue Jian was shocked. What do you mean, by the master alone, practicing the Xian Su way with the two of us, helping us to build our foundations? Wu Zhuling lowered her head, not daring to look directly into Yue Jian's eyes, and shyly said, aha, senior sister, if not, senior sister I will definitely not be able to keep up with you, for the sake of the word, we. Moreover, today I saw in the courtyard's communal book collection that the Dao of Xian Su is practiced in such combinations, such as that what fish gobbling potential. Yue Jian hesitated for a while, looking at his senior sister's expectant gaze. He finally nodded and said, okay, I'll try to beg master. Wu Zhuling was overjoyed, and immediately sat in Yue Jian's arms, gently kissed her side face, and said with affection, elder sister, you're so nice. Chapter 32 Pure Yang Sacred Body helps Master break through late Jindan stage. In the evening sun fades, light and darkness intermingle, and night is approaching. Yue Jian wrote his sword to Master Jiang Xingmian's book and sword flying Immortal Courtyard. Master, aren't you stuck at the 9th level of the middle Jindan stage of the Changdan realm and have been unable to break through? Disciple has just awakened the Pure Yang Sacred Body. Let's see if we can help you. Master, break through to the late stage Dan transformation realm in one fell swoop. Although Jiang Xingmian was pleasantly surprised in her heart, she still maintained the manners of a person who was as light as a chrysanthemum, and just smiled warmly and said, good. Today's Jiang Xingmian, wearing a set of black and white Confucian shirt, hair tied with a jade crown, just like a female scholar's dress. I saw that her eyebrows were like distant mountains, light and slender, and her eyes were as clear as water, as if they could reflect everything in the world, but with a hint of bookish depth. Master and disciple held hands, lovingly intertwining their gazes as they slowly walked into the cultivation hall, worshipped the portrait of the vegetarian lady, and came to the cultivation table. Finally, in the early hours of the following morning, a soft click sounded in Jiang Xingmian's inner divine sense. On the surface of that golden elixir, a thin crack appeared. This means that, inside the Jindan, the embryonic form of the Yuan fetus has taken shape. Jiang Xingmian broke through to the late Jindan stage and the first level of Dan transformation, and deeply felt the power of the pure Yang sacred body. Early the next morning, Yue Jian received a jade talisman transmission from his senior ancestor, Fong Chin Tong. Jianer, come to the vegetable maiden palace immediately. Master ancestor, I have something to find you. Good. In the main hall of the vegetarian maiden palace, Fong Chin Tong said in a serious and earnest manner, Xing'er is your personal disciple. I see her battle power. In the Qi practicing realm, she is sure to be unrivaled. Therefore, This seed intends to cause the weaponry Dao Peak to tailor-make a main battle spiritual artifact and battle armor for Qinger at the fastest speed possible. By virtue of Qinger's strength, counterattack the enemy nations, beat the other party to a great extent, and even exterminate one or two small nations. Expand and extend the sphere of influence of my vegetarian lady sex mortal realm, to the south and southeast. Even though the mundane world fights can only involve chi practicing stage cultivators at most. However, too much action will inevitably lead to open and secret battles between high-level cultivators of Foundation establishment and above on both sides. After all, agreements and rules are made by people. Powerful people who have the ability to break the rules will not take agreements seriously when their own interests are seriously jeopardized. Therefore, this seat intends to appoint Holy Maiden Mengxinjiu as the Grand Elder of the Dao Protector Corps, you as the Second Elder of the Dao Protector Corps, so that you can also personally guard Qinger. Jane, what do you think? Yue Jian respectfully arched his hand and said, the disciple grandson is entirely at the mercy of the master ancestor's arrangements. Seeing that he did not resist in the slightest, Fong Chin Tong felt quite pleased in his heart and said, the investigation team sent out by the sect has basically found out your roots and feet without any problems. In view of the fact that you are about to leave the sect, therefore, this seed intends to, in advance, enthrone you as the seventh sequence of alternate sacred sons. It will be early tomorrow morning, so get ready. Yue Jian said. Thank you, Master Ancestor. Fong Chin Tong took out another jade slip. Inside, it was full of intelligence on all fronts in the mundane world. For specific details, you can go to the Holy Maiden's mansion and discuss it with Dream Goddess Jiao. After finishing her official business, Fong Chin Tong wanted to leave Yue Jian to double cultivate and condense the thin phoenix blood in the meantime. However, he saw Yue Jian take out a gourd. Master Ancestor, this is the three fires pure yang gourd, containing fire in stone, fire in wood, and fire in the air. 3 kinds of upper-grade true fires of the latter heaven. The apprentice grandson pays tribute to you to see if it is beneficial to your bloodline. With a sweep of Fong Chin Tong's divine sense, he immediately knew that this was a top-grade treasure weapon. She was shocked and overwhelmed. Fong Chin Tong did not get to the bottom of the provenance of this object and said with a smile, Jane, you have a heart. Then Master Ancestor will accept it for the time being. All you a piece of filial piety. Newly obtained this 3-fire pure yang gourd. Fong Chin Tong naturally want to try it. Therefore, did not leave Yue Jian to cultivate the divine Qi Dao skill. Last time, she had caused Yue Jian to become nearly deflated. Yue Jian left the vegetable maiden palace, so he flew to the Holy Maiden Peak with his sword. Master, what brings you here? Is there anything my lowly slave can do for you? Dream Goddess Jiao waved away the others and went forward to greet them fawningly. Yue Jian said, this seat has been appointed as the second elder of the Dao Protector Corps of the Qi Practicing Support Army, and is your deputy. Dream Goddess Jiao immediately knelt down and said in fear, bastard slaves don't dare to call themselves their master's superior. Yue Jian faintly said, in front of people, you don't need to act so lowly. After all, you also represent the face of my vegetarian lady sect. How it was before, how it is now. Dream Goddess Jiao was delighted in her heart. Yes, thank you master. After that, Yue Jian and Dream Goddess Jiao discussed some details and left. At the same time, in the task halls of all the main peaks, a newest task was released, recruiting Jindan elders and Foundation establishment deacons for the Dao Protector Corps. Obviously, Fong Chin Tong had taken this war in the mundane world as an important strategy. Perhaps, this was likely to be the fuse that would intensify the conflict with the Regulus sect's lineage. Yue Jian read the information in the Jade Brief and knew that one of the most crucial fronts at the moment was the southern border of Great Yong, the war against the Great Benefit Empire. As for the De army, there were quite a few Qi practicing cultivators from the Harmony sect and the Yin Yang sect. Its Taoist protection group was headed by the 12 fairies of the Acacia sect, the Wind Fairy, the Flower Fairy, the Snow Fairy, and the Moon Fairy. Yue Jian was clear that the Acacia sect was both good and evil, but they themselves claimed to be the righteous path. Within its sect, it is divided into 2 factions, the Enchanting Illusionists and the Ultimate Blissists. The well-known 12 fairies of the Golden Dan of the Acacia sect, Spring, Summer, Autumn, Winter, Plum, Orchid, Chrysanthemum, Bamboo, Wind, Flower, Snow, and Moon, are of the May Fantasy sect. This sect is full of female cultivators, specializing in charm and illusion techniques to confuse male cultivators and even mortal men who have retained their Yuanchu true yang, tricking them into harvesting their true yang for their own use. Most of them, on the other hand, retained their Yuanchu. Because of the Yuanchu true yin, it could make its charming illusion technique more seductive and psychedelic. The Extreme Bliss sect, on the other hand, had both male and female cultivators, and was very chaotic, similar to the go-go marriage system of certain tribes in the mundane world, where they were randomly paired up for cultivation. Even, the Ultimate Bliss sect often opens formations, such as the 9 Yin and 9 Yang formation, the 100 birds toward the Phoenix formation, and the 10,000 immortals Yin and Yang formation. This was regarded as an evil demon by many sects, but its cultivation speed was, indeed, extremely fast. It was rumored that the holy maiden of the Acacia sect's extreme bliss sect, Golden Bottle, had adopted the queen bee wedding flying formation when she formed the 9 stripes extreme golden dan in one fell swoop. That Beiqing wedding flight formation was created by a female ancestor of the Acacia sect at the beginning of this Yuanhui. Observing the swarm of jade bees, a queen bee, chasing dozens of male bees through the air. During the wedding flight, the male bees will inject all of their own nutrients into the queen bee, after which the male bees will die. The Acacia sect's Beiqing wedding flying formation, on the other hand, naturally wouldn't result in the death of the male cultivator, but it would cause him to suffer a great deal of damage to his vitality. Yue Jian naturally didn't put much stock in the district Acacia sect in his heart. You'd better be honest, abide by the agreement, and watch my family's Qinger push across to practice Qi. If you dare to intervene, don't blame this seat for destroying the flower with a hot hand. Chapter 33, How dare you covet Mr. Yu's master? Looking for death. As soon as the task of the Saint Sun's first sequence cave and the formation of the Qi practicing support army's Dao Protection Corps came out, Qin Shuyang got the news at the first opportunity. He immediately used a jade talisman to send a message to his Taoist partner Qin Xiaoya. Senior sister, the opportunity to assassinate the Yue Jian has come. He is the second elder of the assigned Dao Protectorate. You only need to join the Dao Protectorate and you will definitely be able to seek opportunities. Qin Xiaoya said, alright, I'll go to the main peak mission hall to sign up. The end of the summoning, Qin Shuyang both look forward to, but also feel empty in the heart. A lot of loss. In order to not trace the assassination of that Yue Jian, their own most dear to the love of the stunning Taoist couple, is going to be that guy sullied law. He brainstormed the images as if they were flames burning his heart and he could barely breathe. With a burst of discouragement, he thought, forget it, just give up. Isn't it just the position of Saint Sun? I really can't let go of my senior sister. With this in mind, he took out his summoning jade talisman, paused in the air for a long time, and ultimately did not summon again to cancel the plan. He had thoroughly tortured his heart, and the position of the Holy Sun was what he wanted most. It was only by becoming a Grand Elder in the future that one would have a massive amount of resources to support them, in order to increase the chances of breaking through to transformation as much as possible. Fairy Laurel had been paying attention to Yue Jian during this period of time, so she quickly learned of the Dao Protector Corps recruitment information. Why don't I join this Dao Protectorate and get in touch with him for a while longer before deciding whether or not to worship him? When Feng Jinglan learned of this, he enrolled without hesitation. In the past, Yue Jian truly liked me. Sometime after that, being in the same Dao Protecting Corps, I had the chance to renew my relationship with him. He scolded me for ********. Maybe he was just in a fit of anger. Alas, it's all because I had eyes in the past and missed out on such a superior Taoist couple. 9-stripe extreme golden dan, pure yang sacred body. Ah, if I had spent my whole life with him at that time, what a help it would have been to my cultivation. In the afternoon of that day, a huge flying boat descended on the mountain gate of the vegetarian lady sect. 3 late Yuaning elders of the Xian Yuan sect, leading dozens of Jindan cultivators, visited the vegetarian girl sect. They said that they were here to discuss the feasibility of merging the 3 clans on behalf of the Xian Yuan sect's patriarch, Yang Ding Tian. Fong Chin Tong was furious, but had to make a false pretense of welcoming him into the clan. The reason for this was because the alliance with the Xian Nu sect had not yet been truly reached. As for the strength of the vegetable woman sect, it was true that it was far inferior to the Xian Yuan sect, and it did not yet dare to confront them head-on. Not to mention the strength of the disciples, but just saying the artifacts, the vegetable sect is far inferior to the Regulus sect, the vegetarian nun sect. There was only one extreme treasure weapon, the vegetarian nun thistle. As for the Xian Yuan sect, there were 4 extremely valuable weapons, the imitation Xian Yuan sword, the imitation Xian Yuan battle armor, the Kuei Niu drum, and the Yellow Emperor's numbered bell chain, the top-grade treasures. The Xian Yuan sect also had several times more than the vegetable sect. If they really tore their faces off and started a full-scale war, the vegetarian women's sect would definitely not be an enemy. At this time, in the middle of the vegetarian maiden hall, Patriarch Fong Chin Tong, Grand Elder Gao Qifan, along with many Yuaning protectors and ancestors, as well as the sect's direct elders and sacred sons and sacred daughters, etc., had a heated discussion with the Regulus sect visiting corps. The Xian Yuan sect's head Yuaning elder ancestor Chen Xuanwan was superior and eloquent. My Xian Yuan sect, due to the limitations of the inherited Gong method, has a strong Yang and a weak Yin, whereas your sect, as well as the Xian Nu sect, have a strong Yin and a weak Yang, especially when entering the middle stage of Jindan. This phenomenon becomes more and more obvious, he said, bringing his 2 index fingers together in a meaningful smile. If our three clans were to merge, it would be yin and yang, in accordance with the way of heaven. This will not only smooth out the obstacles in the way of my existing three sects disciples, but it may even be possible to take the long and make up for the short, and create a new cultivation system that is more in line with the laws of the heavenly Tao of this council of the Yuan dynasty. Sovereign Fong, what do you think? Fong Chin Tong said, the matter of merging the sects involves too much. Can't we just say and merge? I don't want the legacy of the vegetarian women's sect to be cut off in my hands. In the future, how can I show my face to the ancestors? Even if this seed ascends to immortality in the future, how will I go to meet my clan's ancestor, the 9 netherworlds vegetarian in Yuan female holy mother great emperor? Chen Chuanduan laughed and said, Patriarch Fong has gone too far. It is necessary to know that more than 50,000 years have passed since this Yuan council, and so far, no one has ascended to immortality. What is the problem? What is the problem? Undoubtedly, it must be due to the catastrophe of the alternation of the last Yuan Hui, which led to a change in the environment of heaven and earth and the laws of the heavenly Tao. According to the information passed back from the generations of old ancestors who went to the east extreme domain, the thunderbolt of the celestial 5 failures of the current Yuan Council transition realm is several times stronger than the previous Yuan Council thunderbolts documented in the literature, and our cultivation system has not been updated in the slightest targeted way, so much so that from the very foundation, it is no longer adapted to the present moment, and it is difficult to even break through the transition realm, not to mention the Mahayana realm and ascension? How could Fong Chin Tong not know that this was just the other party's grand pretext? Is ascending to immortality something that you, a mere Yuaning cultivator, should consider? She suppressed her anger and said coldly, what does it have to do with the Mergence clan? Air Xian Yuan Zone. Since you have identified the problem, then you can target the problem, delve into it yourselves, try to improve it, and seek a breakthrough. Chen Xuanduan smiled faintly and didn't continue to ghost on top of the topic of the false and empty, but said, Patriarch Fong is right. My Xian Yuan sect is advocating for the merging of the sects precisely because of the attempts to improve. I have come here with the intention of making a small-scale attempt. I have brought with me 40 talented Jindan male cultivators from my Xian Yuan sect, and I intend to make peace with 40 Jindan female cultivators from your sect to become Dao couples, mutualizing our strengths and complementing our weaknesses. Fong Chin Tong almost laughed in anger, teasingly saying, what do you mean? You want to marry away the 40 Jindan female cultivators of my clan? My vegetable woman sect. Is this cultivating a cauldron for you and others? Chen Chuanwan deliberately ignored the stove tripod backtracking, and said in a serious manner, not all of them are married away. Details, you and I can discuss it. For example, our clan marries away 20 female cultivators from your clan, then leave behind 20 Jindan male cultivators. Or, after they have established their Dao couple relationship, they will then fight to win or lose. The losing party can just follow the winning party. Chen Chuanduan said, waved his hand, a huge scroll, immediately in the middle of the hall, unfolding in the air. He said, this scroll, on the top row, is the information of the 40 Jindan geniuses of our clan who have made peace. On the next row, are the female cultivators of your clan that they have begged to marry, one by one. That said, in ancient times, my 3 clans and relatives was a common thing. So many parties have passed, and now our 3 clans are still divided instead. It's really not right. Why don't we take this opportunity to follow the example of our forefathers and ancestors and restore the ancient practice of reconciliation to facilitate the merger of the 3 sects in the future? Fong Chin Tong naturally knows that in ancient times, because of the same source, the 3 ancient clans have a cordial relationship, and it is natural for them to marry each other. But now, it's an open and shut battle, and the situation is the same. How can it be the same as in ancient times? Fong Chin Tong did not argue on these empty topics, as she and the many cultivators of the vegetarian nun sect all looked towards the scroll. I only saw that it was richly illustrated, even with the portraits of the 40 female cultivators of the vegetarian women's sect, and these 40 golden Dan female cultivators of the vegetarian women's sect were indeed all people who did not have a Dao couple, a crowd of vegetarian female sect elders, the heart of the anger. Many people are expected to Fong Chin Tong on the spot flip. Do not engage in the set of false and snake. Fong Chin Tong's heart is shocked and terrified. Xian Yuan zone, exactly in my Su Nu zone. Inserted how many insiders? Even such detailed intelligence, all without a single error. Damn. He also saw that at the top of the second row of the scroll was his own disciple and Yue Jian's master, Jiang Xingmian. Fong Chin Tong was even more angry in her heart, only to hear Chen Chuanduan continue, as an expression of sincerity. I, Jun Wuya, a personal disciple of the Xian Yuan clan Patriarch, would like to seek to marry Jiang Xingmian, a personal disciple of the Fong Patriarch. As an example, that Jun Wuya immediately stepped out from the Xian Yuan sect's side and came to the center of the hall, bowing to Fong Chin Tong. It must be said that this man had a face like a crown of jade, eyes like a bright star, and a graceful demeanor. The information on that scroll showed that at only 62 years of age, this person was already at the 7th level of the Dan transformation at the late Jin Dan stage. Earth system heavenly spiritual root. Yellow dragon fist cultivated to the 4th level and comprehended the true meaning of the fist path. The end is the genius of geniuses. Fong Chin Tong hated her teeth, but as the patriarch, she had to maintain her demeanor at all times and hold her ground. Suddenly, a plan came to her mind. How about letting Jainer stir up trouble? He only represents Starsleep's disciples, and does not represent my vegetarian daughter sect. Even if it causes a dispute, there is still room for maneuver. If he wants to scold or fight, it's all his personal behavior. I, on the other hand, act as his backing, merely backing him up in his capacity as his master ancestor, not as a patriarch. She thought so because he knew Yue Jian's emotions towards Jiang Xingmian. She also had a general understanding of Yue Jian's strength, the strength displayed by killing Bai Jing alone, with controlling the Nanmingli fire to condense his bloodline for himself, was enough to stir up the situation. So she said, in my cultivation world, there is no such thing as master's order, matchmaker's words, whether or not to couple, and with whom to couple, all depends on one's personal will. Chen Chuan Duan laughed. As long as Patriarch Feng does not oppose the two clans' peace with each other based on gateway views, then it will be fine. That Jun Wuya took the opportunity to bow and salute. Please also, Patriarch Feng, guide your senior disciple, senior sister Jiang, to meet you. More than 20 years ago, I actually had a meeting with senior sister Jiang. At that time, fell in love with senior sister Jiang at first sight, and it is still hard to forget. On that occasion, Jiang's senior sister's late personal master, Lu Chongqing, had a fair discussion with our clan's Yellow Dragon Peak master, Xiong Zhenyue, and was defeated and died. Senior sister Jiang lost her mind under mourning and sneak attacked our sect's Peak master Xiong. Peak master Xiong was going to punish senior sister Jiang, but it was only after I begged for leniency that I let senior sister Jiang go. Fong Chin Tong laughed coldly in her heart and said, fine, then let my untalented disciple come and meet me. Jun Wuya was overjoyed, thinking, as long as senior sister Jiang comes and sees my bride price, she will definitely obey me, right? After meeting Jiang Xingmian outside the cave Xian ruins more than 20 years ago, he really couldn't stop thinking about it, because he likes bookish women. Recently, he had learned from the secret agent planted in the vegetarian girl sect, who had sent back information, that Jiang Xingmian had actually cultivated the vast qi, which could be called the vegetarian girl sect's Jin Dan invincible, and had worshipped the patriarch as his personal master. So he really moved on, coinciding with the fact that his patriarch master, Yang Dingtian, was pushing for a merger of the three sects, using collective peace as a test and prelude. He took the opportunity to join in and begged to marry Jiang Xingmian, and Yang Dingtian, very supportive, even gave him an extraordinary bride price. At this moment, Fong Chin Tong casually set up a soundproof boundary and took out a summoning jade talisman, but instead of sending a message to Jiang Xingmian, he sent it to Yue Jian. Jianer, the personal disciple of the Xian Yuan sect's patriarch, is now at the Vegetable Maiden Palace, asking the seat to marry your master. You bring your master and make a trip here to make your will known. Oh, right, that person's name is Jun Wuya, and he happened to be in the Xian Yuan sect's camp when your master ancestor fell. Chapter 34. How dare he use that thing to seduce his absolutely beautiful master teacher. Yue Jian received the master ancestor's transmission and was stunned for a while before the anger in his heart bubbled up and blazed. Nima, who the hell gave you the guts to covet Laozi's stunningly beautiful master? You simply don't know what to do. Quickly, he calmed down again and thought, the master ancestor actually sent a message to me, asking me to bring the master ancestor forward instead of directly informing the master ancestor. What is this intention? Master ancestor, you should know how I feel about master. So, it's for me to be the stirrer again, and her to take the fall? Yue Jian guessed the master ancestor's intentions, and immediately flew with his sword to the sect's direct collection of scriptures. Master, someone has openly proposed to you to take you as a Taoist couple. Jiang Xingmian was both surprised and curious, and asked, who is it? Yue Jian said apprehensively, Xian Yuan sect master's own disciple, Jun Wuya. Master, do you remember this person? Jiang Xingmian's face immediately darkened, showing a rare look of hatred. Beyond the cave Xian ruins, the place where your late master ancestor fell, the 5 cultivators of the Xian Yuan sect, even if they were turned into ashes, master would recognize all of them. He, Jun Wuya, is also considered one of the people who forced the death of your late master ancestor. Don't think that, at that time, if he sang a red face and begged for leniency to let me go under false pretenses, I would have taken him up on his offer. Yue Jian saw this, immediately released the heart. Happy, then he came just in time. we go to see. If we can for the first master-ancestor revenge collect some interest, is also good. Alright, let's go. Jiang Xingnian pulled Yue Jian, and then flew towards the vegetable maiden peak with his imperial sword. The master and disciple duo walked into the main hall together, immediately attracting everyone's attention. When Jun Wuya saw Jiang Xingnian, his temperament and appearance were even better than before, and he could not help but see the light in his eyes and his heart stirred. He automatically ignored Yue Jian and greeted him with a few steps, smiling warmly. Senior Sister Jiang, it's been 23 years since we parted ways at the Cave Xian ruins. Do you still remember me? Without waiting for Jiang Xingnian to speak, Yue Jian drank with an unpleasant face. Who are you? It was then that Jun Wuya noticed Yue Jian. From the intelligence, he knew that Yue Jian was Jiang Xingnian's only personal disciple. The other day, he also knew about Yue Jian's victory over the holy maiden of the Xian Nu sect, but in his opinion, that was just a lucky win by grabbing a head start and attacking the enemy. As such, he didn't really put Yue Jian in his eyes. At this moment, he heard Yue Jian's rude attitude and was furious, but in order to maintain his image in front of Jiang Xingnian, he forced himself to hold back his anger and said, "This seed is the personal disciple of the Xian Yuan sect Patriarch, Jun Wuya." Before he could finish, Yue Jian teased, "You're here to beg to marry my master? Then let this disciple of mine weigh you to see if you have the qualifications to ask for my master's hand in marriage. Don't any cat or dog dare to come and covet my master. That's simply an insult to my master." Jun Wuya turned to Fong Chin Tong and arched his hand in question. "Patriarch Fong, could it be that you? Are you just going to let this and other vulgar children speak out in such a manner?" While Chen Chuanduan, the head Yuaning cultivator of the Xian Yuan sect, shouted sternly, "Harsh son, don't be rude." At the same time, a divine sense pressure was immediately exerted down towards Yue Jian. Yue Jian frowned slightly, and in the sea of consciousness, the two devils, Bai Ding and Wan Chuang, dispersed their divine consciousness and carried it off easily. Yue Jian, however, did not allow them to counterattack and expose their strength. He pointed angrily at Chen Chuanduan. "You old miscreant, bullying the young with the big?" Fong Chin Tong took the opportunity to shoot up. "How dare you, old man Chen? It's not your turn to lecture my vegetarian non-sect disciples." With that, the divine sense pressure, fully released, pressed towards Chen Chuanduan. All the cultivators on both sides stood up, and for a while, swords were drawn. Another Yuaning old ancestor of the Xian Yuan sect immediately came out to round off the situation. "There is something to be said. Why is it so?" It took a while to persuade both sides to lay off. Fong Chin Tong called out to Yue Jian, telling him not to interrupt for a moment, and added, "Jun Wuya, since this seat's disciple has arrived, if you want to ask for a marriage, then ask her directly." Jun Wuya adjusted his emotions, recovered his smile, and walked towards Jiang Xingnian. "Senior Sister Jiang." Jun Mao sincerely, not waiting for him to finish, Jiang Xingnian immediately reached out to stop him, leaving no room for doubt. "You don't need to say it again. It's absolutely impossible." Jun Wuya's eyes dimmed slightly and he added, "Can senior sister look at Jun's bride price and then make a decision?" Saying that, he took out a jade slip from his storage ring, and under the stimulation of his divine sense, a piece of textual light and shadow was projected into the void. The title, in 4 large characters, was none other than the Dongxian True Scripture. Essence light erupted in Jiang Xingnian's beautiful eyes with a complex expression. According to his late master, Lu Chongqing, who had looked through many books, this Dongxian True Scripture could actually be viewed as a perfected version of the vegetarian maiden True Scripture. From the 9 potentials of the vegetarian woman, it developed into the 36 potentials of Dongxian. However, both men and women were considered, slightly favoring male cultivators. This could make up for the shortcomings of the vegetarian woman sex yin and yang. For Jiang Xingnian, collecting the Dongxian True Scripture in the Scripture Pavilion was the obsession of his late master, Lu Chongqing. Lu Chongqing had flipped through a large number of canonical books, ventured through dozens of relics and secret realms, and spent more than 100 years and experienced 9 deaths before obtaining the Dongxian True Scripture. She said she wanted to take it back and fulfill her late master's last wish. Thus, Jiang Qianmian said calmly, "Back then, my master was forced by you to argue and fight to determine the ownership of this Dongxian True Scripture. Today, I will make this proposal again. I challenge you to an argument. If I win, this scripture will be mine. If I lose, I'll be your Taoist couple and marry into the Xian Yuan sect. Do you dare?" Jun Wuya smiled and said without hesitation, just as senior sister said. In his opinion, the vegetarian women's sex Jindan was invincible, and in the Xian Yuan sect, it was at most at the upper middle level. How could he be a match for him, the top expert of the Jindan realm of the Xian Yuan sect? Moreover, his realm was 6 minor realms higher than Jiang Xingnian. Yue Jian's heart was flabbergasted. Where would he be willing to let his master take the risk, and even put himself at stake? If he loses, then he won't even have a place to cry. At that moment, he stepped in front of Jiang Xingmian and said, I'll stand in for my master, and discuss life and death with you. If I die, you marry my master's father and return to the Xianyuan sect. If you die, then leave the Dongxian true scripture behind. With the two devils in place, Yue Jian didn't believe that he still couldn't handle him. Jiang Xingmian, however, pulled Yue Jian back, and said without pause, Jianer, you should step back. He actually didn't know much about Yue Jian's strength. Yue Jian killed Bai Jing and collected Wan Chuang. He didn't give Jiang Xingmian any of these things. He just wanted to get along with his master in a peaceful manner. Fong Chin Tong, however, spoke up at this time, Xingmian, Yue Jian is your only disciple. It is only right that he should argue and fight for you. Jun Wuya, do you dare to have a fair fight with this disciple of mine? The corners of Jun Wuya's mouth hooked slightly, revealing a disdainful smile. Why wouldn't you dare? Chen Chuan Duan was frowning slightly, before he pressurized Yue Jian with his divine sense. Without the slightest effect, his heart felt quite odd. But come to think of it, Yue Jian was only at the early stage of Jindan, and no matter how eccentric he was, it was impossible for him to defeat Jun Wuya, because he was well aware of Jun Wuya's bottom card. It was an extreme treasure weapon that the Patriarch had given him in response to this trip. Just in case, in the domain of the 9 states, an extreme treasure weapon was the most powerful implement. A higher level, that is the magic treasure. The magic treasure, with the growth, need to use the spirit of warming and cultivation, when the sacrifice against the enemy, but also to use the spirit of control. Therefore, magic treasures could generally only be used by cultivators above the harmonized god realm. In Chen Chuanduan's opinion, this battle, on the surface, was only about Jun Wuya's Taoist alone. However, in reality, it is indeed closely related to the means of follow-up. If they win, the two patriarchs' personal disciples, successfully married, the subsequent 39 pairs of peacemaking, the chances of success will be greatly increased. Moreover, it could also be used to alienate the vegetarian woman sect and the Xian woman sect, making it difficult for them to reach an alliance strategy. If he loses, and his momentum drops, then he can only take the visiting team and leave in disgrace. Chen Chuanduan assessed that the likelihood of Jun Wuya's victory was upwards of 99%. Thus, he did not raise any objections. At this time, Jun Wuya in his heart has already taken Jiang Xingmian as his own in the bag, looking at her gaze, nakedly full of possession. This kind of beautiful and graceful, bookish and elegant female cultivator was exactly what he loved. Before entering the Xianyuan sect, he also came from a family of scholars. Jun Wuya saw that Jiang Xingmian's gaze as he looked at Yue Jian was filled with worry, so he gave Jiang Xingmian a comforting smile and said, Don't worry, senior sister Jiang, Mr. Jun will definitely show mercy to your disciple. Even though this is a life and death discussion, we will soon become Dao couples, so how can I, as a senior sister, really take Jianer's life? He naturally understood the tradition of dual cultivation between master and disciple, but he didn't really care. Because of his female disciples, there were 6 of them. It was just that those disciples, compared to Jiang Xingmian, were not even a fraction of a star worse. Yue Jian cursed in his heart, Jianer your mother, but he did not open his mouth to curse back, so as not to cause trouble. Instead, his divine sense transmitted a message to Meng Shenzhou. On the way to the Dao Discourse Peak later, give me the clear mind brightness bell. Dream Goddess Zhao immediately said, Yes, Master. Yue Jian then sent a divine sense transmission to Senior Ancestor Fong Chin Tong. Senior Ancestor, return the 3-flame pure Yang Gourd to me for the time being on the way to the Dao Discourse Peak. I will give it back to you after the battle. Fong Chin Tong's divine sense responded. Good. Then, Yue Jian set up a soundproof boundary and used a jade talisman to send a message to Bai Lingshuang. Frost Child, you will go to the Dao Discourse Peak and wait for me now. Later, you will temporarily lend me the Ice Spirit Cold Lightsword formation, as well as the Taiyin Moonflower Mirror. Yes, Master. Yue Jian, this move is to stack full buff. Strive to do everything. The lion wrestles with the rabbit, but also with full force, because the bet was on the master. He simply couldn't afford to lose. If his master is won away by that dog thief, he doesn't even know how he should live, and will definitely plant the root of the demon in his heart. He can't use the Moonlight Mirror, but the Devourer by Shijin can use it, and his Yuaning can still be there. The Ice Spirit Cold Lightsword formation, naturally, was also borrowed for him. Chapter 35, Jun Wuya sacrifices the Kuei drum. Yue Jian's cards are all out. Soon, the crowd arrived at the Discourse Peak area. No, one Discourse Peak, the Great Formation is open. Yue Jian and Jun Wuya, being in the formation, stood in the air. The rest of the people were watching the battle from outside the boundary. At this moment, Yue Jian was wearing a lower-grade treasure artifact vestment, heavenly silkworm purple gold robe, and holding a thunder fire wooden sword. Jun Wuya, on the other hand, had bare hands and wore a yellow dragon vestment. He smiled evilly and said, Jian, after I marry your master as a Taoist couple, I will be your senior uncle. Therefore, senior uncle won't really kill you. It will only show you how much strength there is between us, so that you can learn to be ashamed and angry. Senior's teaching you a lesson this time is genuinely for your own good. In his mind, he really didn't have the intention of killing Yue Jian. He just wanted to destroy Yue Jian's dual cultivation apparatus. Although Jindan cultivators could reborn with severed limbs, in his thoughts, the newborn one that came out was no longer the one that he had double cultivated with his future Dao couple. Jiang Xingmian. Jun Wuya had learned based on the intelligence that Jiang Xingmian had most likely only ever had dual cultivation with Yue Jian's body. Yue Jian was furious in his heart, but he controlled his emotions and tried to be as calm as possible. He didn't curse at them, but unfolded his vermilion bird wings and hovered in the air. His tiger head Dharma appearance materialized, multiplied 10,000 times and roared violently. Ow! Roar! In the sound wave torrent, more than 10 gungold sword chi, wrapped in it, with different trajectories, cutting through the void, all attacked and killed Jun Wuya. Jun Wuya praised, not bad at all. However, this is still far from enough. As he spoke, he threw a punch. Moo! Buzz! A dragon's roar resounded between heaven and earth, only to see a huge yellow dragon shadow, extremely cohesive, a few into substance, teeth and claws, circling out. With a casual punch, Jun Wuya had struck the true meaning of the fist Dao, and was truly worthy of being a top Xian Yuan sect Jindan expert. All the Gang Jin sword gas, all by the dragon sound waves rushed away, deviated from the trajectory, scattered in all directions. However, at this moment, Yue Jian's two huge dragon claw phantoms came clawing at him again. Although Jun Wuya was shocked in his heart, he did not panic in the slightest as his second fist blasted out. It was still a yellow dragon fist that soared out. With those two punches alone, he concluded that he was bound to win, because he had already comprehended the fist momentum, and was able to take the true meaning of the fist Dao, condense it without dispersing it, and superimpose it on the Dao to form the fist momentum, and crush it with the momentum. Jun Wuya's limit could stack 5 yellow dragon fist intentions and manipulate them at the same time. Powerful beyond compare. Yue Jian, on the other hand, didn't even intend to test the waters and was ready to cast his bottom card as soon as he came up. Thus, just as the dragon claw phantasm and the 2 yellow dragon fist intentions were about to touch, his consciousness took the opportunity to order that the 2 devils target Jun Wuya, simultaneously dispersing their strongest divine sense pressure. He wanted to use his dragon claws to grab and explode his opponent while he was being controlled by the pressure. Buzz! Jun Wuya only felt 2 powerful pressures that came surging in. He was shocked in his heart and did not hesitate to offer his strongest card, the extreme treasure artifact Kuei Nyo Drum. This was a life preserver that the Patriarch's master, Yang Dingtian, had temporarily given him just in case. Boom! The Kuei Nyo Drum was sacrificed into the air in front of him, making a loud boom. The divine sense pressure of the 2 devils was immediately dispersed. The 2 dragon claw phantoms also crumbled together. As for Yue Jian, he only felt a moment of disorientation, and his soul almost wanted to leave his body. Luckily, 2 ethereal ringtones rang out, causing Yue Jian to immediately come to his senses. He was shocked and angry in his heart, but also felt grateful. This dog thief actually brought the Xian Yuan sect's town treasure, the Kuei Nyo Drum. If it wasn't for the fact that I was striving to play it safe and asked for the Clear Mind Brightness spell that I gave to Dream Goddess Jiao back, this really would have been a defeat. That Clear Mind Brightness spell was also a superb treasure artifact and possessed an artifact spirit. Thus, it would automatically sound a ringing sound at critical moments. The first sound is quieting the mind. The second sound is concentrating the mind. The third sound is clearing the mind. And the fourth sound is clarifying the nature. It had just rung twice, and Yue Jianbin stared at it. But at the same time, a large swath of thunder, centered on that Kuei drum, in the form of ripples, covering the storm. For a time the light flourished, the thunder dragon roared, 10,000 electric snakes sprinted. The sound was appalling. Outside of the grand formation, all the vegetable woman sect cultivators changed color in unison. Jiang Xingmian was a million times more worried and pursed her red lips. Although Bai Lingshuang was nervous, he was not very worried because he knew Yue Jian's methods, and she had already given Yue Jian the Taiyin Moonlight Mirror and the Ice Spirit Cold Light Sword formation, which she knew was for the devouring ghost white old ghost to use. Fong Chin Tong, however, was furious in her heart and drank, etc. Actually brought the Kuei Nyo Drum, shameless Jindan discourse, even use your Xian Yuan sect's underlying extreme treasure weapon. This will never work. This can't be counted. Chen Chuan Duan smugly laughed. Before, it wasn't stated that one couldn't use an extreme treasure weapon. The two have not yet finished arguing, only to see Yue Jian instantly send out 2 layers of extremely cohesive water shields, which managed to block the thunder blast. Then, Yue Jian released the devouring ghost by Jing, standing side by side with him, also in the Xuanwu water shield. Bai Jing had a 12-handled ice spirit cold light sword array suspended around his body, and he was holding the Taiyin Moonflower mirror. Bai Jing offered the Taiyin Moonlight mirror and shone it forward after inspiring it. Buzz. Under the light moonlight, the frozen void and ice clouds filled the sky. Jun Wuya's 2 yellow dragons of fist intent were instantly frozen into ice, disintegrating and dissipating. Immediately afterward, the 12 ice spirit cold light sword arrays swept past in different trajectories, all attacking Jun Wuya. Jun Wuya's pupils shrunk dramatically. Impossible. This is a Yuaning cultivation. Chapter 36 beat Jun Wuya so much that he didn't dare to show his head. Outside the big formation, the dynamic reversed. This time, it was Chen Chuantuan who protested. Stop it. This doesn't count. Yuaning cultivators assisting in battle. What kind of bull **** fair argument is this? Luckily, Bai Lingshuang was nearby and immediately said that Yuaning was originally part of senior brother Yu's own strength, because that was a devourer controlled by senior brother Yu. Fong Chin Tong followed. That's right, the devourer is naturally considered a cultivator's own strength. There's no dispute about that. Chen Chuanduan's heart raced. We admit defeat. One could only see 12 flying swords flying in the middle of the large formation. Jun Wuya overdrew his entire strength and in an instant, he struck out 4 punches that transformed into 4 yellow dragons. However, there was only 1 yellow dragon that was hostile to 2 flying swords. The other 3 were once again activated by Jing's Taiyin Moonlight Mirror, freezing them into ice and disintegrating them into the air. The Kuei-Yu drum, which possessed an artifact spirit, also automatically resisted the 3 flying swords. However, there were 7 flying swords that attacked Jun Wuya directly. Before the sword arrived, the sword light arrived first. Jun Wuya only felt the icy cold sword chi attacking his body. His body was instantly frozen stiff and soon became an ice sculpture. Falling downwards, the 7 ice spirit cold light swords swooped down and chased after Jun Wuya. That Jun Wuya was also very good indeed. He exploded his earth true essence in the air, forcibly breaking the ice seal, and then performed the secret technique of the yellow dragon fist. Yellow dragon transformation. Only a yellow dragon phantom, wrapped around his body, rushed directly into the mountain and disappeared. Based on the feedback of the consciousness of the devious ghost by Jin, Yue Jian knew that he was a Jindan Dharma phase, plus the earth escaped. So, Yue Jian shouted, "Get out and suffer death. This is a life and death discussion, and there will be no end to death." Within the big formation, let's see how long can you hide? Jun Wuya performed the earth escape and hid inside the mountain. Silenced and not daring to squeak, he was shocked, angry and hateful. That kid, I don't know what secret method he used, but he actually controlled a ghost that was at least in the late Yuaning stage. What the hell is the point of fighting? Alas, it seems that this time, I won't be able to marry that soulful Jiang Xingnian. Jun Wuya believed that as long as he hid for a while, the Yuaning elder ancestors on his side outside would surely put pressure on the other side to rescue him. At the same time, Bai Ding and Wan Chuang, cast a divine sense prohibition, blocking that Kuei-Yu drum in all directions. Deng cut off the conscious connection between the Kuei-Nyo drum and Jun Wuya. As such, the Kuei-Yu drum would no longer fight on its own, even if it possessed an artifact spirit. Because of the low-level artifact spirits, their intelligence was extremely low, and most of them could only act on the commands of their master's consciousness. At this time, the Kuei-Yu drum was like a headless fly, scurrying in all directions, unable to find the north. With a spread of his vermilion bird wings, Yue Jian flew over, causing Bai Jing to block it off with the ice spirit cold light sword formation. At this time, the Taiyin Moonlight Mirror had been excited 3 times in a row, and the accumulated moonlight power had been depleted, so it could no longer be used for the time being. Therefore, Yue Jian sacrificed the 3 fires pure yang gourd, casting fire in the air to burn that Kuei-Nyo drum. Soon, the Kuei-Yu drum artifact spirit succumbed. Yue Jian was ecstatic and instantly put away the Kuei-Yu drum. In this short period of dozens of breaths, Yue Jian had almost played all his cards. Only then did he temporarily gain the upper hand. At this moment, Jun Wuya performed the earth escape and hid in the mountain, not daring to show his head. It was thought that he could no longer turn the tables. Outside of the grand formation, the vegetable woman sect Saint Sun, Li Haotian, looked at the scene within the grand formation, his eyelids jumping. This little Yue Jian, he actually has so many undercards, not to mention later, even now, he has the ability to challenge me. Then, I can only get my hands on his senior elder, and then pretend to be nice to him as senior elder. Let him get in the way, so that in the future, he won't be inconvenienced to cross the line to challenge and seize my position as Grand Elder. As soon as the person this seat sends to the mortal realm to collect canonical books returns, I will immediately raid Jiang Xingmian. As for the Xian Yuan sect side, a group of cultivators were disheveled and dejected, only feeling that there was no face left. The face of the leader, Yuaning elder ancestor Chen Chuanduan, was even more gloomy to the extreme. He had never dreamed that Jun Wuya, who had brought the Kuei Nyo drum, would lose. Things having come to a head, he bowed his hand to Fong Chin Tong and said, "In this battle, I admit defeat on behalf of Jun's nephew. We'll leave behind the cave Xian true scripture. You return the Kuei drum and call it a day, okay?" Fong Chin Tong teasingly sneered. "That's a life and death argument for them. They won't stop until they die. You want our side to spare his life, and instead of giving additional money to buy his life, you want the spoils of war that our side has already gained back. Where in the world is there such a thing?" Chen Chuanduan's longevity eyebrows trembled, and he said in a chilling voice, "Reason? You, vegetable woman sect. If you have the strength to match my Xian Yuan sect, then you can talk about reasoning. If you really dare to kill Jun's nephew, or withhold the Kuei Nyo drum, then, the Patriarch will certainly go to full-scale war with you." The vegetable woman sect. Fong Chin Tong angrily shouted, "Start a war then start a war. Do you really think that I, the vegetable woman sect, am afraid of you, the Xian Yuan sect? The Kuei drum, she would never return it to the other party. In this way, the vegetable woman sect would have 2 extreme treasure weapons, while the Xian Yuan sect would only have 3. The gap is narrowing. Moreover, the sound that just emanated from Yue Jian's body lifted the shock of the Kuei Nyo drum, and Fong Chin Tong estimated that it was possible that it was also an extreme treasure artifact. If it was really a full-scale war, Fong Chin Tong felt that the vegetable woman sect would not be crushed in a single blow. She also concluded that the Xian Nu sect would never stand on the sidelines. As a result, she toughened her attitude and stopped being condescending. Chapter 37 Jun Wuya's Evil Mind. Regulus sect Patriarch's Threats. Chen Chuanduan saw Fong Chin Tong's strong attitude and ineffective pressure, and so it was added, "Patriarch Fong, do you really want to let things develop to the point of no return? How about both sides take a step back? Let's put the matter of the Kuei drum aside for now. You first give the order to open the formation and end the fight." He was thinking that there was still a chance for the Kuei drum to come back in the future, but if Jun Wuya fell, it would be impossible to save it. He knew very well that Patriarch Yan Dingtian valued Jun Wuya. Fong Chin Tong didn't hesitate much and said, "Yes, then bring the cave Xian true scripture first." Chen Chuanduan snorted coldly in his heart and immediately handed over the cave Xian true scripture. Only then did Fong Chin Tong order the closing of the formation. Being weak always means giving in to the strong. The leader of a sect should have the awareness of the big picture and not act capriciously. The array closed, and Fong Chin Tong personally flew to Yue Jian, pleased and apologetic. "Jane, leave it at that, and this time, let him go for now." Although Yue Jian was a bit unwilling in his heart, he also understood the difficulties of his master ancestor, so he nodded his head and said, "I'll listen to my master ancestor." At this time, Jiang Xingmian also arrived. "Jainer, are you alright, master? Just don't worry. Aside from the fact that my divine soul was almost stunned when the Kuei drum sounded just now, I didn't receive any attacks." Jiang Xingmian celebrated. "This time, it's fortunate to have you. If Master I had gone on, I would most likely have lost. I simply don't have the means to defend myself against that Kuei drum." Speaking of the Kuei Nyo drum, Fong Chin Tong said cautiously, "Jianer, that Kuei Nyo drum, it would be best for you to hand it over to the clan in front of the Xian Yuan sect's cultivators." Yue Jian nodded. Without the slightest bit of procrastination, he immediately took it out and handed it over to Fong Chin Tong. He knew that Master Ancestor was doing this for his own good. Moreover, this Kuei drum, which was originally the source of the sharp conflict between the two clans, was by no means something one could possess. Boom! Fong Chin Tong intentionally knocked it to get the attention of Chen Chuanduan and the others, letting them know that in order to get back the Kuei Nyo drum, they should look for the vegetable woman sect, not Yue Jian personally. "Jainer, this time, I'll give you a credit of 10 million contribution points. Are you still satisfied?" Yue Jian was overjoyed in his heart and bowed. "Thank you, Master Ancestor." The Kuei drum, naturally, was worth far more than 10 million contribution points, but the head and tail needed the power of the sect to be dealt with cleanly. On the other side, Chen Chuanduan had picked up the wretched Jun Wuya. Jun Wuya narrowed his eyes slightly, a cold aura penetrating through them as he stared at Yue Jian and Fong Chin Tong, his heart fuming with viciousness. Not only does this kid have a Yuaning ghost, but he also has many precious weapons. I really can't defeat him. But I, the Xian Yuan sect, am far more powerful than the vegetable lady sect. Then, from now on, I'll belong to the clan's main war faction. Moreover, I'm going to cause more trouble, create friction, and start a clan war. At that time, I will still be able to trample that brat under my feet to avenge today's humiliation. And his master, Jiang Xingmian, will only be at my mercy. Jun Wuya's hatred arose from his heart and his evil sought in his mind. Since we want to create friction, we might as well start with this Yue Jian. Investigate his roots first, and if he has a family, then set up a scheme to exterminate his family first, and deliberately let him know that it was my Xianyuan sect that did this. Let him lose his mind to hatred and intensify the conflict. At this moment, Chen Chuanwan waved his big hand and drank. Let's go. They really don't have the face to stay any longer. That said, the momentum has been given off, and even if it continues to be entangled, this time it will not go well. After the crowd dispersed, Fong Chin Tong left Yue Jian behind to say about the matter of enshrining the alternative Holy Sun sequence tomorrow. Most of all, it's the choice of Sacred Sun Peak. It was at this moment that Fong Chin Tong's summoning jade talisman vibrated, and with a sweep of her divine sense, her eyebrows couldn't help but frown. She didn't avoid Yue Jian. Instead she said, "It's the Xianyuan sect Patriarch, Yang Dingtian." I think that Chen Chuanwan and the others immediately sent a message to Yang Dingtian after they exited the mountain gate of my vegetarian nun sect. Yue Jian nodded. Fong Chin Tong opened the transmission with Yang Dingtian. Within the jade talisman, an overbearing voice immediately came. "You are restricted to returning our clan's Kuei-Yu drum before the opening of the Jianmu mysteries. Otherwise, after the matter of the Jianmu mystic realm is over, this seat will personally bring someone and come up to your vegetarian girl sect to get it." Fong Chin Tong was noncommittal and faintly said, "Got it." Yue Jian asked confirmatively, "What does he mean? If he doesn't return the Kuei-Nyo drum within almost 2 years, he's going to open up a full-scale clan war and hit on my vegetarian new sect?" The Jianmu mysterious realm, which opened once every 60 years of an armor, was still 25 months away from the next opening. The Jianmu secret realm was the most valuable secret realm in the entire 9 states domain. There is no one, not just because of Kenwood itself. Most importantly, at the turn of every Yuan Hui, there would be immortal demons and demons from the immortal realm, who came down to the world specifically for Jianmu. The immortals, devils and demons that died in the Jianmu mystery realm were countless. Therefore, in the Jianmu mysterious realm, there were also many immortal corpse mysteries, immortal mansion mysteries, and immortal relic inheritances, with plenty of opportunities. Therefore, the opening of the Jianmu mysterious realm was a great event for all the great sects and aspiring cultivators. There would even be cultivators from the east extreme region above the God transformation realm who would return to the Kyushu region specifically for the opening of the Jianmu mysterious realm. This was also the reason why Yang Dingtian had placed the time of the threatened war after the opening of the Jianmu mysterious realm, because once the clan war started, the vegetable woman sect, no matter how weak it was, still had a clan protection array and extreme treasure weapons. It was not something that could be taken down in a short period of time. If he set the time before the opening of the secret realm, there would be a lot of cultivators from this clan that would miss the opening of the Jianmu secret realm. At this moment, Fong Chin Tong, with an indignant struggling face, nodded her head and said, "Exactly. Then, Master Ancestor, do you plan to return it to him?" Yue Jian asked with concern. Fong Chin Tong sighed and said, "Take one step and see what happens. After all, there are still 2 years to go. The main thing to look at is whether or not the Shin Nu sect will make an alliance with us, and if they do, to what extent they will be able to do so." Yue Jian could see the helplessness of his master ancestor and thought, "Strength, everything is because of strength. Within 2 years, with the system, what kind of strength can I achieve?" When he thought of the 2-year period, he remembered the 2-year period he had agreed to give to his master, to avenge his late master ancestor Lu Changqing. However, the matter of revenge can be advanced. Anyway, I'm sure to be targeted now that my strength has been exposed. As long as I add some more cards to my repertoire, I can challenge that Yellow Dragon Peak master who killed my late master ancestor, just with the Kuei-Yu drum as a bet. Will he not take the bait? Chapter 38, please, Master, help me to build the foundation together with my Taoist partner. Early the next morning, in the great hall of the Vegetarian Women's Palace, in the presence of many old ancestors and elders, Yue Jian was formally enshrined as the 7th sequence of alternative holy sons, received 3 sets of exclusive vestments, 1 token, for blank level 2 jade tags for followers, 1 million spirit stones, and bestowed Yaquan Peak as the sacred sun sequence peak. Yaquan Peak was not big, only 5 or 6 miles in circumference, and the back mountain was connected to one of the main peaks towards which the 4th order spirit vein was heading, Dandao Peak. There is a spiritual spring that bubbles up from the foothills of Dandao Peak and flows through the hillside of this peak all year round. The spiritual spring was diverted by the array of water channels and flowed upstream to the top of the mountain, forming a pool of living water in spirit, then circled down, like a jade belt encircling the general. Wherever the spiritual spring passes, both banks are full of spiritual flowers and grasses, spiritual fruits and trees, lush and fragrant. Nowadays, this peak was exclusively used for Yue Jian and his 4 followers, as well as related people to cultivate and reside. For explicit followers, there can only be 4, this is the clan rule, but the secret followers, who cares so much? Yue Jian, on the other hand, did not intend to openly recruit followers immediately. For one thing, it should still be early before the final contest. For another, he only wanted followers that he recognized. He had learned from his master ancestor that the term of office of the Grand Elder was 300 years, and now only 180 years had passed, and there were still 120 years to go. Of course, there was also the possibility that the position would be vacated due to a fall, the consummation of a yuaning, one's own request for retirement, and many other reasons, but this probability is smaller. The moving matters were handled by Jie Li, Ran Allen and the others. With the storage bag and storage ring, it was very easy, and it was moved on the same day. That night, Yue Jian officially settled into the Yaquan mansion at the top of Yaquan Peak. The 10 followers' caves spread out in various other places were temporarily in a vacant state. The afternoon was breezy and cloudy. Yue Jian sat idly by the spirit spring pool at the top of the mountain, admiring the sparkling water, under the bright sun, such as 10,000 golden snakes, swimming in between. From time to time, there were spirit fish leaping out of the water, stirring up a ripple that spread out. Feeling the rich aura around him, Yue Jian was satisfied in his heart. Although this peak is not on top of a spirit vein, it's right next to a 4th-order spirit vein, and the aura is much more dense than the 2nd-order spirit vein of Zhongling Peak. Just as it's better to have 100 megabytes of Wi-Fi in your own home than to share 1,000 megabytes of Wi-Fi in your neighbor's home. And the water of this spring pool, although it doesn't contain much spiritual qi, it's refreshingly sweet, and it tastes really good when you make tea. Yue Jian took out the flowing cloud floating dust and was about to tie a hook on top of one of the dust filaments to fish for spirit fish when he saw Yi Yuchen, the second disciple on the surface. Walk over. Master, disciple has a request. Yi Yuchen said bluntly. What is it? Say it. I would like to ask Master, before I leave the clan, to help me build my foundation. Yi Yuchen bowed. Yue Jian was surprised and asked, weren't your original Lily sect disciples all unwilling to come into contact with male cultivators? Yi Yuchen was slightly coy and said matter-of-factly, it's not that I'm unwilling, it's just that my preference and gong method are limited. Yue Jian understood the inconvenient subtleties, so he nodded his head and said, that's fine, it's only natural for Master to help my disciple build his foundation. There's no need to say the word beg. Yi Yuchen slightly brewed the wording, and then said bluntly, Master, my disciple's Taoist partner, Wu Zhuling, ate the 7 harmonies lotus seeds that you bestowed on her, and has also already practiced qi to perfection, and sensed the opportunity to build the foundation. I would like to ask Master, when you help me to build my foundation, by the way, you should also help senior sister Wu, to build it as well. It was because disciple had sworn together with senior sister Wu with the Tao heart, promising to build the foundation together. I still hope that master teacher will fulfill it. In her opinion, there were such cultivation methods. For example, one of the variations of the fish gobbling style of the 9 stances of the vegetarian maiden was this kind of pairing. Yue Jian instantly understood that it must be the fact that he had helped Ren Ling to build an extreme Tao foundation that had moved them to do so. If they were to rely on themselves, with the lily sex cultivation method, it would be good enough to build at most a mid-grade and lower-grade Tao foundation. However, if he had his own assistance, he would at least be able to build an upper-grade Tao foundation. This was something that almost any cultivator would do their best to strive for. Yue Jian then said, yes, as the saying goes, the stone of its mountain can attack jade. Let Master, too, see your lily sex cultivation method. Although Yi Yuchen was spontaneous, he couldn't help but blush at this point. However, for the sake of the Tao, these minor details can be said to be insignificant and need not be cared about. She immediately bowed and saluted. Thank you, Master, for making it possible. Looking at Yi Yuchen's fit body, valiant posture, and remembering Wu Zhuling's gentle and graceful, delicate and weak, Yue Jian's heart actually developed a trace of anticipation and impulse. Although these two were not considered top-notch beauties in the cultivation world, but paired together, they plucked the string hidden deep in his instincts. But he immediately forced himself to stabilize his mind and restrain his instinctive desires. Yue Jian thought for a moment and said, Yu Chun, what do you think about this? Master will first cultivate with the two of you, once each. 1. To understand your lily sex cultivation method. 2. To teach you another set of cultivation technique, the basic heart technique. In this way, not only has Master become familiar with all of you, but he can also push you to the limit of practicing qi to the fullest extent. After that, then I will help the two of you build a foundation together and fulfill the oath you once made. Yi Yuchen thought deeply. She could think that the Master should not have practiced so. If one comes up, with himself and his sister, these two are not familiar with the people to complete the foundation building event. Indeed, that is also too difficult for the Master. So she nodded her head and said, I'll leave it all to Master's arrangement. Yue Jian nodded slightly. Alright then, Master will teach you the basics of vegetarian maiden true scripture cultivation. After that, then I will teach your Dao couple. Tomorrow, I will assist you in building your foundations together. Chapter 39, helping Yue Jian and Zhuo Ling to build a foundation together. Yet Yuanfu's cultivation hall, Yue Jian held Yi Yuchen, and after worshipping the portrait of the vegetable maiden, he came to the center of the hall, in front of the cultivation stage. Although Yi Yuchen's skin was not very fair, it was a healthy wheat color, and her body was tall and fit, coordinated to the extreme. The mermaid-line waistline was unusually obvious and aesthetically pleasing. Yue Jian couldn't help but ask, Yu Chun, you're, practicing body cultivation techniques, right, Master? My disciple was born into a mundane martial arts family and practiced martial arts from a young age. Because of habit, I also practiced external fists and kicks from time to time after joining the Lily sect. Yue Jian's mind drifted off. So that's how it is. Yi Yuchen was a spontaneous person, and immediately wanted to come and wait on Yue Jian to broaden his clothes. Yue Jian restrained his heart with great perseverance and stopped it. Yu Chun, what Master is teaching you today is not the Xian Su Wei, but the divine Qi Dao technique. 2 hours later, the master and disciple duo ended their cultivation. Yue Jian assisted Yi Yuchen, pushing the great circle of Qi practicing to its limit, and Yue Jian gained 5 months of cultivation through the system storm sharing. Now that he was at the 9th level of the pre-Jindan gathering Dan realm, even if he gained more cultivation, it would be impossible for him to break through to the mid-Jindan Chung Dan realm. This was because the key to this level was the will of the divine soul, not mere true essence cultivation. One must separate a strand of the divine soul's will and integrate it into the Jindan, revitalizing the Jindan and nurturing the Yuan fetus. Master and disciple walked out of the hall side by side. Just out of the door of the hall, they saw Wu Zhuoling already waiting there, standing playfully on the side of the arch. Disciple sees senior uncle. Wu Zhuoling immediately stepped forward and saluted. Yue Jian raised his right hand in vain and helped her up, saying gently, "There is no need to be polite." Li Wu and the two of them glanced at each other, and both saw something strange and odd in their respective eyes. However, what they thought in their hearts was very different. The two didn't speak, didn't even say hello. Thinking about it, the two of them, at this time, really don't know what to say. After Yi Yuchen gave Yue Jian a respectful bow, he hurriedly left. So Yue Jian held Wu Zhuoling's soft jade hand and slowly walked into the hall. He could clearly sense Wu Zhuoling's nervousness and softly comforted and spoke to her to ease her emotions. "Taku Ling, how long have you and Yu Chun been a couple?" Wu Zhuoling shyly replied, "It's been 13 years. At that time, senior sister was at the 3rd level of Qi practicing and disciple was at the 4th level of Qi practicing. Senior sister's talent was better than disciple's, thus she surpassed disciple later on." Yue Jian smiled faintly. "Then tell me about your lily sex cultivation method." Wu Zhuoling's small hand came a-trembling, cheeks floating red clouds, shyness infinite, biting the red lips difficult to speak. "Say it, it's nothing, it's all about cultivation for longevity. You said it so that I can be prepared, so that I can better help you guys build your foundations tomorrow." Wu Tuoling mumbled, Senior uncle, how about later? I'll treat you as a senior sister, and you'll understand." Jane Yu, "No, today I am passing on to you another system of the same cultivation method called the Divine Qi Dao technique." 2 hours passed. Yue Jian Pure Yang sacred body, an endless source of support through the air, finally pushed Wu Zhuoling to the limit of practicing Qi Great Circle. And because of the familiarity and gratitude, Wu Zhuoling was no longer so shy and gave Yue Jian a detailed account of the lily sex cultivation techniques. Yue Jian understood how the lily sex cultivation method utilized the heart technique to work in tandem with each other to promote the refining of essence and the transforming of Qi, whereas Qi traveling around the sky, the great circulation of true energy inside and outside the body, etc., are universal and much the same. Early the next morning, it was the time when Yi Yuchen and Wu Zhuoling built their foundations. After the three of them had worshipped the portrait of the vegetarian maiden, they came to the center of the main hall, in front of the cultivation table. After yesterday's teaching, masters, disciples and Dao couples were familiar with each other, and they were all looking forward to what grade of Dao foundation they would be able to build this time. First, Li Wu and the other two cultivated together. Yue Jian looked at the image of their 18 plus 51 cultivation, forcibly stabilized his mind, and recited the mantra of clearing the mind in his heart, until their Qi whirls liquefied and reached the threshold of foundation building. Only then did they take the foundation building pill at the same time. Yi Yuchen softly called out, "Master, please still help." Thus, Yue Jian restrained his instincts, and used the nightmare Shinhe's words of defense of the machine as a heart method to forcefully extinguish the fire of desire that he had already ignited. Exercising the divine Qi Dao technique, together with the two of them, they achieved multiple intermingling of God, Qi, Dao, and intent. 2 hours had passed. Wu Zhuoling's divine soul was exhausted to the extreme, and even if Yue Jian's pure yang saint body had more than enough support, she could no longer continue to pull up the Dao foundation. In the end, Wu Zhuoling constructed a top-grade Dao foundation with a Dao foundation of 7 feet. From this, it could be seen that the strength of her divine soul and the perseverance of her mind were not as good as Renal Ling's, but this had already made her ecstatic and excited to see. If she were to go by her own accumulation, she would only be able to build a lower-grade Dao foundation under 2 Zhang at most. As for Yi Yuchen, who was originally a body of pure yang, her divine soul was nourished by this, and was a bit more powerful than the average cultivator who had practiced Qi to perfection. There was also a steady stream of support from Yue Jian. She built her foundation faster and faster, and her Dao platform continued to base higher and higher. Finally, the extreme Dao foundation of 9 Zhang 3 was constructed, which reached the limit of the divine soul. Yi Yuchen was extremely satisfied, glad that she had listened to senior sister Wu's advice, and she thanked Yu Run from the bottom of her heart. Wu Zhuoling, on the other hand, had more complicated feelings. Excitement, gratitude, admiration, and attachment were all present. However, there was also a faint sense of loss and confusion. Why do I feel that I like senior uncle's divine Qi Dao technique more? How pure that is, and to reach that marvelous realm. Could it be that the legendary Wushan goddess and King Xiang of Chu are in that mood? That night, Yi Yuchen and Wu Zhuoling returned to the new spring spirit garden. Having just built their foundations, the two were naturally too excited to sleep. At this time, Yi Yuchen leaned over and in a natural intimacy, went to kiss Wu Zhuoling's lips. Wu Zhuoling subconsciously dodged, and a trace of resistance actually arose in his heart. Senior sister, you, what's wrong with you? Elder sister, Wu Zhuoling reddened her face, not being able to spit out her true heart, so she said, I was feeling the state of the foundation establishment realm, and I didn't pay attention. She suppressed her resistance and kissed Yi Yuchen. Instead, she realized that there was no longer the same feeling that she had originally felt. At this moment, Yue Jian was sitting cross-legged on the top of Yaquan Peak, practicing the Taiyin Sun refining God skill, and at this time, the moon was in full color and the moonlight was like a practice. Naturally, he used the heart technique of the Tao of all things harmonious and divine Qi. By mingling with the moon and reaching a certain degree of the same frequency of intention, God and the moon prana, Qi and the moonflower, Tao and the laws of Taiyin, resonate to condense the divine soul. Of course, Yue Jian was only trying to cultivate. He hadn't reached that realm yet. Currently, the only thing he could cast perfectly was people with people. Moreover, it had to be someone who was closer and liked. Suddenly, Yue Jian sensed the vibration of the transmission jade talisman in his bosom, and with a sweep of his divine sense, his heart could not help but be startled. This was surprisingly a transmission request sent by grandfather Yu Song. 5 years ago, when he returned home, he was with his grandfather who added a divine sense imprint to each other's summoning jade talismans. Because grandfather was the only foundation establishment cultivator in the family, only he could use the summoning jade talisman. Grandfather wouldn't have sent a message to himself if it wasn't a big deal. Therefore, a trace of nervousness inevitably arose in Yue Jian's heart. Grandfather, Jianer, nowadays, how is your cultivation? Grandfather, my child has already broken through to the early stage of Jindan, and having gained a chance, he has now reached the 9th level of Jindan. What? Good, great, my Yu family, it's saved. In the Jade Talisman, Yu Song's voice of extreme surprise was heard. Chapter 40, Cousin's Death News. Yue Jian returns home in fury. Listening to his grandfather say something like, the Yu family is saved, Yue Jian's heart was even tighter and he asked urgently, Grandfather, is something wrong at home? I only heard my grandfather say sadly, your third cousin Yu Qingxue, half a year ago, was spotted by Tian Mingguang, the first grandson of the Tian family of Turtle Peak, and married as a Taoist couple. But in just 2 months, Qingxue passed away, and the Tian family, they wouldn't even let my Yu family see the corpse. Grandfather, I took your eldest uncle, third uncle and your father and went up to the Tian family to demand an explanation, only to be badly injured by them. Moreover, the Tian family also said that sister dies and sister fills in the room. You want your fifth cousin Yu Qingfang to marry over and be that Tian Mingguang's continuation. Otherwise, his Tian family wants my Yu family to not be able to stay in the Thousand Hills mountain range. We suspect that the Tian family should have secretly practiced the simmering battle method of the canopy demon cult, and that your third cousin Yu Qingxue most likely died from being picked up by that Tian Mingguang. That's why they didn't show us Qingxue's corpse. 5 days from now, it will be the day that the Tian family will welcome your fifth cousin to fill the house. Grandfather also had no other way, which is why he thought to ask you about your realm. Yue Jian listened to his grandfather's account and was furious in his heart. Immediately said, Grandfather, don't be in a hurry. The child is heading for home at once. Ending the summoning, Yue Jian's face revealed a scowl. Tian family. I groove Nima. It seems like there's no need for you to exist anymore. There must be no chickens or dogs left behind. My Yu clan. It's time for a new family residence. The Yu family mountain was merely above a first-order spirit vein, and listening to the strength of the Tian family as described by his grandfather, Yue Jian deduced that their premises should be a second-order spirit vein. Then it's a good idea to take it over as the Yu family's new clan land. At that moment, Yue Jian successively transmitted messages to the master ancestor, the master, the holy maiden, and a series of other people, arranging the affairs of the sect, mainly the Tao Protecting Corps, into place. 8 days later, Dream Goddess Jiao led the Tao Protectors to depart. Yue Jian, on the other hand, would head directly to the southern border of Great Yang to rendezvous after handling his personal matters. After the explanation, Yue Jian didn't want to delay a moment and immediately wanted to rush home, but on second thought, he thought calmly that there was perfectly good time. Why don't we wait for dawn and procure a batch of resources that we can use at home before we set off again? Early the next morning, Yue Jian first went to the formation Dao Peak and spent more than 3 million contribution values to exchange for a set of Earth-grade lower-grade mountain protecting formation, the Earth and Dazzling Light formation, and a set of Spirit Gathering spell formation. He also went to the Dan Dao Peak and exchanged hundreds of bottles of low-ranking elixirs used by Qi cultivators, such as Qi Gathering Pill, Marrow Cleansing Pill, Bone Strengthening Pill, Qi and Blood Pill, and Foundation Establishment Pill. Sweeping along the way, talismans, magic artifacts, magic clothes, spiritual plants and fruits, etc. filled a dozen low-ranked storage bags. His contribution value, on the other hand, had shrunk to more than 5 million points, but Yue Jian was not distressed at all, because the Yu family, indeed, could afford him. After that, Yue Jian rode his sword out of the vegetarian nun-sex mountain gate, harnessing the fire cloud boat from Bai Jing's trophies, and flew straight to the southwest, Yue Jian Mountain, in the west of Yizhou and Yangzhou intersection. The 3 unregulated area belongs to the 100,000 Great Mountains branch, called the Thousand Hills Mountain Range. Within the region, apart from the largest force, the Jade Cicada Sex Tanchi Mountain, which belongs to a 4th-order spirit vein, and the only immortal cultivation city, Thousand Mound City, which is a 3rd-order spirit vein. The rest were all 1st and 2nd-order low-grade spirit veins, crisscrossing the landscape. Therefore the area of the Thousand Hills Mountain Range, which was more than 100,000 miles in circumference, was home to many cultivation clans, loose cultivators, small sects, and so on. The next day, in the flying boat, the system voice in Yue Jian's head suddenly sounded. Ding! Your disciple Meng Shenjiu has comprehended the first level of the art of shadowing the sky. You get a storm share, and you comprehend the second level of the art of shadowing the sky. Yue Jian was delighted in his heart. He had to admit that this dream goddess Jiao's enlightenment was really not something to be trifled with. Another day later, Yue Jian's fire cloud boat flew nearly 1,000,000 miles and descended directly onto the top of the Yu family's mountain, in front of the Yu mansion. Because of the summoning jade talisman received the news in advance, Grandfather Yu Song, with the eldest uncle, the 3rd uncle, adoptive parents, as well as a number of cousins, and so on, all out to welcome. One by one, the Yu family members' hearts were pounding with excitement. Jenner is back and has even reached the peak of the early Jingdan stage. My Yu family is saved. Xingfeng, this is great. You don't have to marry into the Tian family to fill out the house. More than just not going to fill the room? Jenner came back so quickly. He must be furious. He will most likely avenge Qingshue's death. What a blessing. Back then, the 4th brother and his wife picked up Jane's son and raised him as their own. Better in that, our entire Yu family, all treat him well as a true relative. Father's decision-making back then was really too wise, consuming the spirit stones accumulated by the family for more than 10 years as flying boat consumption, harnessing the flying boat that brought Jane's son to send him to the vegetable woman sect. I remember that my sister-in-law, at that time, was still very dissatisfied. Yue Jian, the reason why he was named Yue Jian, it's because it was picked up, harmonized Jane. At first, the Yu family didn't tell him that he was picked up, but of course, he was a traveling adult soul and knew it himself. But before sending him to the vegetarian nun sect, his foster parents had to tell him where he came from. This was because considering that, once he built his foundation in the vegetarian nun sect, he would notice that his bloodline, after possessing divine sense, was not the same as that of the Yu clan's people. The adoptive parents figured it would be better to take the initiative and tell Yue Jian rather than let him find out on his own. Yue Jian habitually used the system, scanning and detecting everyone. To his surprise, his own half-brother's own sister actually met the conditions for accepting an apprentice, but a confident look made his heart heavy again. Target, Bai Lingshuang, age, 16, realm, nun, spiritual roots, gold, wood, water, fire, earth, thunder, wind, light, ice, darkness, 10 mixed spiritual roots, smashed spiritual roots, can be reorganized into mixed spiritual roots after breaking and re-establishing. Physique, unawakened Hotian chaos body, awakening condition, after foundation building, physical body disintegrates and reorganizes. Luck, golden great luck, meet the conditions for acceptance of an apprentice. Yue Jian's heart was 10,000 times more complicated, both excited and heartbroken. It was obvious that my little sister's path of cultivation was going to be incredibly painful from the start, but Yue Jian, without any hesitation, decided to let his little sister follow his cultivation. The reason is simple: no matter how painful the practice is, there is hope and a future. Without practicing, my little sister will soon grow old and die. But the good thing was, the chi luck was the golden great chi luck. Yue Jian didn't think that this was any kind of coincidence, because he knew that the chi luck was real. Wonderful destiny tends to bring together people who are all great gaslighters. Together, it was because he, a traveler, was picked up by his adoptive parents that they were influenced by his own chi to give birth to his little sister, a person of great chi. According to the system, everyone's chi is subject to change at any time. Yue Jian temporarily put the matter aside, and after paying his respects to the elders one by one, he said with a change in his aura, "Grandfather, you will show me where the Tian family is. My child will wipe out the Tian family from this world today." Yu Song was not a pretentious person and said, "Good." At that moment, a finger attached to a divine idea, pointing at Yue Jian's brow, going to exterminate the clan. Yue Jian was enough on his own and did not intend to bring anyone from his family with him. To him, that was not a help, but rather a drag that needed to be taken care of. Yue Jian returned onto the fire cloud boat, and a concerned voice came from behind him. "Jianer, don't be too careless. The Tian clan's old ancestor is most likely a Jindan cultivator as well." Yue Jian's heart warmed, and he turned back expansively, giving his adoptive parents a reassuring look and smiling easily. "Father, just put 120 hearts. Mother, cook a pot of purple cloudmint fish for my child. It's been 5 years since I've tasted your handiwork." "Mother, good." Foster mother Zhang Lan smiled lovingly. Yue Jian was in the vegetarian women's sect and rarely ate food, including spirit food, after she had opened up her grain, but he was still nostalgic for the flavors of his childhood. He preferred to enjoy it, the warmth of a happy family. At this moment, Yue Jian recalled the conversation of his adoptive parents one night half a month after he was picked back up that he would never forget. The adoptive parents were planning to conceive a child, and that night they placed Yue Jian, who was not yet a month old, beside their bed. They didn't even know that inside Yue Jian's body was the divine soul of an adult. "Husband, don't. What's wrong, ma'am? I don't want to carry a baby for a while." "Isn't it because of Jane?" "Well, Jane's son is very good and sensible, and he never cries before he is even a month old. Over the past half a month, I have already treated him as my own son in my heart. Therefore, I don't want to have another one and split the motherly love for him." "That's good. In fact, for my husband is thinking similarly to you. I am also afraid that with a biological one, our attitude towards Jane's child will change for the worse." Xiao Yue Jian, who never cried indiscriminately at that time, was moved to tears. Because of this, it wasn't until he reached adulthood that his adoptive parents gave birth to his little sister, Bai Lingshuang, resulting in a 22-year difference in age between him and Bai Lingshuang. Reflecting on the conversation of his adoptive parents back then that he would never forget for the rest of his life, Yue Jian rode the fire cloud boat up into the air. With a buzzing sound, it flew straight southward, leaving a long red cloud in the sky. Soon, it came over the Turtle Mountain. Looking down, he saw that the mountain was shaped like a tortoise shell, and the top of the mountain was very flat, with only a slight bulge, and there was a land of 5 miles in circumference, all of which was under the shroud of a set of mountain protection formation boundaries, and at the foot of the mountain, an emerald river meanders from west to east. Yue Jian was more satisfied in his heart. "Well, it's really a second-order spirit vein, suitable for my Yu family to use as a clanland." He didn't put that formation in his eyes because he had the top-grade spiritual weapon formation breaking talisman light cone, and it was simply not too easy to deal with this mere yellow-grade top-grade mountain protection formation. He collected the fire cloud boat, stepped on the rainbow transformation sword, offered the formation breaking talisman light cone, and broke through the boundary to fly in. Yue Jian hovered in the air within the formation, pouring in his true essence and shouting sternly, "Tian family and others, all of you, get out." The reason why he wanted people to come out was because he didn't want to destroy the mansion building. Otherwise, the Yu family would still have to rebuild when they moved over. At this time, in the various caves of the Tian family, 7 or 8 foundation establishment realm family cultivators, hearing the aura and pressure of that voice, their hearts were greatly shocked, and they were immediately terrified. What's going on here? Which senior was it? Who was unintentionally offended by my family? Could it be that it was that was detected by the righteous seniors? This can only be dealt with by the old ancestor. Soon after, Tian Yaoyang, the oldest ancestor of the Tian clan, ascended into the sky, slightly lower in height than Yue Jian's position as a sign of humility, and arched his hand in a salute. Elder, why is it so bad? But to my Tian family, what is the misunderstanding? Yue Jian immediately detected him with the system. Target, Tian Yaoyang, age, 269. Realm, early Jindan stage. Third level of the Jindan realm. Spiritual roots, wood, water, earth, luck, black luck. Not eligible for apprenticeship. Yue Jian couldn't help but feel a stirring in his heart. This person should have had a not-so-small chance. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him, a non-clan member, to form a Jindan at this age with the qualification of a 3-spirit root on top of the second-order spirit vein. Could it be that the Tian family has really practiced the canopy demon sex simmering battle method? Chapter 41, Xingshue's miserable fate, Tian's family to be destroyed. Yue Jian thought in his heart, but his hands did not hesitate for a moment, and he performed the green dragon probing claw second weight. He didn't want to preach about being polite before doing it. The second level of the green dragon tango claw was now in 2 states. One of them, like the original, manifested the dragon claw dharma to grab out, which was more inclined to energy attacks, but could not last. Secondly, the hands are partially multiplied to become dragon claws for fighting, which is basically a physical attack that can last for a long time. However, the current maximum multiplication of multiplication, only 1,000 times only, not the volume, but the length and size, change 1,000 times year on year. Yue Jian's left hand dragon claw phantasm abruptly grabbed out, as fast as lightning. Tian Yaoyang simply had no time to react and resist, and was immediately pinched in the claws of the Dharma phase, unable to move in the slightest. Yue Jian dragged it over, changing into a solid giant dragon claw's right hand to pinch his body, leaving only a head bubbling out. Tao, Taoist, have mercy, have something to say. Tian Yaoyang was terrified beyond words in his heart and begged for mercy with fear and trembling. Yue Jian coldly said, let you die with understanding. I, Yue Jian of the Yue family mountain, half a year ago, your grandson, Tian Mingguang, married the Taoist couple. Yu Qingxue is my sister. Tian Yaoyang was shocked in his heart. He immediately knew what was going on, and that this matter could definitely not be settled. He immediately became colorless, so frightened that he almost fainted, wailing in his heart, it's over. What can we do? How could such a powerful Jindan cultivator emerge from the Yu family? If I had known earlier, how would my Tian family have dared to provoke it? When he was at a loss as to what to do, he heard Yue Jian continue. Now, gather all of your Tian family members, and all of them come here. It was at this moment that he saw 3 foundation establishment cultivators, fleeing with their swords to the other side. It was thought that they had already sensed that their old ancestor had been captured instantly, and that a great disaster was on the horizon. The corner of Yue Jian's mouth hooked up with a touch of sarcasm, causing the Wanchuan devourer, God's sense to press out. Pum, pung, pum. The 3 foundation builders immediately burst their bodies and died, spilling blood into the air. Their corpses and bones were nowhere to be found. The foundation establishment cultivators in the various caves that had the same idea immediately dismissed the idea of escaping. Tian Yaoyang was horrified and hard to understand. It's impossible for a Jindan cultivator to be able to crush a foundation establishment cultivator with just divine sense pressure. Only to hear Yue Jian coldly say, I'll say it again. Gather all the Tian family members. All of them come here. Otherwise, no chickens or dogs will be left behind. Tian Yaoyang summoned up his courage and begged, Senior, I would like to use all of my family's assets, including this Turtle Mountain Foundation, to make amends to the Yu family. I only beg Senior to spare my family's old and young. Yue Jian pretended to weigh the situation for a while before he nodded his head and said, It's fine. I'm a kind-hearted person and don't really want to go on a killing spree. You and tell them all to come out, and when I ask for clarification, I will only kill those who directly harmed my cousin. Tian Yaoyang was as if he had been pardoned and said, Thank you Senior for being merciful. How could he know that Yue Jian just didn't want to ruin the mansion? Thus, Tian Yaoyang drummed up his true essence and said loudly, Everyone in the Tian clan, quickly come here to assemble. Not long after, the Tian family's 500 or so mouths, young and old, men and women, masters and servants, all assembled above the clearing, looking uneasy. Yue Jian coldly said, Who is Tian Mingguang? Only a handsome young man was seen, his face showing fear and panic. The people around him, however, were focusing their eyes on him. Yue Jian immediately detected it with the system. Target, Tian Mingguang, age, 25. Realm, complete Qi training. Spiritual roots, wood, water, earth, luck, black luck. Not eligible for apprenticeship. Yue Jian immediately felt something was wrong in his heart. The 3 spirit roots of the outer disciples of the vegetable maiden sect, almost all of them could not reach Qi practicing perfection before the age of 25. And the late generation of this barren lands district family has even reached it. There's definitely a big problem here. Without thinking too much, Yue Jian's dragon claw probed out. Buzz. As soon as he grabbed Tian Mingguang over, he instantly performed the soul search technique. Tian Mingguang's parents, a middle-aged foundation establishment cultivator, and a female cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refining, immediately fell to their knees in fear, kowtowing and begging for forgiveness, and the others, etc., were silent, not daring to utter a word. Yue Jian ignored them for the time being and quickly learned through soul searching. As it turns out, the root of this matter has to start with the old ancestor Tian Yaoyang. Tian Yaoyang was not a canopy devil in his early years. Rather, more than 200 years ago, he coincidentally saved a canopy demon sect elder who was being hunted by a righteous sect. That elder accepted him as an outer disciple and taught him the first 2 levels of the method of simmering battle. After that, that elder left after recovering from his injuries and didn't care about him anymore. After that, Tian Yaoyang, as a loose cultivator, secretly picked up many female cultivators and broke through to Jindan. However, the first 2 levels of the method of simmering battle were no longer effective against Jindan cultivation. He didn't have a follow-up technique, and his cultivation enhancement became slow. So he occupied this turtle mountain through some means, married and had children, reproduced his family, and cleansed himself. Another 100 years had passed, and his own cultivation had only risen by 3 minor realms, only reaching the 3rd level of the Gathering Dan realm. However, just a few years ago, the Canopy Demon cult became active again and set up a hall in this area called Thousand Hills Hall. The deacon of the hall even came to his door to confirm the identity of Tian Yaoyang's outer disciple. Tian Yaoyang, because of the family business children and grandchildren, the heart is naturally very resistant, so they are false and submissive. And the son, the master of the Thousand Hills Hall, was furious and captured his most valued first grandson, Tian Mingguang, to take him as a hostage. Tian Yaoyang couldn't do it, so he sent 1 female cultivator and 10 mortal women to the hall every month to be the furnace according to the task given by the devil sect. Thus, Tian Mingguang was released back. However, he had already become an outer disciple of the Thousand Mound Hall, learning the first 2 levels of the simmering battle method. Tian Mingguang, who had just been released, first took mortal maids, and then took some low-ranked loose cultivator women as concubines to take care of them. As his cultivation increased, he became more and more bold, and eventually set his sights on Yu Qingxue, a little-known Yu family genius at the 8th level of Qi refining. For a small family, it was considered a genius. At the very beginning, he didn't want to boil Yu Qingxue alive to death in battle. It was Yu Qingxue who, after sharing a room with him twice, realized that something was wrong and proposed to return to the door in 3 dynasties according to the customs of the mortal world. Tian Mingguang naturally forbade it, and a dispute arose. Between the verbal corners, Yu Qingxue impulsively cursed out her suspicions, saying that he was like the canopy devil cultist. Tian Mingguang was like a tiger that had its tail stepped on, and was instantly enraged. Without a second thought, Yu Qingxue was locked up and died within 2 months of simmering battle. At this moment, Yue Jian had no intention of killing Tian Mingguang, as that would be too cheap for him. Yue Jian instantly pinched and exploded Tian Mingguang's, flinging him to the side. Tian Mingguang covered his crotch, bowed into a shrimp, and rolled around screaming. Yue Jian ordered aloud, "Mortals not surnamed Tian and with no cultivation, line up on the left. Those with cultivation, as well as mortals with the surname Tian, line up on the right." The crowd of Tian family members were in an uproar, not knowing what fate they were going to face. Tian Yaoyang, who was being pinched by the dragon's claws, said in fear, "Senior, what are you doing? You have promised me to spare my family's old and young. Only kill the person who directly killed Yu Qingxue." Yue Jian's face showed sarcasm and did not reply. The dragon claw slightly pinched Tian Yaoyang's mouth, spraying blood. In a stern voice, he said, "Still not doing it?" Chapter 42, returning 100-fold to the other side the way he did. Soon, more than 200 servants without cultivation ran to the left to gather. Yue Jian revealed a sneer with a sweep of his system. Immediately, he swept over, and his entity dragon claws clawed out in succession. Boom, 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 At that moment, more than 10 Tian family members who were mixed in among the servants were caught in pieces on the spot and died. His system, however, displays names and realms. Trying to muddle through is just plain delusional. Tian Yaoyang mourned in his heart and cursed. This is still called a merciful ing heart? At the same time, many people in the queue of over 100 Tian family masters screamed in terror and wailed in grief. Yue Jian was disturbed by what he heard, and flew over to perform the dragon claw once again, clawing all those noisemakers to death. So the scene went quiet. Many people covered their mouths and wailed silently. Yue Jian didn't have the slightest bit of pity or sympathy. Knowing that his cousin was boiled alive and died in battle, he had a grudge in his heart and needed to take revenge to vent it out. The number of innocent women who have been sent to the Thousand Hills Hall of the Demon sect by the Tian family over the past few years should be 500 or 600 in total. The evil of this Tian family cannot be treated any other way. Yue Jian turned to the servants with no cultivation and said, "You guys, you can leave now." The group of people were like amnesty and fled down the mountain in a hurry. From his storage ring, Yue Jian took out the Linglong cave. A spell was punched in, and offered it out. Buzz. The palm-sized Linglong cave mansion was multiplied 10,000 times, and was situated on top of the open space, covering dozens of acres of land. Yue Jian first threw the wailing Tian Mingguang into the cave and confined him in a secret room. Then he ordered, "Women surnamed Tian, all of them enter this cave." Tian Yaoyang said in grief, "You, what are you doing?" Yue Jian laughed. "What for? How my cousins were treated. I'm going to make sure they're treated the same way." In his mind, he had already given all the Tian family members a death sentence. As the saying goes, if you don't get rid of the grass, it will grow again in the spring. If the source of hatred was left behind, it would not be a threat to himself, but to the Yu family that was about to move over. It would be a proper potential threat. The women of the Tian family, scared white, did not dare to walk into the Linglong cave at all. Seeing that they didn't listen, Yue Jian raised his dragon claws and immediately grabbed a few of the lesser-looking Tian clan women to death on the spot. "Ah, mother, demon, little master will fight with you." A handsome teenager held a long sword and roared as he charged towards Yue Jian. Yue Jian laughed as his dragon claw grabbed out, pinching him and throwing him into the Linglong cave. The cave mansion's own formation immediately imprisoned him. With the courage shown by those who lead the way, it stirs up others to resist. There will always be those who possess the bloodlust of the unsuspecting. At that moment, 2 foundation establishment and 5 chi practitioner men roared and killed Yue Jian in unison, like moths to a flame. With just one dragon claw, Yue Jian easily grabbed them and imprisoned them all in the Linglong cave's formation. His other dragon claw, he had still been pinching Tian Yaoyang. The riot quickly calmed down, and the rest became resigned cowards. So the women all obediently walked into the cave, expecting that after being punished, they might still be alive. After all the Tian clan women had entered the cave, Yue Jian began a brutal massacre of the remaining men. The dragon's claws swung, blood and flesh flew, and there were cries of shock and screams. In an instant, the male members of the Tian family were slaughtered. Tian Yaoyang, who was in his other dragon's claw, was so mournful that his body was trembling and his voice was hoarse as he roared, devil, you shall be punished by heaven and shall not die." He also knew that he would certainly not survive, so he stopped softly pleading. And he could understand Yue Jian, why he wanted to kill himself last. It was just a way of letting yourself watch your children and grandchildren being killed, your women being humiliated, and experiencing the despair of not being able to do anything about it. Because he, himself, hadn't done much of that. Yue Jian sneered and laughed. "Back then, you were a chi practicing casual cultivator who obtained the method of simmering battle. To break through Jindan, how many women would you have to pick up and die? In these few years, how many innocent women has your Tian family sent to the Thousand Hills Hall of the Canopy Demon Cult? Don't you have any ing count in your heart? You actually have the face to call me a demon, and talk about the wrath of heaven. You're a mallard. Now, you beast, you can die." Saying that, Yue Jian's dragon claws gradually exerted force and slowly tightened. Amidst the screams, Tian Yaoyang was crushed into mush, with only his head still intact. Yue Jianxin said, "This Tian family, related to the devil cult, then my Yu family, should I still move over? Will it make my Yu family contaminated with the devil cult Thousand Hills Hall?" He weighed the calculations in his mind for a while and decided to move. The big deal is to take a trip to the Thousand Hills Hall and kill all the devil followers within it. According to Tian Mingguang's memories, he knew that the Thousand Hills Hall had only been established for 10 years. The highest cultivation level was the Hall Master, who was only in the late Jindan stage. There were also some other Jindan elders that were not enough to worry about. He himself was fully capable of smashing it, and was also considered to be removing the devil and defending the way for this side of the region, eradicating a great scourge. Yue Jian made up his mind, so he took out his summoning jade talisman. "Grandfather, the Tian family has been destroyed. Elder ancestor Tian Yaoyang was ambushed, Tian Mingguang was captured, the rest of the Tian family has been slaughtered. According to my child's view, grandfather might as well lead my Yu family on this and relocate over. My child will wait here and will not return to the Yu family mountain." Yu Song was appalled and excited and thrilled, and immediately said, "Okay, just listen to you, Jane." Ending the summoning, Yue Jian entered the Linglong cave. At this time, the women of the Tian family were locked up in many rooms in groups of 4 or 5 each. The 8 male members of the Tian family who dared to strike at him were concentrated in one room, all imprisoned by the array. There was only Tian Mingguang, and Yue Jian had locked him up in a secret room alone, because he wanted to hand this person over to the eldest uncle's family to deal with. Sister Tang, Yu Qingxue, was the daughter of the eldest uncle's family. Yue Jian didn't want Tian Mingguang to hear what he was about to do, so that he wouldn't talk nonsense when he came into contact with the Yu family. Yue Jian cast the second level of the Shadowing Heaven technique from the dream goddess Jiao Blitzshare, then walked into a room where 5 Tian clan women were locked up. The sky shadowing technique had caused his temperament and aura to change drastically, and although his appearance remained unchanged, he was already very unlike the previous Yue Jian. In the room, several women revealed fearful and pleading looks as they looked at Yue Jian. Yue Jian's right hand probed out, and he immediately pinched a woman who looked a bit older at the 5th level of Qi practicing, and with a little force, he pinched her to death. Such a woman did not deserve his punishment. Yue Jian took its corpse and immediately put it into a storage bag. Don't kill me, please, I'll go along with anything you want. It scared the other 4 women straight to the point that they screamed in horror and begged bitterly. Yue Jian was unmoved, without any pity. His own cousin, and those innocent women who were sent to the Canopy Demon sect by the Tian family, are 100 times more pitiful and miserable than them. He took out the flowing cloud floating dust from his storage ring, and his true essence was stimulated. Phew, whoa, floating dust silk instantly soared out, splitting into 4 strands and firmly entangling the 4 women. After executing the yin-yang and harmony mixed elemental no-limit technique, all of them were killed. The corpse, which was included in the storage bag, the 8 male members of the Tian family who were being held captive, listening to the commotion, had their eyes glazed over and their steel teeth clenched, but there was nothing they could do about it. Yue Jian walked out of the room, only to hear the few men roaring and cursing angrily. You heartless fiend, beast of burden, you are not human, you shall not die, you killed me. Yue Jian laughed coldly. It's to let you guys experience a little bit of the pain of having your wives and daughters suffer miserably at home. Over the past few years, your Tian family has sent 500 to 600 innocent women to the devil cult, as furnaces. I don't believe that this was all done by your family's old ancestor alone. Which of your Tian family members is not an accomplice? Could it be that those 500 or 600 women have no parents or brothers? No one dear to them? Your present pain is the pain in the hearts of those relatives to whom you have sent your hearth, for the rest of their lives, and you are also more fortunate than they, for this agony of yours will not last long. After I finish punishing the women of your family, I will kill you and set you free. You should be grateful for my mercy. Listening to Yue Jian's words, the 8 male members of the Tian clan had mixed emotions to the extreme. Grief, despair, resignation, resentment, humiliation, mingled together. But there is little remorse, because people are not connected to each other's pain. Even the pain of others is their own pleasure. They only knew their own pain at this time. How could they experience the pain of the women they had sent to the demon sect, as well as their families? Yue Jian lazily ignored them again and strode into the second room. Chapter 43, Punishment, Killing, Bagging and Sinking the Body. Yue Jian punished 79 people and directly killed a dozen or so who didn't bother to punish them. Yue Jian tied the 8 storage bags containing the corpses of more than 90 women on top of an ordinary magic sword of the Tian clan and threw them into the Tsuelio River at the bottom of the mountain, sinking to the bottom of the river that ran from west to east like an emerald. Yue Jian knew from Tian Mingguang's memories that it was called the Chui Lu River. Then, he would kill all of those 8 male members of the Tian family who were almost insane. The bodies were thrown outside the Linglong cave and placed together with the bodies of the Tian family men who had been killed earlier. After a while longer, the Yu family arrived from Yu Family Mountain aboard the same flying boat that Yue Jian's own mother had released back then. When they saw the broken limbs and arms of the Tian family, the Yu family had mixed emotions to the extreme. Fear, relief, celebration, excitement, gratitude, and many other emotions, all at once. Great-uncle mother pulled her cousin Yu Qingfang to be the first to come over, tears in her eyes. Jianer, thanks to you, you have avenged Qingxue and eliminated Qingfang's disaster. Yu Qingfang also said with heartfelt gratitude. 6th brother, thank you. In the 3rd generation of the Yu family, the men and women were ranked separately. Therefore, Yue Jian, the 6th male, would be the cousin of Yu Qingfang, the 5th female. Yue Jian rubbed her hair affectionately and laughed. We're all family. What are you talking about thanks for? At that moment, the eldest uncle came over with the 2 sons of his family. First cousin Yue was the first to speak. 6th brother, that Tian Mingguang, how did you kill him? Big brother, I want to hear it to relieve my anger. Yue Jian pointed at Linglong Cave and laughed. I haven't had the heart to kill him, just pinched his simmering battle apparatus and locked it up. Yue was overjoyed and said expectantly, can you bring him up so that my brother can cut him into 1,000 pieces? Then put him at your disposal, big brother, but I don't think that it's necessary to kill him. For example, selling him to the Dragon Young Pavilion as a little herdsman's furnace would be good. Yue thought about it, although he felt that selling it to Longyang Pavilion would make Tian Mingguang's life worse than death, but that would not be painful. So he said, "Sixth brother, I still want to end him myself." "Alright," Yue Jian said and immediately grabbed Tian Guangming out. Tian Guangming looked at the cruel and hateful gazes of the Yue family's several brothers and was scared out of his wits. Old man first, the eldest uncle took the lead, grabbing Tian Guangming's cloaked hair and ripping it off along with his scalp. Big cousin went forward. 2 hands clasped the corner of the guy's mouth, tore back. Immediately his mouth ripped to the back of the neck. Third cousin took out his own magic sword, along with its scabbard, and stabbed it into one of Tian Mingguang's 7 orifices. Yue Jian felt that this was the way it should be. It would be depressing if anyone jumped on the moral bandwagon at this point and said something like, "If you do this, how are you any different from them?" or something like that. The good thing is, no one came looking for a bad time. Within a short time, Tian Mingguang was torn apart alive by his eldest uncle's family. Afterwards, under the leadership of his grandfather, Yu Song, he disposed of the bodies and counted the loot, gaining spirit stones, spirit food, medicinal herbs, and other cultivation resources worth about 1,300,000 spirit stones, and in a dungeon with a shielding formation, more than 30 young women were found. Among them, there were even 2 Qi practicing stage female cultivators. Yu Song obtained Yue Jian's consent, and for those who were willing to leave, enough gold, silver and spirit stones were issued. For those who are not willing to leave, they will stay as maids. Then, there is the division of caves. The main courtyard at the top of the hill, naturally, was given to grandfather. The second best one was assigned to Yue Jian's adoptive father Yu Feng. In the evening, Yue Jian's family, in their new mansion, ate the purple cloud mint fish cooked by their adoptive mother, Zhang Lan, in a happy and cozy manner. "Father, this time, my child wants to take my little sister away and lead her onto the path of cultivation." During the banquet, Yue Jian suddenly said, in front of people, he called his father and mother. When it was just his own family, he called his father and mother. As soon as Bai Lingshuang heard Yue Jian say that she would be taken away, the light in her soulful eyes shone brightly. "Brother, are you telling the truth?" "Naturally it's true." Yue Jian smiled dotingly. Yu Feng and Zhang Lan both revealed a look of surprise. However, soon after, Yu Feng was concerned. "Your sister is a 10 lineage miscellaneous spirit root. If you bring her along, will she become a drag on you?" Yue Jian said with a straight face. "This is a cognitive problem. In fact, a 10-system miscellaneous spirit root can evolve into a hybrid spirit root, as long as there is a matching gong method. Its talent is not below that of a heavenly spiritual root." The 3 were overjoyed, and they didn't doubt Yue Jian's claim in the slightest. Bai Lingshuang immediately took Yue Jian's favorite fish head and chucked it into Yue Jian's bowl. "Brother, little sister will definitely not let you down." Saying that, she clenched her little pink fists. "Brother said I'm a genius. Then I must be a genius. Let them look down on me. In the future I'll make them see me like a mayfly sees the sky." Yue Jian asked with a smile. "They? Who are they referring to?" Zhang Lan used the head of her chopsticks, making a gesture to knock her daughter's head, and explained, "This little girl is talking about a few of her cousins." Yue Jian suddenly realized that he naturally knew that his mother Zhang Lan's maiden family, the Zhang family, was previously a small immortal cultivation family that was somewhat better than the Yu family. Because of the Zhang family, there were 3 foundation builders. It was Yue Jian's maternal grandfather and second uncle, as well as his first cousin from his great-uncle's family. Especially the first cousin Zhang Xini, is the pride of their family, water and wood double spiritual root. By this region's largest power Jade Cicada sect, accepted as an inner disciple. When he thought about it, Zhang Xini's sisters naturally had a sense of superiority, and it made sense that the younger sister's 10 lineage miscellaneous spirit root would be despised by them. Yue Jian did not take these childish thoughts of his little sister to heart. At this time, Yu Feng interjected, "Perhaps in just these 2 days, you will meet those cousins." Bai Lingshuang's face showed surprise. "I only heard Yu Feng continue. When I was on the flying boat, I heard the old man say that he wanted to have a big banquet. Let everyone know that my Yu family has produced a Jindan cultivator. As a deterrent. Jane, if you don't want to, I don't think the old man will force it." Yue Jian smiled and said, "It's all up to grandfather's arrangement. However, due to the clan's affairs, my child will be able to stay at home for a maximum of 5 days." What he was thinking was that he would also go to destroy the canopy demon cult Thousand Hills Hall, which he naturally would not say to his parents, lest they worry blindly. So, he does have a bit of a time crunch. Yue Jian also fully understood his grandfather's thoughts. This was not only as simple as raising his eyebrows. The main thing is that if you show off your muscles, you will have less trouble, and the children of the family will have more confidence when they walk outside. For example, this time, if the Tian family knew of their existence, how could they dare to force Yu Qingfeng to sister die and sister fill the room? Isn't that a death wish? After the meal, Yu Feng said, Jianer, my father went ahead to reply to the old man about your opinion on the banquet. Do you want to come along? Yue Jian said. The child will not go. All by grandfather arrangement is good. With that, Yue Jian took out a dozen or so storage bags. These 4, father, are dedicated to you and mother. The rest, give them to grandfather, to be distributed by him. Yu Feng took it, divine sense probed into it, and was shocked beyond words. Jane, how many spirit stones must this be worth? You gave it to your family, what about yourself? I still have more. Yue Jian laughed. Father, just accept it with peace of mind. In addition to the resources that Yue Jian had procured, he had also given his parents 500,000 spirit stones and his grandfather 1,000,000 spirit stones. After all, this second-order spirit vein, when the earthen dazzling light formation was being attacked, was not enough to support the consumption, and needed to be replenished with spirit stones. Yue Jian persuaded him for a while before Yu Feng was emboldened to accept it. This was a huge amount of money, not to mention for him, a cultivator with a perfect chi practice, even for a cultivator with a perfect Jin Dan. Yu Feng went to the old master's place and came back, saying that the old master saw Yue Jian's filial piety and rejoiced to the extreme. And the banquet, under the name of Housewarming Clan Lan and Golden Dan Children's returning home to visit family feast, was scheduled for 3 days later. At that time, the head of Tian Yaoyang as well as the heads of the other Tian family members would be used at the mountain gate to build up a Jingguan and pay homage to Yu Qingshua's tablet. The sacrifice is actually just a front. The purpose is to declare to the public, my Yu family is not to be messed with. These chores said settled. Yu Jane brewing for a while, asked Zheng Lan Road. Mother, I wonder if those swaddling clothes, and whatnot, were still there when you picked me up at that time? Zheng Lan's heart tightened as a sense of loss surged through her, but she still forced a smile and said, yes, mother will get it for you. Not long after, Zheng Lan turned back from the room, looking forlorn, and handed a storage bag to Yue Jian. Yue Jian vaguely sensed his mother's thoughts, so he said, Mother, no matter if my child can find his real mother, you are my mother, my real mother. Zhang Lan's eyes were moist, but she spread her face and smiled. You child, mother really didn't love you for nothing. By this time it was past midnight, and Yue Jian perceived that his little sister, who was still purely mortal, was forcing herself to stay with him, so he got up to take his leave. Mother, tonight, child will not be staying at home. There are still some things to take care of in my Linglong cave mansion. Zhang Lan was a bit reluctant, but still smiled accommodatingly and said, okay. Chapter 44 Evil Deeds Discovered. White eyes and heavy pupils twins. Yue Jian returned to Linglong cave mansion and took out all the things in the storage bag that his foster mother had given him. A swaddling cloth adapted from an adult's midriff, a baby hat adapted from underwear, a crib adapted from space-expanding wood made from the material of a special table and chairs for flying boats. Yue Jian looked at these things that were extremely roughly made and was very disturbed. One can only imagine how desperately the mother was being chased as she ran away with the ball. He examined it carefully with his divine sense, and from the aspect of the material, he didn't find any trace of it. Otherwise, nothing special. Thus, he sighed and helplessly put the things back into his storage bag. Early the next morning, Yue Jian received a jade talisman transmission from his senior ancestor, Fong Chin Tong. Jane, your family's private affairs. Are you done? Yue Jian said. Not yet, Master Ancestor. What's wrong? Fong Chin Tong was silent for a moment and said, news came from the southern front of Great Yong that the Great Beneficent Kingdom, led by Qi-practicing cultivators from the Acacia sect and the Yin-Yang sect, had launched an onslaught of attacks. Perhaps they know the information that my Sunu sect has formed a Qi-practicing support army. Therefore, I have decided that the Qi-practicing support army will depart today and fly straight to the southern border of Great Yong. Then, for the position of second elder of the Tao Protector Corps, Master Ancestor would like to temporarily replace you with alternate Saint Sun first sequence Qin Shuyang. After you're done with your personal matters, then you can go and replace him back. That way, you can have more time to deal with your own affairs without having to be in such a hurry. Yue Jian said, all right, thank you, Master Ancestor, for your understanding. Ending the summoning, Yue Jian thought about it and still planned to finish dealing with this side of things as soon as possible and rush to the southern border of Great Yong. He was afraid that in case Yan Beiqing was targeted by the enemy, breaking the rules to kill him with a high-ranking cultivator. Therefore, thinking of the holy maiden Meng Shenjiao, who was the grand elder of the Tao Protectorate this time, that was her own slave girl. Thus, he immediately sent a jade talisman transmission to Dream Goddess Jiao. Protect Yan Beiqing for me. If anything goes wrong, I will definitely execute the sun character punch on you and blast you to the dregs. Yes, Master. Bastard slave will definitely protect young Master Yan. On the other end of the jade talisman, Meng Shenjiao shuddered a little as she thought of her master's sun character punch. Yue Jian was about to end the transmission, only to hear Dream God Jiao timidly say, but what if? The other party did not break the rules, and it was just a Qi practicing cultivator who injured little Lord Yen? What should the slave do? Yue Jian said. It doesn't matter if you break the rules or not. My disciple's life is important. Understand? Yes, master. Slave understands. As long as little Lord Yan's life is threatened, slave will kill the other parties practicing Qi even if he doesn't mind breaking the agreement. Today, Yue Jian planned to set up a formation, so he took out the earth and dazzling light formation and spirit gathering formation that he had exchanged for more than 3 million contribution value. According to the formation diagram, at the foot of the Turtle Mountain, the mountainside and other corresponding locations, the formation foundation was buried. Grandfather Yusong, however, came to chat with Yue Jian to find out what Yue Jian was doing in the vegetarian women's sect. Yue Jian knew that his grandfather was trying to show off with his own affairs on top of the banquet 2 days later, to make a long face for the family. So he told his grandfather truthfully that he was the only disciple grandson of the Patriarch, or the 7th sequence of the alternative Holy Son, etc., and the only extreme 9-stripe gold Dan in the whole clan. You have to give your grandfather something to brag about, don't you? That's what old people do. He understood. Yusong was pleasantly surprised, and the old man was greatly relieved. After Yue Jian finished setting up the 2 formations, he returned home. Both father and mother were practicing cultivation. Since they had eaten the 7 haze lotus seeds given by Yue Jian last night, they had both reached the Qi practicing Great Circle realm, and they wanted to consolidate their realm. The youngest sister, Bai Lingshuang, however, pestered Yue Jian and immediately taught her to cultivate. She didn't want to wait a moment after she realized that she wasn't a scrapper, but a genius with potential. Yue Jian said with a straight face, "Little sister, if you want to follow me in my cultivation, you must worship me as your teacher before you can do so." Bai Lingshuang was surprised. "But, you are my brother, each is each. If you don't worship me as your master, then you are not a personal disciple, and no one will even want you to be a miscellaneous disciple of the vegetable woman sect." Yue Jian explained the situation within the sect in detail. Finally, he said, "Therefore, you must worship me as your teacher. Otherwise, without a token, you won't even be able to enter the mountain gate. But this matter of worshipping the master, don't let your parents know." Alright then. Bai Lingshuang had no choice but to pay her respects. Ding! Congratulations to the host, accepting Bai Lingshuang as his disciple. Reward, spiritual root ashes of a failed ascension fairy. Teaching material issued, yin-yang reverse birth chaos returning to unity, emperor level technique. Issuing the necessary props for teaching, imitation chaos bead, contains a side of the chaos world, from which you can draw mild chaos chi. There is no other function of the genuine chaos pearl. There is no host talent that can be duplicated by blitzkrieg. Yue Jian did not hand over the gong method to his little sister, as she was simply unable to follow this gong on her own right now. Yue Jian returned to the Linglong cave and studied that yin-yang reverse birth chaos returning to unity technique in detail. The first step is to shatter the spiritual root, breaking and then standing, which requires taking the 10 havoc spirit shattering pill, and in the gongfu, there was an accompanying Dan formula. That system reward, spiritual root ashes of a failed ascension fairy, was one of the main ingredients of the Dan formula. Yue Jian was calculating in his mind how he could get the other few main ingredients. 9 orifices Tong Ming grass, according to the memories of the devourer Wanshuang. It is a kind of spiritual plant that grows out of the skulls of the corpses of immortals. Then, one must go and explore an immortal grave mystery realm. 10,000 years of forgetfulness of the blue lotus root and its lotus heart. Yue Jian himself knew that it was a specialty of the Jade Cicada sect's heavenly pool, and this was relatively easy. Perhaps an equivalent exchange would do. The heavenly pond of the Jade Cicada sect had 2 specialties that were of great value. Apart from the forgetful blue lotus root, there was also the unsullied silver carp. This was the Jade Cicada sect's ability to become a first-class sect outside of the 3 ancient sects. Eroded spirit devil flower, according to the memories of the devil's ghost, by Shi Jing, it is only found in the devil's domain to the west of the 100,000 Great Mountains. Jiuzhou is on the east side of the 100,000 mountains. To get to the demon region, you need to cross the 100,000 mountains. The further east you go, the closer you are to the place where the sun and moon rise, and the more dense the purple energy of the righteous path becomes. This is what it means when the purple energy comes from the east, and the further west, the farther away from the place where the sun and the moon rise, the more dense the demonic gas and sinister gas. So the demonic cultivators, mostly gathered in the west, the great demonic cultivators, even more concentrated in the demonic gas in the extreme western region. As for the other herbs in the Dan formula, the sect's Dan Dao Peak should have them all. Yue Jian secretly resolved in his heart, even if it's even more difficult, I must collect all the medicinal herbs as soon as possible. Well, before that, I should let my little sister strengthen her bones and body. Otherwise, it will be hard for her to endure the pain of having her spirit root crushed. Meanwhile, a pair of extremely watery-looking twin women arrived at the side of the Tsuelio River under the Turtle Mountain. The two women looked basically identical, but there were differences. One of them was a sister with a heavy pupil in her left eye, the other was a sister with a white right eye. That is, there was not a single pupil in the middle of her right eye. Perhaps the one pupil that should have been the sister's grew into the sister's eye. These two sisters are the personal disciples of the peak master of the Jade Cicada Sex Pond West Peak on Tianqi Mountain. They are the spirit race that was transformed by the parallel lotus flower of the 100,000-year-old forgetful blue lotus root. They had taken up a clan mission to investigate the disappearance of a large number of women in the Thousand Hills mountain range. Based on some intelligence, the sisters had found out about this place. At this moment, the two women were searching carefully for some clues. Suddenly, the white eyes of his sister Chenghe, penetrating to the bottom of the Chui Lu River 100 feet of water, immediately said, "Sister, I found something suspicious. There is a sword at the bottom of the river. There are 8 storage bags tied together and bound to that sword." Sister Qinglian said, "You go and fish it out." "Good." Chenghe agreed and leapt into the water. Soon, Chenghe fished out the 8 storage bags that Yue Jian had packed the corpse in. The two women immediately scrutinized these storage bags and found that their prohibitions, at least, were set by Jindan cultivators. The two of them, who were foundation builders, simply couldn't open them. Thus, Chenghua said, "Sister, let me cast my cave white eyes to see what exactly is contained inside." Good. Only Chenghua closed his normal left eye, while his right eye's pupil-less white eye was wide open, and within it, countless mysterious runes flashed. Soon after, Chenghua was able to see what was in the storage bag. She couldn't help but let out a gasp. Ah, surprisingly all female corpses, 98 in total. They were unclothed, and their bodies had, with a man's spiritual fluid. I dare to conclude that they were all killed by being humiliated first and then killed. Qinglian's face also became grave as she said, "A Jindan cultivator's ban, and there are 98 corpses. It seems that this group of heartless evil devils, which is quite large in number, is not small in strength. It wasn't a group of people who did the evil deed, but, rather, a single person did it." Qinghe shook his head and said, "My cave white eyes are able to discern that the spirit liquid in the bodies of all the female corpses all came from the same person. And, just one day." Qinglian was instantly shocked beyond words. "How is it possible?" "Well, unless this evil demon is a pure yang saint body, only then can it gush out so much in a single day. This evil demon is a Jindan cultivator, or a pure yang sacred body. It's by no means something you and I can deal with anymore. It's better to hurry up and summon master." Saying that, Qinglian took out a summoning jade talisman and sent a message to his personal master, Yuashan Frost, the Jade Cicada Sex Chi Shi Peak Master. Knowing this, Yuashan Frost told the two sisters to leave this treacherous place immediately. 2 days later, Yuashan Frost would lead the two peak elders to meet up. Chapter 45, The Devil Cult Goes Out. Little sister's attitude toward big brother's marriage. On the following day, the branch of the 100,000 Great Mountains, the Thousand Hills mountain range was very much to the west of the Dragon's Ridge, which was basically on the fringe of the 100,000 Great Mountains. The Thousand Hills Hall of the Canopy Demon Cult is hidden here. At this moment, Tang Jianming, the Hall Master, was accompanying Diao Badian, the Western envoy of the Canopy, who had come down from the General Rudder to make his rounds. That Diao Badian was at the 3rd level of the infant transformation realm at the late Yuaning stage, so Tang Jianming was very much in awe of him. "Lord Western Envoy, why don't you first settle for the previous hearth cultivation today? In 2 days' time, it will be the day when an outer disciple will pay tribute to the furnace pot. My subordinate has already sent someone to press for it, and has asked him to offer the next 3 months' worth of hearth pots, this time together." Diao Badian said, "The stove cauldron that you have used is simply meaningless to the seat. It's better to wait for the furnace cauldron that retains the Yuanshu Truine." "Yes," Hallmaster Tang Jianming promised and bowed as he retreated. But he immediately received a report from the deacon. "Lord Hallmaster, it's not good. The Tian family was destroyed, and this time, the Tian family's censer can't be delivered." Tang Jianming was shocked. "What? Destroyed by whom?" The deacon said, "That which destroyed the Tian family was a small, unheard of family, the Yu family. But this Yu family, a pre-Jindan cultivator, has come out. They'll be hosting a housewarming clan land and Jindan sons returning home to visit their family's banquet 2 days from now." Tang Jianming secretly thought, "I must fulfill Lord Western Envoy's request before I can do so. It seems that this time, I'll have to risk exposing this place and go out myself." Pre-Jindan stage, big feast, very good. It's a good idea to end them all together. There must be hundreds of female cultivators, in addition to those offered to the Western ambassador. It's enough for this seat to survive the war for several months. Tang Jianming's cultivation was at the late Jindan stage, and he was good at using parasites. Thus, He didn't think that a small Yu family, plus guests, could fight against himself. Immediately, Tang Jianming summoned the 4 Jindan elders, a dozen foundation establishment deacons, and dozens of Qi practicing disciples who were in the hall, and was about to head to Turtle Mountain. Such a big commotion was naturally detected by the Canopy Western envoy Diao. He immediately flew out of the cave and said indifferently, "This seat, accompany you and the others." Tang Jianming said curtly, "How can I trouble you with such a trivial matter? If you expose Xingzong, I will not be able to atone for my death. Let my subordinate and others to go. Will be able to capture back enough stove tripod to offer? Package Lord's satisfaction." "You don't understand," Diao said with a jagged smile. "Catching over will be much less effective and no fun at all. It's to simmer the battle on the spot in someone else's home, in front of the eyes of a group of Hearth's family members. That's how you can better enhance your demonic cultivation, and moreover, this method strengthens the divine soul. Well, this is an advanced mind technique in the 6th level of the law of simmering battle. It's normal that you don't understand it." Tang Jianming fawned and nodded his head. In fact, he could understand this, because, when he raised the harmony compass, he needed to feed it with his own essence blood and lust chi, even for the same pair. In the midst of different atmospheres, the aura of lust can be very different. Only to hear Diao continue. "Let's put it this way, this seat doesn't go out easily. After you and others control the situation, this seat will then go to the simmering battle to pick up the pieces." Thus, Diao went to Turtle Mountain together, intending to ambush them first and then wait for an opportunity to move. Early in the morning the day before the banquet, there were quite a number of Yu family's closest relatives, arriving one after another, and Yue Jian's adoptive mother's maiden family, the Young family, also came, the first and second uncles and others, with their families and children, naturally all gathered at Yu Feng's 4th house residence. At this time, Great Aunt Yu Lifeng pulled Zhenglan into a room to speak alone. "5th sister, my cultivation family can still retain some of the customs of the mundane world, emphasizing on the order of parents and the words of matchmakers. Jianer is so dutiful, as long as you ask, and pledge my family's heart words to her as a Taoist couple, will he not be able to disobey?" Zhenglan's face showed a difficult look and said, "Sister-in-law, but Jianer has his own opinions. I, as a mother, really don't want to force him to do what he doesn't want to do." Yu Lifeng pulled Zhenglan's hand and said unhappily, "Look at what you said. You didn't even ask. How do you know that that's what Jianer doesn't want to do?" "My family's heart words, amongst a group of family and friends. In terms of looks, talent and status, which of them is not the best? Over the years, do you know how many offers of marriage from family geniuses have been rejected? Heart lyric? Even the first son of the Lord of Thousand Hills City, Ling Wushu, came to my house to propose marriage. Your elder brother was very satisfied at the time, but that was all rejected by heart words without leaving any room for doubt. That's the Ling family that has a Yuaning ancestor. This time, your elder brother has specially recalled heart words from the Jade Cicada sect, in order to have a good match with Jianer. This is still the first time that Xianin has agreed to formally meet her. Thousand Hills City was the only immortal cultivation city in this region. Of course, in addition to that, there were also a few workshops scattered around the region. Zhenglan frowned slightly and said, "But, the heart word is older than Jianer, by almost 30 years. Is this appropriate? What's so inappropriate? The heart words have all completed their foundation building, and in the future, there is a high probability that they will succeed in conjugating the Dan. For the Jade Cicada sect's Jindan cultivators with a lifespan of 700 to 800 years, being 30 years older is equivalent to being 3 years older. As the saying goes, when a woman is big, she holds a golden brick. I see heart lyric in Jane's son. That's a match made in heaven." Yu Lifeng said with vigor. Cultivators of the Jade Cicada sect had a higher upper limit of longevity than other cultivators. This was because the Jade Cicada scripture and the unsullied silver carp, a specialty of the heavenly pond, both had the effect of raising the upper limit of lifespan. That unsullied silver carp was not something that could increase longevity by eating it once or twice. Rather, it had to be consumed over a long period of time and in conjunction with the Jade Cicada Sutra technique to have the effect of increasing longevity. Therefore, Yu Lifeng said that if Zheng Sini successfully formed the Dan, he would have a lifespan of 700 to 800 years. It turned out that Yu Jian's grandfather, Yu Song, had been unable to resist bragging about Yu Jian's situation when he had invited the Zheng family to a banquet the day before with a transmission jade talisman. Vegetarian women's sect patriarch's only personal disciple grandson. Alternative Holy Sun sequence. 38 years old pre-Jindan 9th layer. Extreme 9 lines of Jindan. A person seconds to destroy a Jindan family. Listening to the pro plus public Zhang Pengcheng envy to the extreme, so immediately thought of marriage. It had to be said that his precious granddaughter, Zhang Seni, was indeed considered an outstanding female cultivator among the cultivation families in this region. At the same time, in the middle of the backyard, Yue Jian and a few of her cousins, naturally mingled together. Yue Jian raised her eyebrows and said, "My brother said that he would bring me along to cultivate. Soon, I'll be a personal disciple of the vegetable woman sect. Alas, in the future, I'm afraid it will be difficult for me and my cousins to meet often." Sixth cousin teasingly smiled and said, "What are you so proud of? Maybe, I will also enter the vegetable woman sect soon. In the future, it's possible for us sisters to be together every day." Yue Jian was surprised. "You're a four-spirit root, going to the vegetarian girl sect to be an odd job disciple? Humph, you don't know yet. My mom is discussing with your mom about your brother and my sister's marriage. By then, your brother will be my brother-in-law. If I want to enter the vegetarian sect, won't it be easy? Ha ha. Disappointed that you didn't fake it." Sixth cousin laughed triumphantly. Yue Jian suddenly turned red, rows of jade-like shell teeth, tightly biting her crimson lower lip. For a long while, she said nothing, turned and ran away. Soon, Yue Jian broke into the room where her mother and aunt were. "Mother, brother can't marry first cousin." Zheng Lan and Yue Lifeng were stunned. Only after a long time did Yue Lifeng react. "You little ninny, what are you talking about? Why can't Jian marry Heart Lyric?" Yue Jian gathered her courage and said seriously, "Because, my brother said that I'm not a waste of talent, but a genius with great potential. In the future, I can keep up with my brother's footsteps. So, I want to marry my brother." Zheng Lan and Yue Lifeng, their faces changed greatly at the same time. Yue Lifeng, in particular, revealed an incredulous look and chided. "Simply nonsense. That's your own brother. It's not a real brother. He was picked up. That's why father named him Yue Jian. This is something that great auntie wouldn't be unaware of." At this point, Zheng Lan couldn't even help but lecture Yue Jian, "Sanger, you mustn't think like this. Your father and I have always treated your brother as our own son. Emotionally speaking, you are brother and sister. So don't think anything of it." Yu Ling's aroma puffed out. "Didn't my brother say that? He's going to start searching for his real mother." Xianger thought, "With my brother's skill, I'm sure he'll be able to find it. At that time, if he recognizes his mother and returns to his family, will he still be your own son? At that point, wouldn't you want my brother to be your son-in-law?" Zhang Lan's heart missed a beat. The heart is lost. A moment of speech. Thinking about the daughter's words, there are really some shaken up. The good things in Yu Lifeng's heart were disturbed by Yu Lingxiang. Her heart was very unhappy and she said to Zhang Lan, "Those long-term things, forget it for now. The point is that my heart is here." Fifth sister, can you tell me if you'll give face to my sister-in-law? Do you still remember that when I married into your Zheng family, you were still a baby doll? How did this sister-in-law of mine treat you during those years? Zhang Lan's nature is weak. Was Yu Lifeng words to hold? Can only mumble that. I'll let Jianer and Xianyin look at each other, whether they are destined for each other or not. It all depends on them, okay? Yu Lifeng then satisfied with a smile. Intimate pat Zhang Lan's hand. "That's right. It's really worthy of sister-in-law to love you for more than 20 years. She was still very confident in her own daughter. She thought that as long as Zhang Lan agreed, this matter would most likely come to fruition. Yu Lingxiang, on the other hand, was so angry that she paused and turned around to run out of the room. Zhang Lan instead made amends to Yu Lifeng. "Xianger is still young and uninformed. Don't mind if I do. Sister-in-law." Yu Lifeng laughed generously. "How could I be general with my own niece? Let's say that Yu Lingxiang went out of the fourth house residence and ran straight to Yu Jian's Linglong cave mansion door. Brother, quickly lift the array restriction and let me in." When Yu Jian heard the shout, he immediately took out a blank jade token and made it with his divine sense. Then he wrapped it with his true essence and sent it out to Yu Lingxiang's body. "Little sister, take the token and you can come in." "Good." Yu Lingxiang came to the courtyard and saw Yu Jian drinking tea in the front yard. She walked over and took a seat on the side, saying under her breath, "Brother, little sister begs you for one thing." Yu Jian smiled dotingly. "Why, have you been angered by your cousins again? If you want Big Brother to help you teach them a lesson, I'm afraid Big Brother is not really good enough to do it." Yu Lingxiang shook her head dramatically. "It's not like that. Little sister begs you, don't agree to the marriage of first cousin Heart Lyric." Chapter 46, after refusing marriage, he wants to help cousin double cultivate and conjure Dan. Yu Jian was stunned to hear that his little sister's request was actually not to allow himself to agree to a marriage with his first cousin. He doesn't even know about it yet. However, since this is a solemn request from my little sister, it's just a matter of agreeing to it. That said, he hadn't intended to make a Taoist couple in the first place. For the traditions of this Xian Su cultivation world, Tao couples were more like cultivation partners only. As in the sports of a previous life, the doubles combinations of tennis ping-pong can be given to this partner or that partner. His own Tao heart was not strong, he had a mundane complex, and he was possessive. Not looking for a Taoist couple was the best choice for himself. Otherwise, it would be incredibly difficult for him to survive the 4 tribulations of the heart demon tribulation at the divine transformation stage in the future. Moreover, this should also, to a certain extent, increase the difficulty of the master's love affair. So, Yue Jian said, "Okay, little sister. Big brother promises you just that. Pull the hook." Bai Lingshuang stretched out her soft razor jade hand, cocked her onion knuckle-like little finger, and solemnly said, "If I don't pull the hook, I'm really afraid that you'll be mesmerized by cousin Shinin and forget about the things you promised." Yue Jian smiled dotingly and accommodatingly extended his pinky finger. "Hang me for 10,000 years. Oh no, it's for life. No change, brother, remember that." "Alright, brother will keep his promise." It was at this moment that foster mother Zhang Lan's voice came from outside the cave. "Jianer, your great-aunt has come to see you." "Well, great-auntie and uncle are here. Child will come out immediately." Yue Jian agreed, pulling the huffing and puffing Bai Lingshuang, and walked out. Only 3 people stood outside the cave. Foster mother Zhang Lan, great-aunt Yue Lifeng, and first cousin Zhang Xini. It had to be said that cousin Heartlyric's appearance and poise were extremely top-notch among female cultivators above foundation establishment, because she was an unsullied body. This was not innate, but the female cultivators of the Jade Cicada sect of Tianqi Mountain who were above foundation establishment were almost all of them with unsullied bodies. One of the 2 specialties in the heavenly pond, the immaculate silver carp, which female cultivators consume for a long period of time and cultivate the Jade Cicada Sutra. Their bodies will become immaculate and the upper limit of their lifespan will be lengthened, as well as their cultivation level will be increased. If a male cultivator eats it, his breasts will develop into the appearance of a female cultivator, and he will also produce breast milk with spiritual qi, called male spiritual breast milk, which is one of the medicinal herbs used in refining the Dragon Yang pill. This was also because men did not cultivate the Jade Cicada Sutra. The Jade Cicada Sutra, on the other hand, was only suitable for female cultivators. The Jade Cicada sect, therefore, was full of female cultivators. They do not rely on dual cultivation, and they are not forbidden to form a Taoist couple. However, they are not allowed to bring a male couple into the sect for a long time. Because of this, in order to obtain male spirit milk, one could only pay a high price and buy unsullied silver carp from the Jade Cicada sect to feed the male cultivator of the hearth. At this moment, Yue Jian welcomed the 3 in, brewed spiritual tea, and after chatting for a while about Yue Jian's childhood, Zhang Lan quickly pulled Bai Lingshuang away, and Yue Lifeng took the opportunity to say that there were things that he had forgotten to tell Zhang Lan, and he also left in a hurry to say goodbye. In the cave, only Yue Jian and Zhang Xinji were left. The 2 were silent for a while. Yue Jian's heart was a little awkward. After all, they were relatives, and they had not yet broken the point. Some of their own words really did not know what to say. What the rest of the light saw was only a faint trace of shyness on Heartlyric's cousin's immaculate and flawless face, like a white cloud wrapped in a red mass, resembling the splendor of the morning sun. In terms of looks alone, Yue Jian was still somewhat instinctively moved. Habitually, she was detected by the system. Target, Zhang Xinji, age, 67. Realm, Foundation Establishment Perfection. Spiritual roots, Waterwood double spiritual roots. Luck, Purple luck. Not eligible for apprenticeship. Yue Jian couldn't help but feel a stirring in his heart. Well, first cousin's chi. It's still pretty good. And Zhang Xin word. For the first time alone with Yue Jian close together, feel Yue Jian that the pure yang body of the breath, actually on their own from the instinctive attraction. She only felt some inexplicable panic in her heart, like a deer in headlights, and there was a million expectations, hoping that her cousin would have the same kind of good feelings towards herself, too. Zhang Xin word brewed for a while and spoke on a borderline topic. Cousin, how long do you plan to stay this time when you come back? Yue Jian said matter-of-factly. I intend to leave tomorrow after the dinner is over, as there are indeed urgent matters within the clan. This time, it was also because something happened at home that I had to come back. Zhang Xini's heart tightened, and subconsciously clenched his fists, thinking, there's not that much time left, it seems, so I have to point it out. But she was afraid of losing face if her confession was rejected, so she hesitated to speak. It was at this moment that the voice of the system came from Yue Jian's brain. Ding, your disciple, Yan Beiqing, has comprehended the first level of the Tiger Devourer Enslavement Divine Ability, and you have gained Blast Sharing, the second level of the Tiger Devourer Enslavement Divine Ability. Yue Jian was overjoyed in his heart and naturally revealed a smile. Zhang Xin Lyric saw Yue Jian smile and thought that Yue Jian was interested in himself as well. So, she gathered her courage, organized her wording in her mind, and blushed as she said, this time, father summoned me back from the sect in a hurry. Actually, it's because he wants, for the two of us to see each other. I wonder, what does cousin think? Upon hearing his cousin's euphemistic confession, the smile on Yue Jian's face disappeared, revealing a hint of apology as he said, "Elder cousin, I don't have the intention of forming a Dao couple for the time being." Zheng Xinyi's heart clenched, only to feel very ashamed and embarrassed. The heart is lost, some unwillingness, and even a little bit of anger and resentment. But soon, she was relieved, and swept these negative emotions away. Yue Jian, after all, was her kin, and she didn't have much love for Yue Jian. She just felt that being a Dao couple with her would bring more benefits to herself and her clan. The air was quiet for a while, and Zheng Xinyi suddenly changed her attitude and said with a valiant smile, "Cousin, tell me about your experience in conjugating Dan." "Cousin, I've been stuck at Foundation Establishment Perfection for 5 years now, and I've never had the confidence or the resolve to conjugate the Dan. I know that such a Dao heart will most likely lead to failure in conjugating the Dan. However, I can't control my cowardice. I'm afraid of not being able to successfully form a Dan. And I'm also afraid that I won't be able to carry the lightning tribulation after I form a Dan. And I'm also afraid of forming a grainless fake Dan. Alas, there are always too many concerns. The unstriped golden Dan, although categorized as a lower-grade golden Dan. However, in reality, it was a false Dan, and could barely break through to the mid-Jin Dan Cheng Dan realm." Yue Jian nodded and said matter-of-factly, "As you know, when my vegetable woman sect breaks through the great realm, it is usually aided by double cultivation." Thus, Yue Jian told 7 truths and 3 lies about his own Dan formation. The reason why it was laced with lies was naturally because of the 9 stripes golden Dan rewarded by the system. The reason given by Yue Jian was that he had awakened the pure Yang sacred body before forming the 9 lines golden Dan. This hurt Zhang Xinji's envy and fascination. Extreme 9 stripes golden Dan, that's a top-notch Jin Dan stage genius. She would have been even more shocked and envious if she had known that Yue Jian was actually an 11-stripe golden Dan. Zheng Xinyi searched for a while in her mind and finally gathered her courage and said with a red face, "Cousin, since you are not willing to be a Daoist couple with me, then, according to your Xian Su sect, is it alright to make an immortal bond with my cousin me and help me to achieve the Dan?" Yue Jian agreed without hesitation. "Of course, I'm more than 80% sure that I can help you, cousin, to successfully conjugate the Dan." Seeing Yue Jian agreeing, Zheng Xinyi couldn't help but be pleased with her heart. But then she thought of Yue Jian's schedule and asked, "But cousin, you had planned to leave the day after tomorrow. It will take at least 3 days for me to crystallize my Dan." This, Yue Jian shook his head and said confidently, "With my help, it won't take that much time. At most 1 day, I will definitely be able to help you form the Dan." That being said, he had adopted the emperor-level technique, Divine Qi Dao technique. It was also a pure Yang sacred body, which could provide a constant stream of abundant and incomparable support, so his speed was naturally extremely fast. Zheng Xinyi counted the time in his mind. Right now, it was not even noon, and the Yu family's formal banquet was a dinner party. That means there's still a day and a night plus half a day left. Since cousin said that it won't take that much time, then that should probably be the case, even in the unlikely event that I haven't even completed my conjugation by the time the banquet starts. There's no way cousin would leave me behind to go to the banquet. So, with charming eyes, shy and with a pleading tone, she said, "Then cousin, how about, why don't you help me crystallize my Dan now, okay?" In her storage ring, she had prepared the Dan forming materials, the Dustfall Dan, Earth Milk Spiritual Liquid, and the 10,000 Spirit Dan. Yue Jian smiled faintly. "Good, it's not too late, let's go out, find an unoccupied mountaintop, and help you crystallize your Dan." Chapter 47, Helping Cousin of the Unsullied Body Form the Upper Grade Jin Dan. Yue Jian went out with Zheng Xinyi and collected the Linglong Cave. This cave, no one must be in it and there is no other clutter that is not within the cave before it can be put away. This is actually the same as a flying boat. The two of them flew away from Turtle Peak with their swords one after the other. Zhang Xin word flying in the air, looking in front of the flying sword above, cousin's perfect body like a jade tree, thinking of what is about to happen, cannot help but feel like a tidal wave. The first time you cultivate the Xian Su way, it takes so long. It's really, can I successfully form a Dan? And what grade of Dan can I conjure? How much help and support will my cousin's help and support be? It didn't take long to find an unoccupied mountain with no spirit veins. Landing on the top of the mountain, Yue Jian used his rainbow transforming sword and swung out a few sword chi to chip out a sufficiently flat foundation. He took out the Linglong Cave again, punched in the spell, and sat down. The enlarged cave, with an open-air front yard, could be used to withstand the lightning tribulation by simply tending to an area. "Cousin, come." Yue Jian extended his hand and extended an invitation to Zhang Xinlun. Zhang Xinyi's face flushed, somewhat uncomfortable, shyly and timidly placed her flawless jade hand in Yue Jian's hand. The two walked into the cave holding hands and came to the small pavilion in the front yard. Yue Jian said, "Cousin, I'll take away the pavilion with the tables and stools, and use the pavilion's pavilion platform as the conjugation platform, okay? I'm not experienced. I'll listen to everything you say. Zhang Xin-word's voice was like a gnat, blushing. Although she was over 60 years old, most of her life before that had been spent in solitary cultivation, and she still retained her Yuan Chu, so it was inevitable that she had some of the shyness of a young daughter. Yue Jian quickly collected the pavilion with the tables and stools and led Zhang Xinxin to the center of the pavilion platform. Right, cousin, I don't know Xiansu Gongfu. That's. Zhang Xini suddenly thought of this section and her face showed embarrassment. Looking at his cousin's icy clean and unsullied body, Yue Jian forced himself to restrain his instinctive urges. Laughing as calmly as possible, he said, what I want to help my cousin with is not the Xiansu way. Rather, it is a gong method of another system. However, cousin must first swear with her Dao heart that she will never divulge this gong. Zhang Xini was curious in his heart and agreed immediately. At that moment, Yue Jian pointed a finger with divine thoughts at Zhang Xini's brow. That was the divine Qi Dao technique, human-to-human basic heart technique. Zhang Xin word to see this gong does not need that. The heart of the tension loosened. But then some loss, is it? Cousin does not want to be close to me? Have to get a set of what this gong, to put off in me? But then he thought, no matter what, it should have better chances than if I were to conjure the Dan myself. In the early hours of the next morning, Zhang Xinji succeeded in conjugating the Dan. What made her excited and thrilled was that it was a 6-stripe upper-grade gold Dan. It's thanks to cousin's constant stream of muddy support. Otherwise, it would have been good enough to form a 2nd-stripe lower-grade Jin Dan. At this time, in the sky, the robber clouds gathered and tumbled and rolled. Thunderstorms brewed, electricity flashed, and the sound was not weak. This divine Qi Dao technique, because it made the auras of two people form a whole, was also able to share the power of the young thunder. Suddenly, the robbing clouds lit up greatly, and the first thunderbolt blasted down. Yue Jian sent out a true essence against the rush, and immediately will be 50% of the power of Yang Lei, all received to their own body. Ka, boom! It was bombarding the top door of Yue Jian, who was sitting cross-legged. With this level of damage, he didn't even grunt. This thunder force, instead of harming him, became a boost to baptize his flesh. Moreover, since there was no physical contact, there was no electric snake to conduct to Zhang Xin word. At the same time, 50% of the force of the Yin thunder blasted through Zhang Xinji's body towards the Jin Dan. Buzz. The extremely fast rotating 6-stripe golden Dan surged out extremely cohesive true essence, describing a vortex that resisted leaking quite a bit of lightning power. The Jin Dan itself easily withstood this first thunderbolt. As a result, the 6 Dao lines on the surface of the golden Dan, which were originally dull, lit up one and gave off a golden glow. Cousin, thanks to you, a great favor. In the future, Zhang Lan said gratefully, and Yue Jian immediately interrupted her. Cousin, concentrate. Soon, the second thunderbolt will come. Just like that, they shared the remaining 5 thunderbolts without a single scare. For a while, excitement, gratitude and adoration were many emotions that flooded into Zhang Xini's heart. When the two of them flew back to Turtle Peak with their swords, the sky was early, the morning light was bright, and the mist was misty. The refreshing aura, under the effect of the spirit gathering formation, was dense and pure. It was refreshing. Yue Jian resettled the Linglong cave. Zhang Xini, however, stopped in his tracks, his heart complex, and said, Cousin, I won't go in. At my mother's, I will make it clear to her that it will not bother you anymore. Well, today's favor will be repaid in the coming day. Yue Jian laughed gently. We are relatives. It's only right that we help each other. Don't always think about repayment or anything. In this way, you can have no dust in your heart. Zhang Xini smiled sweetly and turned towards the 4th house residence. Suddenly, a surprised voice came from the air outside the mountain. Heart lyric. You're really here. How wonderful. Zhang Xinji looked at the sound and saw that the visitor was none other than Thousand Hill City Lord's first eldest son, young City Lord Ling Wuxian. It was a very crazy, obsessive suitor of Zhang Xinji, and he even went to the Zhang family to propose marriage. At that time, Zhang Xinin's parents were very satisfied. It was Zhang Xinin who insisted on rejecting him. There were 2 main reasons for Zhang Xinji's refusal. For one thing, Zhang Xinjin cultivated the Jade Cicada Sutra, and was not interested in forming a Taoist couple in the first place. And in her thoughts, even if she wanted to form a Taoist couple, her own Taoist couple should be more talented than herself and have a higher cultivation level than herself. As for that Ling Wuwang, although he had a distinguished family and honorable status, but his talent was lower than his own, and his previous cultivation level, like his own, was foundation establishment perfection. So, Zhang Xin word kind of looks at him. The second, that was the fundamental reason. Ling Wuwang's own sister, Ling Yunfeng, was once a disciple of the Jade Cicada sect as well. Moreover, Zhang Xinji also knew Ling Yunfeng and knew that Ling Yunfeng looked 7 or 8% similar to herself. She didn't dare to think deeply. The real reason why Ling Wuxian was obsessed with herself. Could it be that she saw herself as his sister's double? If so, what kind of sick mind is that? Zhang Xinji even guessed that the fall of Ling Yunfeng's Dao couple might have something to do with Ling Wuxian. This time, Ling Wuxian did not come alone, but took a flying boat, along with 4 pre-mid Jindan guards, and a late Jindan protector, which could be said to have filled up the row. Today is the day of the Yu family feast. In order to facilitate the guests to and from, so did not open the mountain protection array. This is due to the Yu family manpower shortage. If you open the array, not so many people to do ushering things. That was why Ling Wuxian's flying boat was able to directly descend to the top of Turtle Mountain. At this time, Zheng Xining saw that it was Ling Wuxian, and couldn't help but frown slightly as she coldly asked, "How would you know that I'm here?" Chapter 48 Defeating 5 Golden Dawn in seconds, capturing the young city lord. Ling Wuxian was unwilling to tell a small lie in front of Zheng Xini, so he said matter-of-factly, "It was your 6th sister who, with a summoning talisman, informed me." Zheng Xinji's heart was displeased, secretly saying, "This 6th sister is really becoming more and more unlikable." She could think with her toes that it must have been in the past, when Ling Wuxian had given benefits to 6th sister to leak her whereabouts. Thus, Zheng Xinji said coldly, "Fellow Daoist Ling came here uninvited. Don't you think it's presumptuous, taking the liberty?" Ling Wuhert snorted and said with a sense of superiority, "In this 1,000 mountain range, which family doesn't take pride in being able to have me as a guest? For the Yu family to allow this seat to personally attend the banquet, it's still dipped in the light of Yu heart lyrics, because the city lord and the Ling family's old ancestor almost never leave Thousand Hills City. Therefore, for the families outside of the city, the person with the highest status who could be invited to the city lord's residence was this Ling Wuxian. Moreover, it was well known that the city lord doted on Ling Wuxian, his only son, to the extreme. Suddenly, Ling Wuxian felt Zheng Xini's aura and was shocked. "Xini, you successfully formed a dan?" Zheng Xinji said. "Exactly. So, between us, there is even less possibility. Please, just stop being obsessive," she said, not wanting to entangle herself with Ling Wuxian anymore. She turned around and flew towards the 4th room cave. Ling Wuhert licked his lips and was not discouraged. He had been rejected not once or twice, thinking that with his family background, as long as he perseveres, one day, he will be able to get his hands on Zheng Xini and treat her as his own sister. It seems that I need to conjugate Dan as soon as possible as well. Otherwise, the cultivation gap with heart lyric will grow wider and wider. Ling Wuxian thought to himself, it's necessary to spend a huge amount of money to hire a female cultivator in the late Jindan stage to help me with dual cultivation to form the Dan. Who to find? Xiaoqian painted Heart Pavilion owner Bai Lingshuang painting. The eyes in my sister is really similar. If I offer 1,000,000 spirit stones, she should be able to double cultivate to help me achieve Dan, right? If 1,000,000 isn't enough, then 2, if 2 isn't enough, then 5. Thinking so, he suddenly realized, the heart lyrics conjugation. It wouldn't also be a male cultivator who was looking for dual cultivation assistance, and that's how it succeeded, right? So, he turned his head to ask Shenwan Ke, the protector of the Dao beside him, "Elder Shen, just now, have you probed her with your divine sense? Is Yuanchu still around?" The reason he addressed him as Master Shen was because Shenwan Ke was his mother's senior brother. Shenwan Ke looked at Ling Wuhuan dotingly and said, "She's wearing vestments, so how can senior I detect it with my divine sense?" However, looking at her demeanor and aura, the probability is that Yuanchu is no longer there. At that moment, Ling Wuxian only felt a burning fire of jealousy burning in his heart, making him incomparably angry. "Good Yu Zhang Xinji, this Gongzi is so sincere to you, but you, and yet you are like my sister, cheapening others. I'm going to kill him, just as I killed my brother-in-law. Castrate him first and then kill him, definitely." His face was twisted and he was mad inside. It took a while to suppress it. Then he said to the guards, "Tell the master of this house to come out and greet this prince." A mid-Jindan guard immediately infused his true essence and shouted, "The young lord of Thousand Hills City, Duke Ling, has arrived, and the head of the Yu family, why didn't he come out to greet him?" It's really strange that such a family that doesn't know how to behave is able to gain a foothold in the Thousand Hills mountain range. The voice traveled far out and instantly covered the entire Turtle Peak. At this time, the clans, loose cultivators, and the workshop cultivation merchants invited by Yusong had come to more than 100 people. They were all shocked when they heard this voice, because, with Ling Wuxian's status, it would have been unexpected for him to come here for the banquet. Moreover, the voice was nonchalant, not like a guest, but more like a troublemaker. Zheng Xini had to go and come back, scolding, "Ling Wuxian, you've had enough. My aunt and uncle's house, and did not invite you. How do I know you will come? Don't you be unreasonable here. Lingshuang didn't even pick up on this and questioned with a fierce face. Say, who refined your Yuan Chu? This Gongzi must cut off his dual cultivation apparatus and feed it to the dogs. Zhang Xinji's face appeared to be ashamed and very embarrassed. However, Yue Jian sure flew out from the Linglong cave and teasingly said, "It's me." From Ling Wuxian's arrival to his every move now, Yue Jian knew everything. Moreover, from his chat with his grandfather that day, he knew that the Ling family, the city lord of Thousand Mound City, was the second largest power in the region, just below the Jade Cicada sect. His family had an old ancestor in the middle Yuaning stage. This wasn't even the main reason why the Ling family could stay in control of Thousand Hills City. The real reason for this was that the Ling family's first-generation city lord had finally broken through the transformation spirit realm. He had upgraded the protective formation of Thousand Hills City to an upper grade of the Earth grade, and it was both offensive and defensive. As such, even forces that were several times more powerful than the Ling clan would find it difficult to take Thousand Hills City away from the Ling clan. It was also because of this reason that City Lord Ling and the Ling family's Yuaning ancestors almost never left Thousand Hills City and stayed within the city's formations all the time. Before Yue Jian spoke, he used his system to detect Ling Wu Sun's group of 6. Target, Ling Wu Hurt. Age, 73. Realm, Foundation Establishment Perfection. Spiritual Roots, Fire Earth Dual Spiritual Roots. Physique, Innate Absolute Yang Chakra Disease Body. Luck, Grey Doom. Not eligible for apprenticeship. Based on the memories of the ghost of the devourer, Yue Jian knew about the innate absolute yang vein. That was a genetic disease. Those who have this disease will pass it on 100% to the next generation. Boys have an absolute yang chakra and girls have an absolute yin chakra. When you're first born, there's nothing wrong with it because of the innate energy. However, as the innate energy dissipates, the fire of absolute yang will be born in the boy's body, burning the meridians, and the girl's body will give birth to absolute yin metaphysical ice, freezing the meridians. Therefore, it is extremely difficult for a person with this disease to live beyond the age of 10. From this, it could be seen that this Ling Wuwang city lord father should have aborted many children before finally having Ling Wuwang and Ling Yunfeng survive the 10-year calamity and grow up. As for the other 5 people shown by the system, 1 late Jindan stage, 1 mid Jindan stage, and 3 pre-Jindan stages, all of them were Grey Doom. It was because he saw the fortunes of the 5 that Yue Jian jumped out. Otherwise, he really didn't dare to offend this Ling Wuxian to death, because, although one was not afraid of him, the Yu family was in its sphere of influence. Moreover, the Ling family had the Thousand Qiu City Earth grade upper grade formation as a safeguard, and it wasn't like he could go to Thousand Qiu City and exterminate his family. At this moment, when Ling Wuxian saw that Yue Jian had the audacity to jump out and admit to being the one who had dual cultivated with Zheng Sini, he was instantly burning with jealousy and subconsciously shouted angrily, "Take that!" At that moment, the 4 Jindan guards moved at the same time and were about to strike at Yue Jian. Zhang Xinji was startled and drank delicately. "Stop!" And Yu Song, with a group of Yu family members, as well as some guests, were rushing here, ready to greet Ling Wuxian. Everyone was horrified at the sight of this scene. The Yu family was even more worried. At the same time, Yue Jian immediately ordered the 2 devils to disperse their divine sense pressure and apply it on Ling Wusun's group of 6. Buzz! All 6 of them were instantly shaken to their core and got down with a bang. Taking advantage of this moment, Yue Jian's arms skyrocketed out, instantly transforming into solid dragon claws, and lightning like slapping out one after another. Boom 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 boom. In a matter of moments, all 5 Jindan were slapped with broken tendons and plunged into the ground. Ling Wuxian, on the other hand, was grabbed by Yue Jian's right dragon claw. The air was suddenly quiet. A pin drop, as if time had stopped. The people present were all shocked. One by one, their eyes stared and their mouths opened, silently exclaiming in shock. This is the Yu family's Qilin child? Truly, too demonic. Genius. Absolute genius. He's a pre-Jindan stage against a late Jindan stage, plus 4 pre-intermediate Jindan stages, and he won in seconds. What kind of strength and talent is this? And grandfather Yu Song, shocked and happy, joyful. Grandson, this talent, that is simply heaven-defying. The future is unlimited. Worried, after offending the Ling family of Thousand Mound City, would the Yu family still be able to stay in the Thousand Mound mountain range? It seemed that the family would have to relocate to an extremely distant place. Yue Jian's adoptive parents, at this time, were inwardly complex. Could it be that Jian's true roots are related to the dragon clan? He should have awakened the dragon bloodline. That's why he's thinking about finding his real mother. Yue Jian, on the other hand, didn't kill the 5 Jindan, but only seriously injured them and lost their fighting strength. He really didn't dare to offend the Ling family to the death. At this time, Ling Wuxuan, who was pinched in Yue Jian's dragon claw, actually did not have the slightest fear, but instead laughed madly and angrily. Good, You're great. No wonder you're favored by Heart Lyric. If you have the guts, you can kill me. Stop. Stop. Let's have a talk. Fellow Daoist, have mercy. At this time, Shen Wanke, who was in the late Jindan stage, climbed out of the ground pit with great difficulty, and hurriedly pleaded for mercy when he saw this. Jindan cultivators could regenerate their broken limbs. Shen Wanke had exhausted his Jindan true essence as well as his origin to instantly recover from his injuries. Yue Jian turned towards Shen Wanke and ordered in an unquestionable manner. You, summon the Ling family and have its Yuaning ancestor and city lord Ling personally come over to collect the people. He was thinking of transferring the two out of the city, and it would naturally be good if they could talk it out. I believe that the other party should be reasonable as well. After all, it was Ling Wuxian who came to the door to cause trouble in the first place. If the negotiation is not good, then take the opportunity to kill that Yuanying elder and the city lord. The Ling family's power will naturally fall apart and will not threaten the Yu family anymore. With the two devils, he believed that he could kill a mid-Yuaning cultivator. If these two did not come, then Yue Jian intended to keep Ling Wuxian imprisoned as a hostage. Chapter 49, offering 10 million spirit stones to bond with me. Am I that valuable? Thousand Hill City. City Lord's Mansion. City Lord Ling Weifeng received Shen Wanke's summons and was shocked and angry in his heart. But soon, he calmed down. Since the other party is letting us go and claim the people, then Woundless shouldn't be in danger of losing his life for the time being. The other party, an early-stage Jindan, beat the 5 Jindan guards under Woundless in seconds. With this kind of talent and strength, his roots are bound to be extraordinary. Then, it's better to reconcile. And it was impossible for him and his old ancestor to leave Thousand Hills City, because this was the ancestral training. This was the root of securing the foundation. His Ling family had an exceptionally difficult time for their heir to reach adulthood due to the genetic disease of the congenital extinct vein. Thus, no matter what, he was unwilling to let this only adult son die. Ling Weifeng searched for a while, so he summoned his only adult daughter, Ling Yunfeng, to come and see him immediately. Fenger, bring enough spirit stones and valuable gifts. You must reconcile with the other party and save your brother. Yes, Lord Father, my daughter will never let anything happen to her brother. Ling Yunfeng walked out of the great hall, a hint of a mocking smile on her stunningly beautiful and flawless face as she thought, this beast of a brother finally kicked the iron plate. Very well, this is a good opportunity. Ling Yunfeng knew all too well about Ling Wuxian coveting herself, because Ling Wuxian had said it with her personally. Sister, our family's congenital extinct vein syndrome. Boys have an extinct yang vein, and girls have an extinct yin vein. I had thought, if a younger brother, with his absolute yang vein, combines with his sister, with her absolute yin vein, and gives birth to a child, will the child be a normal child? So, my brother sent his beloved to the Immortal Doctor's Hall to consult and ask if it was possible to neutralize the absolute yang vein and the absolute yin vein, and give birth to a normal child. Chief Immortal Dr. Zhang said that it's quite possible. Sister, let's abandon our ethics in order to lift this curse-like disease in our family. At that time, Ling Yunfeng was simply stunned when she heard this. She did not hesitate to angrily rebuke her brother and kick him out of the room. After that, she was married to the Taoiseach, and she loved her Taoiseach, Vincent Ing, very much. But after only 1 month of marriage, Wu Wensen went out of town on business and was attacked and killed. Wu Wensen, that's a Jindan cultivator. Ling Yunfeng wondered at that time, who were the forces that had the ability, motive, and guts to do this? After she secretly investigated, she confirmed that the one who killed her Daoist was her only adult biological brother, Ling Wuxian. Ling Yunfeng wanted to kill her brother so that she could not only avenge her husband's death, but also give herself a chance to become the next city lord. However, she knew her brother's position in her father's heart, and her brother's Jindan guards were never far away. Ling Yunfeng had no chance at all to kill her brother without a trace. So, she did the opposite, usually pretending to care very much about Ling Wuxian, even sometimes, allowing Ling Wuxian to make some slight ambiguous gestures towards herself, to confuse him with this and wait for an opportunity to strike. I, for one, must utilize that man and seize this opportunity. If killing with a borrowed knife doesn't work, I must also make that beast of a brother fall into madness. As the saying goes, if you want to make him die, you must first make him crazy. With her mind made up, Ling Yunfeng prepared 30 million spirit stones, along with many valuable gifts, and rushed to Turtle Mountain in a flying boat under the escort of a Jindan perfection and 3 Jindan late stage guards from the city lord's mansion. This Ling family, which had operated Thousand Mound City for more than 10,000 years, could be said to be as rich as a clan in terms of its accumulation. At Turtle Mountain, Yue Jian imprisoned Ling Wuxian and the other 6, all separately into Linglong Cave, confining them with formations, then came out and arched his hand to the group of guests. Let all of your friends and family be disturbed by this. It is really my Yue family that is not well taken care of. Latecomers here to make amends. I hope everyone do not take it to heart. The guests returned the salute in quick succession, and almost all of them, except for the closest relatives and elders, showed pleasing and fawning smiles. After Yusong greeted the guests and returned to the main courtyard, he came to find Yue Jian alone. Jane, after this, why don't we move our family? No need. Grandfather, you trust me to take care of this. I will never let the family fall into a crisis. Good. Grandfather believes you. However, it is better to resolve grievances than to tie them up. And in your heart, you must have a sense of proportion. Don't worry, grandfather. The child knows what's in his heart. It was at this moment that a flying boat was seen descending. A stunning beauty with an immaculate body flew out of the flying boat under the escort of 4 Jindan. The Turtle Mountain is not far from Thousand Hills City, only thousands of miles away. Thus, Ling Wufeng arrived very quickly. I, the daughter of the city lord of Thousand Mound City, Ling Yunfeng, meet you, fellow Daoist. Ling Yunfeng came to Yue Jian's front and politely saluted. My Ling family has an ancestral tradition that the city lord and the elemental infant ancestor are not allowed to leave Thousand Mound City. Please forgive me, fellow Daoist, and I, myself, can fully represent the Ling family. Yue Jian was shocked when he saw Ling Yunfeng. She, surprisingly, looked so much like her cousin, Xianyin. Yue Jian instantly thought of why that Ling Wuxian had to pester Zhang Xini. That pervert, for sure, is a sister controller with an impure heart, and it should still be a sickly sister control. Yue Jian suppressed the shock in his heart and immediately detected her with his system. Target, Ling Yunfeng, age, 84, realm, early Jindan stage, 5th level of Jindan, spiritual roots, ice, water, earth, triple spiritual roots, physique, innate Jain chakra disease body, luck, blue minor luck, not eligible for apprenticeship. Since the other party's elder ancestor and city lord did not come, Yue Jian's plan fell through and he could not help but frown slightly. But seeing as Ling Yunfeng was a small blue chi, then this might have two possibilities. For one thing, he had struck out on his own, but he couldn't help her. She should have her own cards. Secondly, one succeeds in making peace with her. Thus, Yue Jian arched his hand and said, I am Yue Jian, a member of the Yue family. I am also the sacred sun sequence of the vegetarian woman sect, Patriarch Fong Chin Tong, the only personal disciple grandson. He moved out his identity, naturally wanting to deter the other party so that they wouldn't dare to lay hands on the Yue family. Ling Yunfeng heart shocked. She would have expected Yue Jian, the origin must not be small, but did not expect the roots were so powerful. Soon, she changed from shock to joy, and secretly said in her heart, very well, it's just right to utilize him to make that beast of a brother fall into madness, only to hear Yue Jian continue. Today, is the day my Yue family feasts on guests, and your brother, coming uninvited, flaunted his arms, taking the lead. He wanted to tackle and kill me, only then did I step in, injure his guards, and bring him under control so that he wouldn't continue to go crazy and disturb the guests. Ling Yunfeng immediately took an attitude. This matter, indeed, is my brother's fault. Daoist friend's lesson is correct. I, Thousand Mound City, would like to make amends to fellow Daoist for my brother's unreasonable offense. Regarding the amount of compensation as well as the aftermath, I would like to discuss this with fellow Daoist alone. Yue Jian saw that she was quite sincere, so he invited her to enter the Linglong cave. The 4 Jindan guards brought by Ling Yunfeng naturally followed. Yue Jian didn't really care. Instead, Ling Yunfeng said, you guys, wait for me outside the cave first. I'll just go and discuss with fellow Daoist you myself. Yes, the Jindan guards agreed in unison. Thus, Yue Jian and Ling Yunfeng, the two of them, walked into the Linglong cave. Fellow Daoist you, is my brother and his guards all imprisoned in this cave? Ling Yunfeng asked with her divine sense. Yue Jian replied matter-of-factly, not bad. Ling Yunfeng asked again, then will they be able to hear us when we speak? Yue Jian was a bit surprised and said, so do you want them to be able to hear, or not? For now, don't want them to hear. Could be. Yue Jian punched out a few spells, and the cave formation immediately shielded Ling Wuxian and the others. Yu Ling 2 people came to the main house, divided into guests and masters sat down. Ling Yunfeng opened the door and said, I would like to redeem my brother for 10 million spirit stones. There is also a thin gift for fellow Daoist. After that, both of us can sign a blood contract of equality, and this matter will end here. What do you think, fellow Daoist? She said, handing over 5 storage rings with no prohibitions to Yue Jian. A small gift, no honor. Yue Jian received it and was delighted in his heart, still very satisfied with Ling Yunfeng's sincerity. Within it, 100,000 pounds of yellow-grade top-grade cloud pattern frost and snow spirit rice, 10,000 000 pounds of yellow grade top grade spirit plant purple spirit potatoes, 10,000 pounds of various types of ordinary medicinal herbs, 1000 Mound City Lord's Office Heaven grade VIP jade tag, 5 earth grade jade tags. These, to Yue Jian, were of little value, but to the Yue family, it was an excellent resource. Plus 10 million spirit stones. There is also a contract of equality to ensure that there are no worries. Yue Jian was already quite satisfied in his heart. Since the other party was straightforward, Yue Jian didn't take the opportunity to knock on the door. So he said, fellow Daoist is full of sincerity, and I am not a person who is unforgiving. Let's follow what fellow Daoist says. Ling Yunfeng spread her face and smiled, like a snow lotus blooming, and added, in addition to that, I would like to make a deal with you, fellow Daoist. Yue Jian was curious. Oh, what kind of deal? Ling Yunfeng did not have the slightest bit of shyness or reserve, and said in a very normal tone, I would like to offer another 10 million spirit stones to make an immortal bond with fellow Daoist. Is that alright? Yue Jian was stunned in his heart, secretly saying, oh, am I that valuable? But seeing Ling Yunfeng's stunningly beautiful posture, her immaculate body was icy and her breasts were full and rounded to the point of being the stunning face that was 7 or 8% similar to her cousin Zhang Xini, coupled with an even more noble temperament than her cousin. This made Yue Jian very excited. Yue Jian convinced himself in his mind, this is just a transaction, equivalent to her whoring me out. It shouldn't be tainted with the word love. So he nodded and said, deal. Chapter 50, Sister's Heart. Brother's Breakdown. Seeing that Yue Jian had agreed to form an immortal bond, Ling Yunfeng's heart rejoiced and she once again made her request. At the time of the immortal bond, I have another special request. Go ahead, Yue Jian said with a wave of his hand. Ling Yunfeng let out a fake cough and said, that is, unshield my brother. As soon as Yue Jian heard these words, he immediately felt only a wave of reverse blood rushing straight to his head. No wonder, 10 million spirit stones will be given. Expensive. Expensive right here. Soon, he guessed Ling Yunfeng's mind. Sister, wanting to kill her brother's heart. Moreover, wanting her brother, in the future, to take the initiative to mess with me, that will most likely be killed by me. Yue Jian immediately hesitated, because, that would likely be a disaster for the Yue family. The Yue family, is his soft underbelly. Seeing Yue Jian hesitate, Ling Yunfeng said, I, for one, am willing to add another 10 million spirit stones, and I guarantee that, as far as I can, I will keep the Yue family safe. However, you must present the matter of our immortal bond as a condition to release my brother because you coveted my beauty. At this time Yue Jian has calmed down. He pretended to drink tea for a moment of reflection, put down the teacup and said, then I'll be blunt. The purpose of fellow Daoist is not that you really want to form an immortal bond with me, merely wanting to put your brother's heart to death. Then why don't we just put on a show? There's no need to actually make an immortal bond. After he calmed down, he felt that it should be inaccurate to define the matter as being hoard. Still, he was afraid that he would be so impressed by his financial and colorful hands that he would fall in love with this woman. If one's love interest is caught up in the other party's unethical entanglements, or even in case that beastly brother gets his way, this must lead to a future love affair that is very dangerous, right? In addition, Yue Jian didn't know Ling Yunfeng's true inner thoughts. Therefore, at this critical moment, Yue Jian beat a retreat. When Ling Yunfeng was politely rejected, a trace of shame of being disliked flooded her heart, and she fiercely pinched her teacup, and said with a fake smile, what? Fellow Daoist Yue, is this not seeing me as a vulgar powder? Yue Jian said matter-of-factly, fellow Daoist Ling has an immaculate body, icy muscles and jade bones, and is as beautiful as a heavenly fairy. No one can be qualified to dislike your beauty. However, this human heart of mine is not strong, and the mundane thoughts in my heart have never been removed. Once I have skin-to-skin contact with you, it's inevitable that I'll develop feelings. In the future, I shall have one more love disaster, and your purpose doesn't have to be really that, to be attained. Hearing him say this, Ling Yunfeng agreed in her heart and thought more highly of him, so she nodded and said, alright then, let's just play. Need so. Thus, Yue Jian lifted the shielding on Ling Wuxian's room. However, it made it impossible for his voice and divine sense to penetrate, and he could only hear the sounds coming in from the outside. The two began to act out. Yue Jian said frivolously, fellow Daoist Ling, you look like my cousin, quite similar. I, below, would like to make an immortal bond with fellow Daoist, and have a kiss. How about it? Ling Yunfeng acted. No way. In my heart, there is only my late husband. I would never, ever do something that would taint my love for my late husband. Ling Wuxian, who was confined in the room, couldn't believe his ears when he heard this, and was shocked and angry in his heart. Chow, you're still thinking about my sister. My sister is mine, only mine, bastard. Ling Wuxian, will kill you. For sure. I only heard Yue Jian continue. Since you are unwilling, then please return. Even if you, Thousand Mound City, offer more spirit stones, I will not release the person who offended me. Because, I don't lack spirit stones at all. That's fine then, but at most, 1 hour. Ling Yunfeng continued to act. Hearing that his sister had actually agreed for her own sake, Ling Wuxian only felt an incomparable stabbing pain in his heart, like 10,000 ants gnawing at him. Bastard! You kill me! Kill me! Don't touch my sister! Ling Wuxian let out a hiss. However, he realized that his voice echoed in the room and could not be transmitted out at all. However, I heard Yue Jian say in dissatisfaction, 1 hour? Not enough. There are almost 3 hours left before my Yu family's dinner. Then, let's take 3 hours as the limit. How about that? Ling Wuhuang instantly despaired. Beast 1 hour is not even enough. Also asked for 3 hours, only to hear Ling Yunfeng let out a helpless sigh. Alright, just follow Dao Yu. 3 hours, just 3 hours. Then, Ling Wuxian heard unpleasant sounds. This kind of sickly moaning, as well as the rhythmic sound of rich beats, really lasted for nearly 3 hours. At the end, only Ling Yunfeng said intimately, Senior brother, can we maintain our immortal bond for a long time? Ling Wuxian lost her heart to the extreme. Before, she could still say that her sister had no choice but to save herself. These 3 hours down, even took the initiative to ask for a long-term hold, and also intimately called others senior brother. Yue Jian continued to act. Senior sister, you were reluctant before. Why, are you so proactive now? Ling Yunfeng said. Senior brother, senior sister is very satisfied with your pure young sacred body. I realized that I have fallen in love with you. Ling Wuhuang could no longer endure it, and a mouthful of blood spurted out wildly as he fell softly to the ground. Not long after, Ling Wuxian, who was cloaked in hair and shaped like a demented person, was released from the cave by Yue Jian. His essence had fallen to its limit. Ling Yunfeng was very satisfied in her heart, but on the surface, she was unusually concerned. Brother, it's alright. Sister will take you back to the city and home. Ling Wuhert gave his sister a dull look and laughed. Go home. Sister is mine, can only be mine. At this moment, in his heart, a voice appeared. Cultivate that demonic power. Only by becoming truly strong can you truly possess your sister. He had acquired a batch of relic resources many years ago, and among them was a technique called Demon Yin Soul 10,000 Flower Pupil. That required forcibly cultivating with the controlled cultivator in a specific formation, gathering her divine soul into one of her eyes. The practitioner, then, refines that cultivator's eyes and fuses them into his own. Of course, if the practitioner is a female cultivator, then the practicing material is a male cultivator. Fusing 10,000 of them, the magic Yin Soul 10,000 flower pupil will be accomplished. With 10,000 compound eye pupils, and in each compound eye pupil, there is a Yin Soul. Ling Wuxian knew that this technique was extremely sinister and evil. As a man with a distinguished family and honorable status, how could he possibly cultivate this kind of devilish technique? But at this moment, he was eager to cultivate and rapidly increase his strength. At this moment, Ling Yunfeng pretended to let out a sigh of pain and personally fed a god condensing pill to Ling Wuxian. Then, Ling Yunfeng and the 9 Jindans, with Ling Wuxian in tow, left in a flying boat. At this moment, the dinner party was about to begin. Yue Jian shook his head with a complicated mood and flew towards the main courtyard dinner scene. It had to be said that Yue Jian was quite satisfied with Ling Yunfeng. Perhaps it was that special atmosphere that made him. During the dinner, many Yu family members and friends, who had never met before, frequently toasted Yue Jian. Yue Jian were all very polite, and the wine went down to the cup. Just as the guests and hosts were enjoying themselves, a majestic female voice cut through the night sky. I am the peak master of the Qishi Peak of the Jade Cicada sect of the Tianqi Mountain. All people on this mountain, quickly assemble in the central clearing at the top of the mountain. There shall be no mistakes. All were shocked and could only do as they were told. You have to know that the Jade Cicada sect is a first-class sect in Kyushu except for the 3 ancient sects, and it is still the absolute overlord of the 100,000 miles of the Thousand Hills mountain range. Who dares to disobey the words of its peak master? Yue Jian's heart was also shaken, and he only felt a million surprises, but he heard the other party, and his tone was not good. What the hell? What's going on? What's all this fuss about? Zhang Xinji, on the other hand, was extremely surprised, because she was the inner disciple of Qishi Peak. At that moment, everyone went out of the cave and all gathered at the central clearing on top of the mountain, looking up, only to see in the air, 5 Jade Cicada sect members, like fairies on the ground, stood in the air. Beautiful. Zhang Xinin immediately flew up and paid his respects through the air. Disciple Zhang Xinin, greetings to Peak Master Senior Sister. Peak Master Yue Frost was slightly surprised. This inner disciple, why was he called Peak Master Senior Sister? But soon, she sensed Zhang Xinji's aura. You successfully formed a Dan? Back to Senior Sister. Exactly. Forming the 6 lines upper grade Jin Dan, Zhang Xinji said with slight pride. Yue Frost nodded approvingly. Not bad. You are here to attend this Yu family banquet? Precisely. Senior Sister's aunt is the head of the Yu family's 4th house, Zhang Xinji said matter-of-factly. Yue Frost said, you should stand aside. This seat still has business to attend to, and at the same time, Yue Jian, with his system, detected the 5 people high in the air. What shocked him was that there were 2 of them, who were exceptionally gifted. Target, Green Lotus, Chapter 51, Exposure of Offense, accused of being an evil demon. Target, Green Lotus, age, 39, realm, late foundation stage. Spiritual roots, Waterwood double spiritual roots. Physique, Yin-Yang purple electricity heavy pupil. 9 orifices Linglong heart. Luck, black luck. Not eligible for apprenticeship. Target, Green Lotus, age, 39, realm, late foundation stage. Spiritual roots, Waterwood double spiritual roots. Physique, Cave of White Eyes, 9 orifices of Linglong heart. Luck, black luck. Not eligible for apprenticeship. As for the other 3, the Peak Master Yue Frost was a perfect Jindan, and the 2 Peak Elders, Deerseeker and Mu Qinglin, were both in the late Jindan stage. Moreover, all of them were black robbing luck. Looking at this group of stunningly beautiful unsullied bodies, Yue Jian was astonished in his heart. They, in the end, what kind of unlucky things have they encountered? They are actually all black robbing luck. At the same time, the people from the Canopy Demon cult's Thousand Hills Hall were on top of a peak in the distance, and Dio Badian, a Canopy Western envoy in the late Yuaning stage, had laid down a boundary to conceal all of his aura. Thus, the people from the Jade Cicada sect, including Yue Jian and the others, did not notice the presence of Dio Badian and the others, while Yue Jian was detecting the Jade Cicada sect's arrivals with his system. The Jade Cicada sect's Qing he was also observing the people gathered below with his cave white eyes. Soon enough, Xinghua made a discovery. She boldly pointed at Yue Jian and transmitted her divine sense. Master, that person is the evil demon who first picked and then killed nearly 100 women. Yue Jian was only stunned when she pointed at him. He thought, what are you pointing at me for? Just then, he saw Peak Master Yue Frost pointing at himself as well, ordering without pause. You, stay. The rest of you, disperse. When the Yu family saw that Yue Jian was left alone, they were reluctant to leave because they were concerned, or Yue Jian himself, persuading them to leave. Luckily, they had seen the strength of Yue Jian, who had defeated the 5 major Jindan of Thousand Hills City in seconds with the power of 1 man, so, it wasn't too much of a worry. They all left as they were told. That being said, they couldn't help when it really came down to it. Soon, in the central open space, only Yue Jian was left alone. Of course, Zhang Xinji, who was a disciple of the Jade Cicada sect, was also there. However, she was with Yue Frost and the others, standing together, only to see Yue Frost take out 8 storage bags containing corpses and sternly questioned, "This item, is it yours?" Yue Jian was shocked in his heart. It's over. The scandal is going to be exposed. I have sunk it into the bottom of the Tsuelio River. How come they still found it? Is it really Heaven's Net is not a leak? He immediately thought of the twins' special eyes. Soon, Yue Jian calmed down, because, when he punished the Tian clan's women at that time, he was casting the second heavy sky covering technique, so beat yourself to death to admit it. Otherwise, the reputation is ruined. In the future, how would he face his Yu family relatives, and the master disciples and others? Will they think that they are evil demons? Thus, Yue Jian flatly denied, "This is not mine." At this time, Yue Frost and the 2 Peak Elders landed down and surrounded Yue Jian in the center in a triangle, preventing him from escaping. Yue Frost snorted coldly and drank. Still want to deny it? Here, you say it. The reason why they didn't make a move as soon as they came up was because they had 90% certainty that Yue Jian was the evil demon. But deduction was always deduction. The Jade Cicada sect acted decently and didn't want to leave behind false accusations. Then, Xinhua pointed to the Chui Lu River at the bottom of the mountain and said, 2 days ago, I was at the bottom of the river and found a sword with these storage bags bound to it. After fishing it up, I used a secret method and learned that within it, there were all female corpses. Among them, there were 79, and the corpses possessed the same persons. That spirit fluid. Those corpses without the spirit fluid either look aged or unattractive. There is no doubt that the 79, all of them, were first insulted and then killed, and the other un-American 19 were killed outright. Therefore, we deduced that the evil demon that did this was bound to be a pure yang sacred body. Otherwise, it's impossible to have that much spiritual liquid in a short period of time. In addition, The prohibition on the storage bag was laid by a cultivator of the pre-Jindan stage, and with my cavernous white eyes, I discovered that you are precisely in the pre-Jindan stage, and that you are a pure yang sacred body. With her white eyes, she could even see the chakra within other people's bodies. Oh no! It was the operation of true essence that she could see clearly, so naturally, she could tell that Yue Jian was a pure yang sacred body. Further, in the past 2 days we ascertained that it was you who exterminated the Tian family, and those corpses are mostly Tian family women. Biashan Frost offered up her flying sword and looked at Yue Jian with contempt, scolding, "What else do you have to say?" Yue Jian pretended to be puzzled and looked like he was wronged, saying, "The Tian family, it's true that I exterminated them, but the Tian family woman, I sold her to a passing Jindan cultivator. The Tian family has done many evil things, so it's not too much to ask that I return the favor and sell the Tian family's women, right?" At that moment, Yue Jian told the Tian family's old ancestor, Tian Yaoyang, and his first grandson, Tian Mingguang, about being the outer disciples of the devil sect, as well as the matter of the Tian family's tribute to the canopy devil sect's furnace cauldron. It is now, of the 30 or so women I rescued, all of them still have more than 10 people in the mansion. 2 of them are still chi practicing female cultivators. If you don't believe me, call them out and confront them face to face. Yue Jian just defended himself and did not report his identity, because in case he was not cleared of suspicion, this kind of scandal would be degrading to the clan. One must know that those 2 little girls, with their special eyes or their 9-knuckle hearts, could very well recognize their own sky shadowing technique. White Ash's Frost was slightly shaken, only to hear Cheng Yi add, "It can't be that coincidental that the one who just happened to pass by to buy away the Tian family members is the same as you, and is a pure yang sacred body, and is at the early stage of Jindan." Yue Jian retorted, "It's not only the pure yang sacred body that can have that much true yang in a short period of time. Some Dan yang, spiritual materials, and secret methods can do this. For example, the harmony sex harmony scatter, the yin yang sex yin yang 100 whip pills, the demon sex method of simmering battle, the dragon clan's dragon pearls, and so on, can all do this. Because of the Jade Cicada clan members, they did not rely on dual cultivation, so it was somewhat unfamiliar to this field. But seeing that Yue Jian was talking about it in a serious manner, he thought that it should be true. At this time, Zhang Xini spoke, "Peak Master's sister, I believe that my cousin is in no way an evil demon. Let's do it this way. Show me the storage bag. I can tell if it was my cousin's doing or not." The prohibition of the storage bag had been erased by the 5 White Ashes Frosts, who had combined their efforts. As a result, the others were able to inspect it with their divine sense as well. White Ashes Frost was surprised. "How can you tell the difference?" Zhang Xinji's face slightly reddened and blushed. "My disciple was able to form the upper grade Jindan thanks to my cousin's help, because she couldn't name the divine Qi Dao technique. She could only say so, cultivating the divine Qi Dao skill. God, Qi, Dao, and intent, all intermingled. She naturally knew Yue Jian's breath. Besides, she thought that with her own beauty, she hadn't even made her cousin's heart flutter. How could her cousin do such a thing? Good." Without much hesitation, Bai Ashen Frost handed the 8 corpse-loaded storage bags to Zhang Xinin. Zhang Xini's divine sense probed in and frowned when he saw the many female corpses. This caused Yue Jian's heart to tighten as he secretly said, "Could it be that the sky-covering technique is useless? Killing to silence? It's impossible to kill even the cousin." In an instant, many thoughts flashed through Yue Jian's mind. Fortunately, Zhang Xini said with certainty, "Peak Master's sister." Senior sister concluded that this was never my cousin's doing. The one in the corpse is by no means my cousin's. Yue Jian let out a fierce sigh of relief, his heart fluking. Good thing, there's the sky-covering technique. At the same time, he decided in his heart that in the future, this kind of thing could never be done again. Even if the other party was an enemy, he could not do it, because, once this kind of thing comes to light, it's ugly. At this point, Bai Ashen Frost had already believed 70 to 80% of it. However, Cheng Hua spoke again. "Is there a possibility that it is he, by some secret method, who has changed his breath? Is there still a possibility that Uncle Zhang is harboring his cousin?" Yue Jian really wanted to slap that little girl to death with a dragon claw. "No one will take you for a mute if you don't speak." Chapter 52, The 5 Jade Cicada Women with All Black Luck of Robbery. Yue Ashen Frost couldn't tell if Yue Jian was an evil demon after hearing what Cheng said. So he said, "How about this? You return to Tianqi Mountain with us. You will be interrogated by the elder Yuanying ancestor." Yue Jian was furious and drank. "I respect that you guys are anxious and righteous and are practicing the right way. Therefore, only then did I patiently explain with you. Don't think I'm so good-tempered that I'm at your mercy." Yue Ashen Frost's majesty was provoked, and his aura rose steeply. "Arrogant. Then let this seat see where you get your backbone from," said the man, about to make a move. But how could he be as fast as Yue Jian? The two devils in Yue Jian's sea of consciousness immediately sent out their divine sense pressure, instantly enveloping all 5 people of the Jade Cicada sect. Buzz. Except for Yue Frost, the other 4 were all pressed down, unable to move, and Yue Frost, too, appeared briefly disoriented. However, in this instant, he was immediately grabbed by Yue Jian's solid dragon claws that surged out to grab his body, leaving only his head outside. 3 Jindan and 2 Foundation establishment were subdued in an instant. Zhang Xinji, who was on the side, said in alarm, "Cousin, show mercy." Yue Jian naturally couldn't possibly kill them. That being said, there were nearly 10 cultivators of the Jade Cicada sect who were Yuaning or above, so there was no need for him to make a life and death feud with them. Thus, Yue Jian gave his cousin a reassuring look and said to Yue Frost, "You want to see my bottom line? Now, is it clear? Hard power. That's my bottom line." Yue Frost was horrified in his heart and felt immensely humiliated. His face was hit with a fiery pain. But what puzzled her was that what she had just endured was the divine sense pressure of 2 Yuaning? How was this possible? Yue Frost snorted coldly as he listened to Yue Jian's face-slapping words, twisting his head to the side in silence. She really had nothing to say. "I only heard Yue Jian say again, if I were really an evil demon, I could have taken your 5 unsullied bodies, harvested them first and then killed them, and extinguished your mouths. Even if we take a 10,000 steps back and say, it's really true that I insulted and then killed those nearly 100 Tian clan women, that's also revenge for my cousin. Even if it's a bit too much, what does it matter to your Jade Cicada sect? And on what basis? Do you call me an evil demon? Now, I'll ask you again, am I an evil demon? If you still think I'm an evil demon, I don't mind being evil to you." Yue Frost wasn't a cutie pie. She knew that some people had strange tempers. For example, when he is wrongly accused, he doesn't try to set the record straight. Instead, he favors doing down what you have wronged him to keep himself from being wronged. Therefore, if one still said that he was an evil demon, then he would, most likely, target the 5 of them to transform into evil demons. Thus, she said in a humiliated manner, "Fellow Daoist, we were mistaken. You are not an evil demon." Only then did Yue Jian cause the 2 ghosts to withdraw their divine sense, and at the same time let go of Yue Frost, coldly saying, "Goodbye. In the future, don't be a bit too bright, don't wrong a good person." All 5 of them felt that they had lost face and turned red in the face and were silent. They left in a state of disarray, led by Yue Frost, in a state of disarray, in a state of gray. Looking at the back of the 5 people flying away, Yue Jian then detected with the system and found that they were still all black robbing luck. Yue Jian couldn't help but feel a stirring in his heart. I've spared them, so why is it still black hijack luck? Then, it can only mean that their robotic luck has nothing to do with me. And Yue Jian, in turn, would love to blitz replicate those 2 sisters' special eyes. Can't get past the review because there are a lot of problems with the previous article. I'm going to make some changes and then resume updating. Chapter 53, Jade Cicada's 5 girls targeted by the Canopy Demon Sect. And Yue Jian, in turn, would love to blitz replicate those 2 sisters' special eyes. So, in his heart, he thought, how about, I follow them and see what kind of fortune is being robbed. If possible, I'll wait for an opportunity to save them and negotiate a deal to take those twins as disciples. In Yue Jian's thought, these 5 people's black robotic luck would most likely be fulfilled before they returned to the sect. Because of this period of time, they stayed together. They could look at a whole body, which made their chi the same. Thinking so, Yue Jian then used the system to detect it. Sure enough, it was found that they were all transformed from black robotic luck to gray doom. Their chi is moving in a good direction, and it seems that their idea of following along will make a difference in their destiny, and that should be correct. So, he said to Zhang Xinji, "Cousin, go back to the banquet first and tell my grandfather what happened here, so that they won't worry." "What about you?" Zhang Xinji asked in surprise. Yue Jian said indifferently, "I'll give them a ride." Zhang Xin word heart was shocked. Immediately will be the wrong meaning, pulling Yue Jian's hand, shaking and begging, "Good cousin, you just look at my face. Spare the peak master them." "Cousin, you've misunderstood. I am escorting them on a journey, not sending them to meet the king of hell. It's because I sensed that their chi was out of place, and I was afraid that they would be in danger. Besides, they are your fellow disciples, cousin, so how could I possibly kill them?" Yue Jian explained sincerely. Zhang Xini saw that he did not seem to be faking, and his heart was relieved. "After I leave, ask grandfather to immediately turn on the mountain protection formation," Yue Jian instructed. Zhang Xin word nodded. "Good." At the same time, far away at the peak of Jianshanzi, the group of canopy devils hidden within the boundary were waiting for the order from the western envoy Diao Badian. Diao Badian said, "Change the target. Give up Turtle Mountain and choose those 5 female cultivators of the Jade Cicada sect. Jia. This seat, has never tasted an unsullied body before. This time, it's 5 people. Great. Hallmaster Tang Jianming bowed and said, my subordinate obeys. I'll bring someone to capture those 5 women and offer them to your excellency. Good. This seat will be at the back, pressing for you and the others. Well, bring me my middle-grade weapon, the Jinyue star-shattering hammer. Also, this returning phaseless void formation disc, bring it along as well. Diao Badian was determined to obtain the 5 stunningly beautiful unsullied bodies, so he took out 2 items. He wouldn't go easy on himself for fear that the traces of the battle would expose his whereabouts and attract the experts of the righteous path to surround him. Tang Jianming was overjoyed. With these 2 items, my subordinate will not dishonor his orders and will be foolproof. By the way, Lord West Envoy, my subordinate specializes in the compulsion path. If I were to put the harmony compulsion on them, would it affect your ability to stay in the battle and take tonic, Lord West Envoy? There's no effect. That's rather a help. You can use it as much as you want. Diao Baishan's eyes were shining. With an expectant look, he stroked his beard and smiled. Above the Jade Cicada sex flying boat, the 5 people were all disheveled, all silent and unmotivated to talk. At this time, the night sky was like the sea, the flowing clouds were like whales, and the stars were bright. Qing He and Qing Lian, the 2 sisters used their arms as pillows, lying on top of the deck, looking up at the starry sky. Qing Lian really couldn't bear such depression, so she opened her mouth and said, Sister, do you think that the one who insulted and then killed the Tian family's daughters would be that Yue Jian? Qing He disheveled. So what if it is? So what if it isn't? He spared our lives and said that even if he did it, what does it have to do with us? We can't beat him, and there's no hard evidence. Actually, there's something I can't figure out. Assuming it was him, if he had just killed the women, we would have just assumed that it was nothing and instead praised him for getting rid of the evil, but he picked before he killed. Why would we think he was evil? Qinglian thought for a moment and said, actually, this matter should be able to be broken down a bit. My sister thinks that if he kills to make good because he has insulted, he is evil. For his purpose is to humiliate, and to kill is to make good. If you are going to kill someone because you are supposed to, make use of it before you kill. I think that it is not impossible, because his purpose is to kill. Insulting people is just in passing. Qingyi's willow brows gently frowned. Sister, I'm afraid that's not a good thing to say, because, once an excuse is found for his evilness, then, the bottom line of his killing will become lower and lower. For example, you scolded him. By common sense, the most he can do is teach you a lesson. But if it's as you say, he simply decides to kill you. If he's going to kill you anyway, he'll simply insult you in passing before doing so. In the middle of saying that, Qinghua suddenly realized that something was wrong. Immediately, he exclaimed, behind them, there is a flying boat that has hidden its tracks with a formation and is speedily chasing after them. Ah, their flying boat is bigger and faster. It's already within 10 miles. Thinking about changing the settings, I'll definitely resume updating, because there's still so much left in the inventory. It won't be wasted. Chapter 54, the 5 Jade Cicada girls fall into the harmony compulsion, falling into the hands of the devil sect. Hearing Qing He signaling the alarm, the crowd was alarmed, and they all went up to the deck and looked back. But apart from Qing was blank stare. The other 4 couldn't see anything. Qinglian's heavy pupil, which was the yin-yang purple electricity heavy pupil, was not able to see through formation invisibility from a distance. Her 2 pupils, one yin and one yang, the yin and the yang, are called thunder, and can emit extremely strong purple electricity that can break certain physical defenses and penetrate certain spell defenses. Therefore, her heavy pupil favored attacks, and Qinghua's white eyes favored probing aids. It was at this moment that Qingyi once again exclaimed, they're already approaching, offering an earth-based giant hammer. Master quickly steer the flying boat to turn the corner, but at the moment, it was too late. Just see a giant hammer, sacrificed to conceal the formation, seemingly out of thin air in general. The wind skyrocketed, emitting earth yellow light, straight to the Jade Cicada sect of the flying boat tail impact. The momentum of thunder, unstoppable power, buzz. The giant hammer broke through the flying boat's protective formation, and the hammer smashed hard on top of the boat's body. This flying boat was just an ordinary small flying boat. Even though Yuashin Frost was not short of spirit stones as the head of a peak, he still had to be economical in everything. With 5 people, it was certainly not suitable to consume a large amount of spirit stones to travel in a battleship-class flying boat. She also didn't expect to be attacked in this 1,000-mound mountain range as a person of the hegemonic power. Boom! Only heard a loud bang. The Jade Cicada sect flying boat burst open. Space stone and telescopic wood and other materials, all into crumbs. Ah! Quickly escape with your sword. Go! The 5 women immediately flew away from the wreckage. Yuashin Frostfeet suddenly appeared under the flying sword, instantly multiplied hundreds and thousands of times, to the true essence of the Qinglian and Qinghe, pulling on the flying sword. As for Elder Deerseeker and Mu Qinglin, they were each flying with their swords. Jia, beauty. Without a flying boat, what's the point of fleeing? Why don't you obediently go with the seat to have a good time? Tang Jianming smiled smugly. At this time, the flying boat of the Canopy Demon sect had lifted its cloaking status. Under Yuashan Frost's divine sense, he secretly said that it was not good and screamed in his heart. It's over. It's the Canopy Demon cult, a total of 5 Jindans, the highest cultivator on the other side, although one middle realm below my realm, has a middle-grade treasure weapon in his hand. At most, I'm on par with him, but I'm powerless to protect the Green Lotus. Moreover, with their other 4 Jindan, plus a group of foundation builders, and the speed and formations of the flying boat, Elder Deer and Elder Mu definitely won't be able to resist. Yuashan Frost didn't dare to think about it. If captured by the Canopy Devil cult, the probability is that there is only one outcome, to be boiled to death by rounds of battle. Shoo! The speed of the flying boat was by no means comparable to an ordinary flying sword, and Yuashan Frost was quickly caught up. Tang Jianming laughed out loud as he once again offered up the middle-grade treasure weapon Jinyue Star-Shattering Hammer and slammed it towards Yuashan Frost. Yuashan Frost's beautiful face suddenly changed, and she quickly formed a seal, and a wooden defense spell. Sangmu Withered Vine Technique was cast out. Buzz! Only to see the Jindan true essence in her body surging out wildly, instantly forming a pale wood shadow behind her. Layers upon layers, shadows upon shadows, blocking on top of that giant hammer's bombardment route. At this moment, Qing He reminded, Master, passive defense is not a solution. Although the flying boat is fast, the elevation of height is not as flexible as a flying sword. We should flee upwards and downwards. Yuashan Frost did not answer. How did she not know about this section? Isn't that the time to find an opening? At that moment, the giant hammer blasted into the Sangmu Withered Vine Technique constructed by the wood system True Essence. Wow! The pale wood jungle was able to block the Jinyu Shattering Star Hammer. Moreover, in the jungle, countless vines were born, winding towards the giant hammer, wrestling with each other. Although it was a mid-grade treasure weapon, its attributes were grand, and Tang Jianming was one middle realm lower. Therefore, it was evenly matched for a short period of time. However, Yuashan Frost consumed more and was at a disadvantage. Before Yuashan Frost could breathe a sigh of relief, only to hear Qing He exclaim once again, Master, it's not good. There's a large group of butterfly-like parasites that have bypassed your Sangmu jungle and are attacking from below. Yuashan Frost's divine sense was originally all focused on that defense spell, and when reminded by Qing he immediately dispersed his divine sense. It's over. It's the harmony compulsion. Yuashan Frost's heart went cold. At this moment, she even wanted to kill the 2 protodisciples before blowing herself up. She was even afraid she would be insulted if she left her body behind. At this moment, Yuashan Frost was doing his best to defend that middle-grade treasure weapon, and was simply unable to defend against the harmony compass that was attacking from below. At that moment, Jinglian inspired the yin-yang purple electricity heavy pupil. Only her 2 pupils instantly closed in the center. In her right eye, a purple aura immediately blossomed with brilliance. Sound of a sustained bolt of purple lightning sparked out. It was like a long whip of lightning. That purple electricity swept back and forth, destroying countless acacia butterfly parasites. Tang Jianming Jie laughed. Girl, you're very good. A mere foundation establishment, and you can rely on your natural aptitude to destroy my compulsion. After you are captured and the adults finish fighting you, this seat will definitely be the first to fight you next. Qinglian was furious and hated her. Although her heavy pupil purple electricity was powerful, those acacia butterfly compasses were just too many, so densely packed that she simply couldn't defend against them all. Finally, a few harmony compasses flew close to the 3 of them, and between the swings of their wings, a dense pink mist of compulsion spread out. It quickly enveloped the 3. Ha. Compelled. Above the flying boat, a group of devil followers laughed freely, as well as being able to imagine how much of a wave these 3 immaculate female cultivators, who were as beautiful as heavenly fairies, were going to be later on. Tang Jianming was overjoyed and drank. Don't worry about them, go after the other 2. Just turn around and pick up the bodies. Mu Qinglin and Deerseeker were even more unable to resist, and it didn't take long for them to be hit by Tang Jianming's harmony compulsion. Not long ago, the 5 women were all caught on the flying boat, all tied up. Each of them had a fixation talisman affixed to their heads, so they couldn't move at all. A devil called Jindan Elder, at this point, could not hold back and wanted to go forward to touch Yuashan Frost's plump breasts. Yuashan Frost closed his eyes in humiliation, regretting everything. Just now, why didn't I kill Qingli and Qinghe and destroy their corpses before blowing myself up? Fortunately, Tang Jianming spoke out to stop it. Stop, don't get a man's breath on you, for fear of displeasing the Western minister. That Jindan Elder's salty pig's hand paused in the air and laughed lewdly. Hall Master, What's wrong with letting me touch it? Isn't it good to cast a purification spell after touching it? Tang Jianming cursed angrily. Bastard. It's highly likely that Lord Western Envoy is, in all likelihood, following right behind us to press on. He paused, and then said wistfully, when Lord West Envoy has fought enough, we will fight one by one according to our positions and merits, and then it will not be too late to fight one by one. Everyone who goes to war this time will have a share. That Jindan elder, who then withdrew his hand with regret, suddenly thought of the 8 storage bags that he had seized from Yue Jian Frost, so he took one out of it and simmered the body of the battle right above the deck. In public, the Canopy Demon sex method of simmering battles also had the technique of simmering corpses. Jade Cicada 5 women see his face hideous. Riding on top of the corpse uttered the appearance of horror to the extreme. Scared a few want to faint, and cannot help but nausea and dry vomiting up. In their hearts, they cursed, demons, hungry ghosts, simply not human. Therefore, they regretted even more, just now. Why didn't they blow themselves up? What miserable fate will come next for people like yourself? And the congregation listened to the hall master adult meaning. Everyone has a share, simply excited to the extreme. But I'm afraid of the West make adult. Will all of them boil battle to death into skin and bones? Then boil corpse skill can't use, it's not good. The 5 Jade Cicada women, however, were desperate and regretful. By now, their bodies were red and itchy, and endless invisible flames of desire erupted in spurts from within their bodies. Fortunately, the Jade Cicada Sutra that they cultivated was very capable of stabilizing their minds, so none of the 5 women were disoriented and lost their minds. Chapter 55, facing the 5 women who have been poisoned by the acacia compulsion alone. When the 5 women were in despair, they only saw a long rainbow appearing in front of the flying boat, coming straight through. Xinghua, who possessed white eyes, was the first to see it, and hope flared up in her dead heart, saying in surprise, "It's him, Yue Jian of Turtle Mountain." It turned out that after the 5 women left, Yue Jian inserted a forbidden god hairpin on his head to defend against the detection of Jindan's divine awareness. He also performed the sky covering technique to conceal his movements. Then he used the rainbow sword to fly far behind. Based on the changes in air currents in the air, he sensed that there was another flying boat that was hiding its movements and chasing after it. Thus, he deliberately pulled away to prevent being discovered. Because, he didn't know what kind of people were on top of that hidden flying boat, until he saw the flying boat of the Canopy Devil cult reveal its hide, launched an attack, and captured all 5 women. Thus, Yue Jian took out the flying dazzling talisman light cone, stepped on the flying rainbow sword, and flew towards the Canopy Demon sex flying boat shield with the royal sword. The flying dazzling rune light cone emitted brilliant runic light, spinning at great speed and rushing towards the protective formation boundary like a white rainbow. "Break it for me!" Yue Jian roared. Buzz. Before Tang Jianming had the chance to offer his Xinyu-shattering star hammer, Yue Jian broke through the shield and rushed into the flying boat. Tang Jianming also reacted very quickly, and immediately released the acacia butterfly compass, densely packed, swarming towards Yue Jian. Yue Jian's pure yang sacred body was not afraid of the harmony compass naturally, as it restrained in eviline fury and in poisoning spell. But he's sick of that stuff. Then the huge vermilion birdwing dharma phase behind his back unfolded, and the second level of pseudo Nanmingli fire blazed. Both wings lightly waved, and 2 waves of fire swept forward. The fire was surging with the momentum of the wind. Boom, boom. All the acacia butterfly parasites were instantly turned into flying ash. 7 or 8 Foundation Establishment devil cultivators were instantly wrapped in flames and burned to a crisp with miserable screams. This was only the second level of the pseudo Nanmingli fire. If it was the true Nanmingli fire, it would not be burnt to a crisp, but would instantly turn into nothingness. At the same time, the 2 devils' divine sense pressure spread out at the same time. A group of devil followers have lost their concentration, lying down on the deck. The 5 Jade Cicada female cultivators were surprised, happy, embarrassed, and groundless, with complex expressions. They didn't know whether Yue Jian was good or bad, even if Yue Jian was also an evil demon. But they thought that it was 100 times better to be picked up by Yue Jian alone than to be boiled to death by many demonic believers in turn, and the body would continue to be humiliated. Moreover, they were hit by the acacia compulsion, burning with desire, and at this time, they even had some hope that they would be taken away by Yue Jian to mend. At this moment, Yue Jian Frost did not care about losing face, and hurriedly said, "We, all of us, have been hit by the harmony compulsion, and the essence blood of that parasite casting cultivator can lift the harmony compulsion. Please also ask fellow Taoist Yu." Before he finished speaking, he saw Yue Jian's face change drastically. This was because, through the conscious connection with the ghost of the devourer, Yue Jian knew that an extremely powerful flying sword was coming towards him. Not good. Late stage yuaning. Yue Jian was shocked in his heart. He could not think more, and immediately cast Xuanwu Water Shield, and at the same time, he released the devouring ghost by Shi Jing. Bai Lingshuang offered the lower-grade treasure weapon, the Moon Powder Frostflower Sword, in a quick and incomparable manner. Those 12 Ice Spirit Cold Light Swords, Yue Jian had returned them to Bai Lingshuang after the battle with Jun Wuya had ended. Therefore, Bai Lingshuang could only use the Lunar Frostflower Sword. Hum. A sound of gold and iron clashing resounded through the sky. The Moonpulse Frostflower Sword and Diaobation's Extreme Shadow Gold Sword clashed together in an even match. Immediately afterward, Diaobation's figure appeared in the distance on the side of the flying boat. Yue Jian took the opportunity to detect him with the system. Target, Diobatian. Age, 381. Realm, Late Yuaning Stage. Third level of Dan Chang. Spiritual Roots, Gold Earth Dual Spiritual Roots. Chakra, White Universal Luck. Not eligible for apprenticeship. Yue Jian immediately decided that he could not fight this person to the death, because he was White Puja Luck. He could definitely not kill him or seriously injure him. Otherwise, he should be Black Hijack Luck or Grey Doom. Diaobation's blow was blocked. His flying sword had lost its power of impact, and it was difficult to break through the dual defense of the Xuanwu Water Shield and Bai Lingshuang's Lunar Phenomenon Frost Flower Sword. Therefore, he recalled the Extreme Shadow Sword. In his heart, he was quite surprised. A small pre-Jindan stage, actually casting 2 different attribute bloodline divine abilities in a row, as well as a late-stage Yuaning Devourer to protect him. What exactly is this kid's origin? At the same time, on top of the flying boat, apart from Yue Jian and the Devourer, everyone else was pushed off the flying boat by the Xuanwu Water Shield, because his water shield, from within the Xuanwu spine, spread out in all directions, and without distinguishing between the enemy and himself, eventually forming a huge shield sphere. Therefore, the group of demonic followers who were suppressed by their divine sense, as well as the 5 women of the Jade Cicada, were all pushed out by the spreading Xuanwu Water Shield. The 5 women were in free fall, plummeting downward because they were tied up and had been labeled with a fixation talisman. The Jindan cultivator Flesh of Yuashan Frost and the 2 elders would definitely not fall to their deaths, but Qinglian and Qinghe, the 2 foundation builders, that might not be possible. If their heads went down and they happened to fall on an extremely hard rock, they would definitely fall to their deaths. And Yue Jian had traveled here in order to try to bludgeon a copy of the 2 women's special eyes. Therefore, Yue Jian didn't want that pair of twins to die, so he unfolded his vermilion bird wings and flew down to chase after them at great speed. Soon, Yue Jian chased after the 5 women from top to bottom, and the entity dragon claws soared out, grabbing left and right. In a matter of moments, he grabbed all 5 of them in his claws, 2 left and 3 right, then it descended downwards. Meanwhile, high up in the sky, a group of devils were all flying back to the flying boat without the ghost of the devil's divine sense pressure. Even Diaobatian boarded the flying boat and said unhappily, "Let's go." This trip was a waste of time. He saw that Yue Jian had performed 3 different attributes of bloodline aptitude in a row, which was extremely odd, and was guarded by a late-stage Yuaning Devourer, which was by no means something that could be taken down in a short period of time. As for the 5 women of the Jade Cicada sect, they would surely send a message to the sect, and would soon call for the support of the Yuaning ancestors. Therefore, he didn't want to fight with Yue Jian to the death. Seeing that Lord Western Envoy was displeased, Tang Jianming panicked in his heart and immediately stepped forward, fawning and smiling. "My lord, it's not like there's nothing to gain. You see, this was searched from the Jade Cicada female cultivator." With that, he took out 8 storage bags. Tang Jianming's divine sense probed in. His expression slightly improved, and he selected more than 10 from them, placing them into his storage ring. Lightly, he said, "The 6th level of the law of boiling battle. There is also an advanced corpse boiling technique." And when Yue Jian saw the people of the Canopy Demon sect leave, he had no intention of pursuing them at all. A late-stage Yuaning cultivator is not that good to kill, and besides, Diaobation's chi is displayed as White Puyun. Suddenly, Yue Jian's mind moved. Later on, why don't I send the soul-searching Tianming Wang about the location of the Canopy Demon sect's Thousand Hills Hall to Yuashan Frost with my divine thoughts? She will definitely report it to the Jade Cicada sect Patriarch and go to exterminate it. Why do I need to do it myself? Yue Jian grabbed the 5 women and landed on top of a mountain peak, setting them down, ripping off the fixation talisman, and striking the ropes with his true essence. Thanks. Yuashan Frost said with heartfelt gratitude. If it wasn't for Yue Jian, the consequences would have been simply unimaginable. Yue Jian waved his hand to stop and said, "You have all been hit by the harmony compulsion. As far as I know, to cure the compulsion, there are 3 methods. For one thing, it's obviously no longer possible to use the blood of the person who casts the parasites to cure them. Secondly, with men, that, you know, but I, for one, am not willing to take advantage of a man. Third, take the pure yang holy body of that pure yang antidote. I, on the other hand, happen to be a pure yang saint body. Do you choose 2 or 3? These methods of solving the parasites naturally came from the memories of the ghost of the devourer. To be honest, it would be a lie to say that he wasn't moved when he was faced with 5 stunning women with unsullied bodies. He had also thought about giving only the option of 2 before. This was also 90% of the options in the novels he had read in his previous life. But reason, after all, triumphs over instinct and desire. Human beings, after all, are a multiple contradiction. It's not a question of whether or not one's personality is in tatters, but often, it's just a matter of thought. 10 days in a small dark room, finally seeing the light of day. Chapter 56, Relieving the Acacia Compulsion for the 5 Jade Cicada Female Cultivators. Hearing Yue Jian say the 2 options available, the 5 women were so shy that their faces were flushed and dainty. Due to the erotic poison of the acacia compulsion, it made them instinctively want to choose 2. With Yue Jian, relieve the compulsion. However, it was fortunate that the Jade Cicada Sutra they practiced had the effect of calming the mind and awakening the spirit, so their basic sanity was still there. If they were ordinary cultivators, they should have already torn their clothes at this moment. Yue Frost only felt groundless and suffocated. It was only with great perseverance that she humiliatingly said, "We choose 3, please, fellow Daoist, bestow the antidote." Yue Jian said with a straight face, "I have conditions, please also be straightforward, fellow Daoist." Yue Frost said helplessly. Yue Jian pointed at Qinglian and Qinghe, and said, "I want you to, for the time being, dissolve your master-disciple relationship with them, then let them worship me as their master." Without waiting for Yue Jian to finish, Yue Frost flatly refused. "Absolutely not. If it's a big deal, we'll summon the clan and insist that the clan comes to take us back." Yue Jian teasingly sneered. "For one, even if you guys are picked up, how can you cure the poison? You still have to find someone to double cultivate to cure the poison. Secondly, if you don't agree to the terms, will I still guard you all? It's not like I owe you guys anything. Without my guardianship, are you not afraid that the people of the Canopy Demon sect will go and return, capture you, and simmer to death in battle?" Hearing this, the 5 women all winced. Even if there was only a 1 in a million chance, they wouldn't dare to take the risk. I only heard Yue Jian continue. "Thirdly, you vetoed my words before I could even finish them. Is this the politeness with which you treat me, your savior?" Yue Frost's face showed shame and sincerely apologized. "It's my fault, I shouldn't have interrupted the benefactor." Yue Jian's face cleared up a little as he said, "I said earlier that after I let them worship me as their master, I will dissolve the master-disciple relationship with them on the spot, and they can just worship you as their master again. Don't ask me why. That's the condition." The 5 women were all a little confused, not knowing what kind of trick Yue Jian was playing, but Yue Jian had said in advance not to ask. Thus, Yue Frost nodded and said, "Just follow Unkong." From his storage ring, Yue Jian took out a teacup, then he pointed at Qinghe and said, "You, follow me to get the antidote." Qinghe's face immediately red, coy, reluctant to move. Yue Jian said angrily, "Could it be that I can take out the antidote myself? Didn't you suspect my cousin of harboring me? Now, I'll let you test it yourself, to see if my antidote is the same as the one in the corpses of that group of Tian clan women." In Yue Jian's heart, he did hate this Qinghe. Several times, he had almost brought his own ugly things to light. Now, it was just time to give her a little revenge. Yue Frost let out a helpless sigh and said in a low voice, "Qinghe, go. Ngong is right. We can only fetch the medicine by ourselves. Think about it, if it weren't for Ngong, how miserable would we be at this time?" Qinghe's cheeks were so red that they were almost dripping blood. Seeing everyone looking at her expectantly, she was bellyaching in her mind. "It has to be one of us to fetch the medicine. Why does it have to be me? Uncle Dear Seeker has a Taoist partner. Wouldn't it be more appropriate for her to go?" It was something she was too embarrassed to say. So, she put her heart on the line, stood up, and followed Yue Jian to the back of a mountain rock. After an incense stick, the 2 turned back. Yue Jian handed the cup to Yue Frost. Yue Frost looked at the teacup full of antidote and was so ashamed and angry that she mumbled, Gong, can you turn around and don't look at us taking the medicine, okay?" "Of course," Yue Jian said and turned around. All 4 passed their teacups and all took the antidote. The last to take the medicine was Qinglian. She kept some and handed it to Qinghe. "Sister, here." Qinghua didn't take it and said, I've already taken it." Qinglian was surprised. The cup was just full. "When did you take it?" Qinghua, dying of shame, sat against the stone and buried her head on top of her joined knees. "Sister, just don't ask, okay?" Yue Jian mischievously answered for her. Qinghe didn't use the cup. "Moreover, I didn't force her. It was her who took the initiative to take the medicine early because she was anxious to take the medicine to cure the poison due to the poisoning. Don't you think so, Greenhorn?" Qinghe was on the verge of crying. Please stop," Yue Jian favored to say. "By the way, Qinghe, After the verification of your cavernous white eyes, has my cousin harbored me? Of those Tianjia female corpses, are they mine? No. I'm sorry, it was my mistake. You spare me, eunuch. Qinghe hadn't dared to raise his head and begged in a small voice. A few moments later, the poison of the 5 women was dissolved, and everything returned to normal. Thus, as Yue Jian had said, Yuashan Frost dissolved the master-disciple relationship with Qingli and Qinghe. Yue Jian immediately tested them again with the system. Sure enough, it became, the conditions for accepting an apprentice are met. Yue Jian was overjoyed and immediately asked them to worship her. Ding! Congratulations to the host, accepting Qinglian as his disciple. Reward top-grade treasure weapon, yin-yang purple electricity symbol, twin symbols clash, emitting purple electricity and thunder. Textbook, silent purple thunder technique, middle grade. The host can choose one of them and blitz copy Qinglian's talent. Purple electricity heavy pupil, 9 orifices Linglong heart. Yue Jian was overjoyed in his heart. Consciousness chose expectantly. I'll go with the purple electricity heavy pupil. Ding! Copy successful. No storms were triggered, and you gained switchable purple electricity heavy pupils. Without triggering the blast, Yue Jian had a slight regret in his heart, but this heavy pupil could be switched, which was also a benefit. Otherwise, it still looks a little weird. Ding! Congratulations to the host, accepting Qinghe as his disciple. Reward medium-grade treasure, miles of mirror tubes. Textbook issued, divine blank eye technique, celestial grade upper grade. The host can choose one of them and blitz copy Qinghe's talent. Cave white eyes, 9 orifices Linglong heart. Yue Jian consciousness immediately chose. I choose cave void white eyes. Ding! Copy successful. Triggering a blast. You obtain switchable divine blank eyes. Self-gifted aptitude, cave blank eyes, seal flash. Yue Jian felt it briefly and was ecstatic in his heart. Because of that natural talent aptitude seal flash, as long as it was within the range of vision of the white eyes, one could white eyes mark the location of the void and then travel through the void and flash over. This was equivalent to a small range instantaneous transfer, as the field of vision of the white eyes was not large, only 10 miles. The beauty of it was that the cooldown time of this divine ability was a bit long. Performing it once would almost exhaust the white eye's origin power, and it would need to be restored to more than 90% before it could be performed again. But Yue Jian was already quite satisfied. At this moment, Yue Jian got what he wanted. As for the merit technique, he would naturally not grant it to the 2 temporary disciples. Then he looked at Qinglian and Qinghe, who were kneeling on the ground, and said, "All right, now, Master dissolves the master-disciple relationship with you. You may worship Peak Master Yu as your master again." The 2 women were like amnesties, turning around and worshipping Yuashan Frost again. Yuashan Frost and the 2 elders were a bit speechless, only thinking that Yue Jian was playing a childish game of blindfolding. With this matter out of the way, Yue Jian spoke of another matter. Peak Master Yu, I have another matter that I would like to ask for your help. Yuashan Frost politely said, as long as I am able to do so, I will certainly be obliged. Yue Jian said, I would like to request for a 10,000 years forgetful blue lotus root. Soon, he will be refining the 10 havoc spirit shattering pill for his little sister. And the 10,000 years forgetfulness lotus root and its lotus heart is one of the main ingredients. Yuashan Frost didn't hesitate to say, why do I need to beg for it? I will gift you a plant as a thank you for your great favor. Yue Jian waved his hand to stop, before the favor. Your 2 disciples to worship has been written off. The end of karma. This 10,000 years of forgetfulness blue lotus root, as many spirit stones as it deserves. Seeing Yue Jian's insistence, Yuashan Frost said, within our Jade Cicada sect, exchanging this item requires more than 2 million contribution values. Fellow Taoist will just give 2 million spirit stones. 3 million, Yue Jian hammered out. If it's possible, I'll send you back to the clan and trade on the way. He knew that contribution points were generally more valuable than spirit stones. He didn't lack spirit stones now, and he didn't want to owe the other party a favor. Okay, Yuashan Frost said with a complicated expression. In her thoughts, Yue Jian's great favor of saving her life had not been repaid by herself. On top of the fire cloud boat flying to the Jade Cicada sect, Yue Jian egged on. Peak Master Yu, do you want to find the Canopy Demon sect and avenge today's hatred? Naturally, Yuashan Frost's face showed hatred as he gritted his teeth. Yue Jian laughed. I had searched the soul of that Tian family's first grandson, and he had been captured and taken as a hostage in the hall. Therefore, I know the location of the Thousand Hills Hall. With that said, Yue Jian pointed a finger attached to a divine idea, pointing it at the center of Yuashan Frost's eyebrow. Chapter 57 Mother was once a Mahayana powerhouse. Coming to the Jade Cicada sect of Tianqi Mountain, no twists and turns rose. Yue Jian paid 3 million spirit stones that night and obtained a 10,000 years forgetful blue lotus root. As for Yuashan Frost, he gave Yue Jian 1,000 unsullied silver carp, which were packed in a water spirit beast bag. The water in the bag is the water of the heavenly pond, which ensures the survival of the tainted silver carp. Fellow Daoist Yu, this unsullied spirit carp is extremely tasty, but you, as a man, can definitely not eat too much of it. Otherwise, your breasts will change and even produce male spirit milk. Jane Yu, it was the break of dawn when we returned to Kamehameha Mountain. In the Linglong cave, Yue Jian once again took out the baby hat, crib, and swaddling clothes left behind by his adoptive parents when they picked him up. He examined it closely with the cavernous gaze of his white eyes, and still found no suspicions. It's necessary to check that flying boat again, Yue Jian searched in his mind. So, after dawn, Yue Jian went to the main courtyard to find his grandfather, got the flying boat, and sacrificed it on top of the open space outside the cave, multiplying it into its original form. Yue Jian squinted his left eye and switched his right eye to God's blank eye, performing cave gaze, only in its pupil-less eyes. Countless tiny runes flickered and moved at extreme speeds, just like the movement of molecules under a microscope. At that moment, the entire internal structure of the flying boat, as well as the internal microcosm of all the materials, were all presented in Yue Jian's mind. At first glance, he was shocked in his heart. This flying boat is actually an ordinary flying boat that has been disguised by an array, while in reality, it is a flying boat of extremely high grade. According to the Devourer's memory, Yue Jian knew that the structural keel of that flying boat was all made of Rui Dragon Spinewood, while the other materials were all infiltrated with Void Star Sand. That Rui Dragon Spinewood, not only can it be sized like 1,000,000 times, it can also automatically repair damage. Suddenly, Yue Jian once again discovered the end, only to see a conch amongst the Rui Dragon Spinewood of the flying boat's keel. Ah, isn't that the little conch that mother stored back then? Yue Jian's heart shook as he finally found a useful clue. So, he transformed into a dragon claw, and with one finger, he gouged out the small conch. Yue Jian deduced that the scene should be that his mother had driven the conch into the Rui Dragon Spinewood, and after that, the wood automatically repaired itself, so it wrapped the conch inside. Just as the person who was shot in a previous life didn't remove the bullet and that bullet existed in his body after he healed, Yue Jian got the conch and immediately probed it with his divine sense, but he found that there was an extremely powerful restriction on it, and he was unable to probe into it at all. The two devils were ordered to determine that this prohibition, at least, was set by a cultivator above the level of God realization. Yue Jian was shocked beyond words, so with his white eyes, he cast cave gaze and looked inside the conch. Only within it, there were 3 layers of space. The first layer was equivalent to a storage space. In addition to some common cultivation resources within it, there were surprisingly more than 10,000 extremely high-quality spirit stones, magic treasures, high-level talismans, and some unrecognizable high-end spirit medicines. Yue Jianxin said, "There are so many things in here that are indeed only useful to a great power above the level of God transformation." He also saw a jade tablet in it. On the front of the jade tablet, the words Red Dust Island Delusional Ruins were engraved. On the back were the words Cosmos Forbidden Divine Realm. According to the Devourer's memories, Yue Jian knew that place was one of the passes in the boundary sea that must be passed through between the 9 states to the East Extreme Domain. In order to reach the East Extreme Domain from Kyushu, or to return to Kyushu from the East Extreme Domain, one must pass through the secret passageway of the Cosmos Forbidden Divine Domain. After entering, no matter what realm, one would be suppressed into an ordinary mortal. All Dan talismans, weapon formations, etc., all invalid, and one could not cultivate within it. Hence, it is called Cosmos. It was for this reason that the great powers of the East Pole Domain rarely return to Kyushu. This was because when passing through the Cosmos Forbidden Divine Domain, even a Mahayana cultivator would have little advantage, and it was possible to be beaten to death by a group of mortal martial artists. Yue Jian was puzzled in his heart. Could it be that my mother is a great power from the East Extreme Domain? That's not right. The strength she displayed at that time should have been Jin Dan strength. At most, it would only be Yuan Ing strength. There was too little information for Yue Jian to deduce anything useful. At that time, he was just a baby with a small range of vision, and he was not quite sure what realm his mother was actually in. Thus, he cast cave gaze again and looked toward the second level. The second level was a vast sea, tens of thousands of miles in circumference, without any land. But there was the space above the sea, where the spiritual chi was rich. With his white eyes, he penetrated his gaze into the sea and saw that there were fish, shrimp, turtles, crabs and other sea creatures in the seawater. It was really too big, and his white eye vision was too small compared to the vast ocean. So after getting a general idea, he looked towards the third level. Buzz. Suddenly, he only felt a tingling pain in his divine sense, and the divine ability of cave void gazing was dispersed at once. At the same time, blood flowed out of Yue Jian's white eyes, stinging incomparably. Yue Jian couldn't help but let out an ah and immediately closed his eyes to heal. His heart said, in the future, This white eyes can't be looked at indiscriminately. That third layer, not only is it impervious, but it also counters. It took a while before Yue Jian opened his eyes again. He was helpless in his heart and put the conch into his storage ring. The goodies within it can be seen, touched, and moreover removed. At the same time, the underwater world of the second layer of the Tsunghai sea snail, next to a clump of fiery red coral, a stunningly beautiful woman, like a mermaid, sat on the back of a giant turtle at the bottom of the sea with her eyes closed. Suddenly, she violently opened her eyes and said in shock, "There is actually someone who sensed the door of return in my Tsunghai Ming conch. Could it be that the shark race has obtained the Tsunghai Ming conch? Humph, even if you have obtained the Kanghai conch, but the prohibition on it was set when I was in the Mahayana realm. You guys will never be able to break it. Then let's consume it. When I recultivate to Yuaning perfection, I will be able to briefly withstand that off-water suffocation curse, then I will kill my way out. Alas, I don't know if that son of mine has survived." Thinking so, she used her divine sense to penetrate through the restriction she had set up, wanting to probe the situation outside. However, the divine sense was unable to penetrate out. She searched her heart and said, "Tsunghai Ming snail, it shouldn't still be in the Rui dragon spinewood, right? I don't think so. Or else how could someone have sensed the gate of returning to the ruins just now? My divine sense can't penetrate it. So perhaps it was put into a storage treasure by the person who got the Kanghai conch." This woman, named Duan Fibrous Dust, more than 2,000 years ago, failed to ascend in the east extreme region, losing her physical body, leaving only her Yuan Shen, reduced to a loose immortal. As a loose immortal, one would experience a loose immortal revenge every 1,000 years, and it would be stronger than ever. Duan Xian Duan had gone through 2 loose immortal robberies and concluded that he definitely couldn't withstand the next one. So, she worked hard and finally came up with a way to deceive the heavenly Tao. That was to enter the cosmos' forbidden divine realm and obtain a mortal flesh body. In this secret realm, cultivators with physical bodies would be suppressed into mortals. Those without physical bodies would coalesce a temporary mortal physical body. However, when leaving the forbidden god's domain, the temporary physical body would disintegrate, except for one case, that of carrying a fetus. As long as there is a fetus in the womb, the temporary physical body will not disintegrate for the time being, and will wait until 100 days after the birth of the child. From this point of view, the heavenly Tao is not absolutely heartless, and this law of protecting new life is very compassionate. Not only does it allow you to give birth to a new life, but it also gives you 100 days of breastfeeding. Thus, Duan Fibrous Dust spent a large sum of money to prepare a special forbidden talisman that could be used at the second level of Qi cultivation, the fetal breath life suppressing talisman, as well as the great returning nirvana pill, which could allow Yuaning cultivators to reconstruct their physical bodies, and a large amount of low-ranked cultivation resources. The fetal breath life suppressing talisman can seal a fetus in the womb for 60 years, allowing it to stop growing for 60 years without cutting off its vitality. Once Duan Fiankin was ready, he entered the cosmos forbidden god realm from the extreme east domain, to obtain a temporary mortal flesh body. She finds a random man she still sees fit to unite with and conceive a fetus. Then, she exited the cosmos forbidden divine realm from the west, and on top of an uninhabited deserted island with no spiritual veins in the eastern sea of the 9 regions, she began to recultivate in her mortal body, relying on the pre-prepared low-ranked cultivation resources. In just 1 month, she reached the second level of Qi practicing, so she used the fetal breath life suppressing talisman on the fetus in her body. In this way, she had 60 years, as long as one recultivates to Yuaning within this 60-year period. When one gives birth to a child and takes the Great Return Nirvana elixir during the 100-day breastfeeding period, one will be able to reconstruct one's physical body. Duan Fishan really succeeded, and in the 59th year, he was able to cultivate to Yuaning once again, and it looked as if he would be able to obtain a new life. Chapter 58, Revenge in the Xue Family. In the 59th year, Duan Fiankin had once again cultivated to Yuaning, and it looked like he would be able to obtain a new life. However, when she was crossing the Yuaning tribulation, she used the ancient treasure Kanghai conch in order to protect the fetus in her womb. This was immediately sensed by the sharks. Thus, the East Sea shark race came out in full force to hunt down Duan Fiankin, to seize her Tsunghai Ming snail, because, in the ancient times, the Tsunghai Ming snail is the most precious treasure of the sailor clan, and every generation of the sailor clan's patriarch has taken the recovery of the Tsunghai Ming snail as their greatest mission. As for Duan Fibrous Dust, it was the Kanghai conch that was obtained in the returning ruins mysterious realm when he was in the harmonization realm before the tribulation. Duan Fianchuan escaped from a bitter battle and came to the continent of Kyushu, fleeing all the way to the northwest, because the farther away from the sea, the weaker the sharks will be. During the escape, the 60-year period of the fetal breath life suppressing talisman expired, the seal was lifted, and the fetus in the womb began to grow. Finally, On top of the fleeing flying boat, Duan Fianchuan gave birth to a child and encountered the shark pursuers chasing after him. Duan Fiberglass had to release her flying boat and leave the boat to break the back. A bloody battle was fought to repel the pursuers, but she was also hit by a shark's suffocation from water curse. Thus, she continuously doused herself with seawater from the Songhai sea snail, while flying with her sword to go after the flying boat she had released. Luckily, it caught up, and by then her newborn son was not in an accident and was asleep. She doused herself with seawater, which was only a temporary solution that required constant consumption of true essence as well as the power of her divine soul. At this point, she had already reached her limit. If she didn't soak in the water any longer, she would soon die. Therefore, Duan Fibrous Dust adjusted the landing location of the flying boat to ensure that there was a high probability that her son would be picked up. The reason why she chose to land under the Yue family mountain was because she didn't see any fury or hostility in the Yue family mountain, so she thought that it should be a house of virtuous cultivation. Besides, she didn't have much of a choice at that time. After she very reluctantly gave a kiss on the sleeping baby's face, she then drove the Kanghai conch into the Rui dragon spine wood of the flying boat's keel, and then drilled herself in, soaking in the sea to resist the curse so far, because once you leave the seawater, that asphyxiation from water curse will kick in. As for the Songhai Ming snail, it was also wrapped in the automatically repaired Rui dragon spine wood, and the divine sense could not penetrate into it. The reason why Duan Fiankan had to hide the Kanghai conch beforehand was because he was afraid that the sharks would seek it out again, and if he saw that Songhai conch, his own son would surely be killed as well. Secondly, the person who picked up his son would not be worried about bringing calamity because of the Kanghai snail, and would only treat his son as if he were an ordinary cultivator's orphan. In the Songhai sea snail, Duan Jianchen took the Great Return Nirvana Dan and successfully reconstructed her physical body, truly getting a new life. However, the curse of asphyxiation away from water was not solved, and she could only stay in that Songhai Ming conch all the time. The matters at Yue Jian's home had basically been dealt with, but he wasn't going to leave today. He still wanted to wait for the results of the Jade Cicada sex trip to exterminate the demonic sect. Thousand Hills Hall. In the afternoon, Yuashin Frost sent a message, saying that except for the escape of Diaobadian, the western envoy of the canopy, all the other devils had been eliminated, and through soul searching, he knew the information of all the hidden outer disciples in the region, and was now purging them one by one. It seems that there is no threat to the Yue family. It's just a pity that Diaobadian escaped. No wonder the system showed before that his chi wasn't a doom and gloom robbery. Although Yue Jian felt regret, he was also relieved. Thinking about it, that Diaobadian, at least a late-stage Yuaning ancestor, couldn't have come specifically to retaliate against the Yue family and caused to reveal the lineage sect. Yue Jian searched his mind. It's time to head to the southern border of Great Yong. On this trip to the southern border, we'll pass through the Turnip Cloud Mountains in the southwest of Daeong. Xue Gang's family, the Xue family, is in Turnip Cloud Mountain. By the way, take the revenge of robbing my Heavenly Thunder bamboo 3 years ago and almost killing me, as well as with Feng Jinglan that humiliated me. Take revenge. Yue Jian walked out of the Linglong cave mansion and was about to go and say goodbye to all the elders when he saw his cousin, Zhang Seni, come curling up. Cousin, didn't you say the other day that there's a technique for cultivating divine sense called the Great Yin and Sun practicing divine skill, which needs to be cultivated under the conditions of the sun and the moon? Zhang Xinji said shyly. Yeah, then look at. Zhang Xinji pointed to the east and then to the west. I could only see the dawn rising in the east, and the remnants of the sun like blood in the west. Yue Jian's heart stirred. Cousin, are you trying to cultivate the Tai-Yin sun god refining technique with me? Aha! Zhang Seni bathed in the haze of light, making her even more delicate and beautiful. Thus, Yue Jian pointed a finger attached to the Gongfu divine idea at Zhang Seni's polished and frosty eyebrow. This was still a subsidiary Gong method of the Tao of harmony of all things and divine Qi, which did not require physical contact. It was not until the last ray of sunlight disappeared into the western sky that Yue Jian and Zhang Seni ended their cultivation. Yue Jian's divine soul was baptized by both the sun and moonflower, and obviously felt much stronger. Concerned, he asked Zhang Xinji, cousin, how do you feel? Zhang Xinji was excited and thrilled to the point of excitement. Cousin, before this, I wouldn't even dare to think that there could be a technique to enhance the divine soul so quickly. Yue Jian smiled. This gong, a person can also cultivate it. However, it cannot be done when the sun and the moon are shining together, and can only absorb the moonlight or sunlight alone. Well, I understand. It was getting dark, but as a Jindan cultivator's itinerary, day and night were not usually considered. So, Yue Jian bid farewell to the elders of his family, took Bai Lingshuang with him, and drove the fire cloud boat, wearing stars and the moon, to the west. Yue Jian left an ordinary flying boat for his family. He put away the high-quality flying boat that his mother had released at the time and disguised. The third day broke. The morning light was bright and the sun was rising. The fire cloud boat then arrived at the western foothills workshop of Turnip Cloud Mountain. After asking around in the marketplace, Yue Jian went directly to Chui Ping Ridge, where the Xue family was located, sacrificing the Linglong cave and placing Bai Lingshuang into it. Yue Jian used the flying spinning talisman light cone to break through the mountain protection formation, and first executed the first white tiger roaring avatar to demonstrate his strength and shock the crowd of Xue family members. Only then did he shout, "Everyone in the Xue family, come out to meet me quickly." Not long after, a terrified Xue family member gathered. Yue Jian coldly said, "Don't worry, I don't have any enmity with your Xue family. I only have enmity with Xue Barge of your family. Who can contact Xue Trespass?" A crowd of Xue family members looked at each other. The head of the family pre-Jindan cultivator Xue Gang, cowering forward, respectfully arching his hand, innocently said, "Seniors, the disaster is not as bad as the family Na, but also please seniors." Yue Jian was too lazy to listen to his blind pussyfooting around. His dragon claw probed out and grabbed him. "In this seat, there is no such article. I'm a person who loves the house and hates the house. I don't mind going after his family as long as I can make my enemy suffer. That said, you are a family, so you should be able to share your blessings in disasters, so don't give me that. Woe is not as good as family." Xue Gang was horrified beyond measure, and immediately said, "I will send a message to Barge Child." Not long after, Xue Bang's voice came from the Jade Talisman, "Second uncle, what's wrong?" Jie. Yue Jian deliberately laughed sinisterly. "Xue Bang, I didn't think it was me. We set out to discuss life and death, but you borrowed the red dust experience to leave the sect. You're just a fake Dan cultivator with no future, and you have a bull heart. Give me an idea of how soon you can make it home?" Xue Gang begged for mercy. "Senior brother, you, spare me. You are now the Patriarch's disciple and grandson, the sacred son sequence, so just treat me as a fart and let go." Yue Jian was unmoved and said indifferently, "Don't talk about these useful and useless things. You robbed me of the heavenly thunder bamboo and almost killed me, and after that, you even came to humiliate me on purpose with Feng Jinglan that, if I don't take this revenge, how can my thoughts be clear? In this way, starting today, I'll start killing from your closest relatives. Within 3 days, kill one person a day, on the 4th day, kill one person an hour, on the 5th day, exterminate the clan. I don't believe that you can't make it back in 5 days. Xue Gang was horrified and begged, "Don't, senior brother, you, I'll be a dog and a slave for you, okay? Please, let my family go." Yue Jian thought briefly, said, "You give me as a dog as a slave, can only offset the revenge of almost killing me in the beginning. You and that together, come to humiliate me, how to count?" There was silence in the Jade Talisman for a while before Xue Chang's humiliated voice came, "Senior brother, you, do you think there are any women from my Xue family who barely fit into your eyes? Let them be your stoves." This kind of woman from an enemy's family would not be able to generate affection for Yue Jian, because the original intention was different. Then, Yue Jian said, "You, then, return to the sect immediately. After I return, I will let you sign the blood contract talisman. Otherwise, this account is not over." "Yes, Master." Chapter 59 Chung Xiuya begins to calculate. Yue Jian stayed in the Xue family for 5 days, and was somewhat delighted to be served by the groveling and slavishly elaborate service of the Xue family. After avenging the humiliation of Xue Barge and Feng Jinglan, he took Bai Lingshuang and continued east. He had already collected 113 of the mixed truine of his Yin-Yang Harmony mixed Yuan infinite technique. Yue Jian heart is very happy, if according to the method, will be more than 100 mixed Yuan, used to condense the soul, the probability of the soul, to enhance the breakthrough to the level of the middle Jindan. However, Yue Jian didn't do so, because there were other ways to break through the mid-stage Chengdan realm, and there was no need to waste such a valuable card. These mixed elements, he wanted to continue to accumulate and contain them in his acupoints, and use them when he made the most crucial Great Realm breakthrough. When Yue Jian arrived and joined up with the Qi Practicing Support Army's Dao Protector Corps, the battle line had already pushed out of the Daong border to the northern border of Dai. It turned out that the Vegetarian Women's Sect Qi Practicing Support Army, led by the Dao Protector Corps, had arrived at the front line a few days ago. Beiqing, who had comprehended all of the 4 elephant sacred laws to the first degree, and had the battle armor and spirit weapon tailored by the vegetable woman sex weaponry Dao Peak, shone brightly and strongly crushed the opposing Qi practicing cultivator, which was nothing short of a descending blow. On that day, Daong stabilized its position, and on the second day, it made a big counterattack, all the way as if it were a bamboo, destroying it. The enemy's high-ranking cultivator, who wanted to lay a black hand on Beiqing, did not seek any opportunity, because Cheng Xiaoya, who was at the 8th level of the pre-Jindan Polydan realm, took the initiative to volunteer to be a full-time personal escort for Yan Beiqing. As for the vegetable woman sex holy maiden, Meng Xinjia, as the leader of this Dao protecting corps, she had also been focusing her attention on Yan Beiqing. To Yue Jian's surprise, Fairy Laurel and Fong Jinglan were actually amongst the Dao protectors. Fairy Laurel, a top-ranking rich woman in my vegetarian nun sect, is not lacking in contribution points at all. She's never here for the sake of contribution. Could it be that she is still considering the matter of worshipping me as a teacher, and wants to make more contact before deciding? And Fong Jinglan that is mostly obsessed with something. In fact, there is a saying in the previous life that is half right: don't miss the good woman, don't waste the bad woman. I, on the other hand, have to dip less into the word love, and bad women. On the contrary, it is difficult for me to dip into this word. But Fong Jinglan this can at most be a servant girl. Outside of Sui City, the major town in the northern part of Great Benefit, tens of thousands of vanguard troops from Great Yong, led by the Qi practicing support army, plunged in like a sharp knife. The greater number of Great Yong's armies, still chasing the routed army in the rear, simply could not keep up. Therefore, the vanguard army then temporarily stopped their attack and camped out to rest until the subsequent armies were assembled. This was because slaughtering the other party's ordinary soldiers still depended on their own army. Cultivators killing mortals would suffer karma. The tents of the Qi practicing support army were at the top, just over 100 miles north of Sui City. In the Linglong Immortal Mansion, Yan Beiqing was dressed in military attire. Valiant, her hair was tied up in a high ponytail, making her even more radiant and glowing. Master, disciple didn't disgrace you, did I? Yan Beiqing smiled like a flower, proudly inviting credit. Yue Jian dotingly rubbed the top of her head and laughed. Qinger is awesome, giving her master a long face. So what's the reward? Yan Beiqing looked at Yue Jian with a burning gaze of anticipation. Yue Jian handed Yan Beiqing the water spirit beast pouch given by Yu Ashenfrost and laughed. This unsullied spirit carp is a rare treat for you. Not only is it extremely tasty, but it can also enhance your cultivation, expel dirt, and increase your longevity. You will eat this 1,000 strips, although you cannot achieve the body of the immaculate, but the body impurities will become very little. Yan Beiqing rejoiced in her heart, but still begged, Master, can you help Qinger raise her cultivation again? Yue Jian flatly refused. It's only been 3 short months, and you've gone from having no cultivation to reaching the late stage of Qi practicing. It is necessary to properly settle down and precipitate. When you can improve, there is no need for you to beg. Master will help you. Yan Beiqing was disappointed in her heart. In fact, it was fine if she didn't raise her cultivation. She just missed her master a little, wanting to reach that wonderful realm of divine Qi and Taoist intent with her master. Nay, that physique of his own. Alas, it's hard to say. Even if they practiced the divine Qi Dao technique together, it would be hard not to improve. She threw away this bad emotion, thought of something, and said with joyful anticipation, Master, can disciple invite my protector to live in Linglong Cave Mansion? She is so nice to me and makes spiritual food that is delicious. This unsullied spirit carp, it's just right to ask her to make it, so that we won't waste such a good ingredient. Yue Jian came to be interested and said curiously, Oh, your protector, who is it? Uncle Chang Xiaoya Qing, Yan Beiqing said with a gracious face. She's a spirit plantation elder directly under the sect, and gave me so many spirit fruits to eat. She's also a spirit chef who cultivates the 100 arts of immortality, so she cooks delicious spirit food for me every day. Yue Jian didn't feel that Qing Xiaoya had any intentions. He just thought that she was doing her duty and taking good care of her own disciple who was the great Yong Qi practicing female war god. Inevitably, he also developed a slight favorable impression of Qing Xiaoya in his heart. So he said, if you want her to live in, how could Master refuse? Thus, he made a jade tablet with his divine sense and handed it over to Yan Beiqing. Master, when this fish is done, disciple will come back to call you haha. Yan Beiqing took that water spirit beast pouch and the cave token and left in a flurry of excitement. Not long after, Qing Xiaoya was invited by Yan Beiqing to enter the Linglong cave. The living conditions of this cave dwelling were naturally 100 times better than what she had before. 100 times better. They, the members of the Dao Protector Corps, had originally used the flying boat as a camp and lived in the rooms of the flying boat. Qin Chuyang, the first sequence of Sacred Sons, watched from afar as his Dao couple, Qing Xiaoya, entered Yue Jian's Linglong cave mansion with a complicated heart. Senior sister Qing, finally we can get close to that demon. Make sure you get it. He's the biggest obstacle to me becoming a saint's son. He returned to the room of the flying boat, fidgeting and confused, and suddenly took out a mirror from his storage ring. A spell was struck in, and the mirror flashed with light, and within it, Qing Xiaoya's perspective actually appeared. This mirror of his, called the Mirage Tongji mirror, was an extremely high-grade spiritual weapon. He had used this spiritual weapon beforehand to secretly leave a mark on Qing Xiaoya's body. Therefore, what Qing Xiaoya could see would be revealed in the mirror, which was equivalent to sharing Qing Xiaoya's vision. And about an hour after Qing Xiaoya entered the Linglong cave, Beiqing came to call out to Yue Jian, "Master, the unsullied silver carp is ready. Let's go eat together." Yue Jian unconsciously touched his pectoral muscles and laughed awkwardly. Master doesn't like to eat that kind of fish. He doesn't want to partially turn into a woman. Besides fish, Uncle Cheng also made other spirit food. There's the Tsong Dong mushroom 8 precious chicken, spirit fiery stir-fry lava fire beef slices, and cold mixed xianin snow vegetables. Yue Jian was instantly interested and thought, this Qing Xiaoya, she really has a heart. Thus, Yue Jian accompanied Beiqing, called Bai Lingshuang, and came to the dining room. Qing Xiaoya immediately stepped forward to salute. Senior sister has met senior brother Yue. Yue Jian politely returned the salute. One could only see Qing Xiaoya slim and slender, like a weak willow supporting the wind. She was extremely beautiful, immortal and elegant to the extreme. Yue Jian couldn't help but praise in his heart, truly worthy of being one of the 4 great Jin Dan beauties of my vegetarian nun sect. She seems to be the first sequence of alternative sacred sons, Qin Shuyan's Dao couple, right? Is she approaching me through Harona with some other purpose? And Qin Shuyang, wasn't he arranged by Master Ancestor as a temporary replacement for me in the Dao Protector Corps? Is it him, then, who instructed Qing Xiaoya? So he habitually detected with the system. Target, Qing Shua, age, 116. Realm, Pre-Jindan Jindan 8th level. Spiritual roots, wood, water, fire, earth. Talent, ground level lower grade compulsion talent. Luck, Grey Doom. Not eligible for apprenticeship. Yue Jian took another look at Qinger's Qi luck in passing, and it was still golden great Qi luck. This indicated that nothing should go wrong with himself. The system couldn't see Yue Jian's own Qi, so he could only infer his own stage of Qi through the Qi of those close to him. Seeing this, Yue Jian could not help but sneer in his heart. Qing Xiaoya's such a high talent and the compassion Dao is still Grey Doom. It seems like it should be trying to count on me to be countered by me. If one truly wants to befriend me, how can it be bad luck? Isn't Qinger still great Qi? Why? There's always someone trying to harm me. At this time, Qing Xiaoya said slightly respectfully, Senior brother you sit first. Senior sister has one more dish. It will be ready soon. Yue Jian did not move and nodded with a smile. Looking at the back of Qing Xiaoya who had turned around to cook, Yue Jian immediately cast the white eyes cavernous gazing eyes. Good guy, only to see that in Qing Xiaoya's dantian, there was one of her instinctive parasites. According to the ghost's memories, Yue Jian knew that the original compulsion was the spirit-devouring golden cicada, and its child compulsion was the yuan-devouring compulsion. No wonder. A mere 4 lineage miscellaneous spirit root, actually able to reach the 8th layer of the pre-Jindan stage at a little over 100 years old. It's really not simple. Yue Jian also saw that within her heart orifice, there was a blood-refining compass, and the vestments she wore were sealed with an armor compulsion. One of the flying swords in the storage ring was sealed with a sword compulsion. There was also a special spirit beast pouch as a compulsion pouch, which contained a compulsion tripod that raised a swarm of red fire-flying ants, densely packed in thousands. Yue Jian was calculating in his mind. If she's going to backstab me, then odds are, she's going to harm me with that spirit-devouring golden cicada's sub-compulsion. If you really dare to harm me, Dream Goddess Jiao will teach you how to be a qualified bitch slave. Chapter 60 Qing Xiaoya's Immortal Edge Compulsion. Qin Shuyang's Magic Treasure Spying. Yue Jian used his cavernous white eyes again and scrutinized the spirit food made by Qing Xiaoya, but did not find any problems. How is she going to harm me if she doesn't put a compulsion in the spirit food? Yue Jian searched in his mind. Not long after, Qing Xiaoya brought the last dish, plucked water spirit peach, to the table. Senior brother Yue, taste senior sister's handiwork. Qing Xiaoya smiled with a hint of currying favor. Yue Jian pretended to nod his head politely and joyfully, praising, not bad, very good. Senior sister Qing helped senior brother me to protect Dao Qinger. It should have been senior brother who invited you. This is the other way around, making me feel a bit embarrassed. They're all from the same sect. It's only right. Besides, senior sister was already very fond of Qinger, Qing Xiaoya said with a smile. At the same time, Yue Jian cast the second sky covering technique, coupled with the white eyes cavernous congealing eyes, to inspect that plucked water spirit peach. In this way, Qing Xiaoya would not be able to see the abnormalities that appeared in Yue Jian's eyes. Yue Jian realized that there was nothing wrong with that plucked water spirit peach, either. So the 4 men began to feast in apparent harmony. Bai Lingshuang and Qinger frequently gave Yue Jian and Qing Xiaoya dishes, and the atmosphere was getting better and better. It was just that Bai Lingshuang didn't have the cultivation right now, so she tasted shallowly, so she sat on the side, listening to them talk. After the meal, Qinger went off to cultivate herself. Bai Lingshuang continued to go and learn the basics of cultivation that Yue Jian had given her. As for Yue Jian, in the middle of the main house, he took out that conch again and used his cave void-gazing avatar to observe the sea on the second level. It was at this moment that Qing Xiuya came with a set of tea trays. "Senior brother Yu, I'm not disturbing you. Senior sister, I brewed some jade dew spirit mist tea and would like to ask senior brother to savor it." Yue Jian put away the conch and smiled. "You've got the heart. Senior sister, thanks a lot." Just when he had just taken the conch back into his storage ring, Duan Qian dusted that Sunghai Ming conch once again, tried to penetrate his divine sense to probe, but still didn't detect anything. During this period of time, she would probe outwards with her divine sense every so often. This time, it was so close, but unfortunately, it was still missed. Yue Jian and Qing Xiaoya drank tea together for a while, and the two of them were already very familiar with each other on the surface. From time to time, Qing Xiaoya sent her autumn waves of affection and frowned at her. Yue Jian also responded with a false sense of intimacy. Seeing that the fire had arrived, Qing Xiaoya said, "Senior brother, I heard that you helped the disciple in charge under your command to build a Ninjiang Extreme Grade Dao Foundation, and you helped your personal disciple to build a Ninjiang 3 Extreme Grade Dao Foundation. Is this all true?" "Indeed." Yue Jian nodded. "Pure Yang Saint body, it's surprisingly so powerful." Qing Xiaoya's face was adoring and filled with yearning. "Can it really be like a torrential river? An unending source of refined essence and transformed qi?" "Senior brother Yu." "Sure." After a pause, Qing Xiaoya seemed to have made up her mind about something, her onion-white fingers twirling a strand of her hair slightly as she delicately begged. "Senior brother, senior sister, I've been stuck at the 8th level of Judean for a long time, and I've been slow to ascend to the 9th level. Otherwise, with the strength of my divine sense, senior sister, I should have broken through the middle Jindan stage long ago. Can I please ask senior brother to bestow an immortal fate? This will help senior sister to raise me to the 9th level so that I can prepare to break through to the middle stage." Yue Jian laughed coldly in his heart. "Here it comes. I guess it's the same as Dream Goddess Zhao. They want to assassinate me when they tie the immortal fate." Only a hint of a flirtatious demeanor appeared on Qing Xiaoya's beautiful and clear face, making it hard for people to refuse. But Yue Jian knew that she didn't have good intentions. At the same time, Qin Shuyan was in the room above the flying boat, holding the mirage synoptic mirror and peeking at Qing Xiaoya's side. When he heard Qing Xiaoya request Yue Jian to bestow the immortal fate, Qin Shuyan clenched his fists tightly, his nails entering the flesh and oozing blood. His heart was complicated and contradictory to the extreme. Senior sister Qing took the initiative to request. "So how could Yue Jian refuse?" "Humph, just wait. You'll pay for this. Don't say yes. Forget it, forget it. I regret it, regret it. My senior sister Qing will never be allowed to be defiled. In the future, if you can't compete for the Holy Sun, you can't. Alas, it's better to go with the flow." Qin Shuyan looked at the picture in the mirror while listening to the conversation between them, while covering his heart. He only felt 10,000 ants devouring his heart. "However, I heard Yue Jian happily say, 'Senior sister, you protected Dao Qinger for me. Senior brother was at a loss as to how to repay you.' Since this is the case, he wanted to see just how Qing Xiaoya was going to harm herself, catching her red-handed on the spot so that he could enslave her." Seeing Yue Jian agreeing, Qing Xiaoya was overjoyed in her heart and pretended to blush. Then I'll be grateful to senior brother." Yue Jian struck out with a spell, and the shielding formation of the main house activated immediately. Between helping each other, Yue Jian had been exercising the sky-covering technique and cave gaze, observing the parasites in Qing Xiaoya's body. At this time, in the room of the flying boat, in front of the mirage synoptic mirror, looking at the heartbreaking image in the mirror, Qin Chuyang, on the one hand, his heart aching like a strangling pain, scratching his liver with 100 claws, covered his heart tightly with his hand. On the other hand, he was full of expectations, hoping that Qing Xiaoya would succeed in placing the parasites. It was a state of contradiction to the extreme. The expression on his face was constantly changing, a mishmash of emotions such as grimace, viciousness, deplorable, loss, hatred, and so on. Not long after, Yue Jian noticed that the spirit-devouring golden cicada in Qing Xiaoya's dantian climbed out, came to that suitable and ingenious location, and actually started laying eggs. Yue Jian laughed coldly in his heart. Is this a figure of speech? Then, boom, his entity dragon claws generalized out, and immediately grabbed Qing Xiaoya's body in his claws and propped it out, leaving only a head exposed. Qing Xiaoya was horrified in her heart, but on the surface, she wasn't greatly alarmed, but rather had a face of puzzlement and innocence. "Elder brother, what are you?" Yue Jian teased. "You're innate parasite. The spirit-devouring golden cicada lays an egg that is a yuan-devouring subcompass. It will eat up my Jindan and then return to your body to enhance your cultivation, right?" Being told off by Yue Jian, Qing Xiaoya couldn't help but change color even if her mental quality was good. She knew, it's been revealed and it can't be made good. Immediately, her mind moved, and her divine sense swept over the special spirit beast pouch that was placed aside, and a fire cloud flew out from within it. Buzz! It was actually a dense, countless number of red fire flying ants. Although Yue Jian had prepared himself, he couldn't help but feel numbness in his scalp at this moment. If he was dipped by the ant colony, it would be difficult for him to bear it as well. Moreover, this red flame flying ants were fire-based, and Yue Jian wasn't sure if his pseudo-non-Mingli fire would be able to burn these flying ants. Without giving it much thought, Yue Jian immediately executed the Xuanwu water shield. Boom! The water shield erupted and opened, isolating the flying ants and red clouds. Qing Xiaoya, on the other hand, was not pushed out by the Xuanwu water shield since she was grabbed by Yue Jian's dragon claw. Say, is it Qin Chuyang? Who instructed you to scheme against me? Yue Jian asked in a stern voice. Qing Xiaoya, knowing that she was not fortunate, lied. It has nothing to do with him. I was trying to avenge senior brother Fong Yandao. I hid it from Qin Chuyang and have been secretly maintaining an immortal bond with senior Fong. You, along with your master, killed senior brother Fong, and I. Yue Jian didn't even want to hear these lies from her, and there was no need to figure out the truth now. He took out a blood contract talisman, which he had drawn during those 5 days in the Xue Clan, idly letting the devouring ghost Wanchuan possess him. Originally, he had planned to use it on Xue Trespass when he returned to the vegetable woman sect. At that time, he drew 10. Yue Jian coldly said, "This is a blood contract talisman. Sign the blood contract talisman and become my slave, or become the same as them, devils with no sense of autonomy. You choose," he said, releasing Bai Jing and Wantron. Qing Xiaoya's face showed fear as she threatened. "You don't have proof that I directly harmed you. Treating me like this is killing a fellow disciple without authorization, and that's a serious offense under the sect rules," Yue Jian teased. "When you become a devourer, you will retain the memories of your life. Elder of the Precepts Hall, search your ghost and won't you know? I'm going to count to 3, and if you haven't chosen yet, I'll directly refine you into a ghost." His current tiger devourer enslavement aptitude had reached the 2nd level, and he could enslave up to 4 devourers. However, the highest realm of the enslavable ghosts could still only cross one major realm, Yuaning. Therefore, Yue Jian preferred to use the blood contract talisman. That would not only save a devourer slot, but a living Qing Xiaoya would be more useful to him. Because of the devourer, there was no growth for the time being. According to the 4 elephants sacred law, Yue Jian knew that the ghost would not grow and improve until the 5th level of tiger devourer enslavement. That was too far away, and at this moment, Qin Shuyan looked at the image in the mirage synoptic mirror, shocked and angry, his heart anxious to the extreme. He violently slammed the mirror on the ground, regretting it. This time, it's a big loss. Not only did I let my senior sister be defiled, but I was also taken down by that kid on the spot, and I will even be implicated. Qin Shuyan couldn't afford to think too much. Saving his senior sister was the priority, so he immediately sent a message to the holy maiden dream goddess Jiao. Because he had the self-knowledge that the probability of going to Linglong Cave by himself was already too late. Even if there was enough time, he didn't have any certainty of rescuing senior sister Qing. Therefore, he wanted to utilize the holy maiden to force Yue Jian out for the time being. In his opinion, it was only the holy maiden that could suppress Yue Jian. Senior sister holy maiden, senior brother, I have a favor to ask. Chapter 61, Qin Chuyang's heart broken. Qing Xiaoya's determination. The holy maiden dream goddess Jiao suddenly received a jade talisman transmission from Qin Chuyang, only to hear Qin Chuyang say, "Senior sister holy maiden, senior brother, I have a favor to ask." Dream goddess Jiao said majestically, "Speak, please." Senior sister immediately organize an emergency gathering, especially to summon senior brother Yue Jian here. I want to hand over the position of 2nd elder of the Tao Protector Corps to him immediately, Qin Chuyang said as calmly as possible. Dream goddess Jiao heard the urgency hidden in his tone and sneered. "Why? Should I help you?" Qin Chuyang said. "Senior sister, you can make conditions. As long as senior brother I can do it, I will definitely agree." Dream goddess Jiao said. "How about this? You allow me to think about it and I'll give you an answer later." Qin Chuyang anxiously said. "Senior sister, it's 100,000 times more urgent." Dream goddess Jiao ignored him and instantly cut off the transmission. Qin Chuyang's heart was in a great hurry, holding the summoning jade talisman, pacing back and forth in the room, anxiously waiting for dream goddess Jiao's reply. She didn't dare to look again at the mirage homoscope on the floor that he had dropped earlier. Moreover, at this moment, Yue Jian was forcing his Dao couple, Qing Xiaoya, to sign a blood contract talisman. Qin Chuyang only felt his scalp tingling. His heart was shocked and fearful, angry and anxious. And after dream goddess Jiao cut off Qin Chuyang's transmission, she immediately sent a transmission to Yue Jian. Master, Sacred Son First Sequence Qin Shuyang, begged the slave to summon you here immediately. What should the slave do? Yue Jian's faint voice came from the Jade Talisman. Take him under control immediately. Wait for my next order. Yes, Master. Bastard slave will not dishonor your order. This key scene, due to Qin Shuyang at this time did not look at the Mirage Synoptic Mirror, even missed, also deserved his bad luck. Soon after, Qin Shuyang received a transmission from the Holy Maiden Dream Goddess Jiao. I only heard Dream Goddess Jiao say, this seed has already summoned Yue Jian. He will come immediately. You, come here immediately as well. Qin Shuyang was overjoyed, and immediately collected the Mirage Synoptic Mirror and headed towards the Elder's tent where Dream Goddess Jiao was located. As soon as he entered the tent, Qin Shuyang immediately felt the Yin Fury attacking his body, and was instantly trapped by Meng Shinzhou, who had long been ready to strike with the Yin Fury Demon Prison. Senior Sister Holy Maiden, you, what are you? Qin Shuyang asked in astonishment. Fool, throwing yourself into the net is still coming really fast. Dream Goddess Jiao was like looking at a little cutie. General, teasingly said, in the Linglong Cave, Yue Jian cut off the transmission with Dream Goddess Jiao. Count again. 2. As he said that, the white tiger head Dharma image appeared above his head. As long as he counted to 3, he would not hesitate to use his dragon claw to put Qing Xiaoya's entire body into the tiger's mouth, refining his soul and body into a ghost. Qing Xiaoya was horrified to the extreme, but she was neither willing to be a devourer nor a slave girl. So, she put her heart on the line and gritted her teeth. I choose to kill myself and die. With that said, her face showed determination, and with a thought, she issued a command to one of the parasites on her body. Yue Jian instantly switched into the god's blank eye, only to see that the blood-refining compass in Qin Xiaoya's heart was violently sucking her heart's blood, and her body was rapidly expanding, about to explode. Yue Jian really did not expect. This woman is actually so determined. No wonder a District 4 system miscellaneous spirit root, actually canon more than 100 years old, cultivate into the Golden Dan. Even he, a man who treated his enemies with an iron heart, developed some respect. He knew that Qing Xiaoya was being pressed by the two devouring ghosts' divine sense, and was unable to self-destruct himself, but allowed the parasites in his body to self-destruct. Yue Jian immediately drank. Wait, don't let the compasses explode themselves first. Qing Xiaoya was stunned and immediately called off the blood-refining compass with her consciousness. A trace of luck arose in her heart, wanting to hear if Yue Jian was changing his mind. If it was still those two options, it wouldn't be too late for her to let the blood-refining compass self-destruct again. I only heard Yue Jian say, even if your compulsion explodes itself, your soul can't be dispersed, right? The soul will still be refined into a devourer. This is really superfluous, seeing as, you still have some temperament. I intend to mitigate your revenge. If you are willing to sign the blood contract talisman, I can promise you that as long as you break through to Yuaning perfection, I will lift the curse of your blood contract. In this way, my anger is gone and my revenge is avenged. And for you, the dead contract becomes a living contract, which is also considered to retain a ray of hope. How? Of course, I am not begging you. If you insist on the compulsion to explode itself, I will still refine your divine soul into a ghost. Qing Xiaoya hesitated for a moment and said, fine, just as you said. However, Yuaning consummation and lifting the curse will have to be said in the blood contract oath. Also, you must not mistreat me, Yue Jian teased. The first point, I recognize. The second point, so that I, the master, don't mistreat you? Then are you still called a slave? I'm not afraid to tell you that if you were a slave, I would definitely abuse you. Otherwise, how can I avenge you for lying to me about my feelings, lying to me about my body, and giving me parasites? No more. If you have to insist, then, you might as well blow yourself up. Qing Xiaoya's clear and stunning face revealed incomparable bitterness, let out a long sigh, and said unwillingly, all right, just promise the first point. Thus, Yue Jian took out a blood contract talisman, forced out his essence blood and pressed it on top of the talisman seal. Then, Qing Xiaoya also forced a drop of her essence blood, above her thumb, and pressed it on top of the talismanic seal of the blood contract talisman, swearing an oath. I, Qing Xiaoya, am willing to be Yue Jian's slave until my Yuaning is complete. During the period of slavery, you shall not go against the will of your master Yue Jian. You shall not have the intention of devouring your master, and you shall not subjectively do anything that is detrimental to the interests of your master. The following is a summary of the terms and conditions of service. If you violate this oath, you may be cursed by the blood contract, burn your essence and blood, incinerate your soul, and never be allowed to transcend your life, only to see that the blood contract talisman burst into flames, turning into a red light that merged into Qing Xiaoya's body. Only then did Yue Jian cause the devouring ghost to collect his divine sense pressure. and then mounted on Qing Xiaoya, disguised as Ip Man. A set of Sun character punching fists rained down on Qing Xiaoya's body. How dare you negotiate with me and ask me not to mistreat you? Then I am partial to immediately having to mistreat you, so that you immediately know what you should be aware of as a lowly slave. Although he had so much respect for Qing Xiaoya's determination before, but it didn't stop him from giving this slave a little bit of a small lesson, so that he could relieve himself of the anger he felt at being counted on by her. However, Yue Jian knew that Qing Xiaoya's physical body was not comparable to Dream Goddess Jiao at all. Therefore, his Sun character punch did not carry true essence and was merely 20% of his physical body's strength. Snapped. Even without using true essence, it still hit Qing Xiaoya with immense pain and screams. Master, slave knows it's wrong. Slave will never dare again. It took a while before Yue Jian let her go, letting her kneel to the side. Then, Yue Jian took out the transmission jade talisman and transmitted a message to Dream Goddess Jiao. Have you caught Qin Chuyang? Back to Master. Caught. Alright, you bring him to the Linglong cave. Yes, Master. Not long after, Meng Shenjiao carried Qin Chuyang, who was covered in wounds and had a fixation talisman attached to his head, to the main courtyard of Linglong Cave Mansion. Qin Chuyang looked at Qing Xiaoya, who was naked and kneeling respectfully like a dog, and his heart was like a knife. In his heart, he was remorseful and pained. Senior sister, it is senior brother who has harmed you. Senior brother is sorry for you. Sorry, I only heard Yue Jian say, Mine Nu, rip off his fixation talisman. Qin Chuyang was even more shocked when he heard the words dream slave. So, senior sister Holy Maiden, is also his slave. I'm so stupid. Really, I only knew that with the Holy Maiden's honor, I would be able to command Yue Jian, but I didn't realize that the Holy Maiden is also his slave. I was foolish enough to beg his slave to deal with him as his master. Qin Chuyang was almost on the verge of going crazy as he giggled. I only heard Yue Jian coldly say, same choice, be a devourer, or a slave. With a jolt, Qin Chuyang came back to his senses and pleaded, You, senior brother you, I am willing to be a slave, but please, master, return senior sister Qing back to the slave, so that we can join together and be slaves for you. Yue Jian sneered, I will punish you for your unreasonable request on your senior sister Qing. After the words, he walked towards Qing Xiaoya, once again disguised as Ip Man, and landed another set of Sun character punch on Qing Xiaoya's body. Hit the bobble. Qin Chuyang knelt down and kowtowed violently. Please master, spare senior sister. Slave no longer has any more requests. Only then did Yue Jian take out a blood contract talisman. Soon, complete the blood contract. Qin Chuyang, too, became Yue Jian's slave. Qin Nu, you can get lost. Meng Nu, Sheng Nu, stay, Yue Jian said indifferently. Qin Chuyang bowed and said, yes, master. He exited the Linglong cave and went to his flying boat room, his heart ashen. Still, he couldn't help himself and took out the Mirage Synoptics again. He only glanced at the unpleasant, heartbreaking image that appeared in that mirror. Before he had time to be heartbroken and lost, he felt the blood in his body boiling violently, as if it was going to burn. Qin Chuyang was fearful in his heart. The curse has struck. Master, slave didn't mean to peep. Slave won't dare again. He was tormented by the curse for a while before it subsided. There was no longer any thought of disrespecting Yue Jian in his heart. On the following day, Meng Shenjiao convened an assembly of the Jindan elders of the Dao Protecting Corps, the Qi Practicing Support Army's 1,000 chiefs and 100 chiefs, as well as the Great Yong Vanguard Army's main and deputy generals. The meeting place was at Yue Jian's Linglong Cave Mansion, because he had the best conditions here. Dream Goddess Jiao and Qing Xiaoya's 2 slaves stayed in the cave mansion, and after receiving Yue Jian's permission, Dream Goddess Jiao made this place the supreme commanding headquarters. There are 2 foundation building deacons on duty at the entrance, holding the temporary cave token given by Yue Jian. A consensus was reached after a discussion in the assembly. That is, hold off on attacking the city, strengthen the alert and defense, and continue to wait. Because the millions of troops in the rear of Great Yong can't keep up with the speed of this advance, they are still in the extreme rear, clearing out the routed troops of the Izhou coalition. As for the army's high-end combat force, the Qi Practicing Support Army, apart from killing the opposing party's Qi Practicing cultivators, they would also kill the enemy generals at most. They generally wouldn't kill ordinary soldiers, so they had to wait until the rear army gathered. Because of excessive killing, the future karmic fire tribulation, the more powerful it will be. This causes the difficulty of crossing the tribulation to increase. Although Qi Practicing cultivators were still very far away from crossing the threshold. But which cultivator isn't practicing with the goal of immortality in mind? After the rally, the crowd dispersed. However, Fairy Laurel stayed behind and said to Yue Jian, Senior brother Yu, can I talk to you alone? Of course, Yue Jian said with a warm smile. As for Feng Jinglan, She had also been expecting to stay and talk to Yue Jian, but she was snatched up by Fairy Laurel, so she had no choice but to leave unwillingly. I must use my sincerity to impress senior brother Yue and make him come around. In the past, he truly liked me. Otherwise, in the beginning, he wouldn't have said the words of a lifetime. Chapter 62, The Laurel Fairy Who Was Continuously Shocked by Happiness. Fairy Laurel followed Yue Jian to the main courtyard and sat down in a separate guest and host. She was wearing a crescent moon phoenix-tailed robe today, and her head was combed in a frosty hair flowing clouds towards the moon bun, looking both elegant and magnificent, and fresh, especially in her icy body. There seems to be a faint moonlight fluorescent light emanation, really like the Moon Palace Fairy General, Immortal air, beyond the dust. Senior brother Yue, I have thought about it and would like to worship you as my master. Fairy Laurel opened the door and said. Ever since the last time she spoke with Yue Jian, she had been considering the matter of worshipping her master. After that, she learned that Ren Ailing, a mere inner disciple steward of Zhongling Yuan, had actually built an extreme Dao foundation with Yue Jian's help, and that day Yue Jian's new personal disciple, Yue Jian, also built an extreme Dao foundation. In her thoughts, it must have been Yue Jian's pure Yang sacred body, aided by the Xian Su Wei, that had led to such an astonishing achievement. During this period of time, she had also deliberately approached Yan Beiqing, sidestepping her Taiyin melting yang body and her master's cultivation. Due to being in the same boat, Yan Beiqing told her some of the 5 truths and 5 lies, but did not reveal in the slightest that between his own master and disciple, he was in fact practicing the Tao of harmony of all things and divine qi. Fairy Laurel naturally followed common sense and mistakenly thought that she was cultivating the Xian Su Wei. Coupled with Yue Jian's victory over the Xian Yuan sect Patriarch's own disciple, he forced away the Xian Yuan sect's visiting delegation with the power of one man. The identity of the Patriarch's only disciple's grandson was greatly exposed. Combining many factors, Fairy Laurel then finally decided to worship Yue Jian as her master. Yue Jian was overjoyed in his heart. He was eager to storm to replicate the Laurel Fairy's indestructible body inherited from the innate laurel tree. So he said, "Good. After you worship the master will immediately pass on your gong methods." Fairy Laurel was not coy, and immediately got up and bowed down with a flourish. "Disciple Laurel, I pay my respects to master. Master, please have some tea." She handed Yue Jian the spirit tea that he had placed on top of the coffee table. Between the inadvertent touch of his fingertips, Yue Jian couldn't help but feel a wave in his heart, but he quickly stabilized his mind and restrained his desire. He had no respect for those who wanted to harm him, for he knew that those people could not possibly move him to love, and could not possibly be his love interest. But one such as Fairy Laurel, if she practiced the way of Xian Su, she would surely become her own love disaster. It was at this moment that the sound of the system in Yue Jian's brain rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host, accepting Fairy Laurel as his disciple. Reward, grafted or cuttings. Innate laurel tree, 1 branch of 9-turned laurel. Textbook, The Way of Returning to the Origin, Heavenly Grade Extreme. Issuing the necessary props for teaching. Guanghan Lunar Laurel Box, containing a side of Guanghan Cave Heaven, with the false moon soil as the earth, the moonlight debris as the sky, the air of Taiyin as the air, and the decanter of water as the stream. The host can choose one of them, and blitz copy Fairy Laurel's talents. Taiyin melting yang sacred body, not recommended. Indestructible body. Yue Jian suppressed his excitement and asked, "System, if the storm replicates the undying body, will it clash with the pure yang sacred body?" System, this indestructible body, whose origin is the extremely powerful life force of the laurel tree, can instantly recover from physical injuries, and can weaken law injuries, and thus will not clash with the pure yang sacred body. Yue Jian was overjoyed and immediately said, "I'll choose the indestructible body." Ding! Copying successful. Triggering a storm. You obtain the indestructible saint body. Yue Jian did not immediately help up Fairy Laurel. Instead, from the system space, he moved that essential prop for teaching, the Guanghan Laurel Box, and handed it to Fairy Laurel. This is the gift of worship that Master bestowed upon you." Fairy Laurel took it and only felt unusually close to the tiny wooden box, only to see that it was made of the same wood as his own essence, but much more advanced. Her divine sense detected it, and her heart was immediately pleasantly surprised beyond words. Within it, it was actually a side of heaven and earth. It was a side of the world that made her feel, from the depths of her soul, that suited her perfectly. She was over 100 years old, with high talent and no shortage of resources, yet she was only at the 9th level of the early Jin Dan gathering. Apart from being unable to cultivate the Tao of Xian Su, the biggest reason was that there was simply no environment suitable for the growth of one's own essence, and at this time, what the master had bestowed on him was something that he could not even think of, something that was of the utmost importance to him, too expensive for its own good. Could it be that master is the reincarnation of an immortal from the upper realms, and has found the storage immortal treasure of his previous life? Well, Master's secrets and chances. I, as a disciple, must not speculate on them. In her excitement, Fairy Laurel respectfully kowtowed 3 times. Disciple, thank you Master for your generous gift. In this life and in this world, I will definitely honor my master and repay him. Yue Jian didn't flirt with her, and took out another blank jade slip, inscribed the returning to the origin Tao, and bestowed it to Fairy Laurel. Said, this is the gong method for the master, to impart to you. Fairy Laurel's pair of soft razor jade hands lifted up and respectfully received it, immediately inspecting the brief with her divine sense. I only see that there are 9 realms of this Tao, which are the very best of the heavenly ultimate. 1 or 2 realms, metamorphosis, spiritual roots tracing the moon, 3rd and 4th realms, spirit transformation, tie-in refining form, 5th and 6th realms, passing God, reincarnation grafting, 7th and 8th realms, harmonization, innate return to Yuan, 9th realm, transcendence. The moon has the same radiance. This is surprisingly allowing me to return to my ancestors and step by step become an existence like the innate 10 spiritual roots, the laurel tree. And when heaven and earth first opened, the 10 great spiritual roots were shackled by the heavenly Tao and could not take form. I, on the other hand, have already taken form. That is to say, this Tao is greatly accomplished. I can even surpass my ancestors. The 9th realm, transcendence. The moon has the same radiance. That's a realm that even the innate 10 spiritual roots can't reach. Under the excitement, Fairy Laurel knelt and walked forward. A pair of jade arms embraced Yue Jian's thighs, and said with infinite gratitude, Master, this is simply for the disciple, a tailor-made Dao. Master, are you the reincarnation of an emperor? Jane Yu. Ahem. You shouldn't ask what you shouldn't. You merely need to just consider me as your mediocre pro-transmission master. Yue Jian pretended to be mysterious and said in a deep voice, Yes, disciple, keep this in mind. Yue Gui hugged Yue Jian's leg tighter and said seriously. After a moment's reprieve, Yue Jian took out the 9 revolutions of the innate laurel tree and said, This branch, you will first take cuttings of it and tend to its growth in the broad cold cave. When you have cultivated the return to origin Tao to the 5th realm, Master will personally graft it for you. Well, get up. The laurel fairy took the branch and felt the life essence in it that was of the same origin as her own, but much purer and richer, and she only felt incomparably close to it, as if she were holding her mother's hand. In his heart, he said, Worshipping Master Teacher, this decision is too right. In the future, I will repay Master Teacher properly. For sure. Thinking so, a strong impulse suddenly arose in her heart, wanting very, very much to be close to her master, practicing that Xian Su way that most masters and disciples had to practice. Master, can disciple be like eldest sister Yin Beiqing and join you, cultivate together? Fairy Laurel said with boundless shyness. Having been alone for over 100 years, she instinctively wanted to combine yin and yang for so long. Yue Jian said mildly, Of course we can. We are already master and disciple. Fairy Laurel's heart was overjoyed. Suppressing her inner excitement, her voice was like a gnat as she mumbled, That disciple waits. Served Master Zun to broaden his clothes. Chapter 63, Xingyi, I'm really not in love. I just can't see you eating lotus root. Listening to the words of Fairy Laurel who wanted to attend to her own undressing, looking at this actual fairy advent of a stunningly beautiful disciple, a trace of disappointment and regret flooded Yue Jian's heart as he sighed and said, Between us, master and disciple, what we are practicing is not the Xian Su Dao. Rather, it is the Tao of all things harmonizing divine Qi. As he said that, he pointed a finger of the divine idea that came with the gongfu at the center of Fairy Laurel's brow. The Laurel Fairy's heart was disappointed and at the same time seemed to be relieved. As a woman, always wanting and fearing was such a contradiction. I only heard Yue Jian say, Let's enter the broad cold cave and walk this path. Yes, master. Thus, the master and disciple entered the Guanghan cave heaven, and sat face to face on their knees, and soon the divine Qi and Tao intent intertwined and fused, and the heart was close to the heart to the extreme, and the characteristics of Fairy Laurel's Taiyin melting young body immediately exerted a terrifying aspect. Even through the air on Yue Jian's true essence of the real sun, whale swallowing rainbow sucking, refining the essence of the gas is thick and full to the extreme. Luckily, Yue Jian was a pure yang sacred body with an unending source of yang qi. Otherwise, he might have ended up in the same situation as those women who were boiled to death by the canopy demon cult. In a few moments, ding, you have assisted your disciple, Fairy Laurel, to break through to the first layer of the middle Jindan Chengdan realm. You gained a blast back and broke through to the first layer of the middle Jindan Chengdan realm. Yue Jian only felt that his own divine soul automatically separated a trace of his will and merged into the Jindan. The Jindan was thus revitalized, and it was as if it was nurturing a second life of its own. He realized in his heart that his own divine soul had also grown quite a bit over this period of time, and this time, when he practiced with Immortal Laurel, she had strengthened her divine soul more. and the storm feedback caused his own divine soul to reach the critical point of breaking through the middle stage as well. As she was breaking through, she herself followed and shared the breakthrough. Yue Jian's true essence, which had been sucked away earlier, was full again. After a while longer, Yue Jian only felt that his Jindan true essence was sucked away by about 60%. Ding! You have assisted your disciple, Fairy Laurel, to break through to the second layer of the mid-Jindan Chengdan realm. You receive a blast back and break through to the third layer of the middle Jindan Chengdan realm. Alright, Yue, end this cultivation, Yue Jian said and withdrew from the state of divine qi, Tao and intent. If it continued any longer, the realm that he had elevated without the process of cultivating his mind would be a castle in the air and would not be solid. Fairy Laurel was not yet finished, but she was unwilling to disobey her master's wishes in the slightest, so she did not pout and beg like Yan Beiqing. So, the two re-entered the main house hall. Yue Jian took out a well-made cave token and handed it to Yue. Yue, go and choose a compound and stay in this Linglong cave. This way, it will be more convenient for you to enter the broad cold cave sky and cultivate in your original body. Thank you, master. Yue received it respectfully. Yue Jian pondered in his heart. I've only broken through the Jindan for more than 3 months, and this is another breakthrough to the middle stage. This is too shocking. Well, I must use the sky covering technique to disguise my realm as an early stage of Golden Dan. The next day, Yue Jian walked out of the cave, only to be intercepted by Fong Jinglan who had already been waiting there. Senior brother Yue, Fong Jinglan had a pitiful expression as she begged, can you let senior sister be your follower? Not the official 4 great followers. Supernumerary is fine. Yue Jian teasingly looked at her and deliberately zapped her heart. I have news for you. Your Dao couple, kissing elder brother Xue has become my dog, my slave. If you really want to follow me, then do the same as your Daoist couple. Be a dog and a slave. Fong Jinglan's face was pale and bitter inside, saying, I split up with him a long time ago. When he left the clan, he spoke with you about dissolving the Dao couple relationship? No. But then I made it clear in my transmission Jade Talisman with him and dissolved the Dao couple relationship. Fong Jinglan explained. I admit that I was blind at first, only valuing him as being one realm higher than me, and being able to push me to the extreme by consummating my foundation establishment. Prior to the Jiedan, Yue Jian impatiently interrupted her and said, in the future, don't come to my place and make a fool of yourself, okay? Let's put it this way, if it weren't for the fact that you look a bit similar to my master Jiang Xingyan, I would have avenged my initial public humiliation on you. Fong Jinglan said miserably, that senior brother was dating me in the first place, just because I look like your senior, not because of myself? Yue Jian seriously said, that's right, just wanting to use you as a stand-in. So, even if you want to serve me as a slave, I don't want it, because then, I would absolutely disrespect the master. He didn't say that although he had used her as a stand-in at first, he still wanted to be true to her from the bottom of his heart. Now, though, there was no need to make it clear that he didn't want to flaunt his high and mighty image. Excuse me. Fong Jinglan let out a bitter smile and turned around, walking away forlornly. Tianqi Mountain. Under the Qixi Peak, Xingyi sat by the Tianqi Pond, looking at the immaculate and clear Tianqi Pond water, where fish played with lotus leaves and the wind rolled the lotus flowers. She was quietly lost in thought, not knowing what was going through her mind in that 9-vesseled mind. Xinglian came from behind and snapped, Sister, you're actually gawking here again. During this period of time, I see that you are very out of sorts. No. Xinghua's face was slightly red, and she looked a little flustered. In the past few days, the scene of that day when she took the medicine from Yue Jian's body actually appeared in her mind from time to time. She knew in her own heart, that day, it was her own initiative. People did not have the slightest request and coercion. Maybe it's because he got himself hit with the harmony scatter that day. In her mind, Xinghua made excuses for herself, but the memories of the past few days sobered her to the fact that the poisoning just made her not control her actions. And within yourself, it's what you really like. That's not liking Yue Jian as a person. It's just liking. Xinghua hated herself like this, but there was no way she could control her heart. With a 9-knuckle heart and a delicate mind, she was very clear in separating those subtleties. Xinglian accompanied her, sat down side by side, and sighed. Sister, in fact, if you don't say it, sister is also clear. Are you not? Towards that Yue Jian, in love? Anyway, we've also worshipped him as a teacher. If you really want to, go to him and consider it an early red dust refining of the heart. I'm not. I just. Aoho realized there was no way he could tell the truth that he hated. Suddenly, he saw his sister take out a heavenly pond specialty, the forgetfulness by lotus root, from her storage ring and just eat it raw. This action was very usual in the past, but Xinghua was even more troubled at this moment as she watched the scene, so she stood up, paused, and ran away, red-faced. Qinglian contained a piece of blue lotus root in that cherry mouth. Where did I upset my sister again? And in the Thousand Hills City young city lord's mansion, an underground chamber in the middle of a compound with a protective array turned on. On the ground, many ritual tracks and runes formed an arcane and strange formation. A foundation establishment female hearth cultivator, bound within the formation, had a face of fear and despair to the extreme. And young city lord Ling Wuwang, revealing a face full of evil and incomparable smiles, was cultivating in a very peculiar way with that female cultivator's cauldron. His lips, sucking in the right eye of that female cultivator, kept refining it. That female cultivator's entire body trembled, and little by little, her divine soul was all gathered into her right eye. Ling Wuxian was overjoyed, and immediately stabbed his tongue into the female cultivator's eye socket, and with a single roll, he rolled the female cultivator's entire eyeball into his mouth. No chewing, swallowed raw. Then, he performed the demonic Ayin Soul 10,000 flower pupil demonic technique, condensing that eyeball to the extreme and fusing it into his left eye. Thus, in his left eye, there was an additional eye with a shadowy soul. As for the woman, all that was left was a miserable corpse with a bloody hole in her right eye. Jie. This Gong method, it's also too fast to raise your strength. Refining 10 Yin Soul demon eyes. I break through to Jin Dan. Refine 100, and the demonic feat will be a small success. Sister, just wait. Chapter 64, trying to enslave the Yin Yang sex beast Sentinel Beauty as a devourer. In the next few days, Yue Jian mainly studied the sword skill to cut evil that he had won from the holy maiden of the Xin Nu sect. However, his motivation to cultivate the sword was not high. He just didn't want to waste his time. This was because his powerful battle force, mainly the 4 elephant sacred laws and the devouring ghost's divine consciousness pressure, was far too much stronger than his own sword Dao techniques. Therefore, his cultivation of sword cultivation techniques appeared to be very ribald, and he rarely had the opportunity to use it for combat. However, this board had to gradually keep up with it as well, didn't it? Sometimes, he also preached to Yan Beiqing about the second level of the 4 elephant sacred law to speed up her comprehension. However, Yue Jian knew that it was impossible for her to comprehend the second level at the chi practicing stage. In addition to learning the basics of cultivation, Bai Lingshuang was consuming body strengthening pills and bone strengthening pills to practice her fists and quench her body to enhance her physical strength. Yue Jian plans to start collecting the herbs for the 10-hack spirit shattering pill immediately after the incident. On this day, Yan Beiqing led a patrol back to turn around. To Yue Jian said, Master, today that Sui City seems to open the formation. The city situation can no longer see. Oh, then follow my master and go along. Soon, the two of them exited the cave and flew up into the sky. Looking far to the south, Yue Jian saw that the Sui City in the south had actually turned on the shielding array. Thus, he took out the treasure weapon Miles mirror cylinder rewarded by accepting Qinghua as his disciple, and then exerted the white eye's cavernous congealing eyes, and through the shielding formation, he only saw a Jin Dan male cultivator, who was laying down a formation in the midst of the shielding boundary. According to the ghost's memories, Yue Jian recognized that it was the 1000 Opportunities Xian armor formation which was both offensive and defensive. This formation belonged to the gold system, and when unmanned, attacks outside the formation would not only be resisted by this formation's golden light metaphysical armor shield, but also countered with the 1000 chance soul chasing sword. That is, it would lock onto the attacker's aura, tracking and stabbing for some distance. If manipulated by someone, it can actively send out attacks from the 1000 soul chasing sword. This was by no means something a chi practicing cultivator could block, and Yan Beiqing definitely couldn't escape a 1000 chance soul chasing sword. Yue Jian couldn't help but frown, his heart furious. This damn, still called not to call more than chi practicing cultivators to participate in the war? This belongs to rubbing the edge. If I didn't have white eyes to see through the shielding formation, our side would definitely lose the next battle. No, I have to go over there and have a word with them. If it doesn't make sense, our Jindan cultivators will set up a formation at the entrance of their city, and then let the chi practicing cultivators go and open the formation. This everyone has broken the rules. Why don't we simply pull out the high-ranking cultivators from both sides of the Dao Protector Core and battle it out? Yue Jian thought, slowly moving the miles of mirror cylinder. He also saw that there were several other Yin Yang sect and Acacia sect cultivators who were watching that cultivator set up the formation. Two of them, one of them also followed a spirit beast. Yue Jian habitually scanned with the system. Target, Yi Yong'an, age, 156. Realm, late Jindan stage. 9th level of Dan transformation. Spiritual roots, Golden Wind dual spiritual roots. Talent, Earth grade medium sentient beast talent. Chakra, white universal luck. Not eligible for apprenticeship. Yue Jian could tell that a late-stage demonic Dan Golden Wind Puma that followed him was his spirit beast. Target, Peng Jinfeng. Age, 43. Realm, foundation establishment perfection. Spiritual roots, double spiritual roots of gold and water. Talent, upper grade beast talent. Physique, mind of the beast. Chakra, white universal luck. Not eligible for apprenticeship, because she has a master. Her spirit beast, on the other hand, was unexpectedly one major realm higher than her, a bared iron demonic beast in the middle stage of the demonic Dan realm. Yue Jian's heart stirred. This female cultivator, her talent for roaming beasts is really good. Why don't we beat her to death and let Qinger cast Devourer enslavement? Beiqing had awakened the first level of Devourer enslavement, but there wasn't even a single Devourer yet. The upper limit of what she could enslave was just the foundation establishment cultivator, and Yue Jian thought that if this Pang Jinfang was enslaved into a devourer together with her soul and flesh, then it was possible that she would not lose her ability to control beasts. This was equivalent to adding a more valuable demonic Dan realm demonic beast as an addition. As for operating to take Pang Jinfang as a disciple, Yue Jian didn't have that to consider, because Yue Jian was not interested in the imperial beasts for the time being, let alone wanting any Tongming beast heart. So, Yue Jian said, Qinger, let's so. When Qinger heard her master's idea, her eyes shone with excitement. Okay, I'll listen to you, master. Thus, Yue Jian executed the second sky covering technique, changing his scent and appearance, and together with Beiqing, they flew towards Sui Bei City. Soon, they reached the sky above the northern gate beyond. The person in the shielding formation naturally saw Yue Jian. However, Yue Jian did not stop for a moment and flew directly into the shielding formation. Immediately, the Yin Yang sect and Acacia sect's cultivators cursed angrily. Brat of the vegetable woman sect, how dare you be so wild and unreasonable? What? Are you trying to break the rules? He's already kind of broken the rules and killed uncountable. Yue Jian pointed at the formation they were setting up and teased. I'm breaking the rules? You guys, what is this? A Jindan cultivator setting up a formation. What's the difference between this and directly participating in a battle? That Gan was the Yin Yang sect's second elder, and he flew up into the sky, a bit higher than Yue Jian and Beiqing's height, and condescendingly said, this formation, even though it was made by a Jindan cultivator, but when the battle starts then, it is the Qi practicing cultivator who will be controlling the formation, which is not a violation. Pointing at Beiqing, he added, the spirit weapon battle armor and the spirit weapon Dharma sword on his body, weren't they refined by a Jindan or above refiner and then used by her, a Qi practicing cultivator? How is this different from our Jindan formations and practicing Qi manipulation? To be clear, there are always loopholes in the rules. So, Yue Jian said, alright, since you are being forceful, then this seat will call our high-ranking cultivators to come and set up a formation right at the entrance of your city. Gan became angry and drank, seek death. With that, he was about to directly strike at Yue Jian. His disciple, Pang Jinfang, however, immediately stopped his master and divinely transmitted his voice. Master teacher, how about this? I will temporarily lend my spirit beast to a Qi practitioner nephew of my clan as a mount, and he will go and kill Beiqing. As long as Beiqing was killed, the Mortal Kingdom War would no longer be a concern. In that case, it's not a direct violation. To be honest, Beiqing was indeed able to influence the battle situation between the two countries with the power of one person right now. This was because even more Qi practicing cultivators could not help her. You surround and kill. She flies away and pulls. When she sees the opportunity to fly back, she shocks with tiger roar, burns with fire, storms with dragon claws, and has a water shield to resist counterattacks. So it's simply impeccable. Gan was overjoyed and praised. Fonger, it's still you who's smart. Let's do as you say. Chapter 65 Master and Disciple Versus. Pang Jinfang immediately called a Yin Yang sect Qi practicing cultivator and said, see, that woman is Beiqing, the great Yong Qi practicing war god. Now, senior uncle, I will lend you my spirit beast as a mount. You go and kill her. Gan, on the other hand, looked at Yue Jian provocatively. This Qi practicing cultivator, to Qi practicing cultivator, is not against the rules, right? As long as you dare to make a move, then this seat will do the same. Killing you would be just the thing to use as food for this seat's spirit beasts. Only to hear that Qi practicing cultivator bow and say, yes, senior uncle. With that said, that Qi practicing cultivator warily walked towards Pang Jinfang's spirit beast, the huge demonic beast bared iron that was shaped like a water buffalo, and bowed. Elder bared iron, senior 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 bared iron is impolite. Bared iron spat out human words and said in an urn, since little master lent me to you as a mount, don't be such a wheedling and cowering, quickly get on your back. That Qi practicing cultivator didn't dare to delay and immediately leapt onto bared iron's back. Yue Jian blocked Beiqing behind him and said, in that case, Why don't we all just stop rubbing shoulders? How about we, master and disciple, and you, master and disciple, have a fair fight? How about it? Good. Yangon rejoiced. Come on, sign the life and death contract. A life and death contract is signed on a blank jade slip with divine sense and then exchanged. After all, the vegetarian women's sect and the Yin Yang sect is currently only a dispute in the mundane world. The surface has not yet opened the clan war. Therefore, sign a life and death, killed each other or have a statement. The Yin Yang sect's camp had, in fact, received information about Yue Jian's victory over Jun Wuya. However, Yangon did not know that at this time, Yue Jian had performed the sky shadowing technique, which was not the same as the intelligence portrait they had received. In Yangon's opinion, his master and disciple had a late Jin Dan stage and a perfect foundation establishment stage, plus a late demonic Dan stage demonic beast and a mid-demonic Dan stage demonic beast, to beat up an early Jin Dan stage and a somewhat special chi practicing cultivator. Wouldn't it be like picking a pocket? Because Yue Jian had used the sky covering technique to disguise his realm aura as an early stage. That was why Yangon thought that Yue Jian was an early stage Jin Dan. At this moment, Yue Jian used the system to detect Yangon and his disciple Peng Jinfang again, and found that their chi luck had unexpectedly turned into black hijack luck. Detecting Yan Beiqing again, it was still a golden great chi. Yue Jian's heart was instantly bottomed out. Oh, you guys are dead, and we will be fine. If something happened to himself, then there was absolutely no way that Yan Beiqing would still be a golden great chi. When they were about to start a war outside the city, they saw two charming and enchanting female cultivators flying from the city. Yue Jian subconsciously used the system to detect it. Target, Flower Fairy. Age, 139. Realm, late Jin Dan stage. 7th level of Dan transformation. Spiritual roots, water, wood, fire. Talent, earth grade, lower grade. Illusionist talent. Physique, beautiful girl's heavenly scent body, cultivated by nature. It can emit invisible love poison around the body, and each strand of hair can release different emotional fluctuations. Luck, Grey Doom. Not eligible for apprenticeship. Target, Moon Fairy. Age, 141. Realm, late Jin Dan stage. 6th level of Dan transformation. Spiritual roots, water, light and fire. Talent, Xian grade, superb charm talent. Physique, thousand faces illusory face body, cultivated after birth. It can fine-tune its bones and change its body shape and appearance with its mind. Luck, Grey Doom. Not eligible for apprenticeship. Yue Jian knew that these two were the famous Acacia sect's Golden Dan 12 Immortals, two of the Windflower. He couldn't help but be surprised. Both of them are 3 spirit roots, and actually managed to reach the late Jin Dan stage of cultivation at such an early age. How many men's Yuan-Chu has this cheated? Oh, Grey Doom? I guess they must have had the intention of backstabbing me in mind. Outside Suibei City, Yue Jian's master and disciple were facing off against Yi Yang'an's master and disciple, plus 2 spirit beasts. Yue Jian took the storage ring from his finger beforehand and put it into his bosom, as there was a possibility that he would have to use the dragon claw. Peng Jinfang was the first to press on, immediately commanding the spirit beast Bared Iron and preparing to attack. That Bared Iron, shaped like a water buffalo, with a body like a basilisk, was more than 2 feet tall and 7 or 8 feet long. He is a bull. After transforming into a form, he can be with the beautiful master, the way of yin and yang harmony. Therefore, he practiced very hard, eagerly looking forward to the day when he would be transformed, because it loved its master. Peng Jinfang. It was willing to be a spirit animal of a foundation establishment cultivator with a cultivation level of mid-demon Dan. This, in fact, was Peng Jinfang's gift of the imperial beast brought about by his Tongming beast heart. For spirit beasts, there was a natural affinity. At this moment, Bared Iron was facing the Yen Yu duo with his rump, his tail high in the air, exposing the dung gate. Suddenly, boom, a loud noise came out, shaking the sky and the earth. Countless iron arrows, like flying locusts, sprayed towards the Yen Yu duo. One thing leads to another. Boom, boom, boo, boo. Surprisingly, 5 consecutive waves of flying locusts of dung arrows were sprayed out. Through the memories of the devourer, Yue Jian naturally knew about that iron-bearing beast. It used metal as food and then pooped out feces that could be used as weapons such as swords, guns, swords and halberds. Its stomach, with spatial attributes, can eat hundreds of thousands of pounds of steel in one go, and in battle, it pulls out all sorts of weapon feces to attack its enemies. Therefore, this head of Bared Iron, sprayed out of the arrow overshot. Yue Jian does not feel strange. The reason why he didn't take the lead in ordering the devouring ghost divine awareness mighty was originally because he wanted to carry the other party's attack hard as a way of trying to storm Laurel Fairy's indestructible body. But the ing arrows coming out of there, better not try it, gross. So, he cast out his white tiger roar and howl. Powerful shockwaves with the might of a holy beast erupted like a torrent. The flying locusts of dung arrows that bared the iron were instantly rolled back. At the same time, the gungold sword chi contained in the roar cut through the void, locking onto the bared iron beast and chopping away. However, he saw that the place where the bared iron dung door was, like blowing bubbles. Surprisingly, in a moment, a huge shield was sprayed out. Swish 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 swish, dung jin sword chi, all of it chopped on top of that fecal iron shield. At once, it was chopped into pieces, and the remaining momentum was not yet weakened, and all of it was chopped into bared iron's body. Moo! Bared iron let out a miserable cry and fell to the ground. Incapacitated. Pang Jinfeng, who was connected to it by heart and blood, also couldn't help but spurt out a mouthful of blood, wildly, but she couldn't care less about her injuries and cried out sadly, "Ah, bare iron." She also reacted extremely quickly, and immediately, from her storage ring, she took out a healing elixir and popped it into bared iron's mouth. And that gold wind puma, although his extremely powerful gold wind dual system flying tiger demon, but at this time, but by the white tiger's power deterrent, actually shivering, do not dare to launch an attack. This is the pressure from the origin. At the same time, Yue Jian's arms multiplied 1,000 times, transforming into dragon claws. The huge vermilion birdwing Dharma phase on his back swung. It was actually going to fly over and start a melee battle. He did want to try out the undying body and what kind of damage it could withstand. "Ah, biao, go on," Yangan shouted angrily. At this time, the white tiger head phantom after Yue Jian's roar had disappeared, and Jin Fengbiao had slightly returned to normal. After receiving the master's order, he immediately attacked with full force. It spat out a golden wind blade, which was a huge blade of demonic chi that was a fusion of the gold and wind systems. The extreme speed of the wind drifted, and the sharpness of the gold penetrated, merging into one, and chopping towards Yue Jian. At the same time, an instinctive phantom with wings on its back emerged from its body, and it unexpectedly swooped down in the air towards Yue Jian, who was flying towards it. It was none other than its innate divine ability, the Dharma split pounce. Ow! And Yangan, also not idle, a set of 7 sharp gold flying swords, in the shape of the 7 stars of the Big Dipper, attacked and killed towards Yue Jian. Buzz! Yue Jian's Xuanwu water shield was cast out, but the 2 huge dragon claws were not defending but attacking. The left hand grabbed Ping Jinfeng and the right hand grabbed Yangan. Seek death. Yangan had a sword in his hand in addition to his flying sword, and he immediately performed the extreme penetrating Upanishad of Yue Jian skill, swinging out a sharp sword chi that attacked the grasping dragon claw. Brush! A white light flashed, and Yue Jian's huge dragon claw was actually sliced off 2 fingers. The 2 huge dragon claw fingers abruptly shrunk and turned into 2 normal fingers, which were taken back by Yue Jian wrapped in true essence and put into the storage ring in his bosom. Although he felt severe pain, he did not flinch and still grabbed towards Yangan, forcing Yangan to fly back and away. However, Yue Jian's right dragon claw did not encounter any effective resistance from Peng Jinfeng, and instantly grabbed Peng Jinfeng squarely. Haruna, the tiger devourer enslaves. Good. Yan Beiqing, who was following behind Yue Jian, was waiting for this moment, and a white tiger head phantom immediately emerged from the top of her head, opening its huge mouth and making a devouring gesture. You simply took Peng Jinfeng's body and stuffed it into that Dharma phase's huge mouth. The devouring of a tiger devourer's slave has no suction on the body, only on energy bodies. Therefore, if you want to refine even the physical body together as a ghost, you can only subdue it first, and refine it after stuffing it into the mouth of the phantom. Ah! Peng Jinfeng screamed in terror. No! Fonger! Yangan shouted in pain. One must know that the male masters and female disciples of the Yin-Yang sect, that was 99% of the time, had practiced their Yin-Yang harmony Tao. So, the relationship that was not normally close. But at this point, Yangan was too late to save his dear, beautiful female disciple. He was riding his flying sword and attacking Yue Jian. As long as we quickly kill this brat, that chi practicing girl is not enough to fear, and we should be able to save Fonger. At this moment, his 7 flying swords array, as well as the tiger demon's golden wind blade, and the Dharma phase split pounce, all attacked Yue Jian's Xuanwu water shield. Wave. The first layer of the water shield, stand and break. The second layer erupted and broke again. The third layer, still broken. It wasn't that the Xuanwu water shield wasn't strong anymore, but the 3 attacks, added together, were just too strong. Furthermore, Yue Jian's main power and true essence were concentrated on the dragon claw hand, as well as the vermilion bird's wings, which also shared some of his power. Thus, the 3 attacks, all of which broke through the water shield, were about to truly attack Yue Jian's body. Chapter 66 Mirror Mirror Enchanting Illusionary Technique. Both captured. Yue Jian's body was faced with 3 extremely strong attacks. With a thought, he moved the Moon Spirit Frost Flower sword out of his storage ring, and at the same time, he consciously ordered the devourer Bai Lingshuang to defend himself with his sword. Bai Lingshuang was in Yue Jian's sea of consciousness and did not need to come out, but was also able to use his divine sense to control the sword. Only, the intensity would be weaker. Because of this, on top of the flying sword, there was no chi of his yuaning attached to it. This resulted in the cold aura of the Moonpulse Frostflame sword, which was not fully energized. The following is a copy of the book, Roarback Roarback. At that time, the ghost of the White World net a sword against 7 swords. Actually, defense is impervious to the wind and rain, and easy to use. Late stage of yuaning. High a big realm. That is not cover. At the same time, the vermilion bird wings behind Yue Jian swung, rolling up 2 waves of fire, and the tiger demon's golden wind blade rushed and scattered each other. After all, they were all energy attacks, and fire could overcome gold. But in the end, that tiger demon's dharma split pounce. Yue Jian was too late to fend it off at this point. Wow, that phantom shadow, under the control of the tiger demon at the back, executed a cracking claw with the tiger's paw, which instantly slashed from Yue Jian's left chest to under his right ribcage. Yue Jian was furious, and immediately switched his left eye into a purple electricity-heavy pupil. Crackling, a long whip of radiant and colorful purple electricity, like a thunder dragon coming out of the sea, blasted out. Slap, zip, zip, zip. At once, the tiger demon phantom was blown to pieces and dissipated. Yue Jian didn't wear that heavenly silkworm purple gold robe today. It was just an ordinary dharma robe. The purpose was to try out the undying body. The vestments were torn. 3 wounds were deep and long. Broken bones and shattered internal organs were exposed at once. Ah! Yue Jian couldn't help but let out a cry of pain as well. Fortunately, he had told Yan Beiqing beforehand that he was going to test the strength of his physical body, so that she should not be alarmed. Thus, although Yan Beiqing was frightened, she was still refining the still unfinished devourer Peng Jinfeng. In the distance, Yi Yangan let out a slight sigh of relief. It's over. He was about to fly to free Peng Jinfeng, but in the next instant, he thought his eyes were blurred, only to see Yue Jian's huge wound writhing and giving birth to flesh buds that quickly intertwined together, quickly bridging and healing. Yue Jian could feel that his internal organs and bones were all repaired together, and this process did not result in the slightest loss of one's Jindan true element. This was his indestructible saint body, the powerful life force contained in every particle of his body, at work. So, he restored his left dragon claw into his left hand, and moved 2 broken fingers from his storage space, attaching them to the door and healing them instantly. Ha ha, this indestructible saint body, it's really good. Since I'm done testing the strength of my fleshly body, it's time to take out my true bottom card and end this game. Yue Jian immediately caused the 2 Yuaning devils to spread their divine sense pressure, acting on Yi Yong'an and Jin Fengbiao. Buzz, 1 person and 1 tiger, as if plunged into a quagmire, struggling in the air. The demon tiger roared. Yi Yangan wailed in grief. Feng feeling the 2 Yuaning divine senses, he already knew that he was powerless to save Peng Jinfeng, and he could not help but mourn in his heart. Between their master and disciple, the emotions they had accumulated from practicing the Yin-Yang Harmony Dao together were naturally very deep. Yue Jian was about to go and kill that man and tiger, suddenly only feel a flower in front of his eyes. Too beautiful and enchanting fairy is around himself, dancing in the air with the extreme temptation. A woman such as gorgeous delicate flowers, charming eyes like silk, like spring water melting. Love, her body seems to have a pink fragrant mist emanation, misty as smoke, let a person crispy to the depths of the soul. A woman was as cool as the moon, innocent and light, but her every movement and every look was full of endless teasing. Even better, her poised appearance, along with her graceful figure, were changing from moment to moment. One can't help but look forward to longing for the next moment of her different beauty. There was only very little translucent cloud veil on them. The curves of their sexy and convex bodies were hidden under the gauze skirts, which made people want to stop and salivate. Sicknessless moaning, gasping, and extravagant sounds, haunting the ears, tantalizing the heart, and penetrating the soul. The voice of reason in Yue Jian's mind told himself, break it, this is the art of charming illusion. Quickly switch God blank eyes ah, or white tiger roar ah. But then his instinctive desire felt, so good, go on, and be bolder still. What will be your next look? Again? What will be your next movement? Again? Lost, confused, emotions were manipulated, and lust was ignited. Yue Jian only felt that his blood was pulsating, and it was actually a bit difficult to extricate himself. At this time, the 2 women even embraced into Yue Jian's arms at the same time, one on the left and one on the right, one on the top and one on the bottom. Yue Jian was shaken by the jade gate, burning with desire. The heart ape was manic and violent, and the intention horse was completely off the reins. Fortunately, at this point, Yan Beiqing had already refined Peng Jinfeng into a devouring ghost, and she could already tell that something was wrong with her master. Thus, the white tiger roared and went at the master. Roar! Yue Jian was blown away for some distance, and immediately had a jolt, such as the head of a stick. In the midst of the lost, to find themselves, he only felt 10,000 times ashamed, and also deeply realized his own inadequacy. The cultivation realm, it was hardwired by the system to pull it up, and one's own state of mind, it's still a long way off. At this time, the two charm of the beauty, and did not disappear, still in the body of Yue Jian, line that extreme charm can do. Yue Jian immediately switched his right eye to God's blank eye, and executed the cave void-gazing eye. Beside, where are the beautiful women? This is a mirror image erotic illusion. According to Bai Jing's memories, Yue Jian knew that the Acacia sect Mirage sect had a technique that was called mirror flower water moon. That flower fairy's beautiful female heavenly fragrance body, every single strand of hair, condensed into a love wire, all had different emotional fluctuations, and there were always so many that would resonate on the same frequency as one's own emotional fluctuations. As for the aroma containing love poison emanating from her body, due to the fact that she was a pure yang sacred body, it basically had no effect on her physiology, but on her psyche, it had a great impact. Another moon fairy's thousand faces illusory face body, constantly changing its appearance, getting closer and closer to the posture that her heart craved. This is like their own former life brush rubbing video general. A moment and a half simply cannot stop, can only stupidly keep brushing, and finally cannot help, bring a side of paper towels. And that moon fairy, who had a light spiritual root, cast a secret technique to project their scene in another place, to her side. This is the art of mirror flower water moon enchanting illusion, but at this moment, Yue Jian could see it clearly with his divine blank eyes. The flower fairy and the moon fairy, at this time, were on top of the city wall, in a hidden formation inspired by an array disc, performing the mirror flower water moon technique. Marred, if you harm me, be prepared to pay the price. Should I enslave them as devils? Or should I use the blood contract talisman? Thinking so, Yue Jian immediately used his divine blank eye to mark the space within that concealment formation. Avatar, the seal flashes, wave. Yue Jian instantly flashed over, and without any further ado, his dragon claw grabbed out, immediately catching the two women in his right claw. The flower fairy and the moon fairy did not react in the slightest. You should know that this is a flash, an instantaneous movement. When attacking, the main fight is a surprise attack. It was only after a breath that the two women reacted, both surprised and terrified. Yue Jian didn't stop for a moment. The vermilion bird's wings spread out and flew in a flash to the vicinity of Yangon and the demon tiger who were still being suppressed by their divine sense. The huge dragon claw in his left hand probed out and, the first claw, scratching and smashing the golden wind tiger. Second claw, crush Yangon. The third claw, grabbing Baird Iron's huge body. Haruna, let's go. Good, master. Yan Beiqing agreed excitedly. She had a devourer with a perfect foundation establishment, and the devourer also had a spirit beast with a mid-Jindan stage. How could she not be joyful about this? Yan Beiqing could have used her consciousness to command the devourer, but at this moment, she preferred to use her mouth to say, Jin Feng, let's go. Yes, Lord. Peng Jinfang agreed just like a living person. In fact, the devils were supposed to be able to communicate normally, not to mention this divine power tiger devourer slavery. Even the devourers of ordinary tiger demons were able to communicate. Otherwise, how would one go about tricking other people to feed the tiger lord? At this moment, however, the flower fairy said, You, I believe, are the Yue Jian who defeated the Xian Yuan sect's Jun Wuya? You can't capture us, quickly release us, and this matter, end here. Yue Jian was curious and teased. Why? Because, we sisters, we are the unmarried flatwife Taoist couple of Menghuaixing, the saint son of the Xian Yuan sect. You should know that senior brother Meng had already broken through to Yuaning 10 years ago, Flower Fairy said with a slight arrogance. Yue Jian laughed. If you don't mention that Meng Huaixing, perhaps I may still be able to spare you. If you mention him, you are digging your own grave, and there is not the slightest possibility of being spared. TSK, the flat wife of the first great sex Yuaning saint's son. Ah, to be my slave or devourer, it's too much to think about. Don't you guys like to charm people? At that time, I, the master, will let you two slaves charm the hell out of me. A knife can kill and save. In the same way, their charming and illusory techniques can harm or entertain. Chapter 67, The Unspeakable Art of Enchantment. Returning to the base, Yan Beiqing went off to temper her devourer, while the Baird Iron Spirit Beast, on the other hand, was healing itself. It was originally of the gold system and had 4 stomachs. One of the stomachs, with spatial attributes, stored a large amount of metal. It only needed to refine the metal to produce the chi of gold, and then it could slowly heal its wounds. Yue Jian, on the other hand, was in the Linglong cave, facing the Flower Fairy and the Moon Fairy. Looking at the enchanting and charming posture of the two women, Yue Jian didn't pity them in the slightest and said coldly, "Give you two choices. 1. Sign the blood contract talisman and become this seat's slave girl. 2. Just like that Peng Jinfang, he was refined into a ghost by this seat, along with his flesh." Flower Fairy's flowery face lost its color, but she still threatened, "If you treat us like this, Regulus Sex Saint's son, senior brother Meng, will definitely not let you go, and I, the Acacia sect, will definitely not be able to swallow this breath. Aren't you afraid that this matter will become a reason for the Xianyuan sect and my Acacia sect to open a clan war against your vegetable maiden sect?" Yue Jian teased. "I'm a person who has never been threatened. Besides, it was the two of you who struck out at me first. Is it true that you are allowed to mess with me, but I am not allowed to mess with you? Without further ado, on the count of 3, I shall hear your choices. Otherwise, by default, you will choose 2 and become devils." 1. Both women were a bit flustered. They looked at each other, and Woody composed himself. They really don't believe that Yue Jian really dares to refine himself into a ghost. 2. The two women grunted coldly, unmoved. 3. Yue Jian did not hesitate as a tiger head phantom appeared above his head and opened his huge mouth. He first took the flower fairy, grabbed it, and shoved it directly into the tiger's mouth. At that moment, thousands of runes lit up, emitting a mysterious light that merged into the flower fairy's body. The flower fairy's heart shook violently and she regretted it, but at this time, she had already lost the ability to speak. "Ah, release my senior sister. We are willing to sign the blood contract talisman." When Fairy Moon saw that Yue Jian really dared, she immediately cried out in fear and anxiety. "You really don't want to see the coffin, and you're not going to do anything until you're forced to do it," Yue Jian said, interrupting the tiger devourer enslavement. He also didn't want to waste the 2 devourer slots. In his opinion, a Jindan stage cultivator was somewhat unworthy of being his devourer. The tiger head phantom disappeared. The flower fairy dropped to the ground with a poof. Yue Jian took out 2 zhang of blood contract talismans and firstly dripped his own essence blood on top of the talisman seals of those 2 talismans, then ordered the 2 women to swear according to the oath they had drawn up. The 2 women had no choice but to do as they were told. Soon, the flower fairy and the moon fairy became Yue Jian's slaves. Yue Jian had completely and utterly seen the charming illusionary techniques of the 2 flower moon girls, and only felt that it was marvelous. He thought cozily in his mind, no wonder, the Regulus Sex hallowed saint's son, an existence that has broken through to Yuaning, actually wants to marry them as flat wives and Dao couples. This charming technique, when it allows one to achieve extreme pleasure, actually has the effect of enhancing the divine soul. Not bad, really not bad. It's truly worthy of being the beautiful girl heavenly fragrance body and the 1,000 faces illusory face body. A natural-born Eureka, the Eureka of Eurekas. Then Saint Xianyuan. Marrying Moon Slave as a Dao couple of the 1,000 faces illusory face body would be equivalent to enjoying the erotic bliss of 1,000 different poses. Sending away the 2 slaves of the flower moon, Yue Jian had nothing to do, and took out the small conch, using his cave void gaze to explore the underwater world. Suddenly, a divine sense surged out, excitedly transmitting, You are that child of mine. The bloodline is right. It's my child." Yue Jian had a flash, only to feel a reverse blood surge through his body, boiling and burning. Some incredulous and very expectant voice transmission. "Mother? Mother? Are you in the conch?" "Exactly. What is your name?" "Son, the child's name is Yue Jian." "Jianer, these 30 years have really been hard on you." "But mother, I really had no choice. Even now, mother, I can't leave the underwater world of this Shanghai sea snail. By the way, my name is Duan Fiberdust." "Mother, child understands your difficulties. By the way, child can use his pupil technique and see the underwater world." "Mother, where are you?" In this way, mother and son recognize each other and can't stop talking. As for Duan Fibrous Dust, it gave Yue Jian a positional divine thought, guiding Yue Jian's cavernous condensing eyes. He saw himself by the coral at the bottom of the sea. "So, this is my real mother. It's surprisingly all different from the vague impression I remember." Yue Jian's heart burst with excitement. Yue Jian suddenly asked, "Mother, who is my father? Is he still alive now?" A hint of panic actually flashed through Duan Fibrous Dust's deep eyes. I don't know who your father is. I don't even know his name, identity, or cultivation. At the time it was just to conceive you. I found someone random who looked good. Jane's son. What's that look on your face? And listen to mother to give you a detailed explanation." Soon, the news that Yangon had been killed and the Flower Fairy and Moon Fairy had been captured was transmitted back to the Yin Yang sect and the Acacia sect by means of a transmission jade talisman. Moreover, the Xianyuan sect was also notified. Xianyuan's own holy son Meng Huixing heard the news. The heart and anxious and angry, Flower Fairy and Moon Fairy too, can be his unmarried flat wife Dao couple. The reason why it was a flat wife was because he had a legitimate Taoist couple, the contemporary saint daughter of the Xianyuan sect. The Xianyuan sect and the vegetarian sect, the structures are completely different, even opposite. The Xianyuan sect was a predominantly male cultivator, and the status of the Holy Son was much higher than that of the Holy Maiden. Manhwarecap thought anxiously in his heart, the flower and the moon, but retained the yuanshu. If they fall into the hands of that Yue Jian, how can the yuanshu be preserved? It will be refined by that guy. He was so angry that he shattered the spirit teacup in his hand, and immediately flew to the sect's main peak, Xianyuan Peak, and begged to see Patriarch Yang Dingtian. Patriarch senior brother, I still hope that you will put pressure on the sovereign of the vegetable woman sect, so that Yue Jian will not dare to mess around with my two unmarried Dao couples of senior brother me. Manhwarecap was already a Yuaning cultivator, so he called Yang Dingtian his senior brother. Yes, without the slightest hesitation, Yang Dingtian immediately took out his summoning jade talisman and sent a message to Fong Chin Tong. Patriarch Fong, it's your good disciple grandson again who had the audacity to take the Acacia sect's second fairy flower moon captive. That is the unmarried flat wife of my regular sex saint's son. In this way, you first order that brat to immediately release the second fairy. As to what he should be guilty of, let it be determined later. Fong Chin Tong, the seat's disciple and grandson. This seat is clear. If those two hadn't messed with him first, it would be impossible for him to be like this. After the seat asks what happened, I will at most promise you that I will not mistreat them. As for whether or not to release them, my disciple grandson has his own opinion. Yang Dingtian sneered. Since you don't care, you push to say that that kid has his own advocate. Well then, if he has his own ideas, he'll be responsible for them. That's all there is to it. After the transmission, Yang Dingtian faintly said, this son cannot be retained. Manhwarecap immediately arched his hand and said, Senior brother, I intend to immediately head to Xue Bay City to personally resolve this matter. Yang Dingtian nodded his head and said, recently, that vegetarian girl sect is a bit rampant. Therefore, that brat should be crushed to death in public. It is necessary to make them recognize the reality. By the way, the matter of the national war of the mundane kingdom will be resolved together. As ordered, Manhwarecap saluted. Suddenly he remembered a little detail and added, according to the news that came back, that kid possesses the secret method of directional instantaneous transfer. Does senior brother have a way to restrain it? Yang Dingtian frowned slightly, and after a moment's consideration, he used a jade talisman to send a message, asking a Yuaning old ancestor to bring a formation disc and hand it over to Manhwarecap. This formation disc is called the Void Confinement Boundary Heavenly Compass. Once this disc comes out, within 1,000 miles, heaven and earth are caged. Even a Yuaning would never want to leave his body and instantly move, that old ancestor said confidently. Moreover, the size of its range of action can be adjusted according to the situation. Within 1,000 miles, Manhwarecap thanked the Patriarch and the old ancestor and turned around to leave. Jun Wuya, who was on the side, took the initiative to volunteer. Master, I would like to go with Uncle Meng. Good. Before preparing for infant formation, you really should wash away the shame from that time. Yang Dingtian said with a deep thought. How about this? You take these two mid-grade treasures, the imitation Xianyuan sword and the imitation Xianyuan armor. Jun Wuya was overjoyed and respectfully said, Disciple thanks Master for the gift. In the Xianyuan sect, there were many imitation Xianyuan swords and Xianyuan armors. However, for the very best treasures, there was only one imitation Xianyuan sword and one imitation Xianyuan armor. Others, imitations of all classes, are so many. Jun Wuya and Manhwarecap walked out of the Great Hall and immediately summoned their respective commanders, a total of 4 followers, and were about to head to Xue Bay City by flying boat. However, they saw the holy maiden Bai Lingshuang riding her sword. Senior brother Meng, senior sister, I'll go with you. Manhwarecap frowned slightly, although he didn't really want the holy maiden to go with him. He didn't want to cause any disagreement between himself and this proper Taoist couple, so he nodded his head in agreement. One must know that this Taoist couple of his has helped him tremendously. Without this Taoist couple, it would not have been possible for him to break through to Yuaning at such a young age. But he loves and hates this Tao couple of his. Alas, it's hard to explain. There were some things that even he, the holy son of the Xianyuan sect, dared not speak out in anger. As a matter of fact, Bai Lingshuang did not have any great bad intentions. She just wanted to see those two goblin-like fox charming girls in their most wretched and humiliated state. At that time, it would be difficult for these two to hold their heads up in front of themselves. There was so much of a house fight. At the same time, the Yin Yang sect and the Acacia sect both dispatched their Yuaning ancestors to Xue Bay City, and Yue Jian, however, he received a jade talisman transmission from his senior ancestor, Fong Chin Tong. Jainer, you now haven't put the flower moon two fairies of the Acacia sect How about it? Yue Jian didn't want to deceive the master ancestor and said, I've already made them sign the blood contract talisman. What's wrong, master ancestor? Is there anything wrong? First you tell master ancestor what's going on. Yue Jian immediately told the truth. Finally, he added, Master ancestor, what do you want me to do? To be honest, with the entertaining nature of the flower moon or new, as well as the skill of being able to enhance the divine soul, he was somewhat reluctant to let go. This book has been changed too much. The settings have been changed due to security clearance. Originally before the data is extremely good. 100,000 words finished reading once out is more than 20%. Now only 9%. Of course, that is their own reasons. Before, indeed too vulgar, too astringent. Forget it, cut the book. Reopen a book. Chapter 68, 6 Desires Enchanting Fox Bloodline. Challenging Yue Jian. Fong Chin Tong said with a slightly stifled voice, we can't mistreat them. After all, my vegetable woman sect, the Xian Yuan sect, and the Acacia sect, have not yet torn their faces apart in the open. As to whether or not to release it back, it's up to you, but the master suggests that the conditions be offered, and see to it that it is done. In addition, their 3 great clans will definitely send people to Xue City. It's even possible that they will send out Yuaning ancestors. Master Ancestor is sending a Yuaning protector ancestor to support you. Directly belonging to the Patriarch of the Vegetable Woman sect, there were 4 great protectors, all of which were mid to late Yuaning stage old ancestors. Yue Jian thought for a moment and said, Master Ancestor, there is no need to send the protector ancestor. Disciple has his own way of dealing with it. With his own mother, a former Mahayana powerhouse who was now in the middle stage of Yuaning, and the Tsunghai snail, plus his own 2 late-stage Yuaning devils. Even if the other side had 3 clans, and 1 clan came with a Yuaning, then they would have to kneel. Fong Chin Tong was shocked. Are you sure? You don't need the support of the protector ancestor? I'm sure. Really? Alright. Master Ancestor trusts you. Acacia sect, Enchanting Illusion sect, the same wind, flower, snow and moon wind and snow 2 fairies, and the flower and moon 2 fairies. The 4 of them were the same master. At this time, they were reporting to their pro-transmission master, Linghu Minhui. Master, it's not good. Second senior sister Flower Moon has been captured by Yue Jian, the only disciple grandson of the sovereign of the Vegetable Woman sect. Linghu Minhui said in shock and anger. What? What exactly is going on? Dark fragrance lingered around her, and at the corners of the eyes of a pair of seductive foxes, there were 3 left and 3 right, for a total of 6 faint red demonic stripes, which became abnormally pronounced due to agitation. Linghu Minhui was already a mid-Yuaning cultivator, and with the 6 desires of the enchanting fox bloodline, her art of enchanting illusions was out of this world. Even male cultivators in the late Yuaning stage wouldn't dare to face her alone, because she will make you want to die and sink beyond your control. Wind Fairy heard her master ask about the cause, and immediately said, a pair of elders and disciples from the Yin Yang sect, and that Yue Jian's master and disciples, fairly discussed the Tao and fought. Hua Yu, the second senior sister, saw that the Yin Yang sect's elder side was about to be defeated, so she intervened and tried to help. They executed the combined charming illusion art mirror flower water moon to deal with that Yue Jian. However, they were captured and taken away in one move by Yue Jian, who broke the illusion and came in an instant. Linghu Minhui could not help but be alarmed, secretly saying, could it be that an instantaneous transfer talisman was used? It's not right. Instantaneous transfer talisman can only randomly transfer. It's a talisman for dodging and escaping. Could it be that there is a high-grade fixed-point transient talisman? This was something she couldn't figure out for the time being, so she didn't want to. So she said, then, in that case, it was Flower and Moon who violated the law by striking first, and the others were in the driver's seat? Wind Fairy said, indeed. After thinking about it, Linghu Minhui said, my master will go personally, and will not hesitate to carry the name of bullying the small by the big, but will also save Huar and Yuer. You too, accompany master to go together. Yes, the 2 fairies of wind and snow answered in unison. Yin Yang sect, Royal Beast Peak, a Jindan elder, was anxiously waiting outside Peak Master Ho Tingley's cultivation hall, waiting to inform the Peak Master of the news of Yi Yan'an's fall. The reason why he was inconvenienced to go in and inform immediately was because the Peak Master, Ho Tingley, was practicing the path of yin and yang harmony with her spirit beast. Her spirit beast, the tongue-armed demon ape, has already transformed into a form, so it is not a human beast. That elder waited for a long time, but didn't wait for the Peak Master and the tongue-armed demon ape to come out. Therefore, he had to turn around and leave, saying in his heart, demonic beasts are just strong. The first ones to arrive at Xue City were the Acacia sect's Linghu Minhui and the 2 fairies of wind and snow. They stood in the air before the Linglong cave. Linghu Minhui's voice filled with natural charm came out. Little friend Yue Jian, please also come out of the mansion to catch up. Yue Jian heard the sound and came to the front yard, but did not go out of the house. Immediately, 3 people were detected by the system. Target, Linghu Minhui, age, 328, realm, Middle Yuaning stage, 5th level of the infant formation realm, spiritual roots, double spiritual roots of gold and water, talent, earth grade upper grade illusionist talent, physique, 6 lustful fox bloodline, chakra, white universal luck, not eligible for apprenticeship, because she's 1 realm above you. As for the wind and snow 2 fairies, they are both in the late Jindan stage, and their physiques are all beautiful female-type physiques obtained from acquired cultivation. The wind fairy is beautiful female heavenly fragrance body, the snow fairy is Xin beautiful phantom body, they are both white PNL. Yue Jian Xin said, it seems that it is not advisable to start a conflict. It's better not to use mother's power until it's absolutely necessary. Thus, Yue Jian arched his hand and said, Senior, please, I think that Senior must have come here for the 2 fairies of the flower moon. At this moment, Dream Goddess Zhao, Fairy Laurel, and other members of the Dao Protecting Corps had also gathered one after another. Linghu Minhui's charming fox eyes swept over the crowd before she said, exactly. My 2 disciples who are not angry shot first. Indeed there is a loss in reason. Little friend can set out the conditions. How can I release the 2 of them? Yue Jian thought for a moment and said, this is simple. All that is needed is for the holy son of your sect, the extreme bliss sect, Chao Mengjiu, to formally dissolve the relationship between master and disciple with his master. Then just come and worship me and be my nominal disciple for a day. As long as he comes, I will immediately release the 2 flower moon fellowships. 1 day later, I will dissolve my nominal master-disciple relationship with Chao Mengjiu and return him unharmed. This, it doesn't cost you anything. Linghu Minhui was simply unable to comprehend this condition of Yue Jian, and immediately drank. Absurd! This matter is absolutely impossible. How about this? You and I have a fair argument and fight. If you lose, I do not kill you. Send back 2 disciples can. If I lose, you want to kill. My storage ring and the things, you can as trophies. That said, you have a late-stage Yuaning devourer. This seed is not considered bullying the small by the big, is it? Yue Jian had a moment of calculation in his mind, and suddenly thought that the clear heart and brightness bell, the extremely valuable weapon that he had given to Meng Shenjiao, wasn't it something that was specially designed to restrain the art of enchantment and illusion? For the time being, in his mind, he decided to agree to Linghu Minhui's challenge to discuss the Dao. So, she was tested again with the system. Sure enough, seeing that her original white Pu Yun's Qi had turned into grey doom, Yue Jian was overjoyed in his heart. Of course, he understood that this change of fortune was all between himself and Linghu Minhui's thoughts. If she agreed to her conditions, she should be able to successfully operate to get Chao Mengjiao to come and be her disciple for a day. Then this would be tantamount to reconciliation. As for himself, if he hadn't thought of the clear mind brightness spell in advance, he wouldn't have brought about a change in her Qi. So, Yue Jian said, alright, I promise your challenge. Just wait a moment. Then, he said to Dream Goddess Zhao, Senior Sister Holy Maiden, please also enter the room. In the sky, the 2 fairies of wind and snow looked at Yue Jian with a mocking expression, thinking that you have a Yuaning devourer. You can fight with your master. How to die without even knowing. What's not to know? That is definitely a beautiful death. It's just a pity that second senior sister Flower Moon is still in the other party's hands, so master can't really kill him. Even the vegetarian daughter sect's camp, many of the protector head elder deacons, did not think highly of Yue Jian in the slightest. Senior brother Yu is also too generous. That's the long-famous Mei illusion Yuaning that specializes in male cultivators. Anyway, the other party said they wouldn't kill him. Even if he loses, it will be a cool defeat. What is cool defeat? I would also like to ask senior brother to enlighten me. Just listen to my divine sense traveling through. In this way, it's sure to make you want to die, to lose your soul. This is not called a cool defeat. What is it? It was only Yen Beiqing and Fairy Laurel who were bewilderingly confident that their own masters, by no means, could lose. Chapter 69, Life is like a dream, a soul-crushing entanglement. Yue Jian and Dream Goddess Zhao went to the nearest house in the front yard and turned on the shielding array. Mang Nu, first give me the clear heart and brightness bell. To me. Yes, master. Dream Goddess Zhao immediately took out the bell and handed it to Yue Jian. Yue Jian changed into a heavenly silkworm purple gold robe, hanging the bell on the waist within the robe, where outsiders' divine sense can't probe. Then, you simply flew out of the cave formation and stood opposite Linghu Minhui's trio in the air, saying confidently, alright, you can start. Linghu Minhui said to her 2 disciples, Fonger Shuer, you guys and back away. Yes, master teacher. Master teacher, be careful. That kid is incredibly weird. After the 2 fairies of wind and snow retreated, Linghu Minhui's arms unfolded. and a pair of red raw silk long sleeves unfolded at once, soaring out, flying all over the sky, and the celluloid flowers and rain shadows were mixed in between, which was beautiful. It is as beautiful as Nuwa's presence in the world, dancing the misty sky-wrapping belt. This was none other than Linghu Minhui's lower-grade treasure weapon, the flowing cloud dancing sky sleeve. She did not directly attack Yue Jian, but Yue Jian is instantly lost in thought, cannot help but look obsessed, just like a piggy model, actually salivating, heartfelt praise, so beautiful, too beautiful. Well, it was at this moment that the clear mind brightness bell, 3 bells rang in succession, ding, ding, ding. Yue Jian immediately returned to his senses, and his heart was shocked to the extreme. The 6 desires enchanting fox bloodline. The enchantment technique is surprisingly so powerful. It even made the clear heart brightness bell ring 3 times in a row before waking me up. One must know that the bell of clearing the mind and brightening the nature was a superb treasure weapon that possessed an artifact spirit. The first ring intended to quiet the mind, the second ring to condense the mind, the third ring to clear the mind, and the fourth ring to brighten the nature. It was only 2 breaths of time that forced the bell to ring 3 times in a row. It could be seen how terrifying the strength of that Linghu Minhui's charming technique was. Yue Jian was about to launch an attack when he suddenly felt that he couldn't even lay a finger on her. He only felt a trance in his head, suddenly remembered. This Linghu Minhui and his own have a bitter love affair. She, in fact, is his favorite obsessive lover. For a split second, he thought of many things. When he was still a small chi practicing cultivator, he was practicing on the outskirts of the 100,000 Great Mountains and saved an injured 1,000-year-old white fox. The white fox has been attached to himself for some time, and one night, transformed into a seductive and stunningly beautiful woman, with whom he is in love, but not stopping at the right of one person, one fox, endless entanglement, soul-crushing, lust for death. After that, White Fox's clan came looking for him and wanted to take White Fox away by force and to kill himself. It was White Fox who threatened to kill himself with self-mutilation to save his own life and force the clan to let him go. After that, it was 10 years of agonizing pain of being separated from each other, only to see each other in their daily dreams. 10 years later, the White Fox went through thousands of difficulties and risked 9 deaths to come to the human race, to find himself, and reunite to renew his previous relationship. However, the Master's family will not allow it, and will take out the White Fox's demonic elixir. But the White Fox escaped with a remnant of his soul, which has always accompanied him. This is a love that crosses time and space, race, age, life and death. Foxer, is that you? Yue Jian shed tears and cried out with deep emotion and anticipation. At this time, the clear mind bell, 4 consecutive bells rang out. Only then did Yue Jian come back to his senses, realizing that he had contacted the devouring ghost Bai Jing and asked urgently, "What's going on?" Bai Jing said, "This should be the gifted aptitude of tampering with memories, floating life as a dream. My lord, you must have had your memories tampered with by her." Yue Jian was shocked and furious in his heart, secretly saying, "If I didn't have this clear mind brightness bell, in just a few breaths of time, I would have already died twice." At this moment, Linghu Minhui's flowing cloud dancing heavenly sleeve transformed from 2 to 4, 4 to 8. In a matter of moments, it even transformed into 108 channels of red silk, flying all over the sky, covering the clouds and the sun, sweeping towards Yue Jian. Yue Jian immediately opened his Xuanwu water shield and managed to resist. But in an instant, Yue Jian's entire Xuanwu water shield was wrapped up in all the flowing clouds and dancing heavenly sleeves, layered upon layered, without the slightest possibility of escaping from the ascension. From a distance, it looked like a huge ball of cloth, and it was at this moment that the Regulus sect's sacred son, Manhwarecap, led the sacred daughter, Bai Lingshuang, Jun Wuya, as well as 4 of his followers, as they rode in on their flying boats. It seems that we came one step too late, that Yue Jian has become a turtle in a jar. It is impossible to have another chance to turn the tide. Defeat, just a matter of time, Manhwarecap said with a complicated expression. But even if senior sister Linghu spares his life, afterward, we have the same reason to kill him, Bai Lingshuang asked knowingly. What reason? She is all about stirring up some of the unpleasantness and bringing it to the surface. Manhwarecap snorted coldly and did not reply positively, and lest Manhwarecap's anger wasn't great enough, Jun Wuya, who harbored a sinister intent, replied, "That goes without saying? With second senior sister Flower Moon's stunning beauty, with that May illusion wonderful meaning, if she fell into Yue Jian's hands, how could her Yuan Cho be preserved? They're Uncle Meng's unmarried flatwives." Uncle Meng was humiliated by this and killed him. Can anyone say that this is a wheel war to bully the big and the small? Manhwarecap's face was ugly, and he cursed in his heart. "If you don't tell the truth, you'll damn well die." Bai Lingshuang derisively glanced at her Taoist partner, Manhwarecap, and did not add fuel to the fire. As the saying goes, when you're on point, you're too far gone. For Meng Huixing, who wanted to marry the two Flower Moon immortals as a flat wife and Taoist couple, she was extremely dissatisfied in her heart. However, she dared not speak out in anger. In the Xian Yuan sect, the status of female cultivators was just like the status of women in the mundane world. And at this moment, Linghu Minhui's flowing cloud dancing heavenly sleeve kept tightening and had broken Yue Jian's first Xuanwu water shield. It was again resisted by a second Xuanwu water shield. However, the diameter of this Xuanwu water shield was twice as large as the diameter of the first one, and twice as small. Yue Jian was in the middle of it, relaxed and nice. He was trying to make Linghu Minhui consume some of her true essence first, and thinking that she was bound to win, her vigilance gradually loosened. Seeing that it was almost time, Yue Jian realized that he ordered the two devils. I'm about to instantly move behind that foxy girl. At that time, old man Wanshuang, immediately give her a divine sense shock. Old white ghost, you attack and kill with your imperial sword. Note, don't kill it, just use the moon spirit frost flower sword to freeze it. If you kill one of the other party's Yuaning elder ancestors, it will be absolutely impossible to make peace with the Acacia sect, and its subsequent changes in the state of affairs are not something I can control. Honorable order, Lord Sovereign. The two devils' consciousnesses responded in unison. Thus, Yue Jian switched to divine blank eyes, and through the heavy red image, he locked onto the position 2 feet behind Linghu Minhui. Marker. The seal flashed and Den was cast. Wave. In an instant, Yue Jian disappeared from the layers of red silk wrapped in the Xuanwu water shield and appeared behind Linghu Minhui out of thin air. The Wanshuang old ghost instantly a divine sense impact exploded out with full force. Ah! Linghu Minhui couldn't help but let out a delicate exclamation of surprise, only feeling a moment of disorientation, and from the storage ring, Yue Jian took out the lunar frost sword. Controlled by the white old ghost's divine sense, the imperial sword attacked. It's so close, and it's still a surprise attack. If the white old man can't get his hands on it, then he might as well go find a cemetery and bury it. Sure enough, the moon-prancing frost blossom sword, without a doubt, stabbed through Linghu Minhui's back and penetrated under her towering breasts in front. The cold aura that came with the moon-prancing frost hua sword erupted steeply, from the inside out, instantly freezing Linghu Minhui's entire body, into an ice sculpture. Then, the flowing cloud duster appeared in Yue Jian's hand and swept away, wrapping that Linghu Minhui into a huge cocoon. It's called doing unto others as they do unto you. If you want to pester me with the flowing cloud dancing sky sleeve, then I will pester you with this flowing cloud whisk. At this time, Linghu Minhui was horrified and her heart was filled with contradictions. Is it to give up the physical body, the Yuaning instantly escaping, or negotiate with the other party and spare yourself? One must know that although her Yuaning could escape, but to remake her physical body, it would take a great price. Moreover, the remodeled flesh body was not the current 6 desires enchanting fox bloodline. In the midst of indecision, Linghu Minhui received Yue Jian's divine sense transmission. Chapter 70, I want to bet on your partner. When Linghu Minhui was in the middle of a conflict, she only heard Yue Jian's divine sense transmission. Senior Linghu, the late generation has no intention of taking your life. I still have the same condition. As long as I let the holy son of your extreme bliss sect, Chao Mengjiu, be my nominal disciple for a day, then, I will release you back together. Without hesitation, Linghu Minhui said, okay, it's a deal. At the same time, the camp on the vegetarian girl sex side was in a state of surprise and disbelief. Senior brother Yu is truly amazing. He's actually crossed a great realm and managed to make a comeback. The famous 6 desires enchanting fox was actually captured alive. This is too incredible. I knew that master teacher would be able to win. That's why from the very beginning, I wasn't worried at all. Yan Beiqing said with immense excitement and honor. Master, that's more than likely the reincarnated body of an emperor. Crossing the realm against the odds is nothing at all. Fairy Laurel was enamored with speculation and was convinced of Yue Jian's identity as the reincarnation of an emperor. And Qin Shuyang, the first sequence of Sacred Sons, stared blankly at Yue Jian in the air, thinking, I'm so stupid. Really, I only knew that the master would threaten me to become the next Saint Sun. Feng Jinglan, I'm so stupid. Really, this absolute genius who can use the early stage of Jindan to buck the long-established middle stage of Yuaning once wanted to be with me for the rest of my life, but was even rejected by me. I really have eyes but no pearls. After Yue Jian broke through to the middle stage of Jindan, he was using the sky shading technique to conceal his realm. Therefore, Feng Jinglan thought that he was still in the early Jindan stage. As for Meng Huixing and his group, they were all shocked. Jun Wuya said with palpitations, Uncle Meng, this son is much more powerful than the last time he fought me. I am by no means his enemy now. Why don't I give the replica Xianyuan sword and Xianyuan armor to you, senior uncle, and you will kill it. Although Meng Huixing was shocked by Yue Jian's strength, he was not afraid of it, because he had always been invincible in the same realm with his fist and sword, and he had even often overcome oversteps as well. He had long since accomplished a heart of invincibility and fearlessness. So he said, "Just give me the imitation Regulus sword, as for the Regulus armor, I can't use it." At the same time, the two fairies of the wind and snow, seeing the situation rapidly turning downward, "The master is in danger," could not help but exclaim, "Master, master." They did not have time to think about it, and immediately cast the combination spell, Flowing Wind Returning Snow, wanting to rescue their master, only to see both of them simultaneously pinch their knives, and the pink snowflakes that were integrated into the lust chi, immediately condensed in the air. There was a whirlwind that swept up the erotic snowflakes and attacked Yue Jian like a tornado. At this time, Yue Jian and Linghu Minhui had already negotiated a deal. Therefore, he immediately transmitted his voice, "Fonger Shuer, stop it, you are not his enemy. I have already made a deal with him." Thus, the wind and snow two people immediately lifted the spell. The wind stops the snow to stop. That contains the lust of the gas of the sky snowflakes, immediately disintegrated, dispersed in the air. Yue Jian was controlling Linghu Minhui, and wanted to catch him back to his cave, and suppress him with both formations and talismans. However, he heard a voice that came from far away. "This seat is the fiancé of the second fairy of the flower moon. Little Yue Jian, quickly return second fairy flower moon." He did not indicate the identity of the Regulus sect saint's son. In other words, anything that happened later would be his personal vendetta and had nothing to do with the sect. Before the words fell, manhwarecap, a man and a sword, flew over like lightning, blocking Yue Jian's route back to his house. At the same time, Dream Goddess Jiao gave an order, and dozens of Jindan cultivators from the vegetable woman sect rose up into the air together, forcing their way towards manhwarecap. Yue Jian narrowed his eyes, and a cold light shot out, but he didn't rush it. Instead he tested him with the system first. Target, manhwarecap. Age, 105. Realm, early Yuaning stage. Second level of the baby bonding realm. Spiritual roots, Fire-Earth dual spiritual roots. Talents, Heaven level lower grade sword Dao talent. Earth level extreme grade fist Dao talent. Physique, Fearless sword boldness and sword mind body, acquired. Luck, green bad luck. Not eligible for apprenticeship, because he is one realm higher than you. Since the other party was green moldy luck, Yue Jian naturally wouldn't goad him, so he coldly said, "Do you want to fight fairly according to the rules, or do you want to take advantage of the chaos to fight to the death? Whichever it is, this seat will accompany you to the end." Manhwarecap's aura gave a slight lurch, swept a glance at a group of Jindan from the vegetable woman sect, and said, "Then let's follow the rules and have a fair fight." He certainly wasn't afraid of that group of Jindan, but, rather, his two future flat wives and Taoists were still in the hands of the other party. Yue Jian droned. "Since this is a fair fight, then step aside first. After the seat has escorted the captives back to the mansion, I will come back to meet you." The saint's son of Xian Yuan sect, manhwarecap frowned slightly, and eventually sidestepped to get out of the way. Yue Jian first activated at 9 observations infant locking soul summoning talisman on Linghu Minhui, who was wrapped in the flowing cloud duster. Only then did he collect the duster, and on its head, put a fixation charm, which was handed over to Meng Xinjia. Said, "Please also, senior sister holy maiden, escort him into the cave and suppress him with a formation." "Good." Dream Goddess Jiao agreed and escorted Linghu Minhui away. The 9 Yao infant locking soul suppressing talisman is a talisman from the White Old Ghost's trophies, and can only be cast on a controlled Yuaning cultivator. It could make its Yuaning unable to escape from its body and unable to use its divine sense and true essence. After handling the prisoners of war, Yue Jian then looked at manhwarecap and faintly said, "Since you challenged me to a fight according to the rules of the cultivation world, then tell me, what are you betting on and what do you want to bet on me?" Manhwarecap calmly said, "Life and death discourse. If I win or kill you, then you, the vegetable woman sect, release and return second senior sister Huayu, as well as senior sister Linghu, who you just took away. If you kill me and defeat me, the terms are yours." Yue Jian searched in his heart. Since he's green moldy luck, let me test his Dao couple first to see the situation. In his opinion, the two slaves of the flower moon, who had not yet crossed the threshold to become manhwarecap's true flat wife and Dao couple, that should not bring him green bad luck. Only his current proper Daoist couple, Bai Lingshuang, would make him go green bad luck. Thus, Yue Jian used the system again, to detect Bai Lingshuang in the distance. Target, Bai Lingshuang, age, 98, realm, late Jindan stage. 6th level of Dan transformation. Spiritual roots, water-earth dual spiritual roots. Physique, innate Zuanjingpi Tongyu body, a juxtaposed lotus pattern is naturally formed at the clavicle, with one petal blossoming every time you experience a Daoist. The blood of the heavenly decapitation can be condensed into chrysanthemum marrow, capable of repairing damage to the foundation of the Dao below the transition realm. When you are in love, you will emit the Xian beautiful spirit mist, which can help your partner's enlightenment to increase dramatically, and the probability of having an epiphany will be increased by 30%. Luck, blue minor luck, qualified for apprenticeship. Yue Jian was truly shocked, and in his heart, he said, "This woman, that's an extreme heart's physique. No wonder, that Meng Huaixing, at just over 100 years old, broke through to Yuaning, and also condensed the sword-bile sword heart." Thus, Yue Jian coughed and said, "Since you specified that my bet is on people, then, I'll bet on your people as well. That's your Taoist couple, the Regulus Sex Holy Maiden Bai Lingshuang, right? 3 people on my side are betting on 1 person on your side. You're not losing out, are you?" The new book has been released. In a couple of days you can search for Acacia Sect Group Favors Old Grandpa, helping fairies break the love barrier.